Chapter 1, I'm a rich kid now? Good people have good rewards, right? If it is before, Chen Ze is not believe, to death do not believe, but now well, he is a bit of a believer. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar environment in front of him, Chen Ze was very confused. He could not have imagined that he had been reborn. Who would believe this? But the fact is that this is the case. Do not believe it must be believed. Chen Ze vigorously rubbed his temples, still somewhat unable to react. The cell phone in his hand at the moment was displaying the date of July 15th of the lunar calendar 2018, and the solar calendar was August 25th. He had gone back 5 years ago. To put it simply, Chen Ze was an ordinary person who couldn't be ordinary. The only advantage was that his appearance was somewhat handsome, and only handsome. Other than that, he was even a good person. The meaning of the word is literal, but now this society, a good person is considered a good thing? So he has only one advantage. Chen Ze 18 years old on the school. The back has been working. That is, 20 years old when he went out in Jiling mixed for 5 years, learned some things, but also earned a sum of money. But the distance to buy a house is still a lot worse. Jinling's housing price is 3 or 4 million a flat. Ordinary workers cannot afford to buy. Although the family is willing to give him a down payment, but Chen Ze is not willing to. After all, 2023 house what the situation is known. Today by tomorrow fall. Who dare to buy? A house in the north of Guangzhou in Shenzhen may not fall, but the price of that house is not his kind of family can afford to live. In the end, Chen Ze is still gray back home. Linan City, a small county below. After returning home, he drank and bragged with a few friends every night, chatting about what he had seen and heard outside. Of course, are some insignificant small things? Now have a cell phone. What big news the first time all know. But with friends can only chat about these things. Other than there is nothing to say. Last night, oh, no, the night before the rebirth, Chen Ze's friend Tang Cheng came over, said to let him do a favor to shoot a short video. For Chen Ze, who was idle and bored at home, he was naturally happy to do so. Being idle was also idle. Not to mention that he really wasn't very good at refusing other people's requests, or else he wouldn't have such a good reputation as a good person. But when Chen Ze learned that Tang Cheng wanted him to help the matter immediately beat a retreat. Why? Tang Cheng even asked him to help play a pen fairy game, and then made a short video to send it to Shake It. This, the most uncomfortable or to 12 o'clock at night in the field to shoot, which makes Chen Ze even more do not want to go to help this favor. Tang Cheng, however, has been giving him a good word, as well as Tang Cheng's younger brother also on the side to persuade. Chen Ze had to agree. As for why it's a penny game, 2023 this time period, shaking voice with a hand above the netroots has been more than can be more. Like Tang Cheng such as only now thinking of relying on this to make money, can only take the road that ordinary people are not willing to go. Spiritual route. Learn from the millions of netroots, anti-feudal superstition. On this path he still had a hard time. Tang Cheng was okay when he first started posting his psychic videos. The number of views was really high, but within a few days he was prompted that there was an abnormality in his account, which made him suffer a lot. Finally, someone reminded, let him find friends in remote areas to send this kind of video. Tang Cheng tried it really okay, at least not a few days to be prompted. The only difficulty is that the actor is not good to find. Most people have taboos on this. No, Chen Ze just came back a few days ago and looked for it. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't know how to reject people. Following the two to the outside of the village, he forced himself to endure the discomfort in his heart, and was busy for more than an hour to finish shooting the video footage before returning home. Chen Ze knew for the first time that a short 1 minute or even dozens of seconds of video had to be shot for such a long time. When he returned home, after washing up and lying down, he couldn't sleep. He felt uncomfortable and even shivered a little. Chen Ze has been reminding himself that this is a psychological effect. This is a psychological effect, but the physical discomfort cannot be relieved by self-comfort. It was not until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning that he fell asleep in a daze, not realizing that as soon as he opened his eyes, he was back to his old self. How could he not be confused? Was this what happened to good people? As someone who had experienced the internet explosion, Chen Ze could only comfort himself with this. At the very least it was a rebirth rather than a crossing over. If he had traveled to another place, there would be no place to cry. Now it could be said to be very good. Familiar environment, familiar relatives and friends, and 5 years of unforeseen ability. This is not a heavenly who opening? With the 5 years of prescient memory, Chen Ze believed that he was able to bring his family to live a life that he had only dreamed of before. Taking a look at his surroundings, Chen Ze vigorously slapped his thigh. There is pain. It was really confirmed this time. Scanning the surroundings again, Chen Ze remembered where he was now. Jinling City, Yuwatai District Talent Apartments rental house. The reason he didn't think of it at first was because he had only lived in this place for a month. When he came to Jinling before he was born again, he was not familiar with the area. so he casually found an agent on the internet and rented this place after the introduction of the other party. And after he found a job, he rented a house closer to the company and lived there. If he wasn't in the rented house at the moment, he would have long forgotten about this place. Scratching his head, Chen Ze just wanted to get up and wash up when his cell phone dripped with the sound of receiving a text message. Picking up his cell phone and unlocking the screen with his fingerprint, Chen Ze didn't take it seriously, thinking it was some kind of spam text message. Although there was this speculation in his heart, he was still going to open it and look at it and then turn it off. He is a person with that NEI's obsessive-compulsive disorder. But when he unlocked successfully and saw that text message at the top of the phone screen, the whole person was stupid. Do not dare to believe that another look, and then violently opened the SMS interface. Looking at the top of the unread message, trembling fingers clicked open. Your tail number 6495 card August 25th, 1125 construction bank income, other line remittance, 1,000,000 yuan. The balance of 1,011,256 yuan. The other party account name, Zhang Qiulan. The other party account tail number, 9852. Construction bank. Chen Ze stared blankly at the text message on his cell phone screen. What the hell? 6 zeros? 1 million. Zhang Qiulan, this name he is too familiar. This TM is his own mother's name. Precisely because of the familiar he did not dare to believe. When his mother has this strength? Don't say $1 million. $10,000 can't get out of the people. Now give him $1 million? What kind of international joke is this? Is this still his own mother? Although $1 million was a lot, this kind of thing that was beyond his memory made Chen Ze somewhat at a loss for words. He hadn't been reborn in a parallel dimension. Had he? After being reborn, his own mother is gone? Chen Ze was a bit flustered, but there was no way to corroborate this matter for a while. Ding bell, the cell phone rang once again. It was the sound of WeChat receiving a message, and a message appeared at the very top of the cell phone screen. At this moment, although Chen Ze was looking at his cell phone, he was already in the middle of a tangle and did not notice the message. When he heard the beep and came to his senses, the message had already disappeared. Hurriedly quit the SMS interface back to the main screen, followed by opening WeChat. It was a message from his own mother. Zhang Qiulan. Clicked in to see Chen Ze froze again. Zhang Qiulan, what do you think this child of yours is running for? Not just let you go to work in the company? Chen Ze was a bit confused. What was the situation? What do you mean? What is he running for? And what company to work for? Isn't he working at this time of the year to earn money? Just when Chen Ze still didn't know what was going on, Zhang Qiulan sent another message over. If you don't want to go, then you don't want to go. Let your sister take the top in the company first. Mom transferred $1 million to you. This is the money you spend first, not enough, and then ask mom for it. Chen Ze. Confirmed. Just this tone is the real mom. In addition to the transfer amount changed, the tone did not change. Okay, the real mom is still. Chapter 2, No Dreams. Nope. Chen Ze snapped back to his senses and looked carefully at the message sent by his mom. Not right. 10 to 12 points is not right. $1 million to spend first. Not enough to ask again? When did his family have this condition? This is not a joke. Just now also thought of relying on the 5 years of foresight ability to show their hands, and now suddenly happened this kind of thing. At this moment, Chen Ze urgently want to know what is the situation at home, want to call over to ask clearly, and do not dare to play, mainly do not know what to ask. Tangled hard to die. Chen Ze will again WeChat page exit, and then clicked on the text message, again clicked on the top of the message. Looking at the balance of over $1 million, Chen Ze couldn't help but grin. Although nothing was clear right now, money wouldn't lie. Ring ring ring. The cell phone rang once again, and Chen Ze, who was caught up in the middle of his joy, was startled. Looking at the caller ID, Chen Ze froze for a moment. It was his own sister Chen Ke calling. After hesitating for a moment, he still connected it. He wanted to get some information from his old sister. Hello, Chen Ze. A deafening roar came from the other end of the phone, frightening Chen Ze to immediately move the phone away from his ear. Chen Ze, do you want to die? Why didn't you come to the company when mom told you to? Why don't you come to the company when mom asked you to? Why don't you come to the company when you said you would come over to help after you stopped going to school? Do you know how hard I worked to get you out of school? Now that you don't go to school, mom is making me go to the company. Do you know that? Chen Ze, what a big grudge. Why don't you say anything? Isn't it justified? Answer me. Chen Ko, who didn't get a response, yelled again. Chen Ze, loss of reason? He's not justified. My ass. Chen Ze now really didn't know how to talk to his old sister. This touched his knowledge blind spot. Thinking about the tone of chatting with his old sister before he was reborn, Chen Ze gently coughed. Old sister, be a little more ladylike. Pay attention to the image. Hearing this, Chen Ko was even more enraged, but her tone became a little lower. Chen Ze, are you coming back? Hearing the threatening tone, Chen Ze sneered and said, "If I don't go back, I've got hard wings." When Chen Ke heard the first three words, she was just about to say if he had hardened his wings. She didn't expect to be told by Chen Ze in advance, which made her momentarily speechless. "Say it, what conditions will you come back to help?" Chen Ke saw Chen Ze hard not eat, then shifted his tone, intending to come soft. Hearing this sentence, Chen Ze's heart was happy, waiting for this sentence. "You first give me a money transfer, and then let me go to the company to do what things, to give me a list of things. I think about it. Didn't mom tell you what she wanted you to do at the company?" Chen Ke was a bit puzzled, but didn't take it seriously that Chen Ze was asking her for money. "Even though mom loves me the most, I'm still afraid that she'll screw me over for this kind of thing." "Bah, mom pits you?" "Old mom is pitting me," Chen Ke said in a cold voice. "Hurry up. First transfer money after sending to do what job? I'm now more than 10,000. Chen Ze's face is not red. Heart said, "Oh, you also have today? Serves you right." "Bah." Chen Ke heard this sentence, coldly laughed and mocked. Chen Ze heard this sentence, directly hung up the phone. He knew that his old sister was still the same old sister. No change. The only thing that had changed was his own family's family conditions. Now the only did not contact only dad Chen Mingqian, but according to the tone of the old mom and old sister, dad should not have changed anything. Speaking of the family, Chen Ze, reborn before, always thought that the family condition should not be so. Cannot say poor, but also cannot say rich. In the village is considered the upper middle. But why did Chen Ze say that the family's conditions shouldn't be like this? This has to talk about the face value of the four members of his family. Dad Chen Mingqian 1 meter 8, handsome, gentle and elegant. Mom Jiang Qiulan 1 meter 7, beautiful. Chen Ze do not want to use what adjectives to express the two of them this value and temperament. Not to take advantage of 180 billion are aggrieved. There is this gene. He and his sister Chen Ke natural growth is not bad, or Chen Ze TM an advantage are gone. It is because of this Chen Ze feel that the father and mother have something to hide from him, but with the passage of time, he will also be absolutely those unrealistic fantasies. I did not expect after the rebirth of the family conditions have changed. Is not sure how much assets, but no matter how much is also countless times stronger than before the rebirth. After all, mom gave pocket money than the previous home savings more. A drop. The cell phone rang. Is a text message reminder. Opened a look. Is Chen Ke to him to transfer money. Your tail number 6495 card August 25th 1135 construction bank income other bank remittance 200,000 yuan. The balance of 1,211,256 yuan. The other party account name Chen Ke. The other account tail number 6652 construction bank. Chen Ze looked at this number and scratched his head again. 200,000 ah. Although some surprise, but after experiencing the shock of mom transferring 1 million, Chen Ze has been able to accept it. It's just that the teeth are a little hot, exposed for air. Acceptable? Acceptable my ass. Before he was born again, he had only saved $200,000 after 5 years of hard work, and now his sister is giving him $200,000 as pocket money. So how can he accept it so quickly? Before he could be happy for long, Chen Ke sent him a long message. Chen Ze carefully read this message over, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. He opened his browser and typed Shangyao Group into the search bar. Looking at the message that popped up, Chen Ze gently clicked on it, and information about Shangyao Group was displayed in front of his eyes. Shangyao Group was established in 2000. The chairman and founder of the group is Chen Mingqian, including Business Management Group, Culture Group, Investment Group, which business center, film and television, sports and other industries, and the world's leading position in the industry, has developed into a modern service industry-based large-scale group. Basic information. Chinese name Shangyao Group. English name Shangyao Group. Date of establishment 2000. Headquartered in Linan. Registered capital 100,000,000 yuan. Registered address No. 668. Chongning Road, Shaoshan District, Linan City, Zhejiang Province, China. Business status open. Scope of business commercial real estate, cultural tourism, financial investment, film and television, sports. Legal representative Chen Mingqian. Annual turnover 11,232,677,000 yuan, 2016. Founder Chen Mingqian. Industry real estate and financial investment. There were many more behind it, but Chen Ze couldn't look at it anymore. He looked at the annual turnover there and read it over and over again, counted it over and over again. Yes, it's damn more than 100 billion, although it is the turnover. But this thing, even if he does not know anything about this person, is also clear how Shangyao Group a behemoth. Chen Ze really does not know what to say at this moment. Before he was born again, even if he was dreaming, he also felt that his father and mother to take advantage of 180 billion on the top of the day. And now it seems that he had to do dozens of TM dreams to reach this point. Chapter 3: The Joy of Being Rich. After learning all the information, Chen Ze was a bit confused, not to mention having 5 years of unforeseen ability. Even if he had 10 years, he did not believe that he would be able to build such a large behemoth. There were simply too many things involved, not something that the current him could imagine. Chen Ze sat on his bed and began to think. He did not doubt the information that he had searched out. Since such a thing as rebirth could happen, it was not surprising that such a super luxurious family lineage could happen. If there was a price for being reborn, then one really didn't know how many dignitaries, tycoons and the like would give up everything to pay that price. Chen Ze was now considering what he should do. He didn't understand the world of the rich. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't be ordinary, and suddenly having such a family history, he felt that he should learn how to become a qualified rich person. If this wealth was earned by Chen Ze himself, then he did not care about this matter. The rich generation and the second generation of the rich give people a very different feeling. I thought that having the ability to foretell for 5 years would allow my family to live in a completely different day than before, but I didn't expect my mom and dad to be so bullish, so that he simply had no room to exert his strength. Think a lot, and one by one rejected. Finally decided to first enjoy life. Poor so many years, after enjoying before considering those long-term things it. Just as the stomach began to rumble, glanced at the time, already almost 12 o'clock, go out to eat. As for his sister Chen Ko, let him go to work in the company? Don't be ridiculous, serious people who work he also said to think about it. Now think about it. I'm not going, mainly confused, go also do not know what to do, or first adapt to the current life and then say. After getting up and washing up, I looked at the familiar face in the mirror and couldn't help but grin again. This kid is really handsome. Walking out of the bathroom, looking at the tiny apartment, Chen Ze had a black line. In his last life, he didn't have a job and didn't have a lot of money, so he finally chose such a place to stay. And in this life, how did he find this crappy place when he was so rich? Thinking for a moment, he couldn't figure it out, so he could only blame it on some kind of greatness. But this broken place he will not live in. Reborn before he cannot see the place, now even more cannot see. Not to mention, the hand of this more than $1 million how to spend out Furthermore, according to the information, the family is doing real estate. The group is huge to such an extent. Chen Ze does not believe that there is no Shengyao Group project in Jiling, although the real estate industry has been on the decline. But according to the Shengyao Group shows the information, it is not a simple real estate company. All walks of life are mixed. There is a feeling of Wanda. Even more than Wanda is also messy. Light a financial investment project to be able to know how messy it is. The big group mixed holding this kind of thing, as long as the internet is not unaware of, that is, do not know the detailed information. Walked to the door, will lock the door after walking towards the elevator. This apartment is a 6 staircase, 30 family type. The hallway is a little narrow, but walking is not too depressing, can only be said to be okay. There hadn't been many people in this apartment, and it didn't take long for Chen Ze to ride the elevator down the stairs. Time has passed too long. He also does not remember what is good to eat around here. Good thing that there is no shortage of money now. Took out his cell phone and searched the surrounding food. The top of the list is a beef pot sticker store with a super high rate of positive feedback. Without the slightest hesitation, walked to the entrance of the district to play a cab and set off towards the destination. Inside the car, Chen Ze took out his cell phone and sent a message to his mom. Chen Ze, Mom, does our family have a house in Jiling? After sending it, he exited and opened Shake Tune and brushed it. Why? Bought Buddha Lang. In a split second there are a million possibilities. It's time to move forward, or continue to wait. I straddle the desert boat, back on the pipe hourglass, hands still holding a pot of spirits. If life had no regrets, no ripples, would you have never said goodbye that day? How I would like to see you again, even if it's a hurried glance to part. Seriously, could it be that I'm being ghosted? The 2018 Jitterbug was really fun. No wonder people were getting nostalgic about that summer in 2023. Just as Chen Ze was brushing the Jitterbug without any distractions, his mom sent a message over. What? Not living in your Thai apartment anymore? See this message, Chen Ze head full of black lines. He also said it, reborn after the family so rich, how is side even a bodyguard and so on? No. Now understand. Not no, is hiding it. Chen Ze didn't have a good mood and replied, I don't live. After thinking about it, I still can't condemn myself. Jiang Qiulan also immediately replied, then you want to live in a villa or a large flat? Chen Ze, good guy, this is the joy of being rich? A villa, a large flat to choose from? After a little thought, Chen Ze replied, a large flat, a little higher, to see the scenery. This time, Jiang Qiulan did not reply to him first. Chen Ze is not in a hurry, knowing that the mother should be inquiring about the house information to go. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Jiang Qiulan replied, There's a large flat in Fairview Tiancheng. I'll give you a number later. Just call and let someone pick you up before you go. Seeing this message, a smile appeared on Chen Ze's face. It has to be his own mom. Give mom replied an okay gesture after not pay attention to her. Is so realistic. When he was just about to continue brushing his jean, the cab stopped and the driver said, "Handsome, we're at the place." Chen Ze immediately raised his head when he heard it, and then asked, "How much is it?" $50. After settling the bill and getting off the bus, Chen Ze lifted his head and looked at the signboard of the beef pot stickers, pondering a question. It seemed like it hadn't been 10 minutes from the time he got on the bus to the time he got off, right? Plus the traffic jam. $50? Was he being ripped off? Looking down at his cell phone, he tapped on the navigation and searched for the location of the apartment. 6 kilometers. Glancing back at the cab that had long since disappeared, Chen Ze raised his head again to look at the sign for the beef pot stickers. I hope it must be tasty, or else it will be a loss. Although his family was now rich, but this kind of thing where he was clearly being screwed over was something that no one would feel good about, and it had nothing to do with money. Looking at the long line, Chen Ze was a little hesitant. This scene can determine one thing. This beef pot stickers, even if it is not as delicious as imagined, will not be too difficult to eat. Is that one does not really like to queue up, especially now this kind of weather. The hot sun did not give Chen Ze too much time to think. Stepped towards the side of the wonton store, walked in, casually deal with a mouthful of it. Is to run so far for nothing, but did not eat the beef pot stickers. Some pity. Wonton store inside the people are also quite a lot. Of course, compared with the beef pot stickers there is far worse. Casually find a vacant seat, sat down, looked at the menu posted on the wall. Chen Ze ordered a shrimp wontons, and asked for 2 small portions of food. 20 years old age, other cannot, is able to eat. Chapter 4 Men's Friendship. There were many people in the small restaurant. The food that Chen Ze wanted couldn't be made for a while. He wasn't in a hurry. He took out his cell phone and started to brush up the jitterbugs again. The short videos at this time of the day were still very nice to look at. With 100 different contents in them, it was simply impossible to get tired of looking at them. Hello, there's no one here opposite you, right? Just as Chen Ze was mindlessly brushing his jitterbugs, a voice came from above his head. Lifting his head, a handsome young man with a handbag in one hand and a cell phone held up in the other came into view. No one is here. You sit down. Chen Ze scanned the surroundings. Good lord, after such a short while, the small restaurant was actually full. Thank you. The young man hastily thanked him after receiving an answer. You're welcome, Chen Ze said carelessly, then lowered his head and swiped the video again. If the other party was a beautiful woman he would be able to chat for a couple of minutes. But a man, or a stranger, Chen Ze was really not interested in talking to him. The man didn't care and sat down after getting a reply, smoothly placing the bag in his hand on the table before carefully opening it up to reveal what was inside. Smells good. Not yet having swiped a few videos, suddenly smelling an aroma, Chen Ze immediately raised his head. Looking at the food in front of him, Chen Ze asked out loud, "Is this the beef pot stickers from the house next door?" "Yes. It's been a long time in line, only there's no place to eat there, so I came here. I didn't realize that there were so many people over here as well." The young man immediately replied after hearing Chen Ze's words. "Did you order food?" Chen Ze asked again. "Not yet. Thinking of finding a place first before ordering." The young man replied truthfully. "Do you think this is possible? I'll treat you to a meal here. How about you let me try a few pot stickers?" Chen Ze asked. It wasn't that he was much of a fan of the food, but mainly because he was pimped out by the cab driver, and if he didn't get to eat this pot stickers, it would make things difficult. No. If you don't mind, let's eat together." The young man quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's not be so polite. Let's do it this way. I'll treat you to wontons here, and you treat me to a few pot stickers, so it's all comfortable." Chen Ze laughed. "That's fine." The young man was also a pain in the ass and agreed without much hesitation after hearing Chen Ze's words. "What are you eating?" "I'll order for you." Chen Ze asked again. "Anything for me? I came here just to have a place to eat pot stickers. I'm not too rare for wontons." The young man spoke. Ha, I understand." Chen Ze laughed a little. He truly understood the other party's thoughts as he had done this kind of thing before. "Waiter," Chen Ze shouted to the person at the window. "What's wrong?" A middle-aged man inside the window answered. "Add another order of shrimp wontons, and replace my 2 small portions of dishes with a large one." Chen Ze said. "Okay." The middle-aged man nodded. Seeing the other party nodding, Chen Ze turned his head to the young man and asked, "Are you the anchor?" The young man had been holding his cell phone up to himself, and although he hadn't spoken, it was hard not to think so with this stance. "Well, I'm a store scouting blogger. So many netizens said that this store's beef pot stickers are delicious. I came over today to try them out." The young man nodded. Men's friendship came so suddenly, although Chen Ze did not want to take care of the other party at first, but with the beef pot sticker thing mixed in, The two had something to talk about. So are you broadcasting live now or are you videotaping yourself and then editing? Chen Ze asked again. It's live streaming. Mainly because I was really bored in the queue just now. So I turned on the live streaming. And I haven't turned it off now. The young man laughed. Chen Ze. Seeing Chen Ze's thoughts, the young man added, but don't worry. Without my consent, I won't film others in. Chen Ze nodded and said, don't you chat with your fans? From the young man chatting with him to now there are also a few minutes. Chen Ze has not seen him talking to the phone. He himself has seen live broadcasts before. No matter whether it is indoor or outdoor. He has never seen the anchor does not take care of the fans. The young man unsurprisingly gave Chen Ze a sense of curiosity. The other party is also a man. If this is a beautiful woman, in the middle of some dog blood text, the protagonist should have licked up by now. But unfortunately, the young man smiled after hearing Chen Ze's words and said, I'm just a small anchor. There aren't many people inside the live broadcast room, and there's not much to talk about, so I didn't care. Chen Ze nodded, but he didn't think that this young man was a small anchor. Whose small anchor dared to ignore his fans? He had seen those so-called small anchors. Even if there were 10 people inside the live broadcast room they could still talk nonsense. If someone spoke inside the live broadcast room, good lord, the enthusiasm was unbelievable. Only some big anchors dare to take the fans not to take seriously. Mainly netizens scream too fast, simply cannot reply. In addition to some of the big brother on the list, most of them are talking to themselves casually chat. But like in front of such a long time do not talk about the anchor is really rare. Of course, do not rule out that the other side is really a small anchor. The kind of play ticket nature. Do not take the fans as a matter of course. What Chen Ze didn't know was that at this moment the young man's live room had exploded. Good lord, I'm just a small anchor? Bull batch. A dog thief with millions of fans calling himself a small anchor? Who's the little anchor who dares to stay silent for such a long time? Speaking of which, that guy across the street doesn't know our dog god? That's right, our dog thief is quite famous. Stop it. There are so many anchors and netizens now. It's normal for ordinary people not to recognize them, okay? Dog fans, don't learn from those showbiz, people, okay? It's normal not to recognize them. Don't be so noble. Opposite the buddy is quite familiar with the dog thief lined up so long to buy. He opened his mouth to eat. Excessive, right? That is to say, want to eat their own to buy people work hard to line up to buy. He is so at ease to eat? The dog thief has female fans? Oh my god, the dog thief has a female fan? How? Why do you say it's female fans? It's only women who pay attention to this stuff. Who cares about men? No way. No way. This can even be sprayed? Didn't that dude across the street say he'd treat the dog thief to ravioli? He even exchanged the small portion of food he wanted for a large portion. So it's still not okay? How can a man's friendship come so suddenly? What should we do? 5 groups in one dorm? Ha ha ha. Muslin. The young man also saw the mess in his live room, because Chen Ze was right across from him, and there was no way to go about it. So he pulled away from the topic and said, okay brothers, we've found a spot now, and we've officially begun to eat. And the old rule is, the fans eat first. Chapter 5 Bent? The young man picked up his chopsticks and picked up a pot sticker and displayed it right in front of his cell phone before putting it into his mouth. Chen Ze watched the other party's actions and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. There was this kind of anchor so early? God TM fans eat first. Can they eat it? He wanted to vomit when he first saw this kind of operation in the past, but he didn't expect to see it live now. There's no one else. The young man signaled to Chen Ze with his eyes as he ate, asking him to eat a piece. Chen Ze was not polite. He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a pot sticker and started eating. Not to mention, the taste was really good. It was considered a delicacy, but it would not be worth it if he had to queue up. He was not the kind of person who could queue up for an hour or even longer for a bite of food. The young man was full of praise, while eating also while explaining. Said this beef pot stickers with what meat? What materials? How to make? There is so a little bit of professional knowledge. Even Chen Ze this kind of cooking little white can understand. But really if hands do well. Brain, I will. Hand, no. You won't. Chen Ze ate too. Put down the chopsticks. Taste fresh on the good. He has no high pursuit of food. Is like to taste a little never eaten food. The young man looked at Chen Ze with some surprise. He had thought that the other party was someone who liked to eat beef pot stickers and didn't want to queue up. But he didn't think that Chen Ze was really just tasting the flavor. Not long after, the food that Chen Ze wanted was also brought up. After the same gesture to the young man, Chen Ze directly ate it. The flavor was good. Chen Ze felt that the wontons here were even better than the beef pot stickers. But the traffic flow of this small store was not a little bit worse than the other side. It should be that pot sticker had been recommended by a shop hunting blogger or some other netizen. Otherwise the gap between the two sides wouldn't be so big. Of course, There was also the possibility that it was due to Chen Ze's own tastes, but the odds were that it was still due to these anchors. As someone who had been reborn back from the year 2023, he knew the power of a shop-hunting blogger all too well. A netizen with millions of followers saying that a store was delicious. That guy was directly sold out and couldn't even get in line. That 10 million netizens Ulala ate something and said it was delicious. Basically within a month or two when to go and when to line up. The power of traffic was as terrifying as it was. Well, this store's ravioli is also particularly delicious, so if the neighborhood's little friends have time, they can also come over to try it. The young man took a bite of the ravioli and immediately widened his eyes, and then he settled for the fans and the live broadcast. "Buddy, how are you eating it?" the young man suddenly asked after finishing. "I think it's even better than that pot sticker." Chen Ze nodded truthfully and said, "I feel about the same." The young man laughed. Hearing this, Chen Ze also laughed. Nowadays, the shop-hunting bloggers seldom praised the high and stepped on the low, because it was easy to trigger some bad remarks. Because of this, in a couple years there would be a large number of sharp-tongued shop-hunting bloggers who weren't afraid to start a war. It was all about traffic. Black and red is also red. For example, that's called a local. And then for example, that forcefully said not recommended 3 words and then changed his face in a second after the talent. In 2 years this group of people in order to traffic that really is not even face. "Where are you broadcasting live?" Chen Ze asked while eating wontons. "A certain hand," the young man replied. "How many fans?" Chen Ze asked again. Not many. The young man smiled without answering positively. Chen Ze also did not care, just casually chat. If it is shake voice then he is a little interested. A certain hand then even if he really do not like this platform, even download did not download. His grandma is particularly like. After finishing his meal Chen Ze nodded to the young man and said, "I'll leave first." See you later." The young man nodded his head in the same manner. Chen Ze directly left the small restaurant after settling the bill. He now had to go and finalize his place of residence first. Looking at Chen Ze's back as he left, the young man instantly became active. "Brothers, do you know how handsome that dude was just now? Let's put it this way, if I were a woman, I'd just be hitting on him upside down. And if I had the money, I'd pay whatever it takes to adopt him." Hearing the young man's words, his live room instantly boiled over. Asterisk. Why don't you show us the face? MD, you're talking about this after the man left, right? Get lost. What? Want to mail on mail? Dog thief. You're not bending, are you? Dog thief. You're 0. I'm 1. Add me to make you feel better. No, dog thief. You're good at this. Tell me earlier. I can't wait. Brother dog thief, if you're going to say that then I love you even more. Looking at these comments, the young man had a black line on his face. What's this all about? He just complimented the other party's looks. How did he bend himself? This is not good. This is not ruin the reputation. So quickly began to explain to his fans. All of this Chen Ze do not know. For him, the young man is just a small episode in the daily life. Not worth too much attention. Out of the small restaurant, Chen Ze this time learned, did not look for a cab, but directly from the phone called an online car. This thing cannot pit him. After all, there is navigation and price. The first time he learned from his mistakes. People are so grown up. It's not that he lived in vain before, but he really hadn't been pitched before, and suddenly had the money to be careless. In less than 5 minutes, a Toyota Corolla stopped in front of him. "Hello, is your tail number 6495? Chen Ze opened the passenger side and sat in before saying, "It's me," the driver master said. "Fasten your seatbelt, destination Jinqiu Tianchang right." Chen Ze fastened his seatbelt before saying, "Aha." The master driver did not continue to speak and drove off directly. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, clicked on the chat interface with his mom, and then pressed the cell phone number she had sent, and the other party answered just after 2 rings. "Hello, is it Chen Ze Chen Xiao?" A soft female voice came from the cell phone. Chen Ze slightly froze for a moment. After living for more than 20 years, this was the first time someone had called him Chen Xiao, but he reacted very quickly, and immediately said, "It's me. I'm now heading towards Jinqiu Tianchang. I'll be there in about an hour, so just wait for me in advance." "Okay young Chen, I'm at Fairview Tianchang right now, just come over." "Well, trouble." Chen Ze gave a polite cry. "No trouble, this is what I should do." The female voice replied softly. The corners of Chen Ze's mouth gently rose, and he directly hung up the phone without speaking. Chapter 6, Checking in. An hour later, the car stopped. "Hello, the destination is here." The driver master twisted his head and reminded softly. "Okay thanks." Chen Ze nodded and said, "Just click to confirm delivery. I'll deduct the money directly from my side." "Okay, please give a 5-star review." The driver master smiled. "Good." Chen Ze agreed, opening the car door and stepping down. To his eyes were a few high-rise buildings, very conspicuous in this empty place. At the entrance of the district stood a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a black professional dress with a white shirt. Her well-proportioned thighs were wearing black stockings. Her feet stepped on 8 or 9 centimeters of black high-heeled shoes. Her burgundy hair was draped over her shoulders, and her soulful and bewitching eyes revealed a mature and intellectual temperament. The mature woman froze for a moment when she saw Chen Ze coming down from the net car, and then she walked towards him. Hello Chen Xiao, my name is Songya. I'm the manager of this side of Fairview Tiancheng. The beautiful woman extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello. Chen Ze also stretched out his hand and gently shook the other party's hand and said, soft and cozy. This was the first impression that the beautiful woman's hand gave Chen Ze. Chen Xiao, then let's go look at the house first? Songya said in a soft voice. Okay. Chen Ze nodded his head. Young Chen, this way please. The beautiful woman Songya extended her hand in invitation, and immediately led the way towards the inside of the neighborhood. Chen Ze followed nonchalantly. While walking, the beautiful woman introduced the situation of the neighborhood to Chen Ze. In fact, there was no need for her to introduce Chen Ze to understand. Knowing that he had spent 5 years in this city before he was reborn, he knew this property too well. He came to this place in 2022 to deliver something to a customer, and his memory is very deep. Jinqiu Tiancheng was only delivered in February 2018, and this location to the south can see Jinling City, Xinjiku, and Jinling TV Tower in the distance, and to the north, there is a line of the Yangtze River, and the Jinling Bridge can also be seen very clearly. On the roof of the building can see the best river view of Jinling, regardless of the north and south. Look out like a giant postcard. This property recognition is particularly high. As long as the location, a glance can be recognized as a Jinqiu Tiancheng. Want to ignore are difficult. As for the house price, now is the highest point. To 2023 when dropped some, but not much, compared with other properties is too good. Chen Ze does not care. The family are in this condition. Pour this money? Moreover, he still has 5 years of foresight. Just grab a few opportunities, not to mention a set of houses. Even if it's a building of their own, do not care. First enjoy the end of the say the other. Young Chen, your house is on the 21st floor of building A. The floor area is 380 square meters. It's a 5-room, 3-room, 5-bath construction. Songya led Chen Ze to the elevator and gave him a brief introduction of the house's condition while riding the elevator. Chen Ze just nodded gently and did not say anything more. The elevator quickly came to the 21st floor. Stepping out of the elevator to the door of the room, Songya entered the password and the door lock opened. After reaching out and inviting Chen Ze into the room, Songya added, the room has been decorated. The necessities of life have also been prepared. You can just move in directly. You don't need to bring anything. Seeing Chen Ze nodding his head, Songya continued to introduce. The room type structure is I-type, with 3 sides surrounded by scenery, a 27-meter ring screen balcony, equivalent to the width of the IMAX screen, and a line of river view. The indoor floor in addition to the nanny room all use imported marble. The TV background wall is also the use of Italian rock. The entire floor height of 3 meters 3. The guest dining room area of 120 square meters. And then there is the master bedroom, check room, bathroom and so on. Chen Ze followed Songya around the room before arriving at the balcony. Looking out was the river view of the Yangtze River, which was breathtakingly beautiful. It was still daytime. If it was nighttime, one could imagine how bright and colorful it would be. Chen Ze was a bit emotional. In his last life, he could only observe the lives of the rich through social software like Jitterbug. But now that he was actually standing here, overlooking this stunning scenery, it made him feel marvelous. Looking at the mesmerized Chen Ze, Songya didn't disturb him. She was just a bit strange. How could a rich second generation with Chen Ze's status be attracted by this bit of scenery? But it was her professionalism not to ask what she shouldn't ask. Chen Ze quickly slowed down and turned his head to Songya. Thank you. I have no more problems here. Hearing Chen Ze's tone of sending off, Songya immediately replied, alright, young Chen, you can call me if you have anything. I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Well, goodbye. Chen Ze gently nodded. Songya stepped out of the room with her high heels and closed the door behind her and left. Chen Ze looked at the closed door, and then turned his head to look at the scenery outside the balcony, feeling that he couldn't get enough of it. Poor people at first rich. Beggar mentality for a moment is not transformed, but there is no hurry. Slowly cultivate is good. A Jiao is the most obvious example. No fire before and after the fire. That state is simply 2 people. Money, this thing is really feed people. Speaking of money, he doesn't seem to have much. $1 million, not even a luxury car cannot afford to buy. To pull. Although it is said that the belly has poetry from the Hua, but he is a vulgar man. There is no bacteria in that area. Can not learn, can only vulgar rely on money to enhance. Thinking about it, Chen Ze slapped his forehead. Drift, more than 1 million are not in the eyes. Not reborn before 200,000 are his lifeblood. Now even look down on more than 1 million, is no one. But the truth is, if you really want to spend, more than 1 million cannot really buy anything. The bottom line is not enough. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze decided to give his dad a call. From the rebirth, mom contacted, sister also contacted. His dad Chen Mingqian has not contacted. Now just make a phone call. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his cell phone and found his dad's number and called him. The sound of beeping has not sounded twice before it was connected. Hey, what's up? A refined and easygoing voice came over from the other end of the phone. Chen Ze listened to the familiar voice, and laughed. He. Nothing, it's just that I was pitted in a taxi just now, and I'm very upset, so I'm calling you to spit it out. He, you kid. Chen Mingqian laughed helplessly, then said, what, want to buy a car? Have a good look at it? Not yet, there is no money in the hands of the bottom. Chen Ze expressly said, okay, how much do you want? I'll have someone transfer it to you later. Chen Mingqian asked softly, not sure, haven't looked at the car yet, but the more the better chant. Chen Ze gave the right to choose to his dad. I'll give you $100 million, but you promise me one thing. After saying this, Chen Mingqian's voice did not change in the slightest, as if this 100 million was not worth mentioning. But Chen Ze couldn't. Although he had the ability to foretell for 5 years, it took time to actually do it. How could he control it when he suddenly heard his dad giving $100 million? So he immediately asked, what is it? Chapter 7 Things. Chen Mingqian said unhurriedly, it's very simple. On October 20th you will represent Shangyao Group to go to the capital and just participate in an activity. Chen Ze scratched his head. How does this date sound so familiar? He couldn't think of it for a while, so he directly asked, what activity? Chen Mingqian also did not intend to hide him. Bike Jump intends to finance on that day. I have something to pass on that day. You are not going to school now. It is just right to let you have a long insight. Save the future out of the door, others do not recognize you. Hearing this, Chen Ze slapped his forehead fiercely. How did he forget about this matter? In 2018, the $4 billion pre-IPO financing of Bike Jump that swept the entire financial investment field. Before he was reborn, as an ordinary person, he actually couldn't understand this aspect at all. But Jitterbug is really too famous, and the content in it is really too cluttered, which made him understand about this financing of Bike Jump. On October 20th, 2018, SoftBank Vision Fund, KKP, Chunhua Capital, Yunfeng Fund, Pan Atlantic and others jointly contributed $4 billion to take a 5% stake in Byte. At that time, the valuation of Byte Jumping was $80 billion, but at the back, the valuation of Byte Jumping turned out to be up to more than $400 billion. That is, this number is not quite accurate, because the valuation of Byte Jumping at the beginning changed too much, and there is no way to determine it. But even if it is like this, it is a deal that is stable and does not lose money. In his last life, he hadn't heard of Shangyao Group as a company, let alone participating in that financing. But after his rebirth, he knew very well how huge Shangyao Group was, as long as he could insert himself into it, even if it was just to take a little bit of equity, it would be a considerable amount of money. Although Shangyao Group was already very rich, but who would mind having too much money? Although Shangyao Group is already very rich, who would mind having too much money? Why wouldn't you pick up money for nothing? Not to mention the fact that Shangyao Group already had a financial investment program. Although he thought about a lot of things, time did not pass for long as Chen Ze asked out loud, what? The group wants to invest as well? Yes, now the short video is really too hot. The group's financial department has already evaluated it. The follow-up potential is very large. As the parent company Bike Jump is now a piece of fat meat, Shangyao Group must take a bite. Chen Mingqian said decisively. I know, I'll be there when the time comes. Chen Ze promised. Not only for that $100 million, more than that, he wanted to go and meet these business bigwigs. Although his family was now part of it, Chen Ze had not experienced it. This kind of opportunity was rare. He did not want to miss it. Hearing Chen Ze agree, Chen Mingqian smiled. Well, that's fine. The money will arrive in a while. I'll go and get busy first. Good. Hearing Chen Ze's voice, Chen Mingqian then hung up the phone. Looking at the call that had hung up, the last stone in Chen Ze's heart fell. Although his dad had now become a business tycoon, the person was still the same person as before, without the slightest change, which made him very comfortable. In the past, he often felt that his father and mother are not ordinary people, but this kind of thing really happened. He is still a little worried. Chen Ze does not want the family to become rich. Mom and dad become unfamiliar. Fortunately, everything has not changed. Put away the cell phone. Chen Ze's face showed a faint smile. Now there is no worry. Casually glancing around the room, and finding a pen and paper from inside the drawer, he walked over to the sofa and sat down. He was going to recall the events between now and 2023. Of course, things that could make him money. The family was already rich, but it was a real pain in the ass to spend this stuff. And how to put it, cash flow was rare after the group got too big. At first there were rumors that the principal's father gave him 500 million startup funds, and finally the principal himself came out to dispel rumors that there is not so much, and are a small sum of money accumulated. This thing was very hot at first. Chen Ze also knows, although there may be moisture in it, but he can be sure that Shangyao Group's cash flow will not have too much, or even if there will not let him just go to spend. The second generation with the generation difference is very big. In this way Chen Ze would have to rely on himself to earn wealth. However, he does not feel anything. This family has defeated 99% of the world's people. People have to be contented. Not to mention that now his father will give him to turn $100 million of funds. With this 100 million startup capital, what can't be done? Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze began to record. He couldn't remember much of what had happened in the past 2 years, but the only thing he knew a little bit about was stocks. That's right, before he was born again, he was also speculating in the stock market, but it is a small fight. The funds inside the account are not more than $10,000, mainly because those money are their own little by little saved. Really do not want to give the stock market for nothing, but cannot help the curiosity of the heart. Just play casually, earn the best. Loss is not heartbreaking. It is precisely for this reason that he has so little understanding of the stock market. When Chen Ze wanted to record, he stopped again. MD, too long to remember. This is bad. Chen Ze scratched his head, or hands on the paper wrote down the Bitcoin 3 words. The specific information of this thing he does not understand at all. Just know that it is a virtual coin, but its price Chen Ze is to understand. Or at first as long as it is playing the phone there are not a few do not know. What is the highest point in history? What won more than $60,000? What 10 years ago to buy $100 of Bitcoin can be wealth free? When Bitcoin reached more than $60,000 US dollars, jitterbugs on the top of the information about it is really called a pavement. Even his grandma one day asked what is a Bitcoin, which can be seen at the time of this thing is how hot, but now the time is still early. His principle is not much, wait and say, write down the Bitcoin is to try to recall something else. After thinking about it for half a day, Chen Ze is a little crazy. Time is too long. A little bit of memory inside the mind or not. It's useless to think about it hard. If you can't think of it, you can't think of it, and he needs a fuse to evoke his own memories. Take out the cell phone. Immediately began to download the speculation software Oriental Wealth. Cell phone network speed can be a moment to download successfully. Opened the software. Logged in. Chen Ze began to watch the market. He did not go to the certification. Also did not think to use the phone to speculate on the stock market. There is this family history. Really want to do what is natural is to hand over to the professionals. Now is just to record the situation first. Good guy. Do not look at it. Look shocked. Recently, the stock market index has plunged from the high point of 3,587.03 at the beginning of this year has been down to 2,730 now. The big A deserves to be called the big cancer. Bull batch. Chapter 8 The Fortune Code. After sighing, Chen Ze continued reading. Suddenly a message came into view. 4 big words. Crossover demon stocks. Seeing this, Chen Ze's mind immediately conjured up several stocks. The 2018 to 2019 cross-year demon stock Oriental Communications. 2019 to 2020 cross-year demon stock Saturday. The crossover demon stock of 2020 to 2021. Lanzi. And then there's the final king of all demons. The 2021 to 2022 crossover demon king. Juan Medical. Do not even have to think about it. When he saw the 4 words cross-year demon stock, these several demon stocks automatically appeared in his mind. As long as the speculation of stocks, even if it is a little bit of the edge can remember these few demon stocks, information bombardment is too powerful. No way. Do not speculate in stocks may not know. If you do not speculate in stocks, then you jitterbug above the recommended are some black silk legs or odd piao and so on. But after frying stocks, come on, push all kinds of financial bloggers. What pill girl, seaside cake, small division sister and so on. And what young dia, a lifetime of urine strong 10,000 hands up and so on. More there are some selling classes to cut leaks. Anyway, as long as the frying stock, jitterbug on what demons and monsters can see. The stock market on some things, cannot help but remember, day after day to see. Little cutie, can also remember some things. Thinking of these few demon stocks Chen Ze has a bottom line at this time. And now there is still a period of time from the new year. There is no hurry. Then wrote on the paper some of the stocks that he now remembers the big rise. There is a big A. There are also U.S. stocks. When the outbreak of Chinese stocks was on the hot search for several days. There is also Tesla, this kind of demon king, but that is a few years later. Now was the time to watch more. Maybe a certain demon stock would suddenly come to mind at some point. Ding! The cell phone received a text message. Chen Ze looked at the content on the text message, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but gently rise. $100 million had arrived. That long string of numbers put Chen Ze in a very beautiful mood. Who could not like money? Stand up and walk towards the bedroom. There is a small safe inside the bedroom. According to the instructions to operate some, will set the password, the record of his wealth password of the paper gently put in. After locking the safe, he returned to the sofa, lay down and took out his cell phone and searched. Now that he had the money, all he needed was the car. Oh, no, he still does not know where his parking space. Find Songya's phone number. Did not dial, but in the WeChat interface search, the avatar is Songya himself. A microsignal appeared in the search bar below. After clicking in to take a look at Chen Ze applied to add her friends, and then quit the WeChat page. Open the jitterbug to search up luxury cars. For the luxury car Chen Ze is also considered to like. No man can refuse this thing. Say do not like or not money. After a simple search, a luxury car attracted his attention. Bentley Continental GT Black Knight. This car was truly beautiful, and just by looking at it Chen Ze fell in love with it. Compared to a supercar, he felt that this kind of car was more suitable for him now. It's not that he can't afford it, it's that the money is useful, and he will consider the supercar when he earns money. Tap Gouda. Searched for Bentley 4 store. More than 10 kilometers. Took a look at the time. Today is not able to buy. Chen Ze saw the map below the phone number of Bentley 4 store, so he directly called the past to make an appointment. After the phone hung up the phone rang a beep. It was Songya passed the friend verification. Before he could click on it, she sent a message over. Songya, hello Mr. Chen, how can I help you? Chen Ze, where is my parking space? Songya, wait a moment, I'll go over now and show you. Chen Ze, no need, just tell me the location. Songya, okay, your parking space is on the negative floor. The number of the parking space is at 21. There are 2 parking spaces that are next to each other, both with this number. Chen Ze, got it. Songya, okay Chen Xiao. Exiting the chat interface, he clicked on jitterbug again. It was still fun to shake the sound, especially at this time of the day. Just after swiping for a short while, there was a short video that attracted his attention. The content of the short video was very boring, and the vast majority of people would usually just brush away and move on to the next one after brushing it. But Chen Ze sat up violently. The content of the short video is very simple. Said the semiconductor industry leader Intel 14 nanometers production capacity is insufficient this year. But this short line of content but let Chen Ze aura. Intel's capacity is insufficient, but AMD, ultra micro semiconductor, capacity is sufficient. Not that he knows what's going on here, but when a certain period of time he searched for the U.S. stock rally list. A financial blogger had summarized the U.S. stock rankings of the past years. And in 2018 AMD, superpower semiconductor, occupied the top of a classification. Chen Ze may not remember the second or third place, but the first place is remembered very clearly. And there is also the fact that the top of the ranking list of this classification in 2019 is also it, which makes him remember even more clearly. Logging into Oriental Wealth. I searched for AMD, superpower semiconductor, and it was really red, and it closed up 7.58% yesterday, closing at 23.98. This is the wealth code. He is now going to do is to open a U.S. stock account, and then this 100 million stud in. No, but also to add leverage. This TM white pick up money. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze planned to give his own sister a call. He now has nothing but money. Even if he knows that this stock is going to go up, he will not operate, because he has not bought. There is also the leverage is also very troublesome. You have to find a professional. Profather cannot find. Chen Ze does not want him to know now that he speculates in the stock market. If not, no one is available now. He does not even want to find Chen Ku. It is not that we have to hide it all the time. These things can't be explained. No one will believe it if we say it. We can only say it after we earn enough money. Not now. Although Shanyao Group is very large, but that is not his own. Even if he now go to the group is useless. Cannot do the main big money. The bigger the group the more constraints. This is inevitable. The formation of a company, do not have to do anything. Just help him to operate the stock. Other industries, even if Shangyao Group is so big waiting for him to inherit it, there is no need to go through the trouble of getting other. After thinking through these things, Chen Ze gave Chen Ku a phone call. It rang a few times before Chen Ku picked up. Hey, have you thought about it? Chen Ze heard this and froze for a moment. How did he forget about this? MD, lost count. Slapping his forehead, Chen Ze whispered. So what? What would you do if I said I'm not going to the company? Not going? Oh, then you don't come back. You just let me catch you, then you're dead. Chen Ze's voice didn't have the slightest emotion. That's fine then. Then I won't go. And I don't plan on going home anytime soon, Chen Ze said cheaply. After he finished speaking, he could clearly hear the other end of the cell phone take a long breath. The sound was too loud. Then what? Chen Ze was really afraid that Chen Ze's lungs would explode. He quickly pacified. I recently plan to run a company by myself. If it fails, I'll go back. And if it succeeds, you'll see. Is it okay? Chapter 9, Buying a Car. What? Such a large industry as Shangyao Group can't accommodate Mr. Chen didn't have the good sense to say. Hearing this, Chen Ze hemmed and hawed and laughed. Not really. I intend to play around by myself first, and only go to the group after some time. I just stopped going to school, so I must not relax and unwind first. Ah, that is to say what you promised me in the past are all farts? Chen Ke was somewhat helpless. Chen Ze, who knows what he had promised in order not to go to school? There was no way to talk about this, so Chen Ze could only continue to appease. How about this? Whether it works or not, I'll go to the group next year? Besides, even if I go to the group you won't be able to run away. Okay, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You go, I certainly do not have to go. I first play for 2 years, and then let mom and dad to me to find someone to marry and can continue to play. How can not run? Chen Ke said furiously. Chen Ze? What the hell? How come his elder sister didn't think the same as him? Didn't she say that all the rich and powerful girls like to have a career and don't like to marry? Thinking back to his sister's temperament before she was reborn, it seems that she really didn't have any ideas in this regard. Before she was born again, she was almost 30 and hadn't married out, but she didn't have the slightest resistance to matchmaking and the like. And even though the matchmakers introduced her to crooked people, she really seemed to want to marry someone. This, miscalculated. Alas, Chen Ze let out a long sigh. Then let's do it this way. I'll go to the company at the beginning of next year, but you have to do me a favor now. What favor? Chen Ke did not agree at first. Chen Ze, convinced, should not have made this call. Had I known that it would have been better to find mom, or even headhunters are better than looking for Chen Ku. Things have come to this point, can only break the pot? Chen Ze said. You give me to create a financial investment company in Jinling, and then all kinds of talents recruited. Monday I want to see them work. Financial investment company? What are you building this for? Shangyao Group has a financial department. You can go there directly, Chen Ke said in disbelief. Cut the crap. If you say yes, then I'll go to the group next year. If you don't, then I'll hang up. Chen Ze thought that he had suffered a loss, and now he didn't want to take care of Chen Ku. Promise. I'll do it now, but this time you can't keep your word. Chen Ku immediately stopped obsessing about what Chen Ze was going to do. For the sake of freedom, this little thing was really nothing. Got it. Send me a message after it's done. Hanging up. Okay, bye. Chen Ku was very happy. Women really fickle. Chen Ze was really powerless to spit. Lying on the sofa, continue to play with the phone. Now is to watch more jitterbug. His fragmented memory is really too much. To watch more jitterbug. Maybe there is another message that can evoke his memory. The next morning at 11:30, Chen Ze woke up from his dream. Last night, he brushed the short video for a bit too long. Plus his mood was a bit uplifted, so he couldn't sleep at all. And he didn't sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Picked up the remote control next to him and gently pressed it. The curtain slowly pulled open. Chen Ze rubbed his eyes, got out of bed and walked to the window to open it. Fresh air immediately rushed in. Taking a deep breath, a beautiful day has begun again. Chen Ze washed up a bit. Inside the closet was filled with all kinds of clothes. The size was purchased according to his body type. Don't ask. Ask is the arrangement given by his own mother. As for the talent apartment side of things, in addition to clothing, bedding, nothing, Chen Ze simply do not want. Rent is also not returned. There is the deposit. He intends to wait for the expiration in the want, although not a few money, but there is no need to give it to others for nothing. Put on his clothes, went downstairs and looked for a restaurant near the neighborhood. It is definitely not possible to eat breakfast at this point. It is now lunchtime, probably because he just got up. Chen Ze didn't have much of an appetite, casually ate a little something and then left, calling an online taxi in advance. When he came out, the master driver was already waiting for him, sitting in the passenger side and fastening his seatbelt. The driver asked a question and then drove towards the Bentley 4 store. More than an hour later, Daming Road Street corner, Chen Ze turned his sight towards this market that occupied 60% of the car sales market in Jinling. For those who liked cars, they were able to shop here for days without getting tired of it. Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and even Bugatti and other supercar brands. Chen Ze stepped inside, looking at a luxuriously decorated lobby, and those various luxury cars parked inside the lobby. Chen Ze's mood was a bit stirred. A man's paradise. Why do you say so? Not only are there a lot of luxury cars here, but there are also a lot of beautiful women, not to mention those wearing professional clothing standing in the store waiting for the guests of the Miss is on the road. Chen Ze saw a lot of value is not low beauty, body that is called a great, especially dare to wear. That is, these beauties have a male companion, otherwise, forget about it, think too much. This idea is somewhat pulled, or first buy a car, crossing one showroom after another. Chen Ze looked at the Bentley logo and stopped. The street was swarming with people, but there were not many people inside the Bentley store. Through the glass he was able to clearly see how many people were inside the showroom. The vast majority of the sales staff were idle. After Chen Ze walked into the showroom, a black silk young lady wearing a professional outfit and stepping on 7 or 8 centimeter high heels greeted him. Hello sir, I'm Jing Su, the sales of the Bentley store on Daming Street. I'm glad to serve you. May I ask sir, do you have an appointment? Looking at Su Jing's beautiful face, Chen Ze said, yes, surname Chen, appointment yesterday. Hearing Chen Ze's reply, the smile on Su Jing's face became even more sincere. The guests who booked an appointment in advance to see the car were some quality resources with high purchasing intentions. Although Chen Ze looked young, the clothes the other party wore could not escape her fiery eyes. A famous brand, it was still a limited edition model. As a Bentley salesman, one couldn't make it long without a good eye. And those stupid fools in TV dramas who didn't know anything wouldn't appear in real life. Chen Ze had just finished speaking. Su Jing had already pulled up the request that Chen Ze had called in yesterday, and after just a quick glance, she said to Chen Ze, Mr. Chen, this way please, the Bentley Continental GT Black Knight you want to see is over here. While saying that, Su Jing extended her hand towards Chen Ze in invitation. Chen Ze followed the other party's footsteps and walked over. Mr. Chen, this Bentley Continental GT is the latest 2018 model, W12-60T Black Knight, and he owns. Su Jing was on the side explaining to Chen Ze incessantly, but Chen Ze was not listening in at all. For him, a car is a means of transportation, handsome and able to drive. The rest really doesn't matter. Don't say he has money now. Even when he didn't have money, he thought the same way. Gently pulling open the car door, Chen Ze sat in, while Su Jing was half squatting on the side to continue her explanation. Chen Ze did not hesitate. His purpose of coming here was clear, to buy a car. Gently stroking the steering wheel, Chen Ze asked out loud, how much does this car cost? Su Jing, who was introducing the car, was interrupted, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest and said softly, this Bentley Continental GT Black Knight costs $3.5 million for the bare car, and it's up to you if you want to choose the options. Chen Ze gently nodded and said, I'll take this car, give me the option list. Okay, Mr. Chen, you wait a moment. Su Jing was a bit agitated, but quickly got it under control, stepping on her high heels and trotting all the way out of Chen Ze's line of sight. However, Su Jing reappeared within a few minutes, holding a thin sheet in her hand as she walked over quickly. Looking at the list of options handed over by Su Jing, Chen Ze casually picked a few things. He really didn't understand these. The only thing he valued was the interior. He chose a burgundy color, jeweled black with burgundy. Perfect. How long can I drive this car away? Chen Ze asked. Mr. Chen, the optional customization cycle then is about 6 to 8 months time, because Bentley Motors insists on. How long? Chen Ze interrupted Su Jing's chatter with some surprise. Ha! For the first time, Su Jing revealed a panicked look. She could sense Chen Ze's thoughts. The duck in her hand was going to fly. Chen Ze reminded the other party. Mr. Chen, it will take about 6 to 8 months to finally pick up the car, Su Jing said stiffly. Chen Ze was a bit speechless for a moment. For the first time, he knew that he had to wait for such a long time to buy a car. Isn't this a waste? He didn't have the patience. For Chen Ze, a car was just a transportation tool. It was intended to be bought today and driven today, no later than tomorrow. And not what super luxury sports car. This time is too long. He did not want to wait. Really cannot just buy a Porsche and so on. And then cannot buy Mercedes-Benz, Audi and so on. A Bentley let him wait for such a long time cannot. Chen Ze walked out of the car and shook his head and said, no, the time to wait is too long. I don't have that effort. I may not be able to stay in Jinling for a few months. Yesterday, he promised his elder sister that he would go to the group after the new year. Although he didn't know where he would go, he was sure that Jinling wouldn't be able to stay for long. Hearing Chen Ze's words, Su Jing, even if she had already been psychologically prepared, still couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The duck is really going to fly. But the Bentley store is such a situation. Even the vast majority of luxury car brands are the same, and there is nothing she can do about it. You go ask your manager to see if there is a current car. The options I have no requirements, as long as the interior is burgundy. Chen Ze gave Su Jing one last chance. If there was really no suitable one, then he could only give up. For a car to let him wait for more than half a year, it's impossible. Half an hour of queue he didn't want to line up, not to mention such a long time. Okay, you wait a moment. After saying her words, Su Jing immediately turned around and left, running even faster than earlier. Chen Ze shook his head. For him it was just a transportation tool. This one didn't work, can be the next one. But for Su Jing it was real money. If this order came true, her commission was quite a lot, so she couldn't help but pay attention to it. Chapter 10 Sinkhole. Sweeping a glance at the other people inside the store, the vast majority of them are over to casually look, to know that Bentley's sales in Jinling in 2022 is only 73 units, and now this time will only be even less. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Ze opened the jitterbug and searched again. If this car does not work, he will have to go to buy a different one. Now search. Save trouble. Just searching not a few, Chen Ze found another model that is more pleasant to the eye. Porsche Panamera. This car before he has seen a lot. Jinling, how to say, is also a big city. This place is still a lot of rich people. Not to mention the Porsche. Even if it is a variety of supercars, Chen Ze has seen a lot. But they say that supercars are not comfortable to drive. I do not know, because they cannot afford to say sour words or really uncomfortable. But there was a sentence that he felt was very right after seeing it. It said, it's true that driving a supercar is uncomfortable. But if you have a supercar, someone will naturally make you comfortable. Truly a supreme saying. Nah. That's why as a rich second generation, you can't be without a supercar, only to consider it later, after you have enough money to splurge. Just when Chen Ze was planning to continue looking at other luxury cars, Su Jing ran over with an excited face on her high heels. Looking at her appearance, Chen Ze was really afraid of accidentally falling down. Ta-da-da. In the blink of an eye, Su Jing ran to the side of Chen Ze and said excitedly, "Hello, Mr. Chen. It's like this. Just now I went to call and asked. We have a customized car in our store over on Nanjiang Road in Jinling. Except that the options of that car are a few more than yours, and the price is also slightly more expensive, plus all kinds of tax insurance. The total price is $4.5 million, and if you accept it, you can pick up the car today. If you accept it, you can pick up the car today." A smile appeared on Chen Ze's face. That one. I'll take it. Although Su Jing had already decided that the other party wouldn't care about this amount of money, she still couldn't help but shiver when she really heard Chen Ze agree to it. As a Bentley sales, it wasn't like she hadn't sold cars before, and she had also seen other colleagues selling cars, but it was the first time she had seen something as dry as Chen Ze, not to mention the fact that Chen Ze was so handsome and rich. When will the car arrive? Chen Ze asked. I'm going to make a call now. The car will come in about an hour, Su Jing said in a hurry. Then go ahead and do it. Okay, you wait a moment. After Su Jing finished speaking, she quickly walked inside the office again. Not a moment later, Su Jing walked over with a middle-aged man in a suit. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Lin Feng, the manager of the Bentley sales store on Daming Street. Just now I heard Xiao Jing say that you decided to have that customized Bentley Continental GT Black Knight? The middle-aged man walked over to Chen Ze and said respectfully, "Yes, get it to me as soon as possible. I want to pick up the car and leave today." Chen Ze gave the other party a peace of mind. Okay, the current car has already been shipped this way. Why don't Mr. Chen go to the VIP lounge first to take a break, and we'll do the formalities when the car arrives? Hearing Chen Ze's words, Lin Feng's tone became more respectful. Do it now. The money is swiped from this card. I want to be able to lift the car when it arrives. Chen Ze took out his bank card and handed it over, saying, "No problem. You wait a moment." Lin Feng took the bank card and then gave a wink to Su Jing beside him. Su Jing trotted over in the direction of the office again and, "Mr. Chen, do you have any requirements regarding the license? If you don't have any requirements, our store can provide you with an ordinary license plate for free." "No, just anyone will do. It's just a substitute car." Chen Ze is very pretentious said, but he really thinks so. Have a car to drive on the line. Only beggar mentality for a moment to change over. Cannot help but say it. Okay, Mr. Lin, wait a moment. Lin Feng nodded his head, his gaze aimed in the direction of the office. Su Jing trotted over with the POS machine in her hand and immediately handed it to Lin Feng when she reached the two. Lin Feng took the POS machine and gently swiped the bank card that Chen Ze handed him before handing the POS machine over to Chen Ze and said, "Mr. Chen, please enter your password." Chen Ze did not hesitate, and after entering the password, the POS machine spat out a note. This meant that the transaction of up to $4.5 million was successful. Chen Ze wasn't afraid of the other party doing anything that the store would do. He possessed enough backbone to deal with these troubles. However, the Ford store is not so SB. Can buy a car with full payment, and by such a casual person is not so good to be messed with. Not to mention that kind of talent there are not a few. Otherwise it will not be out of this kind of thing on the hot search. Standing behind the two, Su Jing froze for a moment. This single is really too smooth. Like a dream. Xiao Jing, what are you still waiting for? Hurry and take Mr. Chen to the VIP hall to rest. Lin Feng said as if he hated it. Mr. Chen, this way please. Hearing this, Su Jing hurriedly walked over to Chen Ze and extended her hand in invitation. Chen Ze nodded and followed Su Jing over. It was impossible not to go. There were already a lot of people surrounding them now. Chen Ze took a look and realized that besides envy, there were also looks like looking at monkeys, which made him not want to continue to stay here. Just a few steps away, the cell phone rang. Chen Ze took it out and saw that it was Chen Ku calling. Without hesitation, he directly connected. Hey old sister, what's up? I've done it for you. The company's address is in the International Financial Center 26-layer whole layer. Management personnel, staff all arrive. Tomorrow you go directly over on the line. The general manager is called Yang Gang. A moment I WeChat to send you his cell phone number. You arrive tomorrow to call him on the line. Chen Ku immediately said. Chen Ze, so fast? The place is so big? Even though it's already Sunday, it's too fast. Moreover, Chen Ku didn't even ask him what to name the company. Chen Ze said, what's the name of the company? Chen Ku, hearing that there wasn't the slightest sound on the opposite side of the phone, Chen Ze had a bad feeling in his heart. Speak, so what? Old brother what is the name of the company is not important. Can work for you on the line. Chen Ku's tone was somewhat embarrassed. The name of the company won't be Shangyao, right? Chen Ze asked in a cold voice. He. Chen Ku's embarrassed laughter came from inside the phone. Is this how you do things for me? I need to find you to do so? Chen Ze loudly reprimanded. He was convinced that his old sister was simply a sinkhole. No, I originally wanted to rebuild a company for you, but not long after I just called someone told me that there is a financial investment company at Shangyao Group in Jinling, and it is not easy to get a financial company nowadays. A day or two is not good at all. I'm afraid of delaying you before I do this. Chen Ku rarely became so gentle. This person won't be dad, right? Chen Ze uncovered her mask. He. Chen Ku giggled out. Chapter 11, Arranged. Convinced. For the first time, Chen Ze felt that his elder sister was just like a little cutie. As the daughter of a wealthy family and so beautiful, doesn't she have a few suitors? Wouldn't it be easy for those guys to do this kind of thing? Furthermore, even if she herself or her little sisters run a company, it's also very easy. To put it bluntly, Chen Ku was just lazy. Maybe she realized that she was not doing the right thing. Chen Ku pacified, it's all the same. Moreover, Shangyao Group will be yours in the future. Going early or late won't make a difference. Chen Ze laughed coldly. Dad is not saying that as long as I go to this company in Jinling, you don't need to go to the company to work anymore? He. Chen Ku giggled out again. Chen Ze rubbed his temples. Things have come to this point. It's useless to say anything. He could only say to Chen Ku, Alright, I know. Older brother is the best. Then I hang up. Bye. Mwahahaha. Chen Ku immediately hung up the phone after saying that, fearing that Chen Ze would make any more requests. Looking at the hung-up phone, Chen Ze was in deep thought. This is not only Chen Ku lazy, there should also be the arrangement of the father. Jinling's International Finance Center a whole floor how big he is to understand. Not to mention that this piece of land is still Shangyao Group's. If there is no Chen Mingqian nodded. Even if Chen Ku personally find the past is not possible to give the company to him, he himself was arranged. Thinking of the numerous companies under the principal's name in his previous life, he was only one, which was nothing. It was Chen Ze's idea of sneaking around and getting rich that was dashed. No, there was still a way. A whole layer of financial investment companies that he couldn't use at all. He himself was only the nominal boss even if he went over there. Not that the people underneath dared to be masculine, but he simply didn't understand. Chen Ze can form a small investment group. This group is specialized in serving him. Other things he cannot care. After figuring it out, Chen Ze also put his heart down. What he didn't know was that at this time, Su Jing had been stunned. Since Chen Ze said the word Shangyao just now, she secretly took out her cell phone and searched. Not that she didn't know about the Shangyao Group, but just now she heard Chen Ze's words and felt that his origins were definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, after searching, the founder Chen Mingqian's 3 big words came into her eyes. Also surnamed Chen. So the handsome man in front of her was the successor of Shangyao Group? Thinking of this, Su Jing's eyes glowed green. If she could catch this one, she would have no worries in her life. However, she was just thinking about it. She had never heard of any daughter-in-law of a rich family selling cars, so she still didn't have this self-awareness. But think about it or no problem. Who has not had a dream of marrying into a rich family? But a son of a powerful family with a market capitalization of several $100 billion had personally come to buy a Bentley. How to think about this matter? How magical. Let's go. Chen Ze looked at the dazed Su Jing and reminded him out loud. Oh. Sorry Mr. Chen. I got lost in thought. This way please. Su Jing reacted and hurriedly led the way towards the VIP lounge. The VIP lounge was luxuriously decorated, but Chen Ze didn't care. He was now searching what was going on in the Xiangyao Group branch in Jinling district. Mr. Chen, would you like some coffee or tea? Su Jing asked softly. Tea, Chen Ze said casually. Alright, you wait for a moment. After seeing Chen Ze nod, Su Jing walked out. Chen Ze retreated after taking a look at what he had searched out online. Nothing substantial. It meant that the branch on the Jinling side was just a layout of Xiangyao Group. Soon Su Jing walked in with a tray, rinsing the teacup in front of Chen Ze before pouring him a cup. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Chen. Chen Ze nodded, picking up the teacup and taking a small sip before putting it down, while Su Jing stood beside him and started to look for topics to chat about, while Chen Ze casually dealt with it. But Su Jing didn't care. Time passed quickly, and while the two were chatting, Lin Feng walked in with a stack of documents. Mr. Chen, this is the contract that needs your signature, Lin Feng said respectfully. Chen Ze nodded, took the pen handed over by Su Jing and started signing. After signing, he went through some more processes, and by the time he was done, half an hour had passed. Mr. Chen, the car has arrived. Let's go take a look now, Lin Feng asked after hanging up a phone. Okay. Chen Ze naturally had no opinion. Lin Feng immediately led Chen Ze towards the outside, and before long Chen Ze saw the car he had bought in the center of the hall. As for why he was sure it was his, there were 8 staff members standing next to this car, holding ceremonial cones in their hands, and there were flowers all over the side of the car, so it would be a hell of a thing if it wasn't his. Just now also said that in 2022 Jinling only sold 73 Bentley in a year, and there are 4 Bentley sales stores in Jinling City, spread out. A store only sells 18 cars in a year. According to the time projection, a store can only sell a car in about half a month. They naturally pay attention to it. This car wasn't much different from the one Su Jing had introduced to him. The options were all inside the car and couldn't be seen from the outside. Mr. Chen, how is it? Are you still satisfied? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Chen Ze's face was as normal. He gently nodded and said, well, quite satisfied. I can drive away now, right? Yes, now this car is yours. You can drive it away at any time, Lin Feng said respectfully. After saying that, he gave a wink to the staff next to the car. The sound of a ceremonial tube exploding rang out, followed by the sound of the staff congratulating him. Congratulations to Mr. Chen on his beloved car. Chen Ze nodded gently to the crowd in a gesture, then said to Lin Feng, that's it then. Manager Lin will be busy first. I'll be off. Alright, Mr. Chen, take care. Lin Feng watched as Chen Ze got into the car and drove, finally driving out of his sight. Su Jing, on the other hand, was standing on the side with a face full of anticipation, not knowing what she was expecting. Chen Ze couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he looked out the window at the traffic that he feared to avoid, but he still quickly came back to his senses. MD, beggar mentality should be changed, so that in the future to see the big brother will be humiliated. In fact, do not blame him, just become a rich man. A momentary transformation is not normal. Some things need time to accumulate. Glancing at the time, it is still early, but he cannot think of what to do for a moment, can only drive the newly bought car toward home. The roar of the engine exploded, leaving a group of ordinary car owners with envious and jealous gazes. When he arrived at the underground parking lot of the district, he found a scene that surprised him. Chen Ze had even gotten out of the car specifically to take a look. It was his own parking space, but what was the situation with this Lafa? Chapter 12, Su Haunted. Yes, both of his parking spaces were taken, but it was occupied by a car, a red Ferrari Lafa. It was parked horizontally on his parking space. Chen Ze took a look and left his phone number, but he didn't call the first time, but instead stood directly next to it and observed the Lafa. As one of the top 3 cars worth $500 million, it was the first time he had seen it in real life, and he used to just look at it on the internet. However, Chen Ze was a little strange. There are not many domestic Lafa. I have never heard of this car in Jinling. Of course, just a little surprised. After all, now Jinxiu Tiancheng House minimum 10 million, a little higher to more than 30 million. Are some power players not likely to be which owner to buy? He used to be on the internet to see some of the said car anchor bragging batch. Limited sources, do not know normal. It is that this car is really expensive. The light of all kinds of tax is going to be more expensive than his new Bentley Continental GT Black Warrior. Damn rich second generation. Chen Ze so think, really want him to buy also buy. Pro father but gave 100 million to buy a car funds. Only he did not use to the above just. Looked at a moment. Chen Ze in accordance with the owner left the phone number to call the past. Just called the past was connected. Hello. A female voice came from the opposite side, sounding quite young. Hello, your car is occupying my parking space. Chen Ze said softly, although this car is very expensive, but he doesn't care. It's not like he can't afford it. Besides, it's the other party occupying his parking space. He is in possession of the reason. Sorry, I will immediately go down and take the car away. The young female voice immediately replied. Chen Ze even heard a cackle. The sound of feet touching the floor. Good. Chen Ze hung up the phone after saying that. Taking out his cell phone, he searched in Shake Shack and didn't find any news about Jinling Rafa. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't know those well-informed people. Jitterbug is the channel of his sources. No matter what, as long as there is a problem he will search on Jitterbug. When a certain year Jitterbug came out with a yearly summary, his search in Jitterbug beat 99% of the people in the country. Simply, after a short while, the sound of thump, thump, thump running came into Chen Ze's ears. Chen Ze turned his head to look. A young lady wearing a black sweater, black shorts and long hair cape ran over. How can I say it? Pretty looking, just not that stunning. That's right. Where in this world are there so many people who are stunning at a glance? The general public is the norm. Of course, as one leaps up the hierarchy, the greater the probability of encountering a beautiful woman. He was talking about real-life beauties. The ones on the internet are all beautified and can't be compared. The young lady ran to Chen Ze, panting, sorry, my parking space has been occupied. There is really no way to stop. Really sorry, Chen Ze. The young lady's attitude really left him speechless. Only the meaning of her words left Chen Ze speechless. Chen Ze turned his head to look at the opposite parking space. A Porsche 918 that was also one of the 3 divine cars was parked horizontally across the 2 parking spaces just like Lafa. He noticed it just now, and for a while he suspected that this parking space across the street belonged to this owner. Now well, there was no need to suspect. It was hers. He found this Porsche 918 a little late, and had just planned to check it out when he heard footsteps. That's why he didn't go. It's fine, just drive the car away. Chen Ze waved his hand and said, aha, I'll go now. The young lady nodded vigorously in agreement. Listening to the sound of the Lafa's blown-up engine, Chen Ze suddenly felt that a supercar was actually quite good. After the young lady parked her car horizontally in the opposite parking space, she immediately turned off the engine and got out of the car and ran over again. At this time, Chen Ze also parked his car, and after getting out of the car, he saw the windy young lady. Hello, my name is Sue Haunted. Are you the owner of the 21st floor? The young lady extended her hand and introduced herself. It's me. Chen Ze extended his hand and gently shook it saying, Chen Ze. Sue Haunted followed by saying, sorry, I see that your parking space has been empty for a long time without using it, so that's why I took it. How about I treat you to a meal? No need. It's not that big of a deal. I wasn't there before, so I took it up, but don't take it up now. Chen Ze lightly laughed. He. I know. I am the owner of the 23rd floor. Why don't we go up together? Sue Haunted scratched his head and said, okay. Chen Ze nodded his head and agreed. The two walked and chatted. Chen Ze, did you just move here? Sue Haunted asked with some curiosity. This asked. Chen Ze momentarily did not know what to say. This girl seems to be a bit silly, but looking at the other side of the curious gaze, Chen Ze is not good to hit each other. Can only truthfully say, well, yesterday just moved over. Then let's add WeChat. I'll pull you into the owners group. There are things you can learn about in advance in the owners group. Sue Haunted was full of smiles, then took out his cell phone and waved it in front of him. Chen Ze. Miscalculation. This girl is not stupid. This is looking at his blooming face. Just kidding. People should just be kind. Chen Ze did not refuse, took out his cell phone and scanned it, and Sue Haunted's WeChat appeared in his screen. The avatar is an anime character. The name is Haunted, not Haunted. After adding successfully, the two walked into the elevator. Casually chatting a few words, the elevator arrived at the 21st floor. After waving his hand to Sue Haunted, Chen Ze returned to his home. Looking at the back of Chen Ze's departure, Sue alarming immediately clicked on a dialogue box, and then voice said, Cuckoo sister, I ran into your brother. Really handsome, more handsome than the photos you sent. Not even a minute later, a voice message appeared inside the dialogue box. That's right, my brother is naturally handsome. If you're capable, then take him. Chenka's voice rang out. Sue Haunted immediately replied, stop it, Cuckoo sister, your brother is so cold. I'm a big beauty who invited him to dinner and he didn't even go. I really doubt my own beauty. You have a fart beauty. I'm so beautiful. My old brother moves his hands without any mercy. What the hell do you count? Chenka's voice was full of disdain. Alas, forget it, the dream is shattered. I'd better go back to Magic City. Sue Haunted sighed. Dashed my ass. Your mom is going to celebrate her birthday. Is it okay if you don't go back? Bah! Scum girl! Chenko mercilessly exposed her true colors. Can't you comfort me? Sue Hauntedly said in a very unconvincing manner. Comfort you? Chenku laughed. let's not talk about this. Sister Cuckoo, do you want to come over to play on my mom's birthday? Su Haunted didn't care about Chen Ze's mockery. Go, now that I'm free, I can play wherever I want. Chen Ze's tone became happy. When did this happen? How come I don't know? Su Haunted asked suspiciously. Let me tell you Chapter 13 100,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Chen Ze did not know everything that happened behind him, and even if he did, he would not take it seriously. This girl looks to be a rich girl. Chen Ze does not have the heart to provoke this kind of person now. Just lying on the sofa, suddenly felt something resting on the left side of the thigh. Panic. Chen Ze sighed, hand into the pants pocket, took out a business card. Chen Ze glanced at it. It was Su Jing's business card. Seeing this thing, he was full of fog. When did this person put the business card into his pants pocket? How come there was no feeling at all? Chen Ze pondered for a moment and put the business card aside. Su Jing's face value cannot be counted as the top, but it is also called beautiful. Luxury car female sales know how to understand. There are not a few low value. If it is the previous life, he may be the first time to lick up. Now when a spare tire it, the day he or she comes to the sexual interest or have a preparation. Speaking of which, it seems that he has not let his little brother comfortable for a long time. Before being born again, I stayed at home for a few days, and during that time, I just cared about drinking with my friends, and I didn't even think about this aspect of the matter. After the rebirth of the heart has been suspended in mid-air, a lot of things did not figure out, much less those ideas. Now is rich and idle, is not high interest, this thing still have to rely on the temptation. Take out the cell phone. Just open the screen to find WeChat on several message notification. Tap it to look at it. It is a group chat message. 100,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This was a small group. A group that only had a few hairy kids of Chen Ze. In his last life, this group had always been very lively. Even when a few hairy kids got married and had kids, it was still the same. Otherwise Chen Ze wouldn't have had so many drinking games when he first returned to his hometown. People, no matter how poor or rich, always have to have a few friends. Can borrow money, can help, can always find people, but also to reveal their hearts. Maybe only a few people, and even more than the number of a palm. The good thing is that these few friends are real friends. Chen Ze once drove into an old lady. In fact, that incident is not at all his fault. He was driving normally, and the old lady was driving an old man's music without a license plate rampaging out of a small road. She didn't know the traffic law at all, and she didn't even slow down. Chen Ze couldn't react in time and crashed directly into it. The old man music directly overturned the car. Because things happened too suddenly, he was directly confused. He first went to look at the situation in the car, the old lady in the car screaming in pain. Chen Ze did not dare to move. First, he called 120, then he called his friends, and finally the traffic police and the insurance company. His friends came faster than the 120. In less than 5 minutes after the phone hung up, a friend came over. He first comforted Chen Ze, and then stood together and waited. When the 120 came to pull people out, he was the one who went out to help explain the situation. After the traffic police came, a few of his other friends also came, and Chen Ze was like a puppet on a string afterward, doing what others said. They helped Chen Ze to cope with everything, which was really a great favor for Chen Ze, who had not experienced anything. What happened afterward was very simple. The traffic police determined the responsibility. He took part of the responsibility, and then it was the insurance company compensation and so on, which saved Chen Ze a lot of trouble. If it is his own words, then the trouble. For example, when the family called to advance the medical expenses, if it is Chen Ze's own words, he may really advance the payment, but the phone was his friend took over, rejected all the other side of the request, and then take the old lady does not drive according to the traffic rules back to the top. Think about it later. This thing is actually very easy to solve, but at that time Chen Ze simply did not have the experience. People are experiencing something to grow up, so he has been very important to these few friends, or else when Tang Chang looking for him to shoot a short video of psychic himself will not go at all. Of course, if you do not go really not necessarily be able to reborn back. Sometimes do not believe in fate cannot Thinking too far ahead, Chen Ze glanced at the message inside the group chat. To the head is still stirring the poop, say, there is no play League of Legends good trouble This was the Dead Mansion Luo phone. 3 seconds True Emperor, I don't wanna play. It's no fun. It's not as fun as teasing the ladies in the fish. This is Clubhouse regular Tang Chang. Nothing to hang flavor. Can't you guys have some other hobbies? Can't you play mahjong? This is Zhao Wen, who likes to play cards. The god of reverse operations. Come, 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 come. This is Wang He, who also loves games but is as good as a dog. To the head and still stirring the poop, is there any more? If it's just old Wang then I won't play either. Reverse operation god, CNDY. Luo Feng, what do you mean? I am kind enough to play with you, but you don't like me? 3 seconds true emperor, Lao Wang. You can have some face. Brother 4 platinum gold with you a silver hard to bring. Do not dislike you dislike who? The god of reverse operation, don't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for libel. I'm just out of shape. Give me another chance. To the head still stirring poo, I can go to your grandfather. A total of 5 games. You pit 5. Even if you use a little old man to play the game should be harder right? Chen Ze saw here almost did not die of laughter. God TM little brother so immediately mixed in. God and I drew a pledge. I scolded God stupid, stop it. The old king's little old brother 10 times should only be able to get hard once. Or don't force him. Reverse operation of the gods, Agu. Chen Gongzi you come out to chat Wang is very happy, but the tone of your speech Wang does not like. Nothing hanging flavor, say you don't get hard and you listen. Or you get hard once and show us? Reverse operating god, it's hard right now. Why don't you guys come over and take a look? Everyone. MD. This dog doesn't even have a face anymore. 3 seconds true emperor, Chen Gongzi come to Doyu. I found a good looking young lady here. You go and brush some money maybe there will be someone to warm the bed tonight. What kind of class of young lady do you want us, Mr. Chen, to personally go and brush some money? Shinming and I drew straws. I scolded Shinming for being a fool. You send it out for the big guys to take a look. If they all say it's pretty then I'll go and envy them to death. Everyone. 3 seconds true emperor, I'm TM also. No hanging flavor, Mr. Chen is even younger than you. God and I drew a line in the sand. I scolded God for being stupid, bitchy or not. Hurry up and send it out to take a look. I can't wait to pretend to be a. Everyone. To the head and still stirring poop, old Tang. Admit it, you're not as good as boiling goat. 3 seconds true emperor, I was wrong. Is there a chance now? The gods and I drew a pledge. I scolded the god stupid fork, no chance. Climbing the mountain I definitely do not go. 3 seconds true emperor. Chen Ze almost didn't die laughing when he saw this scene. Chapter 14, going to the company. Afterwards, they casually chatted for a while. Tang Cheng did not send out the photo of the good-looking young lady in the end, let alone what the young lady's name was. This made Chen Ze very unconvinced. The only time he wanted to pretend to be a pussy but failed to do so. Bah! Sure enough, it was a boiling goat. For the fighting fish he also understands. Don't get me wrong, not through what female anchor, but through 2 male anchors. A PDD, a set you monkey. Both are talented. A reverse smoking, a landlord to remember people. As for that 17 cards you can second me? It was blocked. It was blocked in 2017. Unfortunately, took a look at the software inside the phone. There is no Douyu. Chen Ze specifically went to download one. Don't get me wrong. He is going to see the male anchors. Open the fight fish. Chen Ze first registered an account. Fill in the username. Chen Ze a little thought. Directly enter the word god. Is so high profile, rich, but also does not allow him to pretend to be forced. Click to confirm the time awkward. The name has been occupied. MD. Now there are so many people pretending to be a pussy. After thinking about it again, Chen Ze typed in cliché, and this time it didn't work either. Convinced, it's so hard to come up with a name. Impatient Chen Ze directly input the words This time it was successful. In 2018, the Douyu is not as fancy as it will be in the future, and the homepage is only recommended by a few big anchors. Fong Mushroom, Lung, Sister Zhou. He had seen all of these anchors before, but he didn't watch them in Douyu, but he saw them in Shake, and at the back. In addition to Lang, the remaining 2 were all live in Shake. He used to often watch the PDD now has not come to the fighting fish, to wait for Panda after the closure of the transfer over. Speaking of Panda, it reminds him of a female anchor. That female anchor who had linked mics with Brother Jade Emperor and the principal, Little Sophie. This female anchor had left some impression on him. In addition to the principal telling her stories, the song As I Wish that she sang when she linked up with the monkey was really quite good. Thinking of this, Chen Ze directly searched for her. After seeing the 3 words Little Sophie, he clicked on it and entered the live room. Unfortunately, the screen was blacked out. Chen Ze backed out again, looked at the other anchors, no mood, continue to brush Jia in it. In the tomato, do not watch more jitterbugs cannot be. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Chen Ze climbed out from inside the quilt. Although the weather in Jinling is very hot now, but the air conditioner is on cold definitely need to cover a summer quilt. He had somewhat miscalculated. Originally also thought of late to go to the fighting fish to see the young lady live. Did not expect the jitterbug so fun. Looks simply cannot stop. Has been to see the last Sleepy Sleep also did not want to get up to go to the fighting fish. The fight fish and jitterbug have no comparison Of course, some nights live jitterbugs with the gap between the fighting fish is still very big. After getting up and washing up, I picked a new outfit from the closet and put it on. And the handsome guy is back. Yesterday threw the clothes of a brain all thrown into the automatic washing machine inside. Start the washing machine after Chen Ze out of the door. He took the elevator to the -1, drove on his Bentley Continental GT Black Warrior and drove out of the underground garage. When Chen Ze left, he swept a glance. Su haunted the 2 supercars have been driven out. Do not know what things to use 2 supercars, but this is not his business. Chen Ze did not take it seriously. Jinling International Financial Center. Now the commercial building. Not with an international as if it is inferior. Go where you can find international XX and other things. Walked into the door. The first floor lobby or the standard hotel front desk, as in Jinling drifted for 5 years. This is not strange. It is now work time. Even a little late, but there is still a group of men and women in suits in a hurry. Some with breakfast, some with a bag. Chen Ze was not in a hurry at all and took the elevator to the -floor. He hadn't had breakfast yet. Although my sister said that the branch of Shangyao Group in Jinling was now handed over to him. But who believes it? It's just a name. It's not impossible to manipulate the company. But the orders he gives will definitely be sent to Chen Mingqian by the executives here, and can only be implemented after Chen Mingqian agrees. Don't talk about what he is now the boss. Everyone in the company has to listen to him. That's really bull ********. How could he have that much control over a company that he didn't create himself? Not to mention that even if he had founded the company himself, what would he have done? How many founders have been kicked out by investment organizations or partners? Chen Ze was very open-minded, and he didn't have such a big desire for power, so he let the executives here set up his own investment team for him, and nothing else was a problem. Now although it is morning, but the negative layer of the people are still a lot of people. In addition to office workers, more tourists. These people mostly want to come to see the prosperity of the new street. Casually strolling around, ate a dunked soup dumplings, drank a cup of black sesame soybean milk. During the period to the old sister said that the executive called Yang Gang called a phone call. After making it clear, Chen Ze took the elevator and went upstairs. The Jinling branch of Shangyao Group was on the 26th floor, occupying the entire 26th floor of the financial center. Inside the elevator, there are a few people, but not many. After all, it is now working time. In addition to some running business, employees are at work at this time. When Chen Ze walked in, there were 2 young men in suits who were chatting, looking like they came up from the -2nd floor. One of the young men with long hair said, "How many cards did you run yesterday?" The other one wore glasses and answered with a smile on his face. 16. *******. That many? How did you do it? I only managed 5 yesterday after working my ass off. The long-haired young man had a shocked look on his face. He. It's just luck that I happened to run into a new employee on the 22nd floor. The man with glasses laughed. Hearing this, the long-haired young man had an envious look on his face. Chen Ze did understand that these 2 people should both be from some bank that came here to run a credit card. At first, he also did it, just did not use it much. He has money, there is no need to use a credit card. At that time to do a credit card is also to see other colleagues to do him to do it. And he knew why the young man with long hair envied the man with glasses. Credit card thing only those who are new to the workplace new people have the need. Or rather the demand is very big, and those workplace old people either do not lack of money not to do, or long ago in the newcomer period has been the credit card to do all the. For these people who run credit cards, the new talent in the workplace is their primary target, and those old farts can only be considered as a spare tire. So maybe they will give a surprise someday. The man with glasses was hitting the big time, doing 16 credit cards a day. The commission was not low. How many floors are you planning to go to today? The long-haired man asked again. 23rd to 28th floor. Just sweep 6 floors today. The other man said softly. Don't go to the 26th floor today. The long-haired man reminded. What's wrong? The man with glasses said with some confusion. A friend said that a new manager came to the 26th floor today. Who would dare to run a credit card at this time? The long-haired man explained. A new manager? Isn't the 26th floor owned by Shangyao Group? What manager are they changing? The man with glasses was a bit curious. I heard that it's a male son, as if he's here to gild the lily. The long-haired man explained. Chen Ze. Chapter 15, Forming a Team. Family, who understands? Big speechless event. Just listening to other people's chat can be pulled on oneself. There is no one else. Is this the legendary protagonist aura? Chen Ze is really speechless. He hasn't even gone to the company yet. There are rumors out there, and it can be said that it's the son of a man who came to the gilded world. Isn't this a pitiful thing? There is no privacy in this society nowadays. Is there? Of course, Chen Ze didn't bother to find out who spread the news. This thing really can't be hidden. There was really no privacy in the internet era. The elevator finally arrived at the 26th floor after several stops. Chen Ze had pressed the 26th floor when he entered the elevator. Only that the 2 young men were chatting at the time and didn't notice. Now there were 4 people inside the elevator plus Chen Ze. Besides the 3 of them, there was also a middle-aged woman. The elevator stopped at the 26th floor, and the 2 young men naturally noticed the scene. The long-haired man glanced at his watch, then looked up at the floor where the elevator had stopped, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Xianyao Group was going to have a new manager today, and now it was already past the time for work, plus Chen Ze's young face. As the door of the elevator opened, the long-haired man and the man with glasses immediately widened their eyes. Even the other middle-aged woman looked over. At this time, the outside of the elevator was full of people, and although there were many people, not a single sound came out. Chen Ze looked back at the 2 men as he stepped out of the elevator, then smiled and said, "I'm not a male son who came here to gild the lily. Oh, ha, sorry, I didn't mean it." The long-haired man's face immediately turned red and waved his hand while speaking. Chen Ze did not care, and the elevator also happened to close going up. Inside the elevator, the long-haired man and the man with glasses stared at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. For a moment they didn't know what to say. The world's most embarrassing thing is not more than this. Behind the back of other people gossip even if, but by the main herd. Then, the middle-aged man standing at the elevator entrance was planning to open his mouth to speak the first time he saw Chen Ze, but he didn't say anything when he heard Chen Ze speak, and now that he saw Chen Ze walking out from inside the elevator, he hurriedly said, "Hello Chen Xiao, I'm Yang Gang, the deputy manager of Xianyao Group's Jinling branch." After introducing himself, Yang Gang pointed to the people around him and started to introduce. "This is the director of our investment department, Ning Jiang. This is the director of the evaluation department, Zhou Rong. This is the director of the personnel department, Chu Xiong. And this is the director of the finance department, Fan Ling." Yang just introduced one. Chen Ze nodded at that person. When the introduction was done, Chen Ze smiled and said, "Manager Yang, let them disperse. You guys just take me to familiarize with the company." "Alright, young Chen, this way please." Yang Gang extended his hand in invitation. Chen Ze nodded and followed Yang Gang several people into the company. Yang Gang introduced very carefully, afraid of slowing down Chen Ze. Following behind the 2 several directors were even more silent. In the face of the parachuted high level, no one would be stupid to be a headbanger, not to mention that this high level is still the heir of Xianyao Group. Chen Ze listened to Yang Gang's words, nodding from time to time, and did not raise any questions. He will not stay in Jinling for a long time. There is no need to pay too much attention. He waited until Yang Gang finished introducing the company before Chen Ze spoke out. "Manager Yang, who was managing the company before I came?" Yang Gang immediately replied, "It's manager Shin Huishan. He was just transferred back to the headquarters a few days ago." "That means you've been managing the company these past few days?" Chen Ze asked softly. "Yes, but since you came to the company, young Chen, it's time for you to manage it." Yang Gang's attitude was too good to be true. It was the meaning in these words that Chen Ze gently smiled, then said, "Then the company is still managed by you." Chen Ze's words just fell. Yang Gang's face violently revealed a look of surprise, but soon hid it again. The executives behind the 2 had the same smile on their faces. Only like Yang Gang, it instantly disappeared. Chen Ze didn't care. No one likes airborne management. This is something he knows very well, and Chen Ze doesn't like to be in charge. Both can be considered happy. As for whether they would be corrupt, really think that the group's audit department is Xianyao Group can do so big, certainly have a perfect management system. This is not the turn of Chen Ze to worry about. It is not just like the write it, give him is. Anyway, they cannot stay long. Finally, a few people walked into the manager's office. Office space is very large. There are more than 100 square feet. Office area plus meeting area of 50 or 60 square feet. Decorated very luxurious. Next to a special small conference room. The most inside there is a bedroom, closet, bathroom and so on all have. The desk is very large, more than 2 meters, above the computer and other office supplies. Chen Ze walked to the side of the office chair, but sat down. Looking at the crowd standing across the desk, Chen Ze opened his mouth and said, "You guys go out first. Manager Yang stay for a while." "Okay young Chen," the crowd said in unison. After saying that, several people walked out of the office. Yang Gang had doubts on his face, but did not ask. Chen Ze looked at Yang Gang and said, "Set up a team for me to operate stocks. The number of people is 5 on the line, and then vacate a dedicated office to tell them that the working hours are not certain, because the operation of the stock has the U.S. stock and also the A stock." "Okay, does Chen Xiao have any other requirements?" Yang Gang nodded and asked, "Prepare 6 non-disclosure agreements. You have to sign them as well. This matter cannot be known to anyone." Chen Ze was very serious about this matter. He didn't want anyone to know. "Understood, I will do it now." Yang Gang was a bit surprised, but still agreed at the first time. Compared to the management authority of the branch side, this matter couldn't even be considered a matter. Go, Chen Ze said to Yang Gang. Yang Gang agreed and walked out of the office door. After leaving the door, several people from Ningjiang gathered around. Zhou Rong asked in a low voice, Manager Yang, did Chen Xiao make any requests? Yang Gang nodded and said, don't ask. Chen Xiao's request is very simple, but I can't say it. I have to sign a confidentiality agreement. You all understand this. Go and get busy. Chen Xiao won't affect the normal operation of the company. Ningjiang. Several people nodded thoughtfully. Their hearts pondered the meaning of Yang Gang's words, but they were all very sensible and did not continue to pursue the question. Chen Ze sat on the office chair and opened the computer. There is nothing in the company that uses him to worry about, and he has no idea to take the initiative to worry about it. Isn't it cool to touch the fish? The desktop of the computer is very neat. Our office software, Chen Ze did not move, is specifically downloaded the League of Legends. This game is really a necessary product to touch the fish. Chapter 16 Increase Leverage. A handful of games, as short as half an hour, as long as an hour. Touching the fish. Do not play it. Wait for what? As for Chen Ze's skills, the gold segment players gold understand? Having just downloaded the game, Chen Ze hadn't even started playing it yet when the knock on the door sounded. Enter. Chen Ze was still a bit puzzled. He just came to the company. Who would be looking for him? It didn't occur to him that Yang Gang pushed the door and walked in. What's wrong? Chen Ze was puzzled. Young Chen, the personnel have been selected and the office has been organized. Do you want to go over and take a look? Yang Gang said respectfully. Chen Ze, it hasn't even been 15 minutes, right? How can you be so efficient? A look of surprise appeared on Chen Ze's face, but he still said, then go and take a look. Young Chen, this way please. Yang Gang immediately reached out to guide him. Go. Chen Ze followed him. He walked through a corridor and another large office before arriving at his destination. A small office of roughly 20 to 30 square feet came into view. The interior of the office was fully equipped with computers and other office supplies, and there were already 5 people standing and waiting for them inside. Young Chen, this is Wei Ming. He will be in charge of your team from now on. Yang Gang pointed at the young man at the front and introduced him. Hello, Young Chen. Wei Ming nodded slightly in greeting. Hello, my requirements Yang Gang said to you guys, right? Chen Ze asked with a smile. He didn't bother to ask about a few people's education or ability to run a business. There was no need. Yang Gang wouldn't dare to find someone to fool him. Manager Yang has already told us. The confidentiality agreement we agreed to sign. Wei Ming immediately replied. The 4 people behind him all nodded as well. Alright then, let's sign it here. Let's talk about something else afterward. After Chen Ze finished speaking, Yang Gang immediately took out 6 confidentiality agreements, and then handed over the pen and seal paste. Wei Ming. Several people took it and signed it without even looking at it. Immediately afterward, they pressed their handprints. After signing and pressing their handprints, they handed it over to Yang Gang, who also signed and pressed his handprints, and finally handed the confidentiality agreement to Chen Ze. Chen Ze took over after a glance. Written above is very simple. Is not allowed to. Chen Ze want them to do things leaked out. If the leak will have what kind of punishment? Chen Ze is not sure of the legal effect of this thing, but also not afraid of Yang Gang pit him. Anyway, he does not sign and draw a pledge. Besides, he is just buying and selling stocks. If it is really spread out, he is surely fine. Buying and selling stocks is not a crime. But Yang Gang, a couple of people will be miserable. But a few people will not be stupid to that point. After all, he did not tell them to do anything illegal. Holding the confidentiality agreement in his hand, Chen Ze looked at the several people and said, although you all know, but I also want to remind you, your future working hours cannot be determined, because I will sometimes buy American stocks, but also sometimes will buy the big A. How to arrange your own discussion. Looking at several people nodding at the same time, Chen Ze added, okay, after finishing what you guys are going to do, then it's time to talk about the welfare treatment. There's nothing much to say about it. Let's do it this way. Your salary will be issued according to twice the usual. How about it? Can you accept it? As soon as Chen Ze's words fell, Wei Ming's few people were instantly surprised and couldn't even speak. Immediately afterward, a wave of ecstasy surged into their hearts. Wasn't the reason why the few of them agreed to so many requests for this? Come out to work or for the money. Chen Ze is very clear about this. There is no need to say any inspiring words. He will not say those words. Any words are not as painful as giving money to the pain. The most favorite thing for the workers is money. Money is more useful than any words. Chen Ze's identity. Wei Ming. Several people are very clear. They know that Chen Ze will not treat themselves poorly. Just did not expect Chen Ze to be so bold. That is twice the salary. Hey, with a dream. Thank you Chen Xiao. Thank you Chen Xiao. The 5 people together bent down to Chen Ze and thanked him. Manager Yang, you go and get busy. Their wages will be paid according to what I said. And when you report to the headquarters, Just directly say that I mentioned it. Chen Ze turned his head to Yang Gang and said, "Alright young Chen, just call me if you need anything." Yang Gang gently nodded his head and turned around to leave the office after he finished speaking. Watching Yang Gang leave, Chen Ze turned to Wei Ming and the others and said, "You guys do some overseas accounts now, and put all your money from stock speculation there in the future." "Okay young Chen." Wei Ming nodded, and the 4 people behind him immediately began to get busy with their computers. Not a moment later, the 4 people nodded at Wei Ming. Wei Ming immediately turned back and said, "Young Chen, it's already opened. You see? So fast?" Chen Ze was surprised. Wasn't this thing reasonably quite difficult? "Young Chen, there were already a lot of overseas accounts on the Jinling branch side, and Manager Yang has adjusted the authority of a few of us to the highest level. We can now mobilize resources within the company at will. A few overseas accounts are just a few. It's very easy," Wei Ming explained. Chen Ze then understood. So it was Yang Jing who gave the convenience. This person's work is really comforting now. That's good. Now take out $90 million from this bank card and store it in those accounts. Then change all of it into US dollars. Leave a little margin. And the rest plus 20 times leverage to buy all of it into AMD, superpower semiconductor. Chen Ze handed over his bank card. "Okay Chen Xiao." Wei Ming was not surprised when he heard it and agreed very quickly. He had already guessed what Chen Ze was thinking. If he wasn't doing something big, Chen Ze wouldn't need to be so secretive at all. He didn't care if Chen Ze was losing or earning. As a laborer, just do his job. What the boss wanted to do was the boss's business. It had nothing to do with him. But questioning the words of the boss would have no good fruit to eat. So why ask for trouble? After telling Wei Ming the bank card password, Chen Ze sat down. After only a few minutes, Chen Ze's cell phone received a text message alerting him that $90 million had been transferred out of the card. As for why he didn't receive a call from the bank, Chen Ze is not too clear. This thing he is also embarrassed to ask. Can only guess that maybe this money is Shengyao Group transferred in? Now Shengyao Group transferred away is also normal. Young Chen, it's all been converted into US dollars. A total of $12,815,000. Not long after, Wei Ming said to Chen Ze, "Alright, then you guys get busy. Be sure to buy AMD, superpower semiconductor, first thing in the evening when the US stock market opens." Chen Ze reminded again. "Understood. Don't worry young Chen. If this can't be done, we won't be able to get into Shengyao Group," Wei Ming said confidently. "Alright then." Chen Ze confirmed and left this office, walking towards his own office. Chen Ze originally wanted to use 10 times leverage to speculate on stocks, but the only stock that could make him money in the near future was this AMD, superpower semiconductor. Not to say that there were no other stocks that had risen, but he simply could not think of any. Now can only soldier on. As for the loss, it doesn't matter. He can afford to lose. Anyway, in the end, there is a cross-year demon stock Oriental Communications bottom. Chen Ze really do not worry. Chapter 17, The Great Filial Son. Returning to his office, Chen Ze sat down on his boss chair with a single butt. The computer on the desk had gone black. Shaking the mouse, the computer screen lit up. Chen Ze was sighing. The last manager even saved this electricity bill? Open the League of Legends. Chen Ze just wanted to play the game when the office door was knocked again. Enter. Chen Ze was helpless. He had already guessed who it was. Sure enough, just as his words fell, Yang Gang pushed the door in holding a pile of documents. "Young Chen, this is the company's recent work report." Yang Gang put down a pile of documents before taking out another pile of documents and said, "Here's the company's recent financial report." Chen Ze nodded and asked, "Have these been reported to the head office?" "They were already reported before you came. I didn't know that you were coming today. Otherwise I would have let you go through them first before reporting." Yang Gang's words were very level. Chen Ze gently nodded his head and said, "Alright, leave it. In the future, you can just report directly to the head office. I don't need to send it here. You go and get busy." "Okay." Yang Gang nodded and agreed, then turned around and walked out of the office. Chen Ze looked at Yang Gang's back and thought, this person did have 2 brushes. Although he had a great desire for power, he hid it very well, and was very thorough in terms of doing things, as could be seen from Wei Ming. Shengyao Group is very big, not afraid to have ambition. As long as the ability to match the ambition, the head office will have a place in the future. Picking up the documents on the table, Chen Ze casually flipped through them. The content inside is very messy. There are stocks, funds, bonds, gold and foreign exchange. The only thing that Chen Ze could read and understand was stocks. The others he didn't understand at all. He also does not care. Shengyao Group has Chen Mingqian on top of it. He is a good rich second generation on the line. Principal Wang's father, Wang Jianlin, is still fighting on the front line at the age of 69, and his father, Chen Mingqian, is only 42 this year and will have no problem working for another 30 years. He is a famous filial son. As for is there any prince in the world who has been in office for 30 years? Don't be ridiculous. When the chairman of the board of directors how tired Wang Jianlin everyday busy dead. The principal everyday idle today hooked up with this netizen. Tomorrow hooked up with that netizen. The two compared to the readers of the Lord himself to choose. What do you choose? Let the old man to busy. He peace of mind when a good rich second generation on the line. As long as not pit father has more than 99% of the people. Another look at the financial report. Chen Ze cannot help but smack his tongue. No wonder they say that the financial investment company to make money on the monthly wages sent out, if it does not make money has long been closed. Shook his head. Chen Ze put the document aside. This thing has nothing to do with him. Since the company sends such a high wage, the employees must be able to create a higher value, or else early roll cover away. The financial industry is really bloodless. The degree of competition is countless times higher than those programmers. Chen Ze no longer continue to pay attention to these things. Peace of mind logged in the game. Just intended to rank when the phone rang again. Really convinced. Chen Ze is now very speechless. What's wrong today? Just not letting him play the game? Taking out his cell phone to take a look. It was Chen Ku who called. Chen Ze was a bit puzzled. What is his elder sister doing on the phone now? After connecting, a hiss instantly came from the other end of the phone. Chen Ze. Chen Ze instantly confused. Good guy. This tone seems to hate to tear him, but he doesn't remember when he offended Chen Koa, and Chen Ka seems to have just pitched him, right? After he figured it out, Chen Ze disliked him in a bad mood. What are you shouting about? What's wrong with you? Do you know what a lady knows? Lady, your grandfather. Did mom transfer $1 million to you? Did dad give you $100 million? Chen Ko loudly questioned. Chen Ze. If you chat about this he'll hang up. Don't not talk. Dad and mom transferred money to you even if it's not enough. Why are you still pitting me for $200,000? Do you know I don't have much pocket money? Chen Ku was angry. Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you $1 million now, and then give you $10 million after a while, and this matter will just go away. Okay? Chen Ze said without any good humor. Okay, I knew my old brother is the best. Bye. Wahahaha. Chen Ku's tone suddenly became gentle, and immediately hung up the phone after saying that, fearing that he would back out. Chen Ze looked at the hung-up cell phone with a confused face. Really convinced. Asking for money and pretending to be angry. He was taken by surprise for nothing. Bah! But dad and mom's mouth is really not strict. How long has it taken to leak out the news? Chen Ze sighed, opened the CCB app, and transferred $1 million to Chen Ku. He is not short of $1 million or 800,000. To Chen Ku is not a thing. After transferring the account, Chen Ze took a look at the computer. The League of Legends cannot be played. If it continues, it is not likely that something will happen. Or brush jitterbug. Brush jitterbug good Brush jitterbug maybe tomato father will give the flow it. Magic City. Chen Ka looked at the arrival text message displayed on his cell phone and was happy. How is it? I told you that my old brother is not a stingy person, right? Chen Ka said to Su Haunted beside him. It's only $1 million, but Uncle Chen gave your brother $100 million, Su said with a snickering face. Che, don't say 100 million. Even if it's 200 million I'm not surprised. Chen Ka full of unconcern said, my old brother from childhood to big has not asked for big money, always said enough to spend on the line, now suddenly said want to buy a car. My father does not give money is strange. Su Haunted nodded and said, that's also true. Let's not talk about him. Is your mom planning to take advantage of her birthday to let you go on a blind date? Why do I feel that this time her birthday party is very out of place? Chen Ka asked with a curious face. Hearing Chen Ka's question, Su Hauntedly said with a face full of unhappiness, don't mention it. I don't know which one of those broken mouths is giving my mom advice, saying that what to take advantage of this opportunity to find a dragon son-in-law for me. It's simply sick. Ha ha ha. How can I say it's a broken mouth? People are doing this for your own good. Chen Ko was laughing at the side. He. I heard that Auntie Jiang is also coming over this time. Su Hauntedly sneered. Come as you please. I'm very eager to marry. As long as I can get along with me, I have no problem. Chen Ka's words caused Su Haunted to break down and directly stood up and rushed towards her shouting. Chen Ku, you go to hell. Ha ha ha. Chen Ku also stood up and fought with Su Haunted. 12 o'clock at noon. Black Pearl Restaurant on the 5th floor of the Jiling International Financial Center. Chen Ze was sitting inside the restaurant to eat at this time when he suddenly discovered something that made him feel very interesting. A skinny young man accompanied a girl into the restaurant. As for why Chen Ze found it interesting? Oh, he saw the dog licker. Chapter 18, Dog Licking. The girl was pretty, or super pretty, because of the hot weather. The pretty girl tied up her hair, revealing her white forehead and jade neck. Her height was about 1 meter 6 or so, and because she had just walked in from outside, her delicate face was left with drops of sweat. which slid down her collarbone to her fullness. I don't know if it's because of frequent exercise. The pretty girl is wearing hot pants, revealing slender snow-white thighs, without a trace of flab on the thighs, and the white navel exposing short sleeves will show the most beautiful curves. If you let Chen Ze score it, at least 95 points. As for the boy next to the girl, Chen Ze can only rate a mediocre. His height is not good, his looks are not good, and his temperament is equally bad. Why did Chen Ze call him a licking dog? Such a hot day, the boy's hands full of things. The girl walking pace has been very fast. The boy is tired and sweaty. Girl do not care. This is a boyfriend and girlfriend? This is not pure dog licking. After hearing the two conversations, Chen Ze is more sure of this idea. After the two walked into the restaurant, the girl turned her head with an impatient face and said to the boy, Huang Lei, what's wrong with you? Just now let you walk faster, walk faster. Now well, there is no place. What do you say? The boy named Huang Lei immediately comforted the girl and said, Xiao Shang, don't be anxious, I'll go and ask. If not, I'll spend money to buy a place. The girl's face only became better after hearing Huang Lei's words. Then you hurry up. I'm hungry after shopping all morning. Fine, fine. Xiao Shang, wait, I'll go ask. Huang Lei finished speaking and walked towards the front counter of the restaurant, while the girl stood still and looked around. Suddenly, Chen Ze and the girl met eye to eye. It couldn't be helped. Chen Ze had been observing people, and he didn't expect to be discovered. But discovery was discovery. He wasn't embarrassed, but instead revealed a smile and laughed directly at the girl. The girl's eyes lit up, and then lowered her head in embarrassment. But Chen Ze could see a wave of happy color from inside her eyes. Looking at the girl who lowered her head, Chen Ze was happy in his heart. With Huang Lei, she was as superior as she was, and when she saw herself, she immediately behaved shyly. According to the existing clues, Chen Ze initially estimated that this girl is probably a green tea, just do not know what level. Huang Lei quickly ran back again, and said to the girl with a helpless face, Xiao Shang, I asked, there is no spare seat, and there are 5 tables lined up in front of us, why don't I go buy a seat? Forget it, let's go ask that person and see if we can share a table. The girl pointed at Chen Ze who was eating with his head down and said, that's fine too. Huang Lei nodded unconcernedly, because Chen Ze was eating with his head down. He didn't notice Chen Ze's handsome face, otherwise he definitely wouldn't have agreed to it, although even if he didn't, it wouldn't be of much use. The two then walked over towards Chen Ze's place. Chen Ze naturally heard the conversation between the two, but he still didn't move and kept his head down to continue eating. He wanted to try the level of this green tea. After all, there is no man who can refuse the tea words ah. When the two men walked up to Chen Ze, he also raised his head obediently and asked softly as if he didn't know anything, is there something wrong? Huang Lei regretted the moment he saw Chen Ze's face. This person is too damn handsome. Eating with this kind of handsome guy, is his goddess still his own? Just wanted to open his mouth to speak when the girl spoke in advance. Just see the girl hands together, revealing a pitiful expression. Voice gentle and sweet said, hello little brother, now there is no place in the restaurant. Do you think we can spell a table ah? I have long wanted to eat the dishes inside this restaurant. Chen Ze let out a light laugh and said, good, I have no problem. It's this handsome guy beside you who can agree. Put, hearing Chen Ze call Huang Lei a handsome man, the girl instantly didn't hold back her laughter, but she reacted in time. Not waiting for Huang Lei to react, immediately said as if to remedy the situation, he's fine with it. After saying this, she turned her head and said, right Huang Lei? Huang Lei also heard the girl's laughter. Looking at Chen Ze's handsome face, he really didn't have the confidence to feel like a handsome man. Moreover, he didn't dare to show an angry look, so he could only nod his head with a stifled face and said, I have no problem with that. Chen Ze couldn't help but secretly shake his head as he looked at Huang Lei's stifled expression. How can he even endure this? Not to mention that he was rich now. Even in his previous life when he had no money he couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Chen Ze really couldn't understand the world of licking dogs. His own goddess spoke to him nonchalantly, but spoke softly and sweetly to others. Who could tolerate this? A licking dog would be able to. Once a licking dog, always a licking dog. Is a licking dog qualified to be jealous? No. Licking dogs are only worthy of pushing asses in the back. Like American sheep, boiling goat you push Wesley. He has no strength, and no peeking. Huang Lei has that kind of potential, but if there really was that day, Chen Ze didn't have the idea of letting others push his butt. He was young and could carry it off. The girl heard Huang Lei promise to come down, and immediately looked at Chen Ze with a smile on her face. Chen Ze nodded his head and said, then you guys sit down. I'm almost done eating too. Okay, I'll go order food now. Hearing Chen Ze say that he was almost done eating, Huang Lei's face instantly blossomed into a smile, because it was a shared table. The waiter didn't come over first, and Huang Lei didn't want to yell in front of his goddess, so he could only walk to the front desk by himself. and the girl became a little shy again after seeing that there were only 2 people left. Her face flushed red, then clamped her voice and said, "Little brother, how old are you?" Chen Ze smiled and replied, 20. Wow, little brother is really young, a year younger than me. What is your name then, little brother? Hearing the girl's question, Chen Ze replied again, "My name is Chen Ze. What's your name?" Xiao Shang. After introducing her name, the girl continued to ask in a soft voice, "Is little brother here to play too?" "No, I'm working here. I'm off work now and came over to have a meal," Chen Ze said truthfully. "Ah, aren't you only 20, little brother? How come you're out to work now? Don't you go to college?" Xiao Shang asked with some surprise. "Didn't go to school, took a break, and now I'm helping out at my family's company," Chen Ze replied casually. Xiao Shang was even more surprised after hearing Chen Ze's words, and quickly asked, "Little brother, your family's company is inside this building?" "Aha." Chen Ze gently nodded his head. Seeing Chen Ze nodding, Xiao Shang's heart was delighted, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest and she continued to ask, "Then what kind of work are you doing now, little brother?" "Financial company." "What? Financial company? I haven't seen a financial company yet. Little brother, can you take me to see it later?" Xiao Shang's face revealed a look of surprise. Chen Ze secretly laughed after hearing her words. Of course he was clear about Xiao Shang's thoughts, but this was something he deliberately guided. After all, it was still unclear who was the hunter and who was the prey in this kind of thing. Chapter 19, Prey. "Alright, I don't have a problem with it. Your friend won't have a problem with it, right?" Chen Ze reminded. "It won't. He's just an ordinary friend. I can go wherever I want. He can't care," Xiao Shang said carelessly. Hearing this, Chen Ze felt a moment of silence towards Huang Lei in his heart. Huang Lei had saddled up so well, but he didn't expect to get mixed up with an ordinary friend. There was no one else, but this was also what he deserved, not being able to put himself in his place. In the end, he could only eat the consequences, but the more this happened, the more interested he was. Chen Ze, however, didn't take the initiative to go fishing, but rather Xiao Shang crossed his lips and waited to fish. As for licking dog Huang Lei, Chen Ze can only say that licking dogs have no human rights. Even without himself, Xiao Shang is not likely to talk to him. Rather than cheaper than others, it is better to let himself eat the dish. Girls with 95 points are indeed not rare now. Then let's add a WeChat. In a moment you guys send me a message when you're done eating. I'll leave first. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and said, "Okay." Xiao Shang immediately took out her own cell phone and added on Chen Ze's WeChat. Chen Ze had just gotten up when Huang Lei walked over. "Friend, are you done eating?" Huang Lei saw Chen Ze standing up and immediately asked excitedly. With Chen Ze gone, he could be alone with his goddess. What he didn't know was that his goddess had almost become someone else's. "Well, I'm full. You guys eat. I'll leave first." Chen Ze nodded at him. "Little brother, goodbye." Xiao Shang similarly stood up and waved her hand at Chen Ze. "Bye." Chen Ze turned around and left after he finished speaking, leaving Huang Lei to offer his attentions to Xiao Shang. It wasn't yet time to go to work when Chen Ze returned to the company. Being idle, he turned on his computer, logged into League of Legends and started playing ranked. This time it was smooth. No accidents happened. CNDY. Chen Ze roared and slapped the table hard. In less than 20 minutes, his own hijacker already had 4 major pieces in hand, but he was still pushed all the way to the crystal by the other side. Looking at his teammates' 0-7, 1-8, 2-6, 1-1 record, and glancing at his own 16-5 record, Chen Ze now really wants to go to Tencent HQ to question those SBs. How did this match him? MD, Pitfather is not so pit. A game directly let Chen Ze all the good mood all disappeared. This group of teammates is even more pitiful than the old king who is a vegetable. If he is also a negative record. Even if, obviously their own god block kill god, Buddha block kill Buddha. So lose the game is 2 angry people. He is now very angry. Glancing at the computer screen, Chen Ze hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to continue. If he ran into this kind of pitiful teammate in the next game, he felt that he would have to live 10 years less. After a while, Chen Ze decided to continue. How to win back so he continued to start ranked again. In the waiting time, the cell phone rang the WeChat message tone. Opening the screen and tapping in, it was Xiao Shang who sent him a message. "Little brother, I'm done eating. Do you have time now? I'll go find you." Chen Ze's mouth rose slightly as he replied, "Have time, just come to the 26th floor. Report my name at the front desk and someone will bring you in." "Okay day, I'll be right over," Xiao Shang immediately replied. Chen Ze glanced at the game that was still waiting to be ranked and directly cancelled it, then placed the document that Yang just brought over in front of himself, uncovering a few pages and then not moving. A few minutes later, a knock sounded on the door. "Enter." Chen Ze obediently picked up the documents and raised his head to look at the office door. A receptionist lady in professional attire walked in with Xiao Shang. Chen Xiao, this young lady said she has an appointment with you to meet here. You see? The front desk young lady pointed at Xiao Shang and explained. Thank you. I made the appointment. You go and get busy. Chen Ze nodded and said, okay. The front desk young lady turned around and left the office. But in her heart, she didn't know how envious and jealous she was of Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang had been quiet from the moment she entered the office. And after the receptionist's sister left, she hurriedly ran towards Chen Ze with a shocked face and said, wow, little brother, you are from Shangyao Group? Chen Ze secretly shook his head in his heart. This girl pretending to be a fool is also too unlike. It's safe to assume it's a junior green tea. However, he did not have the slightest change on his face and said with a light smile, well, my family has some connections in Shangyao Group, so I came here to work. Although he had already been psychologically prepared, Xiao Shang couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she heard Chen Ze answer so blandly. It was now 2018, the era of information explosion. Even if she rarely paid attention to big companies, she had heard of Shangyao Group, which was on par with Wanda. And even people on the internet said that Shangyao Group's volume was even bigger than Wanda's. And even though she didn't know whether it was true or not, she could tell from this what a behemoth Shangyao Group was. Moreover, she has heard of the Shangyao Group in Jilin. She is a student of the art department of Jilin University. Although she does not understand the financial industry, but she also knows where her classmates in the finance department of her school want to work after graduation. Jilin side of the Shangyao Group financial investment company in the university is very famous. Do not know how many financial students want to join this company. She couldn't imagine that the handsome man she just met had such a big head. And when she entered the office just now, she saw the sign hanging above the office, manager's office. Even if she was stupid, she knew what position the manager of a financial investment company was. How big of a person does this have to be a manager in the Shangyao Group of companies? And Chen Ze was still so young. Opportunity. A great opportunity. You must seize it. She has a classmate whose boyfriend is a second-generation rich man, and he never lacks brand-name clothes and bags. If she could become Chen Ze's girlfriend, wouldn't she have as many designer clothes and bags as she wanted? Thinking of this, Xiao Shang's gaze towards Chen Ze changed again and again. As for Huang Lei who had been pursuing her, the other party is simply not in their own consideration. If not a little money, they do not even want to take care of him. And although Huang Lei has a little money, but also willing to spend money on himself, but he gave himself to buy the gift is not more than 10,000. Not to mention those tens of thousands of clothes and bags. His own classmates are not as good looking as himself. She can find a rich second generation as a boyfriend. Why can't he? Thinking of this, she intends to learn more about Chen Ze, and when she is really sure, she can take action. Chen Ze did not know that Xiao Shang in such a short period of time to consider so much. Even if he knew, would only gently smile. She thought Chen Ze was the prey. But in fact, from the moment she added Chen Ze's WeChat, the ending was already doomed. Chapter 20, Little Brother. Don't be like this. Little brother, can you take me around your company? I haven't seen such a big company yet. Xiao Shang asked softly with a sweet voice, trying to put on an innocent look. Chen Ze looked at her eyes and smiled gently before saying, alright, it just so happens that I'm not at work yet, so it's okay to go and take a look. Ah, really? Thank you, little brother. Xiao Shang was pleasantly surprised and replied, let's go. Chen Ze stood up and led Xiao Shang out. Walking out of the office, Xiao Shang followed closely behind Chen Ze. Hearing the elite crowd in her own consciousness call Chen Ze as Chun Xiao, her little heart trembled once again. Looking at Chen Ze's still calm face, a feeling called heartbeat spread out. Some people like handsome men, some like talented men, and some like rich men. Anyway, they all liked men. It wasn't too much for her to like a handsome and rich one like Chen Ze, was it? Chen Xiao, what can I do for you? A voice interrupted Xiao Shang's small mind. Lifting her head to look, it was a middle-aged man in a suit talking. She instantly recognized who the man in front of her was. Someone had posted his picture in the school's club group, and she herself had seen it by chance. And now she was even more certain that Chen Ze was a real quality stock. Yang just heard someone say that Chen Ze was walking around inside the company with a little girl, thinking that he was trying to plant some of his own people inside the company or something like that. But he broke off that thought when he saw Xiao Shang's face. Chen Ze smiled and said to Yang Gang, it's fine, just bringing a friend around the company. Manager Yang, go get busy, okay? Chen Xiao, if you have something to find someone, just call out to me. Yang Gang was very sensible and left. Xiao Shang looked at Yang Gang's back and asked in a small voice, little brother, is he also the manager of your company? Chen Ze looked back at her delicate face and said casually, well, all the things in the company are under his management. I'm just a mascot. Little brother, don't tease me. I'm not stupid. Xiao Shang pretended to be dissatisfied and said, still shopping? Chen Ze did not care about her small mind. Not shopping anymore. but can I take a few pictures? I want to send a friend circle. Xiao Shang whispered. Yes, feel free to take pictures. This is a company. It's not like it's some unseemly place. Chen Ze didn't know what to say. This girl's tea skills were a bit poor. I don't know if she was pretending or what. Xiao Shang didn't know Chen Ze's thoughts. She happily took out her cell phone, then took a selfie of herself. Only when she took the shot she inadvertently took the name of Shangyao Group along with some recognizable things. Chen Ze did not speak, nor the slightest bit of impatience. Fishing well, to have patience. Although the fish has been warped mouth-biting hook, but slippery fish also need a little bit of time. Shooting a short time. Xiao Sheng turned back to Chen Ze and said sweetly, little brother sorry shooting time a little long, will not delay your work, right? Wiped lipstick mouth slightly toothed, a naive and pitiful little look, a little green tea that strength. Chen Ze shook his head and said, it's fine, it's not time to go to work yet, since the shooting is done then let's go? Aha. Xiao Sheng gently nodded and continued to follow behind Chen Ze towards the office. Walking into the office, Chen Ze sat on the boss chair, while Xiao Sheng stood behind him, not much different from a private secretary except for the different clothes. Chen Ze was also not good at playing games in front of her. He could only pretend to pick up the documents and read them. Xiao Sheng, on the other hand, poked her head over with great interest, her face just a few centimeters away from Chen Ze's ear. Chen Ze was not afraid of the company's investment projects being leaked out. Whether Xiao Sheng could read it or not was one thing. Even if she could read it and leaked it out, it didn't matter. These reports had been implemented and reported to the headquarters some time ago, and even if they were leaked out now, it would be too late. As expected, Xiao Sheng just took a look and shrunk her head back. She really couldn't understand. Expecting an art student to understand financial reports was simply a dream. Chen Ze stretched out his hand to test it. Xiao Shang wanted to run but was afraid of missing this opportunity. It was hard to meet a handsome and rich second generation like Chen Ze. Inside the school, there is not a rich young man chasing her, but compared to Chen Ze, all were second to none. The handsome and rich is less pitiful, not waiting for her to start long ago by the schoolmates to take down, which led to their own side only a few ordinary fish. Chapter 21, Participation. An hour later, Chen Ze looked at Xiao Sheng who had finished washing up and said, go, take you to the mall. Good. Xiao Sheng didn't refuse. Things were done. If she excused herself again, she wouldn't be pretending to be stupid. She would be really stupid. The two took the elevator to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a large shopping mall. Inside this, besides the restaurants, were luxury stores. After all, most of the workers who could work in the financial center were at the elite level of society. They couldn't afford to buy more, but there was still no problem with buying a few less luxury items. What do you want to buy? Chen Ze looked down at Xiao Sheng and asked. Xiao Sheng thought for a moment and glanced at her bag worth $8,000 and said, I want to buy a bag. Go. Chen Ze did not hesitate. After enjoying paying some prices deserved, white whoring party go away, leading Xiao Sheng into a Gucci flagship store. Take her to see your family's bags, Chen Ze said towards the shopper who walked towards them. Okay, this way please, ma'am sir. The guide immediately extended his hand in invitation. Chen Ze was not interested in these things, and Xiao Sheng looked at the wide array of various bags on the counter and breathed a little sharply. Her family was not a wealthy family. Although her parents were both working, it was not easy to pay for her tuition and living expenses, so Xiao Sheng had realized the importance of money since she was a child. Plus, the university is a trend of comparison. She does not want to let herself be inferior, which is also the main reason why she raised fish. The reason why Chen Ze brought her to the Gucci store instead of Hermes or Chanel was simple. A person can't be fed too much at once. That way her appetite will be bigger next time. And although Chen Ze was rich, there was no need to pay too much for one-time enjoyment. The shopper stood next to Xiao Sheng and asked with a smile, Miss, what do you want the bag? Have a mental price? I can better help you choose your favorite bag. Xiao Sheng sniffed and looked at Chen Ze. Chen Ze directly said, whatever, just buy it if you like it, no need to look at the price. Xiao Sheng instantly smiled after hearing Chen Ze's words. The most expensive one here was only $30,000. Chen Ze really didn't care about this amount of money. The reason why he chose Gucci instead of Hermes or something like that was that he didn't want to be held by Xiao Sheng next time. The shopping guide is also a human savant. After knowing Chen Ze's meaning, he immediately said to Xiao Sheng, ma'am, which one do you like? I'll bring it out for you to match. After Xiao Sheng looked for a while, she pointed at a white bag and said, show me this one. The guide immediately took the bag out from the glass showcase, and skillfully praised, madam, you really have a good eye. Our Sylvie shoulder bag was sold out as soon as it was put on sale, and this bag is still one of the only one left in our Gucci store, which adopts a 3-color webbing with a metal ring buckle and a vertical downward locking design, which belongs to the Sylvie bag of ours. Sylvie bag, with your outfit, lovely and unusual, very suitable for your temperament. In the end, She was a professional, saying so much in one breath. Chen Ze was afraid that she would suffocate. Xiao Sheng took the bag, held it in her hand and posed, turned her head to look at Chen Ze. How is it? Chen Ze could see a seesaw, but still said softly, well, quite good. Like it? Xiao Sheng looked at the bag and nodded. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and said, how much? Sir, this bag is 24,800. The guide hurriedly stated the price. Chen Ze directly swept the code to pay, and the guide received the arrival message in the first hour. Please wait a moment. Ma'am, sir, I'll go pack it. Seeing the two nodding, the shopping guide hurriedly took the bag and went to get busy. Thank you, Xiao Sheng whispered. No need to thank. This is what you deserve. Chen Ze touched her hair and said softly. Hearing this, Xiao Sheng smiled sweetly towards her. Taking the packed bag, the two of them walked out of the Gucci flagship store. What else do you want? Chen Ze asked as he walked. Xiao Sheng hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Not that she didn't want to buy, but she was afraid that Chen Ze would think that she was insatiable. What she wanted was a fine line. A one-shot deal would be a big loss. Okay, then I'll go back to the company. Something WeChat contact it. Chen Ze saw that Xiao Sheng really didn't buy it. He planned to leave. Good. Xiao Sheng nodded. Chen Ze did not hesitate, turned around and walked towards the elevator. The fish has been raised. Just have the air to feed it. There is no need to pay attention all the time. Looking at Chen Ze's back as he left, Xiao Sheng thought a lot, but after touching the Gucci box, she felt that this was also quite good. Although she couldn't be his real girlfriend, according to Chen Ze's face value and wealth, she could be a canary. Chapter 22 Jiang Bao. After Chen Ze returned to the company, he stayed until the end of the day. Before leaving, he came to the office of Wei Ming's few people. Chen Xiao, Wei Ming and the others immediately stood up and greeted Chen Ze when they saw him walk in. Well, I'll leave first. You few remember to get things done. After the US stock market opens, directly buy all positions. Buy as much as you can. Don't have any hesitation. Chen Ze once again urged. Okay, Chen Xiao. Wei Ming. Several people nodded at the same time. Chen Ze turned around and left the office, went downstairs and found his car and drove it back to the neighborhood. He casually ate a meal at the entrance of the neighborhood and went back. Returning home and lying on the sofa, he really didn't want to move at all right now. A glance at the time found that it is still early. Idle nothing to do. Chen Ze brushed up the jittery voice. Before brushing a few videos, someone sent him a message. Chen Ze saw who sent him a message. His face instantly turned black. He is a person who generally has a good temperament, and seldom gets into trouble with people, and seldom messes up his relationship with his acquaintances. But this person who sent him a message, Chen Ze truly felt that he was incorrigible. Who is this person? It is his cousin. His name is Jiang Gang, second uncle's family. Mom Jiang Qiulan has two brothers, that is, Chen Ze's great uncle and second uncle. Big uncle's family has two daughters. The second uncle's family a son and a daughter. Cousin Jiang Break is the only seedling of the Jiang family. But this is the only seedling in the rebirth of the things done before. The good-tempered Chen Ze are angry to blow up, not because of anything else. It is for money. Jiang Bao is 1 year older than him. When he was small, Chen Ze would play with Jiang Bao every time he went to his grandma's house. Of course, he would also play with those cousins, but he preferred to play with Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao can take himself to play video games, can also take himself with a slingshot to shoot birds, while those cousins will only let themselves play house with them, or jumping ribbons, boring to death. Compared to the two, he naturally more happy to play with Jiang Bao. So he grew up with Jiang Broke. The relationship has been very good, but people will become so that you cannot recognize. Before he was reborn, in 2022, Jiang Bao opened his mouth to find him to borrow money, said to borrow 20,000. There is an emergency. This is still the first time he looked for Chen Ze to borrow money. Chen Ze naturally borrowed. At that time, Chen Ze had already saved more than $100,000. His own cousin borrowed $20,000 only. How could he not give? What's more, his reason for borrowing money was also very serious, saying that Chen Ze's sister-in-law had some health problems and had to undergo a small operation. Chen Ze transferred the money to the past at the first time after hearing that. At that time, Jiang Chong has been married and have children. The work is a driver, driving to others to transport fruits and vegetables. The work is stable. The salary in the local area is also quite acceptable. Normal to support the family is no problem. So he did not call home to confirm this matter. But what happened later let Chen Ze recognize the person of Jiang Bao. About 2 months after Jiang Bao borrowed money, he called to say that his child was sick, with a fever of 39 degrees. The body also kept convulsing, and urgently used $15,000 to pay the hospital fees. At that time, he spoke very panicked and very anxious. Chen Ze did not consider anything, and immediately transferred to him $15,000. After he finished transferring the money, he felt that something was wrong. Jiang Bao urgent use of money to find him to borrow is no problem. But the last borrowed did not pay back, now borrowed again on the problem. According to reason, Jiang Bao should not lack of money lack into this way. After all, he is the only seedling of the Jiang family. Their grandmothers and grandfathers often give Jiang Bao money. A give is 1 or 2,000. Years and years down is also a not small number. As for how Chen Ze knows, naturally, the two old people told Chen Ze as long as home will go to grandma and grandpa's home to eat a meal and then take a break. The two old people every time he left will give him a few $1,000s. Said it is equal treatment. But the oldest sister, Chen Ku, was especially jealous because the two old men never gave her any money, or none of the girls either, since neither did the cousins at the uncle's house. This made the oldest sister and a few cousins feel that the two old men were very biased, but there was nothing they could do about it, so they could only seldom or not visit the old men. Chen Ze did not comment on this because he had a vested interest. Back to cousin Jiang Gang. In addition to the two old people giving him money, the second uncle and the second aunt also often subsidize Jiang Chuang's small family, as well as the great uncle also gives him a sum of money from time to time, but Chen Ze's great uncle has not given Chen Ze a dime. There is no way. The only child is so good. That's why Chen Ze thought that Jiang Gang shouldn't be so short of money. So Chen Ze made a call home and asked about Jiang Bang. Jiang Qiulan, however, said that she didn't know that there was such a thing, and she hadn't even heard of Jiang Bao's daughter-in-law having surgery. Jiang Qiulan was quite anxious at first. After all, she is the only nephew, and thought that the other party did not want her to worry about not tell her. After learning the news, Jiang Qiulan rushed towards her mother's home. This go can be a big deal. Jiang Qiulan didn't go to find Jiang Bao first, but first looked for the second uncle to understand the situation. But what Jiang Qiulan said made the second uncle and the second aunt is also a face of confusion. They also do not know this matter and this period of time Jiang break into them to ask for 5 or 6 million. The reason is that only as a driver to earn money cannot afford to support the family. Just his boss intends to open a food market. He wants to share. Jiang Qiulan in the heart after learning the news has had some ideas. She did not go to find Jiang Broke, but to Jiang Ling made a phone call. Jiang Ling is the second uncle's daughter, Chen Ze's second cousin. After the phone call and Jiang Ling chat a few sentences on the hang-up, and then told the second uncle two aunts that Jiang Ling also lent Jiang Break 40,000 yuan. The reason is that the father of the daughter-in-law of the river broke something. He was embarrassed to give parents to ask for money, so only to look for her. Jiang Ling will naturally lend money to their own brother. More will not tell their parents about this matter. The second uncle and the second aunt also noticed that something was wrong. Jiang Qiulan called Chen Ze's first cousin, second uncle called Chen Ze's great uncle, and second aunt called Chen Ze's third cousin. When the three of them hung up the phone, the second uncle's expression didn't change much, but Jiang Qiulan and the second aunt's faces became ugly. Jiang Bao did not look for Chen Ze's great uncle to borrow money, but the first cousin and third cousin both borrowed. One borrowed 50,000, one borrowed 30,000 yuan. The reason is that Jiang Gang's daughter-in-law's father is sick, to be hospitalized for surgery. He is embarrassed to ask for money from his family because of this kind of thing. He can only look for his sister, and the first cousin and the third cousin will not tell this matter to the second uncle and the second aunt. But soon Jiang Qiulan remembered a person. Her daughter Chen Ku hurriedly gave Chen Ku made a phone call, asked clearly after her face became even more ugly. Chen Ku also lent Jiang Chong 20,000. The same reason. That is to say that the family juniors were all wiped out. If not Chen Ze call, they are still in the dark. Chapter 23, Scum. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Jiang Qiulan went to Jiang Chang's house with Chen Ze's second uncle and second aunt. At first, because Jiang Bao to get married, the second uncle to buy him a new house. From home is not too far, drive 10 minutes today. When Jiang broke open the door to see his parents and aunt a piece of time to see, know that they are exposed, but he wasn't the least bit flustered, and had even been prepared when he borrowed the money from Chen Ze. Mom, Dad, Aunt, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Jiang Barge greeted the few people inside. Little trespasser, did you borrow money from your sister and the girls? Second aunt asked with a worried face. Jiang Bao did not explain and directly made a video call to his daughter-in-law. After connecting, he handed the phone to the three of them. On the other end of the phone was the face of Chen Ze's sister-in-law, Shi Lin, who was guarding the inside of the hospital room, and it was indeed her father lying on the bed. This scene made Jiang Qiulan's trio unable to say a word, because people were indeed hospitalized, and looking at the various tubes inserted in Shi Lin's father's body, they knew how serious this person's illness was. Mom, Dad, Aunt, I really have no way to borrow money. My old man is now lying in the hospital. If I don't save, Shi Lin is going to divorce me. I really have no way. While saying that, Jiang Gang suddenly cried out loud. This made Jiang Qiulan and the others even more uncomfortable. Hurriedly comforted Jiang Bao. The final result is Jiang Qiulan lent Jiang Bao 000. The second uncle and the second aunt took out 20,000 yuan. Things developed here is no problem. Even if Chen Ze knows will not say anything. After all, Jiang Chong is also for the family. But the things that happened later let Chen Ze anger. Jiang Qiulan returned home after the matter told Chen Ze. Chen Ze knew and did not say anything more. Just from the heart to keep an eye. Sure enough, not long after the river broke and found over. But also to borrow money, said Sherlin's father's disease and serious. Need to enter the ICU. He really have no way to Chen Ze to play this phone. Chen Ze has prepared in his heart naturally will not agree. He also did not very hard to refuse. Is to say that he has no money? He is a young man outside to spend more can save more than 30,000 has been very difficult. Zhang Gang did not doubt Chen Ze's words. He also went out to work. And finally not to mention the money. When he came home, he still owed a butt of debt. So he did not mention borrowing money this thing. But Chen Ze's sister-in-law Sherlin is a ruthless person. After learning that Jiang Bao failed to borrow money, immediately gave Chen Ze another phone call. Did not say borrow his own money, but let him cash credit card with the borrowing bar. And so the bill expires they will return. But how dare Chen Ze agree? He said he didn't have a credit card, and he didn't have a debit card. Sherlin was crying and begging him, as if Chen Ze did not borrow money to make a big mistake. And finally he really cannot help it, only to say that he has just opened the borrowing bar, and give them cash $10,000 to finish. Don't say Chen Ze was stupid or anything. At that point, he really couldn't be cruel. That's why he was called a good guy. And then came the moment that made Chen Ze explode. After a month, to the repayment date of the borrowing bar, Jiang Gang and Sherlin seemed to have forgotten as if neither of them contacted Chen Ze. Chen Ze naturally did not want to be the wrongdoer, so he began to contact the two people. But in the end to the evening also did not contact. No one answered the phone call. WeChat sent a message and did not reply to the two people. Finally have no choice. Chen Ze had to use their own money first returned in, to be because of the overdue lead to their credit black that is called finished. After another month, again to the repayment amount of days, Chen Ze still cannot contact the two. This time he can no longer endure. So it is again to the home to make a phone call. Mom did not say anything after learning, just told Chen Ze not to lend money to Jiang Break in the future, because she also found things are not right. At first, the family did not care. The second uncle and second aunt also intends to visit the in-laws, because Sherlin's hometown is another city. They want to go to how to also have to say hello in advance. Can be Jiang Gang and Sherlin refused? Said Sherlin's father's disease with a little contagious, or do not go good. And now it is Sherlin or Sherlin's mother in the care of the other people did not go. Hearing this reason, the second uncle and the second aunt naturally will not go. Give money even if they are also infected. That would be bad. And it was Chen Ke who realized that something was wrong. Chen Ke's company took a few days off, and Chen Ke's place of work happens to be Sherlin's hometown of the city. Jiang Qiulan let Chen Ke go to visit Jiang Bao. In case there is something she can also give a hand. Chen Ke naturally agreed. Just to visit, but not a big deal. Before going, she first went to the mall to buy some things, but in the buying time let her see a surprised scene. Sherlin, who was supposed to be in the hospital taking care of her father, was actually shopping at the mall with Jiang Bao, and this discovery made Chen Ke notice that something was wrong. Even if Sherlin's mother had gone to guard her father, Sherlin shouldn't be in the mall right now? Chen Ku, who had the idea in mind, immediately bought a hat, then borrowed a mask from the store, and followed up in disguise. This follow-up can be great, directly to the two people caught in the right. Jiang Bao and Sherlin in the shopping mall splurge, brand name clothes, brand name bags, abayas several sets, and even two people finally went to the gold store to buy some jewelry. Chen Ke lungs were almost blown up, but the only remaining sense of reason also let her is to bear down. Inside the shopping mall, she did not want to be in front of so many people with the face of the river barge, so to the home to make a phone call. To make this matter clear, Mom Jiang Qiulan heard also angry, immediately found the second uncle and the second aunt. The matter said again. The two listened to is also a face confused. When did their son become like this? The three didn't make a phone call, but directly drove towards Sherlin's old home. This time was also the time Chen Ze called. It was such a coincidence. Arriving at Sherlin's home, they found that there was no one there, and after making a call to Sherlin's mother a few people went to the hospital and learned a few things. Sherlin's father is indeed sick, and indeed very serious, but Sherlin's mother did not beg anyone. She directly sold the house where she lives to pay for medical expenses. The reason that Jiang Gang told Sherlin was all self-directed, and when Sherlin's mother learned about it, she didn't cry and make a scene, but calmly said to Jiang Qiulan and the others that she would pay back the money for her daughter. But she really also Jiang Qiulan and other people really dare to want? You have to know that there is also the problem of Jiang break into or this is the Jiang broke out of the trouble. How can this money let Sherlin mother to return it? They can't figure out why their own child who has been fine since childhood, has become like this. How could Shirlin's mother, such a good person, be able to teach her such a daughter? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Chapter 24 Dogs can't change. They can't eat. Zhang Qiulan. Several people did not stay in the hospital for long and left. Staying here did nothing but suffocate, because he didn't know where Jiang Bao lived with Shirlin. Second uncle gave him a direct call, but when Jiang Bao learned that what he did with Shirlin was exposed, he was not embarrassed to hide and not see, and after saying a location, Zhang Qiulan. 3 people searched for the past. After finding Jiang Bao and Shirlin, a few people did not say a few words before arguing. Jiang Bao poured out all the grievances he thought he had over the years. The grievances he mentioned were all because of his family's condition. How to say? The conditions of the second uncle's family is not bad for ordinary people. They have a suite of 2 families, and all the money to buy a set of new houses to marry a daughter-in-law. This condition in the local small county can be said to be very good, but a mountain still see a mountain high. Zhang break in the outside work for a few years, after seeing the prosperity of the outside, think their life should not be like this, especially after marrying a daughter-in-law is not satisfied with the status quo. A quilt cannot sleep 2 kinds of people. Shirlin's thoughts are exactly the same as Jiang Bao's, but when they first got married, they had a lot of money in their hands. However, the 2 just married a few years in the hands of a lot of money. In addition to both parents to give, there are those copies of the money. The second uncle and the second aunt to friends and relatives to give all the money to the share of the river broke. Their own pennies did not stay. To know the light, Chen Ze grandma and grandpa gave them a package of 36,000 red packets. Great uncle and his own mother is also this number. This figure in the local can be said to be very high. Other people are basically 6,006 or 8,008. Very few have over 10,000. Of course, the rich another say. His own mother and his great uncle are also thinking that the family is only a single child. Give some more is not a big deal. So with the 2 old man gave this figure. Shirlin's parents' side is also the same situation. They will be betrothed to the money, the bride price money and the share of the money together. Their own and out of a sum of money. Put together 260,000 all to Shirlin. As for how Chen Ze knows, when Jiang Gang got married, the dowry of up to $260,000 made them envious for a long time. Together with the money given by the second uncle and the second aunt, the 2 couples just got married with more than $500,000 in their hands. So how could they be short of money? That's why Jiang Gang and Shirlin were very stable in the beginning years. Nothing happened. However, the 2 couples squandered their money, and in just 3 or 4 years, they had spent all of this money. You should know that in these years, Jiang's parents and Shirlin's parents have been giving money. Not to mention Chen Ze's grandma and grandpa and great uncle also did not give less, adding up to not less. But more money cannot stand, so spend. What will we do if we don't have money? Naturally, they borrowed. So for a while, the 2 couples began to borrow money from friends and family around them, because the first few years of their behavior is too good, coupled with borrowing money for normal reasons. So no one refused, but no one lent them anymore because they didn't pay them back. So the 2 couples hit on the youngest, Chen Ze, immediately after the latter happened. After the incident was exposed, the 2 did not repent for a moment. After a big fight with his second uncle and his second aunt, Jiang Gang and Shirlin even sold the house, and then directly ran away, and did not pay back the money they borrowed. Chen Ze's grandma and grandpa were angry and sick for months after learning the news, and his second uncle and second aunt were also lying down for days. Chen Ze only found out about this after his grandma and grandpa were hospitalized. How could he not be angry? Chen Ze suffocated for a long period of time, until later slowly slowed down, but he cannot think about this matter. I really hate to think of tearing Jiang break. Money is one thing. Their grandmothers and grandfathers were very old. They were hospitalized for a period of time so that all the people are afraid. The 2 old people really wanted because of this thing to go on. Then really on. Cannot think. Think on the gas. Back to God. Chen Ze lying on the sofa looking at the message sent by Jiang Chong. Really do not want to take care of him. Although now his family is rich, because of the relationship between mom's side. The living conditions of the second uncle's family must also be very rich, but the character of the people will not change. Chen Ze can be sure that Jiang Gun will still end up on that road. This person is a million want to spend 100,000. 100,000 want to spend a million. A million want to spend a million. A million want to spend 100 million. There is no stop that. Knowing that Jiang Chong is this kind of person. But Chen Ze now this time period also has no reason to do anything. The main thing is that grandma and grandpa and mom's side is not good. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze had some ideas. Looking at the message sent to him by Jiang Bao on WeChat, Chen Ze typed that he had just gotten off work. Just reply to the message, not waiting to exit the page. The dialog box above the display, the other party is typing. So Chen Ze did not directly exit. Want to see what he is looking for himself today. Jiang Gang quickly sent over a message. What? Xiao Ze, you're still working? Isn't this a farce? Chen Ze was speechless. But this is what people say is right. Who would go to work when they just don't go to school? Especially since he was still a rich second generation now. Without saying anything more, he directly asked him what was going on. The subsequent message sent over by Jiang Gang made Chen Ze laugh out loud. Sure enough, people's personalities don't change. What kind of person is what kind of person? Jiang Bao sent him a message just to borrow money, although he hadn't gotten to know Lin yet, and probably wouldn't have the chance to get to know Lin in this lifetime. But nature couldn't be changed. Chen Ze directly asked, how much money to borrow? Jiang Bao replied, I want to buy a car, short of $300,000. You lend me a bit? MD, Jiang Bao can really dare to open his teeth. Open his mouth is $300,000. Chen Ze and his sister asked for money, only gave $200,000. He even asked for $300,000. It is simply a lion's mouth. Really think that money is not money? With the previous lesson, Chen Ze can be sure, Jiang Bao and looking for him to borrow money before, has long been other friends and relatives borrowed at one time. Without replying to Jiang Bang, he directly gave his old sister a call. Hello, the phone quickly connected, and the phone rang with Chen Ke's voice. Chen Ze directly asked, old sister, did Jiang Bang find you to borrow money? How do you know that? Did he look for you to borrow money too? Chen Ke was surprised and asked, well, how much did he borrow from you? Chen Ze asked, $300,000, said that he was $300,000 short of buying a car. Chen Ke was a little upset. Immediately after she asked, how much did he ask you to borrow? Also $300,000. Chen Ze sneered, what's going on with him? Said he was $300,000 short and I gave it to him. Why is he still looking for you to borrow money? You wait, I'll call him. Chen Ke was furious after hearing the figure that Jiang Bao had borrowed from Chen Ze, not because of the money, but because Jiang Bao had cheated her. Chen Ze said unhurriedly, don't be in a hurry first, you give my three cousins a call to ask. I feel that Jiang Bang must have looked for them to borrow money as well, or else he shouldn't have looked for me to borrow money in any case. Okay, I'll call now and call you back later. Chen Ke hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Ze looked at the hung up phone in deep thought. He knew that this person's dog couldn't change its ways. Chapter 25, Big Trouble. After a few minutes, Chen Ke's phone called again. After Chen Ze connected, he heard Chen Ke cursing. Of course, not him, but Jiang Bao. In this life, because the Chen family has money and opened a company Sake, Chen Ze's great uncle and his second uncle both work in Shengyao Group. The salary is naturally not low, and can even be said to be very high. Shengyao Group was very large, and the two families didn't have many people, so there wasn't any problem arranging an unimportant position at random, which meant that the two families were not short of money. Chen Ke called and asked. The three cousins each lent Jiang Chong $300,000. The reason is still to buy a car. How can Chen Ke not be angry about this discovery? All cheated to their own family members. This is still a person? Chen Ze was not surprised. After all, Jiang Bang, but there are previous convictions. Although Jiang Bao borrowed money much earlier than in his previous life, Chen Ze did not take it seriously. The Chen family had changed so much that it was normal for some things to change with it. It was fine for other things to remain unchanged. Listening to Chen Ke flip-flopped a few sentences, Chen Ze laughed and said, okay old sister, scold him what use, now hurry up and call mom and second uncle, check his credit. I'm sure that Jiang Bao has owed a buttload of debt now, otherwise he wouldn't be looking for us to borrow money. I know, it simply pisses me off. I will never lend him money again in my life, Chen Ke said indignantly. Right. Chen Ze didn't care about his old sister's scolding and remembered something very important. What? Chen Ke asked. Tell mom, even if you find out, don't let grandma and grandpa know, Chen Ze reminded. This matter was the most important thing. The reason why he was angry in his last life wasn't just because of the money. He was just angry that Jiang Bao had sold his house and ran away. And grandma and grandpa were also angry because he ran away and fell ill. Although money was important, it was really nothing compared to the two old men's bodies. Moreover, the two old men spent a lot of money in the hospital. Even a lot of money. Let's put it this way, the great uncle almost did not go to sell the house. It could be said that Jiang Bao had almost not destroyed the entire Jiang family by himself. With the experience of his last life, this time Chen Ze would not make the same mistake. Got it. I'll go make the call now. Chen Ke agreed painfully. Chen Ze took his cell phone off his ear, and the screen page returned to the WeChat chat interface. Jiang Gang sent him a message again. Xiao Ze, just lend me some? I'll pay you back when I have money. Chen Ze sneered. Still want to borrow money? Thinking about it. However, Chen Ze did not say anything harsh, but replied, do you know why I work? I just ran away from home. Now in Jinling, the bank card balance is left more than 10,000. Chen Ze just finished sending the message and Jiang Gang replied, what? How did you run away? Why? Chen Ze said truthfully, I don't go to school anymore. I don't run away and wait for what? Looking at the top of the chat page, the other party is entering the word. Chen Ze did not want to continue to chat with him. Said directly, I really do not have now. You go to find my sister to borrow it. She should now have money. Sure enough, Zhang Gang waited for a while this time before saying, that's fine. I'll go and ask. Don't you dare say that to my aunt. Chen Ze directly agreed. Now Jiang Bang just need to not trouble him. He wouldn't have the time to come to himself later on. After sending off Jiang Bao, Chen Ze was also considered to have solved a matter of the heart. Now he is not a big mine. Detonated also does not matter. As long as let everyone know that Jiang break into the person. Then he wants to continue to break into trouble will not have the opportunity. Of course, do not rule out that he will find what loan sharks and so on. But well, Chen Ze is now looking forward to him to find it. So Chen Ze will have a reason to send him to the mental hospital. That's right, Chen Ze now wants to send Jiang Bao into the mental hospital. This person is hopeless anyway. Might as well throw it in there. That is, there is no reason to do so now. Or else Chen Ze would have sent him in when he thought of him. Let a family suffered so much difficulty they even ran away. Not let him pay a price. Chen Ze really can't swallow this breath. However, this matter is not urgent. It is possible that one day Jiang broke into the real and broke into trouble again. Shaking his head, Chen Ze played with his cell phone again. Mom, hurry up and find someone to check on your nephew. He's so infuriating. Chen Ke shouted angrily at Zhang Qiulan with his phone. Zhang Qiulan was dumbfounded by what she heard and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? What did Xiao Bao do? Chen Ku immediately said, he borrowed a lot of money. Just what I know is 1,200,000. Don't know how much more there may be. You hurry to find someone to secretly check his credit, in case there is something good to do a preparation in advance. What? What did he do to borrow so much money? And how do you know? Zhang Qiulan asked in a hurry. How did I know? He borrowed my money. Chen Ke said angrily upon hearing his mom's words. Not waiting for Zhang Qiulan to continue asking questions, Chen Ke directly said, you don't ask. It's better to hurry up and find someone to check him out. And also, if something really happens you must not tell my grandma and grandpa. Got it. Zhang Qiulan sniffed and hung up the phone, followed by another call out. After the phone was connected, Zhang Qiulan asked the other party to investigate Jiang Bao, then print a copy of Jiang Bao's credit report and send it to her. After that she hung up again. Zhang Qiulan did not tell others about this matter. She wanted to wait for the results of the investigation to come out later. It didn't take long for someone to send Zhang Qiulan a message. Zhang Qiulan directly clicked on it and took a look. It was Jiang Bao's credit report. The long list of numbers made Zhang Qiulan a little alarmed. She was dizzy for a moment when she saw the total amount of loans Jiang Bao had taken out at the bank. A total of $56 million, $47 million in home loans and $8 million in credit loans. This figure made Zhang Qiulan a bit overwhelmed. She had thought that Zhang Chong should not have much even if he took out a loan. After all, Zhang Chang's family had never been short of money. But when she saw this number, her whole body was dumbfounded. Zhang Qiulan is an ordinary housewife. Everything at home and outside the home is Chen Mingqian in charge. She is just a rich wife. If it wasn't a lot of money, she would be able to help pay it back. But with such a large sum of money, she really couldn't do anything about it. You should know that she gave Chen Ze only $1 million. If she had enough money in her hand, she would not be able to give her son money? She couldn't control this matter, but she could hide it. But could she hide it? After considering for a long time, Zhang Qiulan finally dialed Chen Ze's second uncle's phone. Chen Ze still underestimated Zhang Break. Do not even need to wait for the future. Now has already made a big trouble. Chapter 26 opened the light. However, Chen Ze, who was far away in Jinling, did not know about it, and even if he did, he would only clap his hands. As for why, that is of course because Chen Ze can send Zhang Gang in. If someone asks for a reason, which normal brain dare to loan so much money is used for consumption, the Chen family can afford to pay this amount. But can the Chen family pay it? Impossible. The Chen family's money is the Chen family's. What does it have to do with the Zhang family? Being able to support each other to live a high society life is already benevolent. Just based on the loan that Zhang Chong used to mortgage his house, he knows what kind of life his second uncle's family is living now. Doesn't this prove how much the Chen family has helped the Zhang family? 1 or 2 million, or 3 or 5 million. Zhang Qiulan may be sneaky to Jiang Bao leveled the account, but on the 10 million even if Zhang Qiulan cannot help, not to mention that this is more than 50 million, even if the Chen family has money, it is not so helpful. After all, Zhang Chong is only her nephew and not her son. Time passes in an instant. September 12th. Chen Ze was playing a game while sitting in his office. He had been very laid back lately and didn't have anyone to disturb his life. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out and play, but he didn't know where to go. In the past, he always felt that after he had money, he could go wherever he wanted and no one could stop him. But when he really had money, he realized that it was not that way. Generally people have money is to buy a car, to buy a house and then find a woman. but he does not lack of house and car. As for the woman, there's also a well-fed fish. What else can he do? Go to a nightclub? Indeed, Chen Ze had some ideas, but did not want to go alone. What can a person do in a nightclub? Pick up girls? He might not be able to look at them. Drinking? Who would drink and go to a nightclub? And then there's traveling. Don't be ridiculous. What's the point of traveling alone? He's not one of those travel bloggers. This also led to Chen Ze and Jinling here very quiet as a homeboy. With the rebirth of the previous habits are not much different. Of course, just habits. Living conditions that is a world of difference. The life of the rich is still very beautiful, but the peaceful life was broken after only half a month. When Chen Ze was playing the game, his cell phone rang. Afterglow. It was mom calling. Chen Ze looked at his god blocking the god, Buddha blocking the Buddha's small fishman, hesitated for a long time, and finally picked up the phone. Hey, mom, what's wrong? Chen Ze hurriedly asked, wanting to quickly finish talking to his mom and then proceed to play the game. However, his thoughts were quickly dashed by Jiang Qiulan's words. Xiao Ze, come back quickly. Something happened to your cousin. Jiang Qiulan said in a panicked tone. Chen Ze's expression was slightly stunned as he directly asked, what happened to Jiang Bang? Jiang Qiulan said with a sobbing voice, he was captured by the loan sharks, and now they are calling over, saying that they are going to break his arms and legs if he doesn't pay back the money. Chen Ze, MD, his own mouth is opening up, right? At first thought he went to borrow loan sharks. Did not expect this dog thing also TM really went to borrow. Chen Ze also asked, borrowed how much money? $10 million. Now the interest has reached more than 20 million. Jiang Qiulan was really out of options. When she first learned that Jiang Chong had borrowed so much money from the bank, she went to Chen Ze's second uncle. And his second uncle was naturally very angry after learning the news. So he brought Jiang Bang over to confront him face to face. Jiang Bao was also very honorable and told all the things. These money he spent, buy a car to buy a watch. There is to invite friends to dinner. Anyway, not a penny left in the mess. Hearing Jiang Bao said these words with such peace of mind, Chen Ze's second uncle almost didn't hold his breath. In the end, he sold all of Jiang Bao's cars, watches and other luxury goods, and then paid back half of the loan with a large sum of money. Afterwards, he personally went to the bank to make a deferred payment for the rest of the loan before settling the matter. The second uncle put Jiang Break a hard beating. Jiang Break is not the slightest resistance, and even cried and said he changed. In the end is a son. Looking at the tears of Jiang Break, the second uncle or soft heart, Jiang broke into a week after the release. After all, he is a living person, has been shut down is not away. Plus stay at home for a period of time. Jiang breaks into the performance is very good. The second uncle thought his son should not be in any problem. I did not expect just after a week, Jiang break into trouble again. This time is more serious than last time. Jiang break out after not only did not have the slightest repentance, and even intensified. Friends and family, no one lent him money. The bank also did not give him a loan, so he looked for loan sharks. Jiang Bao's mouth is also very big. A loan is 5 million. Yes, is 5 million. Before he was locked up has been looking for loan sharks, borrowed 5 million, which has the 10 million in his mouth. And of course the loan sharks know Jiang Bao's identity, although the money he borrowed last time has not yet been paid back, but they are not the least bit panicked. After all, with Jiang Bao's identity, $10 to $20 million or a sprinkle, he does not have the Jiang family has, Jiang family does not have the Chen family has. They are really not worried that Jiang Bao will not pay back. But what happened behind broke this idea of theirs. The cause is that Jiang Bao went to the nightclub to play. Because drink a little too much to put their own things a brain spit out. This kind of thing as long as set out that will certainly be circulated. The loan sharks naturally heard about it. They did not panic after learning that, but the Jiang barged to find the past. Want to recover part of the money in advance? The reason is also very legitimate. He last borrowed that 5 million is also almost time. They advance a period of time is nothing. After all, how can a loan shark have any credibility? But how could Jiang Bao still have money? If he had money, why would he still borrow from loan sharks? Upon learning that Jiang Bao had no money on him, the loan sharks revealed their ferocious side. They didn't scold Jiang Bao. After all, when they lent Jiang Bao money, they had already investigated Jiang Bao's identity clearly. Otherwise they wouldn't have lent him so much money. Jiang family they can afford to mess with, but Chen family they cannot afford to mess with. Shang Yao group has developed to this point. Little cute. All know how much energy the other side has. A phone call to the police can take them all in. The charges are ready-made. Cannot even run. So they took Jiang Gang to a place and beat up those who couldn't pay back the money in front of him. This beating is not the same thing as Chen Ze's uncle's beating of Jiang Bao. One is punching and kicking. The other is holding a stick towards the body. Can this be the same thing? Never experienced this kind of thing. Jiang Bao was naturally terrified, and hurriedly cried and shouted that he would pay back the money. He borrowed the loan sharks of the 5 million has not been spent. The remaining more than 2 million, All of this money transferred to the other side. But this money which is enough This amount of money. Not to mention the principal, even the interest is not enough. Chapter 27 Back to Linen. Jiang Bao had no choice but to call home. Coupled with the loan sharks on the side of the deterrent, Jiang Bao was scared to make this matter very serious. Saying what not to return the other side of the money, they have to break their arms and legs. Second uncle after learning directly paralyzed on the sofa. This money he cannot afford to pay back Some time ago in order to pay back the bank loan for Jiang Bao had already emptied the family's money. And now he really couldn't get that much money. He could only give Jiang Qiulan a phone call to call her over. Jiang Qiulan can't do anything about it. Simply put, there is no money. She didn't dare to tell Chen Mingqian about this matter, for fear that he would get angry and put Jiang Bao into trouble. Chen Mingqian was able to build such a large piece of the foundation naturally is not a merciful person. Of course she was worried, so the two went to Chen Ze's great uncle. The uncle's family has some money, but all of this money is in the stock fund. A moment simply cannot come out. Jiang Qiulan thought of Chen Ze when they really had no choice. After all, Chen Mingqian just some time ago gave Chen Ze 100 million, so short time he certainly can't spend it all. Let Chen Ze first take the money out of the emergency, and then let his second uncle to find a way to pay him back. Time waits for no one. They are afraid of those loan sharks. Really, Jiang broke into howl. The latter is Chen Ze received a phone call from his mother. Chen Ze heard 20 million. This number is also a shock. Good guy. Jiang Bao is really bull batch He had thought that now this time period of Jiang broke also owe not much money. Did not expect to be so much, is no one. This is also Chen Ze now do not know that more than 50 million. If he knew he would be more admired. Jiang Bao. Listening to his mom's voice with a sobbing tone, Chen Ze pacified, I know. I will go back now. But mom, you do not worry. Now is the rule of law society. They do not dare to move Jiang broke. And as long as the promise to give them the money, they will not move Jiang broke. You do not worry about it. Good. You come back soon. Jiang Qiulan eased up after hearing Chen Ze's words. Thinking about his son's words is also right. Now is the rule of law society. Not to mention their own family is not a small family. The other side really do not dare to move Jiang trespass. They are to ask for money and not looking for death. Their own this is concerned about the chaos. Thinking through here, Jiang Qiulan hastily said, son, you come back slowly must pay attention to safety. Chen Ze smiled and agreed, then hung up the phone. He didn't get up the first time, but continued to maneuver his little fishman to play again. What was the rush in this kind of thing? Anyway, Jiang Gang couldn't do anything, so it didn't matter if he stayed on the loan shark's side for a little while longer. And if he really got beaten up, Chen Ze would still have to give that group of people a nod of approval. Evil people still have to grind evil people 10 minutes later, Chen Ze looked at the victory sign in the game and was in a very beautiful mood. He got up and left the office, then came to the place where Wei Ming's few people were working. Chen Xiao. Wei Ming hastily greeted Chen Ze when he saw him walk in. I have something to go back to linen. I don't know how long I will be able to come over. You guys just liquidate all your stocks tonight and then just send me a copy of the transaction records. Chen Ze directly said. Okay Chen Xiao, we'll sell after the US stock market opens. Wei Ming nodded vigorously. Chen Ze did not say anything more, turned around and left the place. He wasn't worried about this group of people having any embezzlement or anything like that stuff. The stock transactions were all recorded. Wei Ming's few people couldn't fake it at all. Finding the logistics department, Chen Ze asked the company's driver to send himself to the high-speed train station. He planned to take the high-speed train back to Linen. From Jiling to Linen, definitely high-speed rail was faster than airplane. Of course, it wasn't that high-speed rail was faster than airplanes, but airplanes waited too long, and it was also too far from Linen's airport to the city. And the high-speed rail is different. 10 minutes a trip. Fast. And Linen station is in the city. Compared to the two, he naturally choose high-speed rail. There are not many people on the square of the high-speed rail station, mainly because the weather is too hot. Not many people are willing to sunbathe outside. He bought a ticket when he came. Business seat. Into the high-speed rail station special business channel. Basically no one queue. The staff immediately received him through the security check. There is nothing to check. He brought a cell phone. Nothing else. However, because of the security check, he met the two bodyguards who were secretly protecting him. Two young men, 1.78 m tall, ordinary looking. There is no special temperament. Basically thrown into the crowd immediately cannot be recognized. However, Chen Ze was still able to recognize them, because in recent times, as long as he went out, he was always able to spot the two men in various places, only that he never got a good look at the front face, and this time he finally got to see them. He also did not take the initiative to greet. There is no need. This is also quite good. Walking into the waiting hall, which was decorated luxuriously, Chen Ze casually glanced at it and stopped paying attention. It did not take long for Chen Ze to get on the high-speed train home. He took out his cell phone and gave his mom a call. Let her send someone to pick up himself. Not pick up can not he does not know where is home. Also do not know where the second uncle's home. No kidding, before he was born again. His hometown is a small county below Linen. After he was born again, he did not believe that his home is still in that small county. The family must have settled down in the city of Linen, but he did not know wow. Although it is very embarrassing, but the fact is like this. An hour later, the high-speed train arrived at the station. There were people everywhere at the exit, but Chen Ze smoothly saw the person who came to pick him up. It was his second uncle. Chen Ze knew that his second uncle was unable to stay at home. After all, his son was still in the hands of others. How could he sit still? Little Ze, you're back. Second uncle Jiang Yan hurriedly welcomed Chen Ze after seeing him. Back. Don't be anxious. I will definitely save my cousin back. Chen Ze nodded and gave Jiang Yan a peace of mind first. Good. Second uncle is counting on you ah. Hearing Chen Ze say this, second uncle was very excited. Second uncle, let's go. Chen Ze directly said. Right. Go. Jiang Yan pulled Chen Ze's arm and headed out. It didn't take long to arrive at the parking place. A Mercedes-Benz S450 came into view. Sitting on the co-pilot, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to start the car and drove towards home. Sitting in the car, casually asked Jiang Yan about the origin of loan sharks. I did not expect him to ask 3. Chen Ze could not help but cover his forehead. How unreliable is his second uncle? After such a long time, he didn't even bother to ask who the other party was. He really didn't know what to say. Chapter 28. Being a geek. Chen Ze then asked some other questions. When he learned that Zhang Bao has owed more than 50 million when simply stunned. Family, what conditions I dare so spend? Although he knew the character of Zhang Chong, but he was still surprised. Now Jiang Bao can only 21 this age owes this number. Really no one. He was right when he thought, this person is incorrigible. The car traveled for about an hour and arrived. Chen Ze scanned the name of the neighborhood. Century City. After arriving at the underground garage, Jiang Yan parked his car and took Chen Ze directly to the elevator. The elevator quickly stopped at the 16th floor. Pushing the door in, Chen Ze saw his mother Jiang Qiulan and his great-uncle Jiang Sun with his second aunt at a glance. Xiao Ze, you're finally back. Your cousin was taken away. What can we do? Second aunt immediately ran over when she saw Chen Ze. But it is the old mom and great-uncle's face did not change. After Chen Ze's reminder, the two also thought of those things. Loan sharks are for money. As long as the money is given they do not have to touch Zhang Bao's. So the two are not in a hurry now. But after all, the second aunt is Zhang Bao's own mother. Even if she knows that Zhang Bao will not be beaten, but she still cannot help but worry. Chen Ze first greeted his mom and great-uncle before saying to his second aunt, don't be in a hurry. I have to ask first, and it's easy to save my cousin back, but what about after? What should I do? You dare to be sure that my cousin will change after he comes back? Chen Ze's question made second aunt not know what to say for a moment. She really couldn't figure out why her son had become like this. As for Jiang Qiulan, several people were also in deep thought after hearing Chen Ze's words. Indeed, it was still easy to save Zhang Bao. Just pay the money. But what about after he was saved? Will he change? Last time, they all believed that Zhang Bao would change, but the result was obvious. He didn't keep his words. This time, they can look for Chen Ze. But what about next time? What should we do then? We can't send Xiao Bao to jail, right? Second aunt said with a pale face. Sending him to prison is definitely not an option, and it's easy to get into trouble. I do have an idea, Chen Ze said faintly. What idea? Jiang Yan hurriedly asked. Send my cousin to a mental hospital, Chen Ze said with an unchanged face. What? No, absolutely not. Second auntie shook her head in a hurry after hearing this. On the contrary, Jiang Yan was puzzled after hearing Chen Ze's words about the place. What do you mean? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yan looked at Chen Ze just before he wanted to speak and was interrupted by him. Chen Ze opened his mouth. It's to lock him up. What my cousin is doing right now is too much. If it wasn't for the fact that our family has a bit of money, we would have been forced to break up our family by now. Believe it or not? Second auntie wanted to retort, but couldn't say anything because Chen Ze wasn't wrong. Then why is it a mental hospital? I've heard that even people who aren't mentally ill have to be tortured into psychosis when they go there. Second aunt still didn't want her son to go to that kind of place. Then what do you say? Send him abroad? It's not like you don't know that foreign countries aren't as safe as our country. And with his current personality, are you really not afraid of him borrowing from foreign loan sharks? Chen Ze disliked back. If we don't go abroad, wouldn't it be fine to keep him at home? Second aunt retorted. No problem. I'm fine with it. I'll help this time. But next time if something happens to my cousin again you don't look for me, Chen Ze said indifferently. After hearing this, second auntie immediately lowered her head and stopped talking, because she didn't have the confidence to keep Jiang Bang locked up in her house all the time. Xiao Ze, don't beat a dead horse. Speak clearly. Old Mom Jiang Qiulan vigorously hit Chen Ze's shoulder. It's very simple. Just send my cousin to a mental hospital and don't let him take those medications, right? If you're still worried that he might run out, wouldn't it be fine for you, second uncle, to find someone to work as a security guard at the mental hospital? What's so difficult about that? Chen Ze spread his hands and said, but that's a mental hospital. Second aunt is still a little reluctant to just send her son in. What's wrong with that? Just give my cousin another chance? Chen Ze said with no concern. Several people looked at him at the same time. What I mean is that it's better to leave my cousin alone after we get him back this time. He should have been scared this time. If he changes and can live peacefully in the future, that would be the best. But if he still remembers food and goes to borrow loan sharks and such, then there's nothing that can be done. After all, the opportunity has already been given to him. Chen Ze explained. Okay, let's do it. I feel that little trespasser has really been scared this time. He can definitely change, second aunt said with a happy face. But the expressions of mom and her great uncle and second uncle didn't have any joy on their faces. And the second uncle quickly noticed this as well. What's wrong? You guys don't believe it? The second aunt was puzzled and asked. Do you believe it yourself? Jiang Yan asked with a calm face. Second aunt thought about it and finally closed her eyes. Forget it, don't bother so much. It's better to just send him to the mental hospital. Jiang Yan considered for a long time and finally said with a cruel heart. Chen Ze shook his head and laughed. Second uncle, you're talking as if you're sending my cousin to the penal colony. It's not that serious. Looking at Jiang Yan's puzzled gaze, Chen Ze continued. Wouldn't it be fine to configure him with a cell phone and computer and let him be a geek inside? With my cousin in this situation now, getting married is very difficult. Really, can't you find one or two young and beautiful girls to take care of him at that time? In case of day-to-day love, you can still hold a grandchild. Right, this is good. Second auntie immediately became excited upon hearing this. Let's do it. A smile also appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Qiulan and Jiang Sun also couldn't help but nod their heads. This was indeed a good idea. This way, the old Jiang family would not be extinct. In fact, Chen Ze didn't want Jiang Bao to live so well. The things he did before he was reborn had already broken Jiang's family. And although the people didn't die, his grandma and grandpa were really close. But Chen Ze cannot do so. Jiang Break is the only seedling of the Jiang family, with his grandma and grandpa's patriarchal problem. Even if it is to let a few cousins recruited into the son-in-law are not necessarily able to make the two old men satisfied. In order to prevent his grandma and grandpa from getting into trouble, he could only do this. If you really want to make Jiang break into a psychopath, Chen Ze feels that even his own mother may not be able to accept it. She still attached great importance to her mother's side of the family. So in the end, Chen Ze still intends to take advantage of Jiang Bao. Of course, his cheapness is relative. For Jiang Bao, when the geek may be more difficult than killing him. Chapter 29 Brother Black. Second uncle, was the cell phone number that called you my cousin's or someone else's? Chen Ze opened his mouth and asked. Without worries, it was time to settle the group of loan sharks. It's little trespasser's cell phone number. Second auntie didn't wait for Jiang Yan to open her mouth to say it herself. Call it again and ask what the other party's name is and where to meet. Chen Ze immediately said. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded, took out his cell phone and called. Dad. As soon as the cell phone was connected, heartbreaking shouts came from the other end. It was truly heartbreaking for those who heard it, and tears for those who listened to it. Give them the phone. Jiang Yan's face twitched slightly, forcing himself to say, Oh, Brother Black, my dad is looking for you. Everyone heard Jiang Bao's words. Chen Ze immediately whispered to Jiang Qiulan, Mom, you have the company's people investigate this Brother Hey. There shouldn't be many loan sharks who are Brother Hey. Good. Jiang Qiulan immediately nodded her head and agreed. Great uncle, you should also know quite a few people, right? Chen Ze asked again to Jiang Sun. Well, what do you say? Jiang Sun immediately nodded. Check the people under this Brother Black's hand as well. I want to know the family information of everyone on the other side. Chen Ze sneered. Little Ze, what do you want to do? A worried look appeared on Jiang Sun's face. Nothing, $20 million is too much. I don't want to give it. Giving a principal with interest would be good. Chen family and Jiang family are not that good to mess with. Hearing this, Jiang Sun gently nodded. He also felt that $20 million was a little too much, but because Jiang Chong was in the hands of the other party, he himself didn't dare to go against the other party for a while, for fear that something would go wrong with Jiang Chong. Now Chen Ze had an idea. Then he definitely supported it. You check it first. If you can't find out, then I'll have to find my cousin and the others to check it. Chen Ze said softly. No need. Your great uncle hasn't been a freeloader all these years. Jiang Sun immediately refused. There was no way he could let people from Chen family's side help with this kind of thing. In the future, Jiang family would still have to mix in Shangyao group. If this matter was known by the other side, There was no telling what Zhang family would be said about it. Of course, Chen Ze doesn't count. This is his own nephew. Well, then you hurry up and go. Find out and print out this information. I want to use it. Chen Ze reminded. Okay, I'll go now. Jiang Sun nodded, then turned around and left. Chen Ze had just explained the matter clearly when Jiang Yan also hung up the phone. Asked clearly? Chen Ze looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gently nodded his head and said, asked clearly. This named Black is very bottomless. Said everything clearly. The place is on the 11th floor of the Huifeng building on Shangjiang Road. The name is called Panzhong Finance. Chen Ze smiled and did not take it seriously. The other side has a bottom? It is not that Jiang Bao signed and fingerprinted it? Oh, soon mom came over. Son, ask around clearly. This is called Black is the manager of Panzhong Finance. This is his specific information. You see for yourself. Zhang Qiulan handed over her cell phone. Chen Ze took it and took a look. Good guy. This person is really a talent. The name Black Brother sounds like he is a gangster. But he is a serious highly educated person. Master's degree in finance from a prestigious university. But also served in the National Golden Securities. Resigned and then directly joined the Panzhong Finance. But he is also just a white glove. Who is the boss behind is not known. Now can only wait for the great uncle side of the news. Chen Ze returned his cell phone to his mom and said softly. I know, but it will have to wait. I let my great uncle also go to check the other side of the information. The three of them all nodded their heads. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself, 100 battles will not be in danger. After about half an hour or so, my great uncle hurriedly walked in. Xiao Ze, this is all the information from the other side. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Sun handed a pile of A4 paper to Chen Ze. Chen Ze carefully flipped through it for a while after taking it. He just looked at the top few and didn't even look at the ones behind. After reading it, Chen Ze lifted his head and said, alright, with these it's enough. Then I'm going to go and lead my cousin back now, and I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. Second uncle, little Ze, I'll go with you. Jiang Yan immediately said, yes, let your great uncle and second uncle go with you. No, let the company security go over there as well. Zhang Qiulan said with some concern, no need, it's fine, with these it's enough. Besides, those security guards didn't give a damn about their mouths. If we let them go today, tomorrow the whole Shangyao group will all know that my cousin was arrested for borrowing from loan sharks. It's not necessary. Chen Ze raised the A4 paper in his hand and directly refused. Jiang Sun directly said, let Xiao Ze go. It's fine. What Xiao Ze has in his hand is their lifeblood. There is no problem with his safety. Alright then. Hearing Jiang Sun open his mouth, a few people nodded. They knew that their big brother was not a person without a purpose. Then I'll go. You guys just wait at home. Receiving the car keys handed over by Jiang Yan, Chen Ze waved his hand and took the elevator to the underground garage. Opening the navigation, driving the car, Chen Ze drove towards Panzhong Finance, on the 11th floor of Huifeng building, inside one of the offices of Panzhong Finance. Mr. Jiang, we had no choice but to do this. Please don't mind. We really can't help it. If the money is not collected, the consequences for us are even worse than the person you just saw. A young man in a suit stood next to Jiang Chong and said with a smile on his face. Jiang Bao sat on the sofa, a look of panic still lingering on his face. It was obvious that the person the other party was talking about must have suffered inhuman torture. Otherwise it wouldn't have scared Jiang Bao into this state. After hearing the youth's words, he braced himself and concurred. It should be. Don't be afraid, Mr. Jiang. As long as your family pays back the money, then we are still friends. And if you still have needs above money, we will likewise try our best to satisfy them, the youth said with a smile. Good. Jiang Gang didn't dare to say anything now. He could only concur with the other party. He was really scared. As for what was in his heart, as long as he was allowed to leave, beating him to death, he wouldn't come to this Thai place anymore. This group of people were also too ruthless. They really didn't treat people as human beings. Now is the rule of law society. But they seem to not care at all. Really convinced. The internet is not saying that now the debt collection is also afraid of breaking the law. Are civilized debt collection well? But this group of dogs seem to know what is called civilized debt collection. Young people also understand the idea of Jiang break. Did not continue to chat with him. He is not worried about Jiang Bao will retaliate or something. Dare to loan sharks are not afraid of retaliation. Otherwise open what loan sharks are? But his confidence did not last long. Chapter 30 Settlement. Chen Ze quickly arrived at Huifeng Mansion. Inside the building, people were coming and going, all dressed in suits, dressed as an elite crowd. However, looking at their temperament, Chen Ze felt that most of these people were insurance salesmen and the like. Temperament is something that really needs to be cultivated. Just wearing the same clothes is useless. Chen Ze didn't pay too much attention, and took the elevator to the 11th floor. Walking out of the elevator and turning a corner was the office of Panzel Finance. These 4 big words were just too conspicuous. It was hard to not see them. The city of Linen has been a place of commercial prosperity and celebrities since ancient times, and it is also a major town of commerce and trade in the Jiangnan region. Up to now, there are many small and medium-sized enterprises, and it is relatively difficult for these enterprises to borrow money from the banks, which has given rise to a rather developed underground financial industry. Chen Ze stepped in. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" Seeing Chen Ze enter, a very pretty front desk lady immediately asked, "I'm looking for your manager, brother Hey." Chen Ze replied with a smile, "May I ask your name?" The front desk young lady asked immediately afterward. "Chen, okay, please wait a moment." The front desk young lady immediately picked up the phone and dialed out after saying a couple of words before hanging up. "Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Our manager will be right over." Chen Ze smiled and did not refuse, directly sitting on the chair next to the receptionist. Scanning the inside of the company, this company wasn't big and there weren't many people coming and going, but he saw several big, muscular and strong men. At a glance, he knew that they were the fighters that this company kept. Chen Ze is not surprised. From this company's debt collection methods, no, if not to raise some fighters, how can deter those who do not return the debt? But threatening his family would not be appropriate. After sitting for not more than 2 minutes, a young man in a suit came over. When he saw Chen Ze sitting on the chair, the youth's pupils shrunk. Obviously he recognized who Chen Ze was. How could he not have expected that this matter would lead Chen Ze over? And if the visitor was Chen Ze, some things would not be good. The youth thought a lot in a split second, but without the slightest change on his face. He jogged a few steps towards Chen Ze and came in front of him and said, "How did such a little thing startle Chen Xiao? I'm slacking off. I'm slacking off." After saying these words, the youth immediately said sternly to the receptionist, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up to make tea, the best tea, and send it to my office." The receptionist froze for a moment, then hurriedly answered. Only then did the youth turn back to Chen Ze and said, "Chen Xiao, let's go to my office for a chat." Chen Ze naturally wouldn't refuse and got up to say, "Lead the way." "All right, this way please, young Chen." The youth hurriedly bowed and invited. No wonder he had such an attitude. As a practitioner in the financial industry, he knew too well the energy of Shengyao Group. Not to mention him, even the boss behind him wasn't enough for the other party to pinch with one little finger. The youth knew that he had made a mistake and shouldn't have arrested Zhang Bao, but the fact that it had come to this point could only be hardened. Arriving at the office, Chen Ze sat down on the sofa with his butt, while the youth stood next to him. This attitude made Chen Ze not know what to say for a while, and even a little helpless. He had prepared so many things this would not be useful, although it felt like this matter might be resolved smoothly. But this is not cool. The reader lord wouldn't be cool either. But the youth was also helpless. The one he wanted to blackmail was the Zhang family, not the Chen family. And with the size of the Zhang family, would they be short of this $10 or $20 million? How did they provoke Chen Ze, the great god, to come here? The youth was now even more stifled than Chen Ze. "Brother Black, right?" Chen Ze didn't bother with him and spoke directly. "Young Chen can just call me Blackie. I can't afford to be called brother by young Chen." The youth's posture was very low. "How much money does Jiang Gang owe you in total?" The youth was having a hard time at this time. Facing Chen Ze, he really didn't have the courage to say that number again. After hesitating for a moment, the youth gritted his teeth and said, "Since Chen Xiao personally came over, this face we, Panzhong Finance, must give. Mr. Zhang borrowed a total of 10 million from our company. Chen Xiao will just pay back the principal. We don't want the interest." Hearing this, Chen Ze's face stiffened. "MD, the opportunity to pretend is gone. This is still a cool article. Rely." After preparing for such a long time for nothing, Chen Ze now had a fire that he couldn't send out. He couldn't be angry at this young man, could he? People from him to come in the beginning of the good attitude, and now even do not want to interest. With TM do charity like, convinced, Chen Ze took a deep breath, then said to the youth, "Call Jiang Gang over." "Okay, Chen Xiao, you wait a moment." The youth hurriedly walked out of the office and inadvertently wiped the cold sweat from his head. He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. The A4 paper in Chen Ze's hand was originally rolled up, but because he was in a somewhat less than favorable mood, there was a slight movement that caused the A4 paper to spread out a bit. Although he rolled it up again as fast as he could, he still let the youth see it. The person at the top of the pile of A4 paper was his boss, and there was all the information about his boss on it. The youth was sure that his boss was himself underneath, and the information about his own family members could not be hidden from Chen Ze. This discovery scared him. He knows too much about the dark side of this society. The financial private equity circle does not move. People disappeared. Really think that this person ran away? These loan sharks just beat people up. The most serious is to break their arms and legs. But people are really able to make people disappear and not be found. They are loan sharks for money. And making money is for a better life. If even the life is threatened, then what is the use of money? As for making enough money to run away to foreign countries, stop it. It's more chaotic abroad. With the volume of the Shangyao group, they could be silenced by just anyone abroad. And they wouldn't even be able to implicate each other. How could this not make the youth afraid? He now finally experienced the feelings of those who were being called for debts. No, it was even worse than that. How to say it? Admitting to it. Their boss couldn't say anything either. Chen Ze didn't realize that in such a short period of time, the youth had so many mental activities. If he had known about it, he would have been overjoyed. This would prove that what he did in advance wasn't in vain. Otherwise it would be too stifling like it is now. Chen Ze sat on the sofa and didn't wait long before the youth pushed the door in again. And Zhang Bao was following behind him. Xiao Ze. Seeing Chen Ze sitting on the sofa, Zhang Bao shouted out as if he had seen his own father. That voice. Simply. Chapter 31 Envy. Xiao Ze save me. Zhang Gang immediately ran to Chen Ze's side and grabbed his arm without letting go. Chen Ze was speechless. Now you know you're afraid? What did you think of when you spent the money? If he is not the only child of the old Jiang family, Chen Ze really have the heart to throw him abroad regardless. Sigh. Okay, I will take you home now. Looking at Jiang Chang's unproductive look, Chen Ze said in a good-natured manner. Go go go. Hurry up. Here I do not want to stay at all. Zhang Bao heard this and dragged his arm to leave. That money will be on your card in 2 days. You should not be in a hurry, right? Chen Ze asked towards the youth. No rush, Chen Xiao, when you have time to call over on it. The youth hurriedly replied. Alright, then I'll take him away. You don't need to send him off. Stay back. After Chen Ze finished speaking, he left Panzhong Financial Company with Zhang Gang, and the youth looked at the back of Chen Ze and the two of them leaving, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead again, took out his cell phone and dialed it in a hurry. Chen Ze was now annoyed. Super annoyed. From the moment he got on the car, Zhang Gang was chattering and complaining. Of course, he didn't spit on Zhang Yan and Chen Ze and the others, but instead, he had been angrily scolding Black and the others who were loan sharks, saying something about how this group of people were like maniacs, beating people up badly, and then holding his head there and making him look at it, not even if he didn't look at it. Also said something about how this group of people shouldn't exist and that the police should be called to arrest them all. Anyway, the meaning of the words was that he wanted Chen Ze to step in and avenge him. How can Chen Ze not be annoyed when he hears these words? These people are loan sharks. If they didn't have some background, could they have survived until now? Do you really think these people are made of clay? Moreover, they have given Chen Ze face. Not only did they not ask for a penny of interest, but they also directly let him bring Zhang Gang out. What else do you want Chen Ze to do? Do not say they are loan sharks. Even if it is to go to the bank, loan is also to return interest. Looking at gradually some expansion of Zhang Bao, Chen Ze reminded, you borrowed that 10 million but has not yet returned it. Ga. Zhang Gang, who had been rambling, immediately stopped talking and turned his head to Chen Ze and asked in a small voice, Xiao Ze, you didn't give them any money? Chen Ze? Hoping that just now what he said to that youth Zhang Bang was not listening at all. Convinced. No, that's $10 million, not $1,000. How could it be taken out so quickly? Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to say. Then how did they release me? Zhang Gang was a bit puzzled. Chen Ze, just this stupid look is really hopeless. Directly thrown into the mental hospital is right. Don't ask. Go back and talk. Chen Ze didn't want to bother with him right now. Oh, Zhang Gang nodded silently. He also knew that he had caused a big trouble this time, and now he didn't know what to say when he went home. It did not take long for the car to drive into the neighborhood. Chen Ze drove to the bottom of the lower garage and then rode the elevator with Zhang Bao up the stairs. The elevator opens, the two walk out to see the door of the home of Zhang Bao is open. The doorway stands the second aunt, a person. Xiao Bao. Seeing two people, the second aunt, a voice shouted out, followed by running over to embrace Jiang Chong, and then touch the arms and legs, afraid that their son really less parts. Chen Ze was speechless. Now a meeting should not be the first to beat up? How so? The mother is more than enough to defeat her son. Then the second uncle, several people also walked out from the house, but the appearance of one of them made Chen Ze all stunned. Dad, why are you here too? Chen Ze was surprised. The meaning of his mom calling him back with his great uncle and his second uncle was too clear to him. That is, he didn't want Chen Mingxian to know about this matter, but he just went to pick up the time of Zhang Gang. How come Chen Mingxian came to the second uncle's house? Auntie. Jiang Chong was directly frightened and shivered the moment he saw Chen Mingxian. You can come and I can't? You kids still follow your mom to hide from me, right? Chen Mingxian didn't pay any attention to Zhang Gang, but instead laughed and poked fun at Chen Ze. What words? How can I say I'm hiding it from you? It's not a big deal. Your son. I can just step in. What are you doing here? Chen Ze said in disbelief. What did you tell the other party? Chen Mingqian didn't care about Chen Ze's words but asked casually. Jiang Sun had told him about Chen Ze's idea after he came, and now that Chen Ze was back he naturally had to ask about it. How? It's not even necessary for me to say that people will release them. Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to say. His chance to pretend was gone. What about the money? Xiao Ze, how much did you give them? Jiang Qiulan suddenly voiced out and asked. Money? Didn't give it. Chen Ze looked at the puzzled gazes of several people and explained. They recognized me and directly said that they don't want to pay interest to give a principal. But I don't want to give the principal, so I said a few days later. Hearing this, the great uncle and second uncle and Jiang broke all speechless. The difference is so big? In there this is $20 million a penny cannot be less. But Chen Ze went not only the interest do not want. Did not expect Chen Ze even do not know enough? Even the principal do not want to give. This is no one. More annoying is so the other side also put Jiang broke back. Where to say reason to go? Oh. After listening to Chen Ze's words, Chen Mingqian said with a light laugh. Not bad. There are 2 brushes. There is a fart. I let my great uncle to prepare the thing is not used at all. Prepared for nothing. Chen Ze was dissatisfied. What do you think I'm talking about? Chen Mingqian asked rhetorically. Chen Ze gave him a blank look and said. I'm not stupid. I'm just spitballing. If there's anything else I'll do the same thing. It's better to be prepared. Children can be taught. Chen Mingqian nodded with satisfaction. Sour scholar. Bah. Chen Ze directly disliked. You kid. Chen Mingqian stretched out his hand and pointed at Chen Ze helplessly. A few people from great uncle looked at the father and son who were talking to each other with envious gazes. Another glance at the Jiang family's only child who was too frightened to speak. Alas, powerless to spit. Then Jiang Yan came back to his senses and said to Chen Ze, this time, trouble you Xiao Ze. The things behind are handed over to me and your great uncle. The interest is not given even if it's not. The principal has to be returned to the people, or else it may still have to come up with something. Whatever you want. Chen Ze nodded. No or impossible. Doing charity didn't even say give $10 million for nothing. Let alone the other party is still a loan shark. The reason Chen Ze said this was to let second uncle find a way to pay back the money himself. He didn't have it anyway. Now Chen Ze has a few million. 10 million is really cannot come out. Even if he sold the stock that would take time to transfer back to the country. So Chen Ze never intended to pay the money himself from the very beginning. Chapter 32 Interesting. Speaking of money, the air instantly quieted down, and Jiang Gang stole a glance at Chen Mingqian, realizing that his aunt was looking at him, and was shivering with fear again. Alright, things are settled, so we'll leave first. Jiang Qiulan was really afraid that Chen Mingqian would say something and said in a hurry, Xiao Ze has done such a great favor. It's late now, let's have a meal before we leave. Jiang Yan immediately said politely, next time. I haven't been home for a long time either. You'll treat me to dinner in a few days. Chen Ze is really want to agree to it, and then look at Jiang Bao fear, but cannot. Mom has been giving him a look. This face must give That's right, Xiao Ze hasn't come back for a long time. I also want to have a meal with my son. Next time, Jiang Qiulan hurriedly said. Alright, let's go. After saying that, without waiting for a few people to react, Jiang Qiulan directly pulled Chen Mingqian towards the outside. But Jiang Yan still wanted to say something before he was interrupted by Chen Ze. Second uncle, you don't know what my mom means? If my dad stays here, my cousin would have to die of fright. Jiang Gang nodded his head uncontrollably from the side. He was really afraid of Chen Mingqian. Looking at his unproductive appearance, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to beat him up right now. But in the end, he nodded helplessly and said, then in the next 2 days, when second uncle invites you to dinner, you can't refuse. No problem. Chen Ze agreed. Big brother and second brother, second sister-in-law, we'll leave first. When Chen Ze got on the elevator, Jiang Qiulan immediately waved her hand and said, well, slow down when you guys go back. The few people from great uncle similarly waved their hands and said, it was quiet inside the elevator. Jiang Qiulan looked at Chen Mingqian and then at Chen Ze. Chen Ze, for the sake of this nephew, Mom is also considered to be worried and convinced. Dad, how did you know that something happened to Jiang Gang? Chen Ze asked with some doubt. I knew when your mom found someone to investigate that person, Chen Mingqian said indifferently. Chen Ze was helpless. Mom, this is also not reliable although she is a housewife, but investigating a person can be found by dad is no one. Mom, who are you looking for to investigate? Chen Ze looked at Jiang Qiulan and asked. Wu Ping. Old mom lowered her head and said, HM? Chen Ze did not know who this person was. My secretary. Chen Mingqian explained. Chen Ze. Young life. How is mom like a stupid white sweetie? Before being reborn, I didn't feel that my own mom was this virtuous either. If you put Jiang Qiulan into Legend of Concubine Jinhuan, the opening 5 minutes is poison mute and then give the death of a one-stop service. And it is even possible to live more than 5 minutes. Since you want to hide Chen Mingqian, how can you find his secretary to investigate others? Isn't this an obvious way to tell Chen Mingqian that something has happened to my nephew? I'm convinced. Mom, you are really Jiang Chang's own aunt. Chen Ze really couldn't help but spit out. I had no choice. It was so urgent at that time. I couldn't find anyone else for a while, so I could only look for Wu Ping. Jiang Qiulan explained in a small voice. Chen Ze really didn't know what to say, but this was also quite good, so that it would still be easy to fool mom about anything in the future. What are your plans for the back? I see that this child, Jiang Bao, is considered a waste. Chen Mingqian asked. What else can I do? Lock him up, Chen Ze said casually. Chen Mingqian was a little curious. Jiang Qiulan told Chen Mingqian all of Chen Ze's ideas from the side. After listening, Chen Mingqian also nodded from time to time. Finally, he said, this is also quite good, so as not to come out and cause harm to people. If it causes trouble in the future, and Xiaoze's grandma and grandpa know about it, it will be difficult to do. That's right, it's because of this that my second brother made up his mind to send him in. Jiang Qiulan also do not want to send their nephew into the mental hospital, but the Jiang family really cannot afford to be tossed. This is also no way out of the way. At this time, the elevator also reached the first floor, and the three of them walked out. Coming outside, Chen Ze saw the car parked downstairs at a glance. Rolls-Royce Phantom Bulletproof Edition. A middle-aged man in a suit was standing right next to the car, and when he saw a few people come out, he hurriedly opened the car door at the back. Chen Ze walked over and directly pulled open the passenger side and sat in, and Chen Mingqian and Jiang Qiulan also sat in the back row. Xiaoze, don't take the car. My car is still in the underground garage. Go drive it home for me. Jiang Qiulan suddenly spoke. Chen Ze, play? He didn't know where his home was, so Chen Ze shook his head decisively and said, I'm not going. He didn't even say the reason. You child. Old mom was helpless to see Chen Ze refusing without even thinking about it. Let's put it here first. If you don't have the time, then wait until my second uncle invites me for dinner in the next 2 days before driving away, Chen Ze said casually. Alright. Jiang Qiulan nodded helplessly. Go, Chen Ze said to the driver. Alright young Chen. The driver started the car without even asking Chen Mingqian's opinion. Just as the car was moving, Chen Mingqian asked Chen Ze, I heard that you've gone to speculate on stocks now? You really heard that? Chen Ze sneered. Aha. Chen Mingqian nodded without changing his face. Then you've heard it wrong. Fire that person. He dares to talk nonsense without knowing anything. There's no use in keeping him. Chen Ze disliked Chen Mingqian. Looking at the speechless Chen Mingqian, Jiang Qiulan laughed out. It's good that her son is back. I really didn't lie to you. Yang Gang's mouth is very strict. He didn't say anything. It was still the other people in the company who guessed it based on the configuration of that office you formed. Chen Mingqian helplessly explained. Chen Ze. He knew that he couldn't hide anything when he went to Shangyao Group. It was also convincing. How was it? Did you make a profit or a loss? Chen Mingqian asked curiously. You still care so much. Chen Ze disliked again. Chen Mingqian. Now, even the driver couldn't help but show a smile. He hadn't seen his boss disliked like this in a long time. Jiang Qiulan even couldn't help but laugh out loud again. His son coming back is really interesting. I am your father. Chen Mingqian was a bit exasperated. I am your son. Chen Ze did not show any weakness. Then the son should listen to his father. Chen Mingqian said smugly. If you go out and ask around, whose son listens to his father? Chen Ze was even more complacent. Chen Mingqian. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qiulan's easily stopped smile was again amused by Chen Ze. Chen Mingqian thought for a moment and then said, but I gave you the money to speculate on stocks. Chen Ze, how can I take this? Chapter 33, Pro-Life. Jiang Qiulan was already breathless with laughter at this moment. This father and son were just too amusing. Alright, I'm afraid of you. Chen Ze was helpless. When it came to money he really had no words to dislike. Then tell me. Chen Mingqian's heart was finally comfortable. A small profit. Chen Ze held back his bad words. And then? Chen Mingqian asked again. No more didn't I tell you? Made a small profit Chen Ze laughed out loud. Chen Mingqian. Jiang Qiulan vigorously slapped Chen Mingqian's shoulder, laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. Pro-life. Chen Mingqian's mouth broke up. It's really just a small profit. Chen Ze said again. You stop talking. Chen Mingqian shouted as he reached out and vigorously punched the seat behind Chen Ze. Ha ha ha. Chen Ze laughed out loud. He was also comfortable. The car drove into a neighborhood as the three of them were talking and laughing. Chen Ze casually glanced at the name of the neighborhood, which was Shangyao. He was not surprised. After all, Shangyao Group had a huge real estate industry. It was not surprising that Chen Mingqian as the founder lived in a neighborhood built by his own group. It didn't take long for the car to stop. By now the sky was already dark. Chen Ze opened the car door and walked down. In front of his eyes was an oversized villa. Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan didn't wait for the driver to open the door and opened the door themselves and walked down. The two of them didn't pay attention to Chen Ze and walked straight towards the villa. Chen Ze slowly followed behind the two. As the door slowly opened, Chen Ze also saw the scene inside the villa. An oversized parlor came into view. The floor was made of an unknown material. And anyway, Chen Ze stepped on it very comfortably. Chen Ze didn't bother to take a closer look. He didn't want to show too much bias. After seeing the large sofa in the living room, he directly walked over and laid down on it, looking for a place with a separate foot to lean on, which he had done before when he was at home. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qiulan laughed. It's just that your sister isn't at home. Otherwise you two would still be fighting. Che, just her? I'll let her have one hand and one foot and suppress it as usual. Chen Ze was disdainful. You just blow it. Zhang Qiulan struck down. When I was a kid, that was a real fight. Now you let her try. Chen Ze was not convinced. The two of them had never been at peace since they were young. Chen Ke was really pretty to look at, but in the eyes of his own brother, she was no different from Ru Hua. When they fought, they really didn't obey each other. Chen Ze will not move Chen Ke's head on the ground, ask her to serve or not. Of course, this is Chen Ze grew up after the thing. Can't beat the time as Chen Ke put him on the ground rubbing. Anyway, there is no time when a pro-sibling doesn't make a mess. Madam, you guys are back. A middle-aged woman heard the voice and walked down from the second floor. Zhang Qiulan nodded at the middle-aged woman, then turned to Chen Ze and said, This is the new nanny, Aunt Gue. Your Aunt Hui went back home to take care of her grandson. Oh, hello Aunt Gue. Chen Ze gently nodded his head in greeting. Good day, Chen Xiao. The middle-aged woman also hurriedly greeted him. Chen Ze was truly thankful to the heavens that this could be arranged. There was no one else. He decided that his name in the small group, 100,000 leagues under the sea, would be changed right now, to God. You really are invincible. Can't be cursing God anymore? People are really trying hard. Xiao Ze, what do you want to eat? Zhang Qiulan asked as she sat on the sofa. Anything I want to eat, but I feel like I shouldn't be able to eat at home tonight, Chen Ze said with a smile. Chen Mingqian sat on Chen Ze's right side and said to Zhang Qiulan, Don't ask him. He wouldn't be surnamed Chen if he could eat at home tonight. Zhang Qiulan shook her head somewhat helplessly and said, Will you be with Luo Feng and the others tonight or with your cousin? Chen Ze smiled and said, Not sure. Whoever calls first will go with them. As soon as the words fell, Chen Ze's cell phone rang. Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan looked at each other and didn't say anything. They were used to it. Hello. Chen Ze picked up the phone. Xiao Ze, go home and don't know to say a word. Hurry up and go out. Top rank brother please. A rough voice came from the other end of the phone. Got it. Go out immediately. Chen Ze directly agreed. Putting down his cell phone, Chen Ze said to his dad and mom, My brother Chen Hai called. Zhang Qiulan said casually, Drink less Got it. Chen Ze nodded and got up and left. It really wasn't his fault for this attitude. Before he was reborn, as long as he went home, he didn't even need to tell anyone. The others knew straight away and didn't know where the news came from. Anyway, he hadn't eaten at home for the first few days every time he went home. Either a few cousins looking for, or his own a few hair small looking for. The drinking place tube enough, but also do not have to pay. Of course, the back of the natural he also want to invite back. Although the family conditions have changed, but some things cannot change, just like his cousin Zhang Bao, so he is very confident to his own mom said so. Sure enough, just arrived home old brother Chen Hai called, or drinking and singing a dragon, only the venue has changed. In the past, they all went to a small place to drink and sing, but now it has become a luxury entertainment club. Chen Ze walked towards the outside when searched this top PNK, is a top bar, which for the Chen Ze has not seen the world is still very attractive. Walking out of the villa, Chen Ze came to the side of Rolls-Royce Phantom. After getting into the car, he said to the driver, Just send me to the main entrance. Okay Mr. Chen. The driver did not have any unnecessary words and directly started the car towards the entrance of the neighborhood. It arrived a few minutes later. Chen Ze directly got out of the car and then said to the driver, Go back. Someone will pick me up in a while. The driver nodded and drove off. It wasn't that Chen Ze was already used to the life of the rich second generation, but rather it was a choice made based on his previous habits. As long as his cousin and friends didn't take the initiative to say that they would let themselves take a taxi or ride to a certain place, then it was definitely that they would drive over to pick themselves up. A habit that had been cultivated over the years had already penetrated into the bone marrow. Sure enough, it didn't take long for 3 sports cars to appear in front of Chen Ze's eyes. As the sports cars got closer and closer, the roar of the engines got louder and louder. Finally the three sports cars stopped in front of Chen Ze in turn. The first one is a Bugatti Chiron. The middle one is a McLaren PILM. And the last one is a Koenigsegg Agera. Looking at the youths who dropped their windows, Chen Ze's face also revealed a smile. All three were his own cousins. Dad Chen Mingqian had two older brothers, that is, Chen Ze's first and second uncle. The first uncle's family had two sons, and the second uncle's family had a son and a daughter. Unlike Jiang Bao, Chen Ze only played with Jiang Bao and his cousins when he went to his grandma and grandpa's house. But with his cousins, Chen Ze grew up with them. He was never short of good food and fun. But of course, he was also picked by them countless times. Chapter 34, Cousins. But in Chen Ze's heart there were only good memories and nothing messed up. Compared to Jiang Bao's wolfish heart, the three cousins and one cousin were all the best older siblings. As for his oldest sister, Chen Ku, bah, what's all the grumbling about? Get in the car and go. Big brother Chen Hai roared. Chen Ze didn't care, walked towards Chen Hai's Bugatti Chiron, opened the door and sat on it. With the roar of the engine, the car flew out. The strong backrest feeling made Chen Ze couldn't help but grin. Chen Hai asked as he drove, "You didn't say anything when you came back, and you had to make me call personally." "Can't help it, too many friends, I'll go with whoever calls first," Chen Ze said dejectedly. He, Miss did the same thing. Chen Hai mocked. "Get lost," Chen Ze scolded without a good mood. Chen Hai didn't care, but added, "Can you die for buying a sports car? We still have to pick you up every time. If you really can't just buy a random car, it's fine." Chen Ze said without thinking, "I bought a car, but I left it in Jinling." "What car?" Chen Hai asked curiously. "Bentley Continental GT Black Knight," Chen Ze replied. "Why did you buy such a Thai car?" Chen Hai said helplessly. Chen Ze, good guy. A 4 million plus car became a broken car in his mouth. Money is really arbitrary. Chen Ze did not want to take care of Chen Hai for a moment. Chen Hai also does not care. While driving a car while rambling, Chen Ze listened to a very intimate feeling. After all, it was also the same before. He is just talk a lot. It didn't take long for the three top supercars to arrive at the entrance of the bar, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. The vast majority of people who play here have a few insights. A glance can know what brand the car is, about what price, not to mention the three top supercars that add up to more than $100 million. Although linen bar luxury cars everywhere, but three supercars appear at the same time is not so easy to see. Steeply appeared in front of the bar. How can not attract people's attention? "Good evening, boss." "Good evening, Mr. Hi." "Good evening, Mr. Huan." "Good evening, Mr. Lu." As soon as the four of them got off the car, a youth in a work suit ran over to greet them. Chen Hai's trio handed over the car keys to the youth, then wrapped his arms around Chen Ze's neck and said, "Let's go. Big brother's treating us today. Play as much as you want." "Ha ha, it's still Xiao Ze that you have a big face. When you play with us the boss is stingy as hell. He refuses to pay a penny more." Chen Huan, the second brother, said with a big smile. "That's right, Xiao Ze, you don't know. The boss sometimes stingy, really want to beat him up." Third brother Chen Lu also scoffed at the side. "Get lost. If you guys are capable, don't come today." Chen Hai disliked without a good mood. "Che." Chen Huan and Chen Lu simultaneously raised their middle fingers at Chen Hai. After that, the four of them walked into Top Punk together, and a few security guards slowly followed behind them. After all, there are always those who drink too much and don't look lone. Walking, a youth who seemed to recognize Chen Hai. Several people came over. Asterisk. "Brother Hai, Brother Huan, Brother Lu, why did you three come together? What? There's something going on in this place tonight that I don't know about?" The three of them, Chen Hai, also laughed after seeing each other's faces. "Zhao Tai, why did you come over to play today as well?" Chen Ze, is this the Zhao Tai Zhao Gonzi he knows? He's paying for the entire venue tonight? It's not a whim, it's just that I haven't played in a few days, so I came over to have a look around, and it's luck that I ran into you guys. Brother Hai, the young man named Zhao Tai said with a smile. "Who is this?" After saying that, Zhao Tai looked at Chen Ze who was being held by Chen Hai's neck. "Oh, my old brother," Chen Hai casually introduced. Zhao Tai's pupil shrank after hearing Chen Hai's words. Chen Hai's oldest brother? Chen Hai had a few younger brothers he knew too well. Chen Huan and Chen Lu. Both of them were there now. The only one he knew but didn't recognize was the heir to the Chen family's Shangyao group. Now that all three of Chen Hai were present, then the identity of this youth was naturally self-evident. Zhao Tai reacted quickly and immediately extended his hand to Chen Ze and said, "Chen Ze Chen Xiao, right? I'm Zhao Tai. My family is in real estate, and I have some cooperation with Shangyao group." Chen Ze also extended his hand to shake his hand. "I was saying, why did you guys come together? Brother Hai, I didn't realize that young Chen came back. How about this? I'll pay for tonight's consumption? I know that Xiao Chun and Brother Hai, you guys don't lack money either, but give me a chance to perform, okay? Zhao Tai asked with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Hai laughed and said, stop it. It's not easy for my old brother to come back once and still let you treat him. Isn't this a slap in the face of the three of us? How about this? In a while, you can buy some wine and send it over, so as not to say that I'm not giving you face. It's me who thought too simply. Brother Hai, forgive me. I'll send the wine over in a while. I won't bother you guys to play with Mr. Chen now. Brother Hai. Zhao Tai finished speaking and nodded at the few people and left. Looking at his back as he left, Chen Hai said to Chen Ze, know why I asked him to send us wine? Chen Ze. What the hell does he know? Riddlers be damned. Speak. Chen Ze gave Chen Hai a blank look. Chen Huan and Chen Lo were amused. Their family's Jin Ming group is deeply mixed with Shang Yao group. Only the volume is not as big as Shang Yao group. But people have said so. Face should be given more or less. Chen Hai explained. To put it bluntly, you just want to save some money on alcohol? Chen Ze disliked. Ha ha ha. Chen Huan and Chen Lo laughed out again. Ze, you're really right. The boss is just so stingy. That's right. Stingy is stingy. What excuse are you looking for? Chen Hai put his arm around Chen Ze's neck and said, what is this? Big brother, I am not that kind of person. You know? Chen Ze was strangled and quickly nodded his head and said, I know. Can you let go of me? We know too. Seeing Chen Hai twisting his head, Chen Huan and the two of them also nodded their heads in a hurry. That's more or less the same. Chen Hai nodded with satisfaction before letting go of Chen Ze. Chen Ze hurriedly ran behind the two Chen Huan people and said, boss is really a reckless man. The two Chen Huan people couldn't help but nod their heads after hearing this. They very much agreed with Chen Ze's words. Boss Chen Hai was 5 feet 9 inches and looked big and thick. If someone who didn't know him saw him, there were people who would believe that he was a triad member. It was Chen Huan and Chen Lo who looked okay, somewhat handsome. Of course, there was no way to compare with Chen Ze, but it was still countless times better than Chen Hai. When they were young, they often discussed whether Chen Hai had a genetic mutation, and how he didn't look like a member of the Chen family at all. But then the three never said such things again. It's not that they don't want to say it, but they are too beat up to say it. A big fist is marvelous. Reckless people also really can't afford to mess with Chapter 35, Being Pitted Again. The four of them walked and chatted. Xiao Ze, don't go to Jiling when you come back this time. What's there to do there? A linen big brother takes you out every day to get high. Chen Hai twisted his head and said, let's see. Chen Ze did not reject it at first. The main reason was that Chen Hai really wasn't wrong. There really wasn't much fun in Jiling. It's not that Jiling is not good. As long as you have the money to go anywhere you can play well. But he has no friends in Jiling. It's not much fun to go alone. This is right. After coming back to play for a period of time, and then go to Shangyao Group to take a job. So no one can say you. Chen Huan chimed in from the side. Chen Ze? Turning his head to look at Chen Huan. Chen Ze stretched out his arm to forcefully embrace his neck and asked loudly, say, is it my dad who told you guys to say that? Ha ha ha, boss and junior, how about it? I told you, just the two of you with your hard eyes can't hide it from little Ze at all. Chen Le laughed out loud from the side. Chen Ze's face darkened. Hearing Chen Huan's words, he knew that they weren't holding back any good farts, and sure enough, as soon as he asked, it came out. Wrong, I'm wrong. Xiao Ze quickly let go of me. Chen Huan slapped Chen Ze's arm and started begging for forgiveness. You have to forgive us three brothers. You're not unaware of what kind of temper Uncle San has. Who in the family besides you isn't afraid of him? Do we dare not listen to him when he speaks? Chen Hai said helplessly. Bah, no backbone at all. Why don't you guys fight him instead? Chen Ze was very dissatisfied and said, but also loosened his arm that was strangling Chen Huan. Are you kidding me? Fighting with third uncle? You think we're you? But if we dare to disobey, not to mention third uncle, even your eldest two uncles will beat us up. Chen Hai rolled his eyes. So you guys sold me out? Chen Ze punched Chen Huan's shoulder hard and said, ha ha ha. The three lowered their heads and laughed at the same time. Chen Ze, say, what kind of offer did my dad make to you three? Ha, it's only just met and you're so eager to start lobbying. I'm curious. Chen Ze was really a bit curious. Before he was born again, when he was young, every time his dad wanted to do his homework or something on his own, he would find the three brothers and give them a little favor. Then the three brothers tempted the young and ignorant Chen Ze, saying that after he finished his homework or did what his father explained, he would go out to play with him. What to play video games what to play cards what to slingshot birds The three brothers to fool Chen Ze is still very good at it. How can the young Chen Ze stand up to this kind of temptation? So from childhood to adulthood, Chen Ze has been living under his father's schemes and tricks. When he grew up, he also knew about those things, but Chen Ze didn't feel anything, and was even grateful. After all, compared to Luo Feng and the others who were beaten up if they didn't do their homework, he was really 100 times better off. And now Chen Ze was curious about what Chen Mingqian had tempted the three brothers with to make them work so hard. Ha. It's nothing much. Chen Hai scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Hurry up and say it, or you guys know what I'm capable of. Chen Ze threatened. He actually does not have any great ability. It is to find grandparents to cry, but it is good to use. As long as Chen Ze goes to sue, the three brothers and sisters absolutely have to be in bad luck. He. Third uncle promised us that as long as we convince you to work at Shangyao Group in Linen, he will buy us another sports car each. Chan Lu giggled. Chen Ze, MD, his own dad was so generous. Just buy the sports car that the three of them were driving right now. They knew that the sports car that Chen Mingqian had promised to buy for them was definitely not ordinary. No wonder the three brothers and sisters were so attached to it. This condition was heartwarming for him to hear. Xiao Ze, you don't play with sports cars, don't know? A few of us are not short of money. It's just that buying a real top-of-the-line supercar is not a matter of having money on the line. We can't even buy it if we want to. But if there's a third uncle who steps in, what can't be done? Chen Huan also explained at the side. Chen Ze, these three dogs are also out of their depth. Besides, who told you not to go to school now? Who is a rich second generation not even finish college? Three uncle, this is not afraid that you go on the wrong way? You go to the group, he can also watch over you. So you have to understand the third uncle's good intentions. Chen Hai also advised from the side. Chen Ze blankly glanced at the others and said, you guys mean I still have to thank you? No need to be polite. They are all brothers. Chen Hai waved his hand and said in a very bold manner, get lost. Chen Ze stretched out his foot and gently kicked him. This person really didn't even care about his face for the sake of the supercar. Chen Hai dodged Chen Ze's slow attack and then said, okay, let's not talk about this. Before you went to school, Uncle Sam wouldn't let us bring you out to play this. Now that you're not in school, it doesn't matter. Let go and play tonight. Big brother's treat. Che. The three of them raised their middle fingers at him together. Just treat us. What's the point of saying it so many times? Despise. After the four of them walked through a long corridor, deafening music also came out from within, and the view in front of them gradually opened up. It was only opening time now, and the venue was already showing a full house. Today wasn't even a holiday. If it was a holiday, it would be really hard to get in. The lights were too dazzling, and Chen Ze couldn't see the looks of the people inside at all for a while, which was bad. Xiao Ze, I booked a box and a card seat. Which one do you want to play first? Chen Hai turned his head and said loudly to Chen Ze. It wouldn't work if it wasn't louder. A small voice couldn't be heard at all. Let's go to the card seat first. Chen Ze also responded loudly. The fun of the nightclub was the thrill of paper drunkenness. Going to the box to play lost this feeling. Chen Ze naturally wanted to experience the life of the nightclub. Nightclubs were better than going to KTV if you didn't do cards. Let's go then. Chen Hai heard this and waved his hand, then said to the young man in a suit who just went to park the car and now ran over. Xiao Zhang, lead the way. Okay, brother Hai. Several people this way please. Xiao Zhang hurriedly extended his hand in invitation, then quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Chen Ze's few people also slowly followed, and the security behind them was following all the way. After walking all the way to a card seat at the very front, Xiao Zhang stopped and said, Brother Hai, this is the card seat you reserved. Will the wine be served now? On. Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Chen Ze and the others then sat down directly, while the security following them also stood next to the card seat, protecting the entire card seat. As the foreman, Xiao Zhang was too clear about the identity of Chen Hai's several people. If something happened to them here, this bar would be directly ruined, and no amount of attention could be too much. Chapter 36, Coming. Not long after Chen Ze and the others had just sat down, the music in the nightclub was violently frenzied. In just a few minutes, countless people surged towards the dance floor. The lights then began to burst into flashes. Bear. Countless columns of smoke and confetti began to spray as the atmosphere inside the nightclub reached its peak. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your support of this store, the DJ on the stage shouted out. And Chen Ze realized why the atmosphere inside the nightclub had warmed up so quickly. It was true. Money was the only way to enjoy the best treatment. Amidst the flurry of confetti in the sky, a long winding dragon appeared in front of the crowd. A number of young beauties dressed in inches, each holding a sign symbolizing the ace of spades, walked towards this side. Bottles of liquor of different colors were colorful and dazzling in this nightclub. At once, the whole place boiled up. Asterisk. There's another big brother coming to play today? Isn't this nonsense? If it wasn't for the big brother, top rank would give this platoon? Hurry up and call someone. There's a big fish tonight. Looking at the long winding dragon, everyone at the scene looked over, and under everyone's gaze, it wasn't long before the long dragon stopped next to Chen Ze and the others' card seats. In a matter of moments, Chen Ze and the others' card seat became a place of envy and jealousy for everyone. The eyes of a large number of beautiful women were practically glowing when they saw that there were only 4 men at the card table. Opportunity. A heavenly opportunity. Didn't they come here just to catch a lucky man? At that instant, countless beautiful women who flowed through the nightclub swarmed towards Chen Ze and the other's card seat. Chen Ze, who was sitting on the card seat, was also somewhat energized at this moment, and it had to be said that this feeling was indeed very refreshing. But this is not good enough. What's the point of 4 men sitting on a card table? Low-hand bureau? Not waiting for Chen Ze to ask, the nightclub foreman Xiao Zhang, who had just disappeared, reappeared in front of everyone. Behind him was a group of beautiful women with hot bodies in different dresses. Chen Ze nodded his head. This is the right thing to do. Come here to play without a beautiful woman how to do? Although he is very picky, but no one around can not. This kind of large nightclub will raise a group of high-quality beautiful women, in order to serve some rich customers. Of course, the customers themselves to go hunting for sex can also be. In short, the customer cannot want, but he cannot be without. Ze, you pick first. Chen Hai laughed loudly as he sat not far from him. Chen Ze naturally wouldn't be polite, casually glanced at these beauties and directly picked 2. When Chen Hai's trio saw Chen Ze finish picking, they immediately extended their fingers to a few beauties as well, and the rest could only leave with a lost face. Good evening, young Chen. 2 beauties directly sat on both sides of Chen Ze, one wearing a purple wraparound skirt, and one wearing a light blue bustier skirt. Both of them hugged one of Chen Ze's arms. They had long been notified in advance and naturally knew what Chen Ze's last name was. The 2 women's voices were soft and sticky, and it was not known whether they were specially practiced or were originally like this. Feeling his arm fall into the fullness, Chen Ze could not help but sigh that this is life. Open the wine. Chen Hai wrapped his arms around the 2 hot beauties, then said to the service staff, "Okay, brother Hai." The 2 waiters immediately nodded their heads and then started to start the wine. On the table, besides the various kinds of drinks, there were also numerous fruit plates, snacks and such, as well as many props for entertainment. From the time he came back until now, he hadn't eaten anything at all, and had long been a bit hungry, only that he didn't feel it because he was a bit excited just now. But now that his mood had calmed down a bit, he naturally felt it. The 2 beauties beside him poured wine for Chen Ze while bringing him food. Chen Ze chatted with the 2 women while eating. What are you 2 called? The beautiful woman in the purple wraparound skirt immediately spoke. My name is Hanya. The woman in the bustier dress said at the same time. My name is Luo Qian. Chen Ze nodded, not sure if this was his real name or what, but he didn't care. Come out to play. Just get to know each other for a night. It doesn't matter if it's his real name or not. Afterwards, a few people played on the card seat. I don't know how many envious and jealous eyes outside the card table looked at this place. At 11:30 at night, the lights inside Top Rank were flickering, the alcohol was flowing, and the atmosphere of the nightclub had reached its peak. Right at this moment, a long winding dragon even longer than earlier appeared inside the nightclub again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way, no way. So many big shots today? Crazy. This is even more drinks than the one the card table just asked for, right? Nonsense. With this lineup, millions to start. MD, are these the rich people? No. Who's so awesome? I just inquired. The guy sitting on the front seat drove 3 supercars here. Who else is better than them? What's so exciting today? Chen Ze's gaze was also attracted over. He also wanted to know who was throwing away millions at the nightclub. But looking at the person, he was a bit confused, because this long line of drinks had stopped next to their card table again. But he wasn't a cutie either. His mind quickly thought of Zhao Tai Zhao Gongzi, who he had just encountered when he entered the door. If it wasn't for this long line of lighted drinks, Chen Ze would have already forgotten about the other party by now. After all, who would think of a man when he has a beautiful woman by his side to eat, drink and play with him? That is not purely sick and on. But now well, with this scene, Zhao Tai did leave an impression on him. Sure enough, in a few minutes, Zhao Tai's figure appeared in front of Chen Ze and the others. He was also followed by a youth as well as 7 or 8 beauties with high face value and wearing very hot clothes. Egu, Mr. Zhao broke the bank. Chen Hai stood up and said with a smile, this isn't the first time I've met Chen Xiao. How can I show it? Besides, it won't cost a few dollars. As a rich second generation that had been nurtured since childhood, Zhao Tai's words made Chen Ze feel a hint of goodwill towards him. Chen Ze smiled and also stood up and said to Zhao Tai, Mr. Zhao, please have a seat. Young Chen is polite. Just call me Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai hurriedly opened his mouth, but his body was honest enough to sit down. Zhao Tai then pointed to the youth beside him and explained to Chen Ze, Xiao Chen. His name is Li Wai. His father is the president of the Skyfire Fund, and there is also some cooperation dealings with the Shangyao Group. Just now I just happened to run into him, so I brought him over as well. I hope Xiao Chen will forgive me. Chen Ze did not say anything more, but reached out to shake hands with Li Wai and said, Good evening, Mr. Li. Li Huai hastily assumed a low stance and said, "You're welcome, young Chen. Just call me Li Huai. Sit, sit, sit." Chen Ze did not say much and directly let the other party sit down. Of course he does not believe that Zhao Tai's mouth just happened to meet. Who believe who SB? But people give so much face. He is not good to refuse. Besides, more friends more road. Sometimes, the rich second generation is really quite good. Chapter 37, Drinking Too Much. After everyone was seated, the drinks were brought up. Unlike the famous ace of spades that Chen Hai had asked for just now, they were all other champagnes. It was some champagne called Burgundy, Dom Perignon and so on. How to say? Ace of spades is just a little more famous in the country. Not many people drink it abroad. Speaking of which, one has to admire the principal's marketing tactics. When the drinks were finished, Zhao Tai clapped his hands, and the beautiful women who had just followed him walked over together. Chen Ze clearly felt that the hands of the two women, Hanya Luo Qian, grabbed his arm a little harder. Chen Ze didn't think so. There is pressure only when there is competition. Young Chen, want to stop picking too? Zhao Tai looked at Chen Ze and asked with a smile. 1. Chen Ze reached out and pointed to a beautiful woman. He didn't recognize this woman, but the other party's matured body with a convex front and curved back did attract him. The beautiful woman saw Chen Ze pointing at her. A smile appeared on her face in passing. Everyone was clear about what they had come over for today, but right now she was the only one who had been chosen. Her body couldn't help but tremble at the thought of what Zhao Tai promised later. Although Chen Ze had chosen one, Zhao Tai's face likewise revealed a smile. As long as it was chosen, it didn't matter if it was one or several. Brother Hai, Brother Huan, Brother Lo, pick two more as well? Zhao Tai said again towards Chen Hai and the others. We'll be polite then. Chen Hai's few people likewise did not refuse, or rather they had no intention of refusing. They had guessed this scene from the moment they agreed to let Zhao Tai deliver the drinks. In the time that followed, Chen Ze just sat on the sofa and watched the three girls compete all the time. The few girls brought by Zhao Tai were obviously of a higher quality. Not that their looks were superior, but their temperament. These few girls were obviously specially trained to entertain VIPs, and were very different from Hanya Luo Qian and the others. They were hired by nightclubs, but any guest with a bit of money could get them to come out and entertain. It was different with the ones Zhao Tai led over. What was his status? There weren't many who could make him consider them as honored guests. Of course, it was hard to distinguish between the three women segments for a moment. One was specially trained, and the two were battle-hardened, so how could they be dueled out so easily? But the more this happened, the more interesting Chen Ze found it. Chen Ze finally chose this girl named Qi Xing. Now as with Hanya Luo Qian, two girls shaking dice, gambling, drinking. He did not feel that the three women had slowed themselves down, but instead this was still something Chen Ze supported. There were times when women weren't just for sleeping with. Playing around was also quite good. Young Chen, I'll toast to you, Zhao Tai said as he raised his wine glass opposite Chen Ze. Chen Ze also raised his wine glass and drank it after clinking it with him in vain. They had received the wine sent by others, and the woman sent over had also ordered it, so this face still had to be given. Afterwards, Chen Hai, Chen Huan, and Chen Lu also sat next to Chen Ze, and then revealed an impish smile to him. Chen Ze, these three dogs are planning to dunk him today, but Chen Ze is also used to it. Brothers every time they meet to drink will get drunk one or two people before they can break up, otherwise they do not enjoy themselves. The four girls helped them shake the dice, and the losers drank. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Ze felt like he was drifting. There was no way he could not keep drinking even if he had a large capacity. In the end, Zhao Tai and Li Huai joined in, and Chen Ze was completely drunk, dazed and confused, was taken to the car, and finally came to a hotel, or was assisted into the room, fell asleep, between half asleep and half awake. It felt as if someone was in his arms, but after waking up the room was empty. After washing up a bit, completely awake, recalled only to realize that he was a willow last night. Chen Ze is very sure that he did not do anything last night. It is said that after drinking, you can't do anything after you are really drunk. What's wrong with that? I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that. Hard to get up. Looked at the time, already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Opening the door of the room, not far away stood a waiter. Young Chen, you're up? The attendant saw Chen Ze walk out of the room and hurriedly greeted him. Chen Ze nodded, just when he wanted to open his mouth to ask the other party a question. The waiter added, Hi Xiao, several people are waiting for you in the first floor restaurant. I'll take you there now? Hearing this, Chen Ze nodded again and said, lead the way. Young Chen, this way please. The waiter immediately extended his hand in invitation, and after saying that, he led Chen Ze towards the first floor. After getting off the elevator and walking a few more steps, Chen Ze saw the three Chen Hai people. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ze, you're pulling your crotch too much, aren't you? Chen Huan laughed out loud. That's right, how long has it been since we've seen each other? You've collapsed before you've even had a drink. Chen Lu also scoffed. Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to blankly glance at a few people before saying, "Nonsense, it's been a long time since I drank. It'd be strange if my drinking capacity wasn't poor. Alright, have some rice to warm up your stomach." After saying that, Chen Hai gave a wink to the waiter at the side. The waiter immediately walked towards the kitchen. The hotel's kitchen was not far from the restaurant. It was an open kitchen, and the guests were able to clearly see the ingredients and practices used in the restaurant. Chen Ze sat his butt on the sofa and asked, "What time did you guys get up?" 11 o'clock. Several people said at the same time. Chen Ze. With this there was still a face to talk about him, but when he thought that he was the earliest to get drunk and the latest to get up, he was really powerless to retort. A man's desire to win or lose is very stubborn. Even if he gets drunk 1 minute later and gets up 2 minutes earlier, that's still a win. "What are you guys going to do in a while?" Chen Ze casually asked again. Before a few people could say anything, the waiter arrived in front of Chen Ze with food, a bowl of hot congee, an egg, a few pieces of cake and a few small buns, as well as a small dish of pickled vegetables. It wasn't that the hotel's restaurant didn't have better food, but it was better for someone who had just woken up after a hangover to eat something light. Chen Ze knew that this was what the boss had ordered for him, so he ate it straight away. Chen Hai, on the other hand, spoke slowly. "There's nothing to do in the afternoon, so I'll go to the group for a quick spin, make a card, and then I'll just go and play around." Chen Huan Chen Lu also nodded in agreement with Chen Hai saying, "Chen Ze." These three dogs were at it again. In order to run a card, these three people are also doing whatever they can. Chen Ze didn't bother with them, but slowly ate his meal. The three were not in a hurry. Chen Mingqian didn't give them a time limit. Anyway, in the end, they could bring Chen Ze to the group on it, so the three played with their cell phones while waiting for Chen Ze to eat. After finishing his meal, Chen Ze wiped his mouth before saying, "You guys don't have to go to the group this afternoon either. Find me an office building. I want to use it." The three Chen Hai suddenly heard this and were dumbfounded. Chapter 38 Office Building. What are you looking for an office building for a good reason? Chen Hai's trio was puzzled, so they asked directly. Chen Ze didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he was looking for it specifically for the sake of speculation, right? That's right. He wanted to reorganize a company. Can't say it's a company, right? It's just specialized in taking care of stock trading and such for him. The few people in Jinling will let them manipulate domestic stocks later, and he wants to find some more people specialized in manipulating American stocks for him. Chen Ze casually said, "A bit of an idea. I don't know if it can be done. First find an office building to try." "Oh, okay." Hearing Chen Ze's explanation, the three Chen Hai nodded and did not care. Rich second generation all like to start their own business. This is very normal. Anyway, the Chen family can afford Chen Ze's defeat. He can do whatever he wants to do. Chen Hai took his cell phone and said directly, "Then wait a moment." Chen Ze watched as he typed a few words on his cell phone, and in less than a minute, Chen Hai's cell phone rang. Chen Hai didn't say a few words after he picked up the phone and hung up, then turned his head to look at Chen Ze and said, "Found it. EFC Financial Center, the entire 17th floor. Chen Ze, this is the rich second generations network, right? WeChat a few times, take a call, and then take a whole floor of an office building?" Chen Ze was a bit helpless. "I just have a bit of an idea. Just have a few offices. A whole floor is too big." "It's okay, use it first. That place is a friend of mine. I just asked in the group." He himself took the initiative to find over and let it be used. All the things in it are complete. As long as you buy some computers and other office supplies, you can start work directly, Chen Hai said without thinking. Chen Ze. This was really too much for him to pick up. "Let's go take a look first." Chen Hai also saw Chen Ze's hesitation and proposed. "That's fine." Chen Ze nodded. So the group of four drove towards their destination in the three supercars. It was now daytime, and the three supercars appearing in the center of the city at the same time really attracted a lot of people's eyes. Envious gazes were constantly on the road, and there were constantly people taking out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. No wonder they made a fuss. Three sports cars add up to a small target. Who wouldn't be envious? After traveling for about an hour or so, they arrived. After Chen Ze and Chen Hai, Chen Huan and Chen Lu got down from the supercar. The people around them started their daily photo mode. At the entrance of the building, a middle-aged man in a suit stood downstairs with a few youths waiting for someone. Seeing the three luxury cars stop not far away, the middle-aged man immediately greeted a few youths and jogged over towards Chen Ze and the others. "How is it? This mansion is alright, right? Beaver, bite, and a certain hand all have branches here," Chen Hai said with a smug expression. "Not bad." Chen Ze nodded. "Good afternoon, Young Chen, Young Hai, Young Huan, and Young Lu." Just as the two were talking, the middle-aged man with a few subordinates also ran over. "You are Qin Kai's men?" Seeing the few people, Chen Hai turned around and asked. "Yes, my name is Hu Lin. Young Qin specifically asked me to wait here for you few. Hu Lin's posture was put very low. After all, Qin Kai had already specifically instructed him. Alright, then lead the way. Chen Hai nodded and said. Receiving Chen Hai's command, Hu Lin's few people hurriedly walked to the front and started leading the way. Walking into the building, Chen Ze felt that his entire body was comfortable. The weather was not so hot now, but it was still a bit stuffy outside, and it was hard to stay for a long time. Soon several people took the elevator to the 17th floor. Hu Lin walked in the forefront to Chen Ze's several people to introduce the basic situation, but Chen Hai's several people lack of interest, simply do not care. Chen Ze also listened to a moment to feel uninteresting. Finally Chen Ze asked about the price, although Chen Hai said that the other party free to let use, but he still want to inquire about the price. The entire 17th floor is 2,200 square meters, counting rent, property utilities, and a total of just over $1 million per month. Hearing this price Chen Ze gently nodded. It is indeed not expensive. It's just that the place is really too big, he can't use it all. Chen Ze did not want to start a large company, he just wanted to create a small financial investment company, not to do anything else, is to speculate with the stock. After all, the family's so big a Shangyao group waiting to inherit it, why bother to start their own business? That is not the head of a pit, right? Moreover, even if it is a business, what can it do? Basically, Chen Ze can think of all the projects that Shangyao Group has, so is he stupid enough to do it on his own? If he really wanted to do something, he could just go to Shangyao Group to look for the project. To know even by jumping financing such a big thing Shangyao Group can put their hands into it, let alone other things. After turning around, Chen Ze asked, is there a smaller office? Hearing this Hu Lin was slightly confused, but he quickly reacted and quickly said, Young Qin only rented this floor. I do know a few smaller offices, only that would require you to spend your own money to rent them. Go take a look first. Chen Ze didn't care about this amount of money. Alright, you wait a moment, I will contact now. Hu Lin finished speaking and went to make a call in a hurry after seeing Chen Ze nodding his head. Chen Hai said somewhat helplessly, bigger is bigger, just use this place for now. Chen Huan and Chen Lu also couldn't help but nod their heads. They couldn't stay anymore either. It was really pointless. It's too big. I'm just planning to find a few people. It's not good to have a big place. Chen Ze shook his head. I don't know what you think. How good is it to go to Shangyao Group? You can have whatever you want, and there's third uncle personally teaching you. Chen Hai compelled again. Asterisk off. Chen Ze scolded in a bad mood. That's how it is. Chen Le chattered in a small voice from the side. How about this then? I'll call my dad and let you guys follow him for a while? My requirements aren't too high. As long as the three of you follow for enough months I'll go work for Shangyao Group. Chen Ze flirted at the few people. Don't. Ze, I was wrong. You spare us. Hearing this, the three immediately vetoed loudly. Outrageous. Chen Ze was speechless. Knowing that they were afraid of Chen Mingqian, they didn't expect to be so afraid. There was no one else. Forget it. I don't think the three of us will be able to get our hands on the sports car that third uncle promised. Chen Hai said with a frustrated face. Don't. In case Xiao Ze really went to the group to follow the third uncle to work, and then bring us there as well, it would be miserable. Chen Huan was also scared. Chen Le transformed into a little nodding man at the side and nodded vigorously. Chen Ze really didn't want to take care of these three people anymore. Just know how to run a car. Convinced. A few people had just finished talking when Hu Lin happened to run over as well. Chen Xiao, already found a good person. The other party happens to be here as well. Let's go over and take a look now. Hu Lin asked respectfully. Chapter 39 Grandparents followed Hu Lin to take a look at the office. 375 flat finely decorated. All kinds of office supplies are all complete. Also directly by the computer can be used. Chen Ze directly shot to take. As for the money, a year's rent is just over $2 million, which is nothing for Chen Ze. Although his current bank card balance is more than $5 million, Chen Ze is not the least bit panicked, because the money earned from the U.S. stock market will be able to transfer back in a few days. It's just $2 million. It's just a sprinkle. In the end, the computer used for stock trading and other things let Hu Lin help to buy. This is not costly. It's not that Chen Ze won't give it to him, but Hu Lin doesn't want it. Chen Hai also on the sidelines to persuade, said Qin Kai this person and his relationship is really good. Take advantage of a little cheap is nothing. Finally Chen Ze can only nod agreed. And he really did not want to go to Electronic City because of computers and other things. There is no need. After saying goodbye to Hu Lin, the four of them went downstairs together and came outside. Boss, you give me a few people from the financial department of Shangyao Group to transfer over. Must understand the investment. Willing to come to the salary for them to double. The rest wait for them to come to me to talk to myself. Chen Ze said to Chen Hai. You might as well go to the financial department of Shangyao Group. Chen Hai spat after hearing his request. I'm just playing around. What's the point of going to the finance department? It'd be better to have a play session with that kind of effort. Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to say, fine, fine, I'm afraid of you. Chen Hai covered his forehead inside. Okay, you go. Tomorrow at noon let them come over to work on the line. Now I go home Old 2 old 3, you two who send me back Chen Ze finished speaking to Chen Hai and turned his head to look at Chen Huan and Chen Lu. Let Lao Er send you home. Let Lao San send you home. Chen Huan and Chen Lu both pushed back at the same time. Chen Ze, these two are dogs, right? Everything was fine when they were playing, but now they can't send themselves home? Although he knew that these two people were simply afraid that Chen Mingqian was also at home. Chen Ze twisted his head to look at Chen Hai. Chen Hai's body was stunned and he turned his head and ran, shouting as he ran. I'll go find someone for you right now. You'd better let the oldest 2 and the oldest 3 give you a ride. Chen Huan Chen Lu. Just when the two still wanted to say something, Chen Ze directly said, alright, you two send me back together. Now at this hour my dad is definitely not at home. After hearing this, the two of them hesitated for a moment or nodded their heads. It was impossible not to send Chen Ze home. Letting Chen Ze take a taxi home would be really looking for death. If they could let him take a taxi home by himself, then why would they need to stay in the hotel until Chen Ze woke up? The three of them then got into the car and drove out in the direction of their home. More than an hour later, the two supercars stopped in front of the villa. Xiao Ze, you do have third uncle not at home, right? Just as Chen Ze got out of the car with the intention of heading towards home, Chen Huan pulled Chen Ze back and asked in a small voice. Chen Lu also looked at Chen Ze from the side. Chen Ze, really convinced? Was his dad that scary? Why didn't he feel it? Helplessly, Chen Ze shook his head and said, there are so many things waiting for him to be busy on weekdays at Shangyao Group. How could he be at home at this time now? Okay, that's good. The two let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Let's go. Chen Ze took the lead and pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered he heard the sound of talking coming from inside the house. Chen Ze was still a little curious as to who would be in his house, but hearing the familiar voice, Chen Ze knew who had come. Stepped towards the living room, walked over into the eye to see two old people are chatting with their own mom and older sister Chen Ku. Grandparents, you're here. Chen Ze immediately called out. Grandparents, third aunt, second sister. Chen Huan Chen was the first to speak out and greet them as well. Little Ze is back Seeing the three of them walk in at the same time, Grandma immediately said happily, aha. Chen Ze nodded and walked over towards the two old men. Chen Huan Chen followed behind him and also walked over. Little Huan, little Lu, sit on the sofa. Old mom said to the two. Got it, third aunt. Chen Huan Chen nodded. Grandparents, why did you two come over? Chen Ze asked curiously. What? Your grandmother I can't come over? Grandma Mu Wen smiled and teased. What I mean why aren't you playing cards today? Chen Ze said helplessly. Playing cards is not as important as my grandson. Grandma laughed. Chen Huan Chen Lu. That's not right. How come the two of them were still kicked out when they went there? Saying something about not disturbing her old man playing cards. Grandpa Chen Jun and Mom and Chen Ko looked at a speechless face of two people at the same time, laughed out. Grandma Mu Wen is so differentiated. Her favorite is this little grandson. The other have to lean back. You two brought Xiao Ze to not learn again last night, didn't you? After laughing, Grandpa Chen Jun also sent towards Chen Huan and Chen Lu. The two. How can I take this? It's a premature death. They were both biological grandchildren. How could they be treated differently? What do you mean they brought Chen Ze to not learn? Alas. But the two are also used to it. Since childhood it is like this. As long as Chen Ze is not present, they are still the grandparents' own grandchildren. But as long as Chen Ze is present, the two of them and the boss that is really the same as picking up. But this is not to blame the two old men. After all, Chen Ze has been good looking since childhood. Plus he likes to stick to the two old men. How can this make them not like Chen Ze? Chen Ze also laughed out as he looked at the two men who had been eating their hearts out since they entered the door. This is home You're not leaving this time when you come back, right? Chen Jun didn't care when he saw that the two Chen Huan people didn't speak and asked towards Chen Ze. What's the point of leaving? What's so great about Jinling? You don't want to go to school or work, right? Just don't go? It's good to stay at home and find a girlfriend to get married so that grandma can hold her grandchildren earlier. Grandma answered directly for Chen Ze. Chen Ze. Glancing at Chen Huan and Chen Lu who were snickering, Chen Ze said aloud, Grandma, how can I wait for a few years? It would be better to let the oldest three get married first. After all, they're not too young, and you'll still be able to hold your great-grandchildren a few years earlier this way. Ga. Hearing Chen Ze burning the battle to them, the two stopped laughing and immediately disliked back. Say you and you listen. Don't drag us along. Bah! Chen Ze despised the two. Old sister, when did you come back? Seeing that the method did not work, Chen Ze immediately changed the topic and said, Chen Ke guessed what he was thinking. and instead of answering the question the first time, she raised a middle finger at Chen Ze. Xiao Ze asked you a question. Grandma saw Chen Ku's action and immediately reached out to slap her. Chen Ku, Chapter 40, convinced. I came back this morning. Mom said her precious son came home and told me to come back as well. Chen Ku did not have the good taste to say, alright. Chen Ze didn't care if Chen Ku came back home or not. It was just a digression. Grandparents, are you guys drinking water? I'll go pour it for you. Chen Ze curried favor again. No, just now Xiao Ku poured us a cup of water. Enough to drink. Grandma waved her hand and refused. Make a cup of tea. Just in time to have something to say to you. Chen Jun spoke up. Chen Ze. His grandfather had a lot to say as long as he drank tea. This was an old habit that he had developed in the unit when he was young, often holding a thermos cup, unscrewing it to take a sip and then putting the lid on it, saying I have a few words to say. However, at that time the grandfather is a small cadre. The official is not big. After the rebirth of Chen Ze does not know whether the grandfather has changed, but Chen Ze think there must be. Otherwise Chen Mingqian win the business venture that large sum of money how to come? It's just that these things are not good to ask, and Chen Mingqian's Wikipedia doesn't show it above. So Chen Ze didn't pay too much attention to it. Hurry up and go make tea for your grandfather. Seeing the motionless Chen Ze, Zhang Qiulan pushed him and said. Chen Ze still didn't move, hesitated for a moment and said to Chen Jun, Grandpa, why don't you stop drinking? When you drink tea, you talk too much. Chen Jun. Hearing this, Grandma and Chen Ku and the others immediately laughed loudly. You child, how do you talk to your grandfather? Zhang Qiulan forced her laughter and gave Chen Ze a blank look. I'll go make tea for Grandpa. Chen Ku finished talking and ran out in a fart. She wanted to see Chen Ze being nagged. Chen Ze saw Chen Ku mutiny and immediately wanted to go and stop it, but Chen Huan and Chen Lu immediately pulled him back and said, Chen Ze, you're too ungrateful. Grandpa can drink tea if he wants to. What right do you have to not let Grandpa drink it? Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the two old men and Zhang Qiulan also laughed out. It's quite good to have more children in the family to mess around a bit. Chen Ku quickly made tea and brought it over. Chen Ze also gave up struggling when he saw the scene. It was pointless. Chen Huan and Chen Lu also let go of their hands. Mission accomplished. Okay, I won't talk about you, okay? Sticky hair is as smart as a monkey. You know how to tease Grandpa. Chen Jun teased after taking a sip from his teacup. That's right, you don't look at whose grandson I am. Chen Ze said with a smug face. Ha ha. As expected, Chen Ze's words made the two old mans laugh out again. Chen Ze was just about to continue saying a few pretty words when the door was pushed open again and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. The middle-aged man nodded his head at the few people and then said to Chen Jun, Elder Chen, there is a meeting that needs you to go to for a bit. What do you think? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chen Jun immediately put down his teacup, stood up and said to Chen Ze, Xiao Ze, don't leave if you're back this time. Grandpa won't be staying for a bit today. Come to grandparents' house for dinner in the next 2 days. Chen Ze nodded and said, Got it, Grandpa. Chen Jun nodded and got up and walked out towards the outside. Grandma also followed, and when she was leaving, she also said to Chen Ze to come to the house for dinner. Chen Ze similarly nodded and said she knew. Chen Ze several people followed behind the two old people. Out of the gate Chen Ze suddenly saw 3 red flag cars have been parked in the courtyard of the villa. Chen Jun and Curtin Wen waved their hands at Chen Ze and got into the car. Then the 3 cars started at the same time and drove out. Chen Ze knew that his grandfather and grandmother had changed after being reborn, but some things remained the same, such as his grandfather's habits, such as his grandmother's love for him. He didn't care. The family lineage was already like this. It was nothing to be stronger. After several people watched the car disappear, Chen Huan and Chen Lu immediately said, Third auntie, second sister, we're leaving too. Play a little longer. Zhang Qiulan stayed. No, we still have some things to do later. The two of them hurriedly refused. Alright, then take it easy when you go back. Zhang Qiulan urged. Got it, third aunt, then we're off. After saying that, the two drove the sports car and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Let's go. Back to the house. Zhang Qiulan said casually to Chen Ze and Chen Ku. Got it. The two nodded and followed Zhang Qiulan into the house. Chen Ze was the first to take 2 quick steps to lie down on the sofa with the footrest. Chen Ku was a bit slower, and after seeing that Chen Ze had taken the position, he was furious and gritted his teeth. Chen Ze. Chen Ku came over with an angry face and shouted. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and read it, not even bothering with her. Aha! Chen Ze, I'll fight you. Chen Ku shouted and pounced over. Chen Ze hurriedly put down his cell phone and sat up, then grabbed Chen Ku, who lunged at him and pressed her onto the sofa with one force, grabbed her shoulders with one hand, pressed her head with one hand, and said with a smile, What? I have an opinion about lying here? You let go of me. Chen Ku shouted. You first say if you have an opinion. Chen Ze asked again. Mom, look at your son. Chenko didn't want to be soft and directly moved for help. Don't yell at me. I don't want to get involved in your. Jiang Qiulan rolled her eyes. The two of them made a scene whenever they came home. She had long been annoyed. Looking for mom is useless. Convinced or not? Chen Ze asked again. Convinced. Seeing that the rescuers were not helping, Chen Ke quickly gave in. Can I lie here? Chen Ze asked again. Don't you give an inch. Chen Ke shouted. Ha! Chen Ze exerted force on his hands. Can. Chen Ke softened again. That's more like it. Chen Ze nodded with satisfaction and let go of Chen Ku. Chen Ke stood up and looked at Chen Ze, still unconvinced. But looking at the stupid Chen Ze, she was still very submissive and did not continue to cause trouble. So she held her tongue and said, if I had known that you grew up like this, when I was a kid, I would have definitely punched you a few more times. Ha ha ha. Old mom Jiang Qiulan laughed out loud when she heard Chen Ke's self-congratulatory words. Chen Ze directly mocked. That's all you've got. Chen Ke was even more angry after hearing this, but she still didn't move. Not that she didn't want to, it was that her strength didn't allow her to. Standing in place for a few moments of contemplation, Chen Ke turned around and ran away, looking at Chen Ze with a dumbfounded look. But soon he knew what Chen Ke wanted to do, only to see Chen Ke running into a bedroom, then holding out a dozens of centimeters of flame Reiki hand puppet from inside, then smilingly said to Chen Ze, let me have the sofa, or I'll drop her. Chen Ze's eyes are straight. This is his favorite anime hand puppet in his last life. Also not right. As long as it is Qin Shi Mingyu's hand puppet he is super favorite. If not the funds do not support. He really wanted Qin Shi Mingyu's hand puppet all buy down. Chapter 41, hilarious. But Chen Ze quickly realized something. That was that the room Chen Ke had just gone to was his bedroom. But this couldn't be shown. So Chen Ze immediately said in a panic, make way. You hurry up and put her down. Hearing this Chen Ke's face became even more smug as he directly said, you first get up and move away. Then stand to the side. Chen Ze immediately stood up and walked to the side and said, sister, I'm obedient. You put her down first, we can discuss everything. Chen Ke laughed very loudly and then said, you first swear that I will return your hand puppet to you, after which you are not allowed to retaliate. Chen Ze immediately put up 3 fingers and started swearing after hearing Chen Ke's words. Jiang Qiulan, who was sitting on the side, watched this scene and laughed. Children at home are just amusing. The battle of wits between the two is much better than any messy movie. Chen Ke became even more pleased after hearing Chen Ze's oath. Holding the flame Ling Ji's hand puppet in his hand and swaying it to the left and right, Chen Ze's eyes followed Chen Ke's hand all the way around. You hurry up and put it down. Chen Ze saw that Chen Ke not only did not put it down, but also teased him, directly shouted sternly, just don't. Slightly, when Chen Ke heard Chen Ze's threatening words, not only did he not put it down, he instead provoked it. Chen Ze, you're so childish. Chen Ze spat. Childish is as childish as it gets, as long as it works, Chen Ke said with a disinterested face. Mom, Chen Ze wailed. Jiang Qiulan was sitting on the sofa laughing non-stop, suddenly heard Chen Ze this throat, scared to stand up and quickly said, don't shout at me, I'm not your mom. After saying that, she ran towards the upstairs. This place can't stay. It's hard for a clean official to decide a family matter, let alone her own mother. Looking at Jiang Qiulan, who fled, Chen Ze is also speechless. Is this your own mother? I'm convinced. Chen Ze looked at Chen Ku again and said, almost got it. You don't force me, ah? Chen Ke laughed louder and said with a provocative face, what's wrong with forcing you? What can you do? Chen Ze was exasperated and laughed. Threatening? Do you believe that I will go to work at the group tomorrow? The smile on Chen Ke's face came to a screeching halt when he heard this, and he braced himself and said, Dad can laugh in his dreams even if you go to work. Yeah, Dad can indeed laugh out of his dreams. What if I say that the prerequisite for me to go to work is that you have to go to work for the group as well? Chen Ze threatened again. How dare you? Chen Ke was a bit nonplussed. You say I dare? Chen Ze also laughed out. The expression on Chen Ke's face instantly became a bit cloudy and uncertain. Eventually he hardened a bit of a smile and said in a softer tone, little brother, it's not good for anyone if we both lose. How about this? I'll give you back your artifacts, and you're not allowed to count on it either? Chen Ze nodded painfully and said, yes, you return your hand puppet to me first. Chen Ku hesitated for a moment, but finally handed the flame spirit girl's hand puppet to Chen Ze. Ha ha ha. A loud laughing voice came down from upstairs. Chen Ze, Chen Ku. Both of them raised their heads at the same time to look at Jiang Qiulan. Jiang Qiulan, I don't know anything. After saying that, Jiang Qiulan directly disappeared from their line of sight. Really convinced, Mom was exactly the same as before. She just knew to watch the fun and didn't care about anything. Chen Ze did not know in his heart how many times he spat at his own mother, but there was no way out. It was his own mother. Couldn't afford to mess with her. After receiving the hand puppet handed over by Chen Ku, Chen Ze directly at her cold snort, and then walked towards the room where she just took the hand puppet. Chen Ze did not care. Lying on the sofa with feet comfortable, Chen Ze was directly stunned after walking into the room. The bedroom is very large. There are beds, sofas, computer tables and chairs. Things are very complete, but this is not the point of his surprise. So that he was surprised as a whole wall of the bedroom is full of Qin Shi Mingyu inside the characters of the dolls. It can be said that the dream of his previous life has been realized. Chen Ze found the location where the flame Lingji was placed and gently placed the doll on it before nodding his head in satisfaction. As expected, the feeling of having one's dreams fulfilled was incomparable to anything else. Inside the bedroom, look around, familiar with the room, and then out of the room, took out the key just found to lock the bedroom door. In the future cannot be threatened by Chen Ze again. After walking to the living room, Chen Ze looked at Chen Ze who was lying on the sofa and swaying his legs. He was really angry, but after thinking that the other party had just solved a problem for him, Chen Ze decided to forgive her this time. But just let it go can't be. Forgive to forgive. Small actions still need to make a mess. So Chen Ze took advantage of Chen Ze's cell phone to quietly walk towards the back of Chen Ze. Just when he was about to get close, a coughing sound made Chen Ze raise his alertness, only to see Chen Ze immediately turn her head and instantly saw Chen Ze standing not far behind her. What do you want? It can't be that you want to take advantage of my defenses to scare me, Chen Ze shouted angrily. Chen Ze, raising his head to look at Zhang Qiulan who was standing on the second floor with a smile on her face, Chen Ze spat out with a stifled expression. Mom, you're pulling the wrong side of the fence. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Qiulan hurriedly denied the hat Chen Ze wore to her in a trifecta, then explained. I'm just having an uncomfortable throat. What? I'm still not allowed to cough on your mom? Chen Ze, anxious. What to do when you encounter an unreasonable pro-mom? Alas, Chen Ze had no choice but to let out a long sigh. Don't change the subject. Are you trying to sneak up on me? Chen Ze still did not intend to let Chen Ze off the hook. Play on one side. If it wasn't for mom reminding you, I would have scared you to death. Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to say. Good. I knew you didn't have a good heart. You. Chen Ze was righteously accusing Chen Ze when he suddenly realized that Chen Ze was walking towards him, and was so scared that he hurriedly added, forget it. I'm generous enough to forgive you. Ha, bah. Only then did Chen Ze stop and ignore her. You. After hearing Chen Ze's mocking voice, Chen Ze was stifled, but after thinking about her own strength and what would happen if the two of them were to make a move, she finally decided to endure the humiliation, intending to retaliate back later. Zhang Qiulan stood upstairs and was already dying of laughter by her own son and daughter. Being an outsider is really so happy. After seeing the two formally truce she came down, then looked at the two with a smile on her face and asked, what are you going to eat tonight? Mom will personally cook for you. Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour fish. The two made their requests one by one. Okay, I'll go do it now. Zhang Qiulan happily walked into the kitchen, then called out to Aunt Gue to go give her a hand. Chen Ze and Chen Ze also settled down, one lying on one side, neither taking care of the other. Chapter 42 Mockery. When Chen Mingqian came home, he saw a scene that he was accustomed to. Chen Ze and Chen Ze were lying on a sofa, back to back, each playing with their own cell phones, not saying a word. It seems to be after a mess and then play a little temper. He laughed silently, and then walked in towards the kitchen. Zhang Qiulan cooking while smiling to him about what happened today. Heard Chen Ze flirting with the old man. Even if it is as stable as Chen Mingqian also laughed out. He also asked about the interesting story of Chen Ze and Chen Ze's fight just now, before Chen Mingqian walked out of the kitchen. Seeing Chen Ze and Chen Ze deliberately ignoring himself, Chen Mingqian did not care, gently coughed and said, recently, the group's work is a little busy. I am a little too busy to take care of myself. Chen Ze and Chen Ze were shocked when they heard this. What if she is allowed to go to work in the group? The two of them rolled and crawled to Chen Mingqian's side. Without saying a word, they directly helped him to sit on the sofa. Chen Ze rubbed his shoulders. Chen Ze patted his legs. The tacit understanding was unbelievable. Chen Mingqian was very comfortable, nodded his head and said, this look is okay. I would be able to be on top for a while. Chen Ze and Chen Ze looked at each other and worked even harder. As long as they weren't allowed to go to work at the group, whatever was fine. Chen Ze really didn't want to go to work for the group, while Chen Ze didn't want to be arranged by his dad. He was confident that he could earn enough money by his own ability. Chen Mingqian was also teasing the two, and in less than a minute he waved his hand and told them to go to the side. Chen Ze and Chen Ze did not have any hesitation. The two of them stood up and directly went to grab the sofa that had feet to lean on. In the end, Chen Ze, by virtue of the size advantage, will Chen Ze squeezed to the side. Angry Chen Ze stomped his feet, but no use. Dad, Chen Ze pouted. Don't yell at me. I'm not your dad. As soon as Chen Mingqian heard Chen Ze's voice, he knew that she was going to make a demon, and quickly vetoed the father-daughter relationship between the two. You. Chen Ze disliked by her dad's tart maneuver and didn't know what to say. Ha ha ha. Chen Ze lay on the sofa and loudly mocked Chen Ku. Shay, reckless. Chen Ze finally spat out indignantly before lying down where Chen Ze was just now. I heard that your grandparents won't let you go out? Chen Mingqian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chen Ze, this is coming to gloat? Sighing, Chen Ze said somewhat helplessly. It should be that they don't want me to live outside for a long time. They definitely don't care if I simply go out for a walk. Chen Mingqian let out a light laugh and mocked. Why don't you refute them? Take out the same energy that pissed me off. Chen Ze, this is the pro-father. Chen Ku almost didn't laugh out a pig squeal from the side. Cut. Chen Ze's body flipped over and faced inside the sofa, ignoring him. Ha ha ha. Chen Mingqian laughed out painfully, finally getting his revenge back. You guys stop chatting. Come over and serve the food. Mom poked her head out of the kitchen and shouted at the several people sitting inside the living room. Chen Ze did not move. Chen Mingqian also did not move. Chen Ku hesitated for a moment, but still got up and walked towards the kitchen. She also specially detoured to Chen Ze next to hit him hard and spat, lazy you have to die. Chen Ze didn't care about her. Going to serve the food was impossible. Being hit a little bit wouldn't make him lose a piece of meat. Let's eat. 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 Mom spat similarly after serving the dishes. Only then did Chen Ze and Chen Mingqian get up and walk towards the dining table. There was a large table of dishes, which made Chen Ze's mouth water. Picking up his chopsticks, he reached out to pinch the dishes, but was struck on the hand by the quick-witted Zhang Qiulan, who of course did not use her strength. Wash your hands, Zhang Qiulan said without a trace of anger. Chen Ze still didn't give up even after being hit a little bit. He picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it in his mouth. Being hot, he kept exhaling before putting down his chopsticks and walking towards the sink. Chen Mingqian had just finished washing his hands when he saw this scene, shaking his head somewhat helplessly. He didn't care about him and walked straight to the dining table and sat on a chair. Chen Ze quickly finished washing his hands and ran over in a flash. Sitting on the chair, he didn't say anything and directly started eating. Just as Chen Ke was planning to embarrass Chen Ze with his chopsticks, Zhang Qiulan directly said, "Eat properly, no fooling around." Oh, Chen Ku immediately stopped her small movements. The Chen family hadn't had the habit of not eating or sleeping in the past, and now even though they had become rich, they still didn't have this rule. Chen Mingqian asked while eating, "Little Ze, what are your plans for the future?" Chen Ze concentrated on dealing with the meals on the table and casually perfunctorily said, "There's nothing to plan for. Don't worry about being a rich second generation on the line." Chen Mingqian, ha ha ha. Zhang Qiulan and Chen Ke who were eating couldn't help but laugh out. You're not small anymore. You should have some goals. Chen Mingqian organized his language and added, "What goals? Mixing food and waiting for death without pitting your father is not good enough?" Chen Ze teased. Chen Mingqian, "No mom, I can't eat anymore. Laugh me to death." Chen Ke wrapped his arm around Zhang Qiulan's arm and couldn't straighten up with laughter. Zhang Qiulan similarly couldn't stop laughing. At ease. You are still young now. There is no problem to work for another 30 years. In a few years I will get married and have a child. 30 years later my son will grow up. Then let him take over your class again. My goal is to gnaw on the old man, gnaw on the little one. Perfect, Chen Ze said with particular pride. Chen Mingqian, I'm not eating anymore. I really can't eat anymore. My stomach hurts. Chen Ke was already paralyzed with laughter at Zhang Qiulan's body. Chen Mingqian was really speechless, and could only helplessly spit out a children can't be taught. Chen Ze said without a care in the world, I just came back. How to play for a period of time. After a while to say it. Perhaps one day I do not want to play to go to the company themselves. Hearing this, Zhang Qiulan nodded in agreement. Alright, Chen Mingqian could only agree. There was no way. He couldn't force Chen Ze to go to the group, right? After dinner the family of four sat back on the sofa. The things on the dining table Nanny and Gui was cleaning up. But Chen Ze was a bit curious. Is a nanny enough for such a big place at home? But this word he also did not ask out, mainly because he did not know how to ask. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and played directly. But Chen Ke didn't want him to play so peacefully, and said as if he were a demon, Xiao Ze, when will the $10 million that you promised to give me be given? I don't have any money left. Hearing this, Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan directly turned their gazes towards the two. Chen Ze, meeting the gazes of the trio, he said without a trace of anger, I say Dad and Mom, you guys can give me money if you want to. Why do you still need to tell Chen Ku? Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan instantly didn't want to take care of him. This person was too unable to speak. Chapter 43, over $70 million. Don't change the topic. You promised to give it to me, Chen Ke said smugly. A few days later, my money is almost here. Chen Ze said helplessly. Xiao Ze, how much did you actually earn? Zhang Qiulan asked with some curiosity. Not much, doubled it. Chen Ze lied without changing his face. Really? Zhang Qiulan was surprised. Aha. Chen Ze gently nodded his head. My son is awesome. Zhang Qiulan smiled happily. Chen Mingqian was also a bit surprised at this time. He didn't know much about the stock market. After all, he wasn't a professional. But he also knew how hard it was to double $100 million in such a short period of time. Which stock was bought? Chen Mingqian asked out loud. AMD, ultraviolet semiconductor. Chen Ze did not hide it. Chen Mingqian nodded, took his cell phone and left. Chen Ze didn't care, knowing that his dad had gone to call about this stock. Ze, my dear brother. Suddenly a disgusting voice came out of Chen Ke's mouth. Don't disgust me. I just promised to give you $10 million. Don't even think about asking for 1 more cent from me. Chen Ze rejected Chen Ke without even thinking. Mom, look at him. Chen Ke embraced Zhang Qiulan and pouted. Seeing Chen Ke looking for help, Chen Ze directly got up and walked towards his bedroom. He couldn't afford to mess with him, but he couldn't afford to hide, right? Chen Ze. Seeing Chen Ze escaping, Chen Ke shouted loudly, but the loud voice did not have the slightest effect. Chen Ze still opened the door of the room and walked in. Seeing Chen Ze walk in, Chen Ke could only give up on his idea. Zhang Qiulan also ignored them and took out her own cell phone and started reading a novel. The kind that was particularly dogmatic. What overbearing president's little petite wife what the king's little madam also do not know how to think, obviously is already the president's wife. But also read this kind of bloodshed text, is also no one. The next day, Chen Ze slept until he woke up naturally, and opened his eyes and it was already 11 o'clock. It was 11:30 when he dawdled under the comforter. After getting up and washing up, he walked out of the bedroom. Zhang Qiulan and Chen Ke were sitting on the sofa chatting at the moment, and Aunt Gue was cooking inside the kitchen. Lazy pig. Chen Ke immediately spat out when she saw Chen Ze getting up. Chen Ze didn't even bother to talk to her. Lying on the sofa, he took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were many messages on WeChat. Chen Ze casually glanced at them. Nothing important, but a friend request made Chen Ze click in. Taking a look at the avatar, it was Wei Ming who was manipulating stocks for him in Jinling. Chen Ze clicked agree and then entered the chat interface. Before he could speak, Wei Ming called him over. Will do This was something and did not dare to call for fear of suddenly disturbing Chen Ze. Using this method to determine if Chen Ze had time, Chen Ze directly connected. Hello, Chen Xiao, this is Wei Ming. Well, I have your cell phone number. What's up? Chen Ze knew the purpose of the other party's call, but still asked. It's like this, young Chen. I've already sold all of AMD's superpower semiconductor shares last night, and I wanted to give you a heads up. Wei Ming explained. Well, go ahead. I'm listening. Hearing this, Wei Ming spoke directly. Chen Xiao, according to your request to enter the market with 20 times the leverage, a total of $200 million, removing the handling fee, and buying 813,0612 shares of AMD superpower semiconductor at an average price of $24.5. The day before yesterday plus last night to the average price of $33 all sold, a total profit of $69.11 million but because of the need to pay some fees, probably can be left more than $65 million. The specific information I sent to your WeChat above, you can look at. After listening to what Wei Ming said, Chen Ze's face revealed a smile. Now there was no shortage of money. The principal plus the profit totaled more than $70 million. It was enough. I see. Chen Ze hung up the phone after saying that. At this time, Zhang Qiulan and Chen Ke were watching him. When he hung up the phone, Chen Ke immediately asked, Xiao Ze, who made the call? The financial company over in Jinling called. I'm still the manager over there. Chen Ze casually explained. Oh, hearing this Chen Ke did not dare to ask. This thing she did not make sense. After all, it is her pick Chen Ze to go to the Jinling branch, in case Chen Ze settling accounts can be bad. After dinner, Chen Ze just wanted to go out when he realized that he did not have a car. So he said to Chen Ke, your car keys? I'll open it. Chen Ke did not hesitate to shake his head and refused, and said with reason, a girl's car cannot let others open. Chen Ze, you have several cars, so what if I give Xiao Ze one to drive? Zhang Qiulan did not have the good sense to slap Chen Ke and said, several cars that are also girls' cars. Chen Ke still didn't want Chen Ze to drive, who let him off and angry at himself. Chen Ze sneered and said, I suddenly remembered. My money can't be transferred back recently. Your $10 million will have to be given to you later. Chen Ke? Revenge comes so fast. Little brother. Sister give you joke. My brother with car, how can I not let use it? Give. Want to open which? Chen Ke immediately took out her own car key and handed it to Chen Ze. Even her voice became softer. Zhang Qiulan laughed out when she heard Chen Ke's words. The two of them never had peace at home, fighting every day. That's more like it. Chen Ze nodded contentedly, then casually picked up a car key and planned to go out. What about my $10 million? Chen Ko hurriedly asked after him. Transfer it to your card within a week, Chen Ze said as he walked, not even turning around. After hearing the definite time, Chen Ko smiled happily. With this amount of money she could buy so many things again. Walked out of the room, came to the garage. Looking at a garage of luxury cars, Chen Ze was a bit speechless. Picked up the key and pressed it. A Porsche Paramera's lights flashed up. Chen Ze opened the door and sat in, traveling out of the garage and drove away towards the outside. 1 hour later, EFC Financial Center, an office on the 33rd floor. Chen Ze looked at the 6 young men and women standing in front of him and said, "You guys shouldn't know what you're here to do yet, right?" Upon hearing this, the 6 people nodded. Chen Ze did not waste any time and directly said, "There is no need to think too much. Having you guys come here is simply to buy and sell stocks for me. Rather, there is no need to do anything else." After saying this, Chen Ze paused for a moment and then said, "You guys first familiarize yourselves with the working environment, then do some overseas accounts with the domestic accounts. Let Chen Hai help if there are problems that cannot be solved. Got it?" "Got it." The 6 nodded at the same time. "Well, go get busy." Chen Ze dismissed the crowd. Then he came to his office and casually looked around. Things were complete. The place wasn't small. It was okay. Chapter 44, The Beauty of the World. Chen Ze didn't stay in the office for long before heading downstairs. He still had a few things to do, and the confidentiality agreement was still pending. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and searched for any law firms around him, intending to find a lawyer to print out a few confidentiality agreements for him. The map quickly showed the law firms around him. According to the route, Chen Ze found a law firm that was closest to him and walked over. It was only a few hundred meters. There was no need to drive. Wandering slowly through the streets, it didn't take long before he arrived in front of a building. Chen Ze took a step and walked in, taking the elevator to the 12th floor. Stepping out of the elevator and glancing at the signage opposite the elevator, Chen Ze saw the law firm he was looking for, Hongzheng Law Firm. After turning a corner and walking a few steps, he saw the sign of the law firm. After walking in, a receptionist lady in professional attire immediately asked, "Hello sir, what do you need?" Chen Ze smiled and said, "Find me a lawyer. I want to appoint a lawyer to help me draft a contract." "Okay sir." At the risk of asking you, do you have any requirements for a lawyer? The receptionist lady asked again after she agreed. No. Chen Ze shook his head. It was just a confidentiality agreement. Even he himself could print a copy of it. Only that he was idle today and came out to take a casual look around. As for the cost of finding a lawyer to draft a confidentiality agreement, was he Chen Ze someone who lacked money? "This way please, sir." After hearing this, the receptionist directly reached out her hand and invited. Chen Ze followed the receptionist to the door of an office, then knocked on the door and walked in. "Lawyer Jiang, this gentleman would like to draft a contract," the receptionist said to the middle-aged man sitting in a suit on an office chair. The middle-aged man immediately stood up, extended his hand and said to Chen Ze, "Hello, I'm Jiang Leader." Chen Ze shook the other party's hand and said, "Chen Ze, Xiao Feng, please go make 2 cups of tea." The receptionist lady nodded and walked out. "Hello Mr. Chen, may I ask what kind of contract you need to draft?" After the 2 of them took their seats, Jiang Leader inquired. "It's nothing, it's just a confidentiality agreement. I have some things that I need a few people to do for me. Signing it will also give me some peace of mind." Chen Ze stated his intentions. "Okay." Jiang Leader nodded and started operating on the computer. He then asked something about the content of the confidentiality agreement and what Chen Ze wanted the other party to pay if they revealed the confidentiality content. The Jiang Leader is indeed very professional. According to him, this thing as long as the signing of the direct effect, if they dare to disclose their work content, then basically will be abolished. Looking at the printed out confidentiality agreement, Chen Ze nodded with satisfaction. In the end, Jiang Leader only charged $600, saying that he wanted to make Chen Ze a friend, because according to what Chen Ze said, that he is an extremely high-quality customers. If they can sign an agreement with their law firm, that is a big deal. 10,800 Zhang collar is not in the eyes. After all, can open a law firm here, there is no weak strength. Chen Ze smiled and added a friend with the other party, which is considered to solve this matter. Walking out of the building, Chen Ze looked at the blue sky. The mood is very beautiful. Straight toward a coffee shop not far away walked over. Just a few steps away, suddenly a young man blocked his way. Chen Ze looked at the other party with some confusion. "Hello, I'm really sorry for disturbing you for a moment." The youth spoke with a very low stance, and Chen Ze was too embarrassed to refuse for a moment, so he could only ask, "Is there something wrong?" "It's like this." The youth smiled and immediately spoke. "My daughter is out selling something for the first time today. I hope that you will go and support it. Of course, it doesn't require you to pay for it. I have cash here." Saying that, the youth immediately took out $5 and handed it to Chen Ze. After hearing the youth's words, a smile appeared on his face. He liked this feeling of parents loving their children the most. It would make him feel that the world was beautiful and the earth was worth it. Where is it? Chen Ze took the $5 and asked out loud. Over there, just turn the corner and you'll be there. The youth reached out and pointed the way. Alright, I'll go over there now. Chen Ze nodded his head and agreed, then took a step in the direction the youth pointed. Thanks. The youth gave a thank you behind him before continuing on to find his next target. Chen Ze walked a short distance, then turned a corner to see the target he was looking for. A very pretty woman holding a parasol accompanied a little girl. The little girl was about 5 or 6 years old and was wearing a Chinese dress that was cute as hell. In front of the two was a small stall selling smoothies. Chen Ze took a step and walked over. Hello little friend. Chen Ze gave a slight nod to the woman, then looked down at the little girl. Hello big brother. The little girl raised her head and instantly became a little shy after seeing Chen Ze's face. Is it okay if I want to buy a smoothie? Chen Ze asked with a smile. Aha, it's okay big brother. The little girl instantly became happy after hearing Chen Ze's words. The little girl did not even wait for Chen Ze to continue speaking and directly moved her hands. Taking out a small piece of ice from the phone box at the back, she put it into the hand-cranked smoothie maker, and then began to shake it up with great force, and it could be seen that she was very excited. Soon a small box full of smoothies was made. The little girl carefully poured the smoothies into the cups, but because of some nervousness, a little bit was spilled. Luckily, there were enough smoothies, and the cups were full before the box was finished. The little girl hurriedly took out a little bit of chopped fruit from inside the other phone box at the back and sprinkled it on, and poured a little bit of colorful drink, which completed the smoothie. Big brother, here. The little girl held up her cup and stood on her tiptoes wanting to hand the smoothie to him. Chen Ze also bent down and took the cup over. Then he took a small spoon and took a shallow taste. How to say? The flavor was okay. It was the same flavor as the kind of smoothies normally sold inside the store. At this time, the little girl was staring at him with big watery eyes. Chen Ze glanced at the little girl who was full of anticipation and said with a smile, it's especially delicious. I like it a lot. Really? The little girl jumped up happily after hearing the desired answer, then asked again. Really? It's more real than real gold. In the face of the cute little loli, how could Chen Ze possibly bear to spoil the fun? Yay! Mom, look, big brother complimented me on the delicious smoothie I made. Hey! The little girl was super excited and immediately showed off to the beautiful young woman holding a parasol by her side. The young woman gently nodded her head to Chen Ze to express her gratitude. Then with a gentle face, she looked down at the little girl and complimented. Aha! Our little Nan is the best. He. The little girl burst into giggles upon hearing her mom's praise. Chapter 45, Won't run right? Thank you for making the smoothie. Brother is leaving. Oh, Chen Ze uneasily said. But, little Lori was a little hesitant after hearing Chen Ze's words, wanting to say something but not daring to say it. But what? Chen Ze said with a bad smile. See Chen Ze teasing his daughter. The young woman stood aside and covered her mouth and laughed silently. This is not that she wants to let her daughter out to experience the joys of life inside the well? The little loli heard Chen Ze's words more tangled. She stared wide-eyed. How can not understand in front of the big brother ate her smoothie? Why not give money? She every time to go out to eat something will give money. You don't say brother can really go. Chen Ze has been almost unable to hold back his laughter. The little girl is really too cute. Really want to hug and kiss her mom. Oh no, it's hugging and kissing the little girl. Chow thief must not. The little loli fast anxious explosion. But want money words how can not say. This is not for the children difficult it. Just see the little loli outstretched hand has been pulling the young woman's corner of the coat. Want to let her mother for her to ask for money. But how will the young woman as her wish? This kind of thing is naturally to the daughter's own mouth is good. Otherwise she would not have brought her daughter to the stall. With every stranger's communication is growth. And what Chen Ze was doing at the moment was just what she wanted. He let his daughter see the evils of society. In the end, the little girl couldn't hold back any longer, only to see her head lowered, her two little hands raised in front of her chest, touching it from time to time, then timidly said, Brother, you haven't given me any money yet. Brother hasn't given money yet? Oops, the smoothie you made is just too delicious. Brother forgot about it. I'm really sorry. Chen Ze acted exaggeratedly, saying that the little girl was a little embarrassed again, only to see the little one waving her hand shyly. It's not that delicious. This action and expression amused Chen Ze. Then how much did you tell brother about the smoothie you made? Chen Ze laughed. $5. The little girl heard Chen Ze wanting to give money, immediately raised her head and was not shy anymore, opening a small hand and waving it vigorously in front of Chen Ze. Good. Then you are making one for brother. Brother will give you $10. Okay? Chen Ze felt that taking people's money and still teasing their daughters was really too much. so he planned to buy another one. Really? Hearing that Chen Ze wanted another copy, the little lowly's eyes were almost glowing with excitement. Really? Brother won't lie to children. Chen Ze nodded very solemnly. Good. Then big brother wait. I'll do it now. After the little girl finished speaking, she ran towards the phone box behind her again. Thanks. The young woman whispered her thanks to him. It's okay, the little girl is cute. Chen Ze responded with a smile. The little girl's movements were quick. It took a little less than half the time it took earlier, and after she was done, she hurriedly held up the cup with her two little hands and handed it to Chen Ze. Chen Ze laughed after receiving the cup. Little one, do you think you'll cry when your brother suddenly runs away now? The little lowly was directly confused after hearing Chen Ze's words. Ha ha ha. Looking at the clueless expression on the little girl's face, Chen Ze could no longer hold back his laughter. Big brother, you won't run, right? The little girl even used a skeptical tone. Won't. But big brother doesn't have any cash. How can I pay you? Chen Ze once again asked the question. I didn't expect the little girl to be prepared. After hearing that Chen Ze didn't have cash, she happily took out a collection QR code from underneath the small table, and then said, Brother, just transfer it to the top. Mom said she would save it for me. Okay, brother will transfer money for you. Chen Ze didn't make things difficult for the little girl again this time, but painfully transferred $10 over. It wasn't that he didn't want to transfer more, but he didn't want the little girl to know that he was approached by her father. There are times when a well-intentioned lie is more hurtful to the heart when it is punctured. Chen Ze took the payment page and showed it in front of the little girl and said, Brother turned over. Oh. Aha, thank you brother. The little girl thanked happily. Alright, then brother is leaving. See you next time. Chen Ze waved at the little girl. Bye brother. The little girl also waved her little hand vigorously at Chen Ze. Looking at the faraway Chen Ze, the little girl stood next to the young woman excitedly jumping around. Mom, I sold 2 smoothies. Hey, aren't I awesome? The little girl was very proud, with an expression of quick to praise me. Well, our Nan is the best. Your mom's pride. The young woman didn't mince her words, directly saying the little girl's favorite thing to hear. Ha. Hearing her mom's praise, the little girl immediately giggled. Little boss, I want to buy a smoothie. Just as the little girl was caught up in her joy, she was suddenly interrupted by a customer. But the little girl didn't get angry, but happily went to make the smoothie. People, only by exercising can they grow up. Not only children, but adults as well. When Chen Ze returned to the company again, the 6 people that Chen Hai had gotten over were already sitting on their respective desks whispering. It wasn't their fault, after all. It wasn't like Chen Ze had arranged a job for them. Chen Ze was also a bit helpless when he saw the scene, looking for someone early, but it's not that big of a deal. If you really can't arrange something else for them, you can't just rest all the time, right? Called all the people together to his office, and then 6 confidentiality agreement out. Chen Ze looked at a few people said, this is a confidentiality agreement. You look at it. You can accept on the sign, cannot accept the return to your original position. After hearing this, the 6 of them froze for a moment, and hurriedly took the confidentiality agreement handed over by Chen Ze. A few of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after reading the content on it. Thought Chen Ze was going to let them do something illegal and criminal, but it turned out to be that he was not allowed to say anything about the stock operation for him, which was simply scary. However, several people did not show. After reading the contents of the confidentiality agreement, 6 people signed it at the same time. Chen Ze then nodded with satisfaction. He was really not afraid that these few people would not sign. After all, there was no substance at all above the confidentiality agreement. As long as they did not disclose that they were helping themselves to speculate on the stock market, there was nothing going on. Boss, what do you think we do now? The leading youth Gui Jia inquired in a loud voice. Chen Ze pondered for a moment and said to a few people, go register a few companies. Just follow the normal shareholding structure. Then run some more overseas accounts in the name of the company. Okay boss, what's the name of the main company then? Gui Jia inquired again. Tian Yao Capital. Chapter 46 Anger. With the matter on his mind resolved, Chen Ze had nothing to do again. Being idle, Chen Ze planned to go back for another trip. His new car was still at the branch there. Anyway, he had enough time. Chen Ze planned to drive the car back by himself after he went back. When he said he would do it, he went downstairs and drove the Porsche Panamera towards Linen's high-speed railway station, parked the car and walked into the high-speed rail station. Chen Ze felt that today's high-speed rail station is a bit wrong. As for how wrong it is, if you dare to believe it, the high-speed rail station was filled with little brothers and sisters in strange costumes. They were all wearing wigs of various colors: red, yellow, green, orange, blue, and purple. Chen Ze looked confused. Luckily, He was also someone who had experienced the internet explosion and guessed that this group of young men and women should be attending a comic convention or something like that. Chen Ze neither liked nor disliked this group of people. How to say it? An era of people have an era of ideas and hobbies, with a normal heart to treat it on the line. Even if he really went to participate in a comic exhibition, will not be in the hall shouting, "Where is the security guard? Where is the security guard? Ah, you are sick, right?" and so on. That is really SB. Looking at the men and women dressed in strange costumes, Chen Ze lightly laughed, and then walked into the VIP hall. Speaking of the Comic-Con, Chen Ze couldn't help but sigh a little. There is still a long way to go for the revival of national culture. He still remembered a certain period of time, the CP29 comic show held in Magic City, claiming that more than 200,000 people participated in it. The number of people is not that much. Chen Ze is not clear, but according to some videos on Shake Shack, he's still a little bit of faith. People are too much, can really be said to be a sea of people, and the domestic national wind ceremony and other traditional cultural exhibitions are not working now. Until the second 2 years and 2 or 3 years before the good up. Chen Ze likes traditional culture, but now he does not have the ability to revive. Can only wait until he has enough strength to consider this matter. Nowadays, the high-speed train doesn't need to wait for a long time. Not a moment later, Chen Ze sat on the car, casually searched on Jitterbug about the Comic-Con. Originally, Chen Ze hadn't taken it seriously, but after he saw the content about this comic show, his face instantly became dark. The location of this comic show was over there, which was nothing. He had seen a lot of comic shows, but he couldn't accept the name of the show. Sakura Summer J Comic-Con. That's right, you read that right. The ancient capital of the 6 dynasties is hosting this thing. What's Summer J? That TM was the traditional festival of the small days and the most characteristic of the small days. Why would this kind of crappy festival appear in the land of China? Chen Ze steeply remembered something at this moment. It was also about Summer J. It was in the year 2022, when someone on the internet suddenly said that they were going to organize a Summer J event in the ancient capital, which made the whole internet boil up. Isn't this looking for death? Angry netizens were powerless to vent their anger but could only speak out online, because some people cannot participate in this, but some young people will still participate. It was from that year that the National Style Festival, the National Comic Exhibition, began to flourish, but that was all later. Now this thing hadn't been discovered by anyone, or even if someone had discovered it, not many people took it seriously. After all, if it wasn't for the popularization of the netizens, a lot of ordinary people wouldn't even know what that bull festival was called. Even Chen Ze only knew about it because of that. And this bull event was even ticketed by B Station. Suddenly, Chen Ze remembered another thing, a thing that made him even more furious. It was 2 years later, a temple had offered up some garbage. Chen Ze sat in his seat, his mind pondering how this matter should be resolved. Of course, the resolution was the matter of the Little Day Comic-Con. As for the trash, this he would personally take action, not smashing this broken temple Chen Ze with his surname. Only Chen Ze thought for half a day before realizing that he had no way to face the Little Day's comic show activities. Not that it can't be done, but he doesn't have any ability to solve it, and can only rely on his family. Chen Ze was somewhat helpless. This kind of thing that can cause public anger is actually very easy to solve, as long as he has something under his hand that can manipulate public opinion. But the fact was that he didn't. There was no other way. Chen Ze could only take out his cell phone, and then gave his elder sister Chen Yao a call. Eldest sister Chen Yao is 30 years old this year, married, working in Shangyao Film and Media Company. Shangyao Film and Media Company, Ltd., is a subsidiary of Shangyao Group, which has been listed on the stock market with a market capitalization of more than $30 billion, and it can be said to be a behemoth. Let the other party to solve this kind of thing can be said to be a cannon to hit mosquitoes, but Chen Ze does not care for this kind of trampling on the dignity of the nation, not to mention the cannon to hit the mosquito, if he can. He even now wants to marry Miss Chiu to the foot of the chicken, the bride price he paid. The phone was quickly connected. Hey, little brother, what are you looking for sister for? A nice imperial voice came from the other end of the phone. Naturally, I have something to look for, big sister. Chen Ze laughed. Goo, our little Ze actually has something to beg me for. What a rarity. Chen Yao smiled and teased. It's business. Chen Ze helplessly said. Fine. Sister won't talk about it, okay? You tell me. What do you want sister to help you with? Chen Yao's tone became composed. I just found out something. Guru is going to hold an event with the characteristics of a small day. Big sister. You should know what I mean, right? Chen Ze said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the other end of the phone fell into silence. Chen Yao naturally knew about this kind of event, but this kind of thing had nothing to do with Shangyao Group, so there was no way she would take the initiative to do something thankless. These things are mixed with too many things. It can be said that it is a cultural invasion. And this situation has been going on for a long time. But the young people have their own young people's ideas. They like this kind of thing. Whoever goes to block it is the enemy. Even with the volume of Shangyao group, it is easy to get into trouble. Nowadays society is very impetuous. One wrong will lead to a fire. Then what do you want to do? Chen Yao asked out loud. Big sister, what do you think I should do? Chen Ze threw the question back again. You ah. Chen Yao sighed helplessly, thinking for a moment before saying, I'll call and ask. Don't call. Big sister, just do it. I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. Chen Ze said decisively. Chapter 47 Approach. After hearing Chen Ze's words, Chen Yao knew what he meant. However, as a child of the flower planting family, she was in favor of Chen Ze's idea. To quote a line from the Communist Youth League, young people who truly love their country, even if they are hardcore fans of Japanese comics, they will defend their country's sovereignty and national dignity in front of issues of right and wrong. And those who had no spine and were weak in the knees, even if they had no interest in footpot chickens, sooner or later, they would fall on their knees in front of the others, mocking everything about the planters, including the sovereignty and national dignity of the planters. And Chen Yao was this kind of person. She did like Japanese manga, but in front of this kind of big deal, personal preference had to take a back seat, not to mention that she only liked it when she was young. I know, I'll go settle this matter now. Chen Yao agreed. Chen Ze reminded, put up the B station as well. Be sure to bring up the tempo. I want Chen Rue, this dog thing no longer dare to do this kind of thing. The real organizer you can be sure to give blocked. If you can't block it, then let Xingyao Group take a shot at it. Don't give it to bankruptcy. I can't go along with it in my heart. You ah. Chen Yao some helpless. In order to their own breath, this has to spend how much price ah, but she can't do anything to stop it. After all, it's a good thing that the era Xingyao Group has such patriotic feelings. It's a good thing that can't be exchanged for any amount of money. Got it. I'll go do it now. Chen Yao hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Ze's heart then smoothed out a bit. The Summer J comic show had Big Sister to solve it. He should now go and solve the problem of the Tang Monastery. There was an old man sitting in front of Chen Ze. After hearing what he said, he directly twisted his head to look at him, then twisted it back again. The old man then asked to a middle-aged man sitting next to him, Summer J? Something from the brats? The middle-aged man's face was ugly at this time, and he nodded his head in a very difficult manner, but did not speak. Just now, he had also heard what Chen Ze had said and had searched for things about Summer J in the first place. After getting a clear understanding, he knew it was going to be bad. And sure enough, the old man still inquired about it. Looking at your face, this Summer J is not a good thing, right? The old man asked casually to the middle-aged man, then said to himself, that's right, what good thing can a brat have? Summer J? A sacrifice? Oh, I didn't expect that the little devils could even come to us to worship now. Or in Jinling, Little Blue, you're doing quite well. Ha! Hearing the old man's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on the middle-aged man's head. Shangyao Group? I remember that this group was founded by the third son of the old Chen family, right? Yes, it was created by Chen Mingxian, the third son of the Chen family. The middle-aged man hurriedly answered. Listening to this child's tone, he should be the Chen family's oldest third son, right? Otherwise he wouldn't have spoken so casually. The old man seemed to be talking to himself. However, the middle-aged man still hurriedly said, yes, it's Chen Mingxian's son. This kid is called Chen Ze. After saying that, he handed the old man his cell phone, and on the screen was a picture of none other than Chen Ze. Good. Old Chen has a successor. This child is good. The old man nodded with great relief. The middle-aged man nodded his head hurriedly, but did not speak. The old man spoke again. But since this matter happened in Jinling, it's natural to let our people in Jinling solve it. It's not good to let someone else step in to help us solve it, to talk about it. Isn't that right, Little Blue? Yes. Don't worry, Elder Han. I'll do it after I get off the bus. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. That's good. After saying that, the old man closed his eyes. Only then did the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. The old man wanted to experience the domestic high-speed train on a whim today. He didn't expect to hear these words. This luck. Alas. Chen Ze walked out of the high-speed train station and found the driver who came to pick him up. He had given Wei Ming a call before he boarded the high-speed train and asked him to send a driver to pick him up, saving him the trouble of taking a taxi. After arriving at the company by car, Chen Ze called Yang Gang over. Chen Xiao. Yang Gang walked into the office and looked at Chen Ze. Sit. Chen Ze waved his hand and said, thank you, young Chen. Yang Gang was not polite and directly sat on the sofa. Do you know any reliable security companies? Chen Ze directly asked. Yang Gang pondered for a moment, then said, I know. Our company once cooperated with a security company named Black Mist. The other party's security personnel are very professional, and the vast majority of them are veterans. Chen Ze's eyes lit up when he heard that. What he wanted was veterans, although it wasn't a war era now, but after experiencing the baptism of the army, the soldiers were more hateful towards footpad chickens than ordinary people. Alright, have them arrange 10 security personnel for me? They must be veterans. Chen Ze made the request. Understood. When will you use them? Yang Gang asked. Taking a look at the time, it was already more than 4 in the afternoon. It was definitely too late to go now. It could only be tomorrow. So Chen Ze spoke. Have them come to the company's conference room in the morning to gather, and wait for me when I come. Okay. Yang Gang nodded. Then go and get busy. Don't worry about me. Chen Ze waved his hand. Then you can call me again if you need anything. Yang Gang stood up and walked out. Chen Ze also followed and walked out before arriving inside Wei Ming's several people's offices. Chen Xiao. Wei Ming immediately stood up when he saw Chen Ze enter. Chen Ze nodded at him and said, once the money can be moved, transfer it back to the top of the domestic account. Just leave $30 million in the foreign account. Understood, young Chen. Wei Ming nodded his head in a hurry. Alright, you guys get busy. Chen Ze waved his hand and left the office. Going downstairs, he found his Bentley Continental GT Black Warrior, drove on and headed for home. Back at home, Chen Ze took out his cell phone and started looking for a headhunter. He was now looking for a talent that would operate an MCN organization. This time, he had learned the importance of public opinion. This was the age of the internet. There were times when public opinion was more effective than anything else. Raise a few millions of internet celebrities on your own. And if there was something going on, let them bring the tempo and save yourself the trouble of having to look for someone. Before even searching for a few headhunters, Chen Ze slapped his forehead violently. It was also stupid, letting his men not use themselves to look for them. His brain was like being kicked by a donkey. Directly to Yang Gang made a phone call. Although this kind of thing in Yang Gang's work does not match, but it is not a big deal. After the arrangement, Chen Ze directly lay on the sofa, and then sent a message to his mother, saying that he would not go back today. Zhang Qiulan replied with an okay after a few minutes, not even asking him why. The mother of the family. Chapter 48. Edge and Yuan. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth and the sky was blue. It was another good day. Chen Ze's mood was as very good as the weather, because he was going to do something today, something that could make him feel comfortable. Driving to the downstairs of the company, took the elevator to the inside of the company. Young Chen, manager Yang went out. He asked me to tell you that the person you are looking for is inside the conference room right now. Just after walking in, the receptionist lady immediately said to him, I see. Chen Ze nodded, then walked towards the conference room. Pushing open the door of the conference room, 10 pugnacious men in suits all sat inside in a serious manner without making a single sound. After hearing the door of the conference room being pushed open, all of them stood up in unison and then looked towards Chen Ze. Chen Ze, MD. He had sort of experienced some things recently, but being watched by these 10 sharp gazes, there was still some pressure. However, Chen Ze reacted quickly and nodded to the crowd before walking to the main seat. Sit, Chen Ze said to the crowd after sitting down. 10 people directly sat down without the slightest hesitation. Chen Ze was satisfied and nodded his head. With this quality, going to smash the Tangmeng temple was absolutely awesome. It's like this, I have a little something to do today. In the middle of it, I may need you guys to do it. Of course, it's not something illegal or criminal. What if something really goes wrong? I'll solve it for you guys as well. Can you understand? Chen Ze organized his language and then said to the crowd, don't worry Chen Xiao, we will do whatever you say. Manager Yang has already said that if anything goes wrong, he will step in and guarantee it. An inch-haired youth sitting not far from Chen Ze said aloud. Hearing this, Chen Ze was even more satisfied. See, otherwise people Yang Gang can be the deputy manager on this ability to do things. When he left, definitely let him be this manager. Okay, you guys change into civilian clothes, and then go with me to the Tangmeng temple. At that time, you guys will do whatever I say. Got it? Understood, the 10 people said in unison. Let's go. By the way, do you guys have civilian clothes? Chen Ze got up and walked out towards the outside, suddenly thinking of this question. Yes, we have many kinds of clothes stocked in our car, the inch-headed youth explained. Professional. Chen Ze gave a thumbs-up compliment. He then led the 10 people out of the company together. The destination was reached after driving for more than an hour. Incensors came and went. No one paid attention to a young man like him. Without taking a few steps, Chen Ze saw a monk who was entertaining the incomers. Chen Ze directly walked towards him. Hello. Chen Ze walked up and said to the monk, hello, may I help you? The monk asked politely. Chen Ze directly said, I've been having nightmares lately. I can't sleep at all, so I'm planning to make an offering to a tablet. Can you see if you can help? Yes, this way please. The monk sniffed and agreed. Chen Ze followed the monk and walked over. The monk asked as he walked, who do you want to enshrine? Criminal heaven. Chen Ze said casually. What? The monk froze for a moment, then asked again. The god of war. Interpretation heaven. Haven't I been having nightmares lately? Make an offering to a killing god to cure evil with evil. Chen Ze casually explained. Okay. The monk sniffed and no longer asked anything more. As long as the enshrinement was not a Taoist god. It did not take long for the two to come inside a room. The monk did not make the tablet for him at first, but spoke out. Hello, I have something I have to make clear to you first. We have to charge money for this enshrinement of tablets. Chen Ze already knew that, so he directly nodded his head and replied. I know. How much does it cost? I'll transfer it to you. A smile appeared on the monk's face before he explained. We have 3 prices here depending on the different offering positions. Which one do you want? Chen Ze? Didn't the official come out and explain that it was $100 a year to enshrine a tablet? How come there are still 3 prices? However, he did not show it and directly asked, which 3? How much do they all cost? The monk replied, the place where we enshrine the tablet is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier requires $20,000 for a year of enshrinement. The second tier requires $30,000 for a year of enshrinement. And the third tier requires $40,000 for a year of enshrinement. So you can see which tier you choose? Chen Ze, MD. This monk is so dark. Nowadays, monks don't talk about karma, they talk about yuan instead. Chen Ze is a master who is not short of money, as if to give them the last wave of welfare, directly nodded and said, I want the most expensive kind. I do not lack money. The monk smiled without saying anything, then took out a QR code for Chen Ze to scan and transfer money. Chen Ze was also convinced. Now the monk is really NM with the times. After receiving the money that Chen Ze transferred, the monk immediately said, wait a moment. I will go and make it for you now. Afterwards, the monk took out a yellow tablet paper, then wrote down the word interpretation heaven on it, asked Chen Ze's name, and after Chen Ze told him, the monk wrote down his name again, and finally plasticized it. Immediately after that, Chen Ze followed the monk to the Dizang hall, and when the monk went to set up the tablets, Chen Ze directly turned around inside the hall. Before he could take a few steps, Chen Ze saw his target for the day. Just as Chen Ze was filming energetically, suddenly a few monks walked in and then saw Chen Ze who was filming with his cell phone. A few monks walked up to Chen Ze, and the leading middle-aged monk spoke. Hello sir, we don't allow photographs to be taken to record videos inside the earth-hidden temple, as it would violate the privacy of the incense burners. I don't want to record a video either, but you guys are just too powerful. How can people know that you people are so bold if I don't record a video? Chen Ze directly mocked. Chapter 49, Smashing. What? Hearing Chen Ze's words, it wasn't just the middle-aged monk anymore. The other few monks were also confused. See for yourself. Chen Ze reached out and pointed to the tablet that was enshrined above. The few monks immediately looked up. Instantly, their eyes widened. Oh no! Something is going to happen. The middle-aged monk in the lead reacted quickly. Hello sir, this matter is a misunderstanding. Why don't we do this? You go to our parlor first and we'll talk about it in detail there. The middle-aged monk said while winking at the monks next to him. One of the monks directly walked towards the tablet. Don't move! Chen Ze stopped the monk with a stern voice before shouting, someone come! Boom! Chen Ze's voice had just fallen, and before a few monks could react, the door to the earth-hidden hall was directly kicked open. Young Chen, are you alright? 10 security guards swarmed in, and the leading inch-headed youth hurriedly walked over to Chen Ze's side and asked, bad? The middle-aged monk saw this scene and knew that it was really bad this time. He didn't expect that this young man would still be a person of status. After all, whose ordinary person goes out with so many bodyguards? Stop them, then go outside and call out to the incense burners. Chen Ze said loudly. What? Hearing this, the few security personnel also froze. What's the point of freezing? Hurry up and go. Chen Ze looked at the frozen security and shouted, it's Chen Shao. The inch-headed youth instantly came back to his senses, and then led the way to hold down the several monks, and then the 2 security personnel ran out with quick steps, shouting someone come, someone come. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Chen Ze's face. As for the middle-aged monk and the rest of the monks, they directly wilted. They didn't even have the courage to resist because it was useless to say or do anything now. Chen Ze also didn't pay attention to these few monks. The reason why he didn't make a move to smash this Thai place was simply because he didn't want to make a head start. When those incense burners came in and found out that the place where they were praying for blessings and offering incense was actually dedicated to such a few pieces of trash, they would surely be furious and couldn't be themselves. It didn't take long for voices to come in from outside the earth-hidden temple. Really? The master here is so bold? We won't know if we go in and take a look. That's right. If there's really a little day's tablet inside the earth-hidden temple, I'll directly smash it. Go, 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 hurry up and take a look. I really don't believe that they have so much guts. The noisy sound is very big and messy, accompanied by heavy footsteps. from the outside ran in more than 20 incense men and women have. After seeing the monk who was pressed to the ground by the several people of the inch-headed youth was first startled, then looked at Chen Ze who was still standing next to him. Uncles and aunts, come here and take a look. See what kind of trashy stuff is enshrined in the place where you pray and worship Buddha every day. Chen Ze shouted at the crowd, waving his hand towards them as he spoke. More than 20 people thumped over and turned their heads to catch a glimpse of the tablet that was enshrined on it, and the names on the tablet were really garbage names. This had stirred up a hornet's nest. How dare you guys? I'm pissed off. I've been to your temple countless times, and now there's garbage on the inside. I'll kill you mother asterisk 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 heirs. CNMD. You're not human. Smash. Smash this Thai place. Yes, smash. You're really pissing me off. This group of incense burners were almost pissed off, begging for God and Buddha every day. Soon, the angry incense burners directly began to hit this group of monks, and there were also some incense burners who began to smash the things inside the Earth Store Hall in order to vent their anger. Of course, there were also a lot of incense burners who took out their cell phones and started filming. Chen Ze didn't say anything, and gave a wink to the inch-haired youth. The young man understood in a second and immediately took the lead in smashing up. Has been the entire Earth Tibetan temple smashed after the inch-headed youth waved his hand and shouted, smash. This is still a temple? This place can't stay. Smash this broken place. Right. Smashed this broken place. MD. I spent so much money to buy a tablet for my ancestor. You dogs even put my ancestor with the garbage. What's the point of keeping this broken temple? Smash it. Get them to preside and beat that son of A to death. Yes, and they preside. This dog can't run away. Afterwards, the group of incense burners ran out in great numbers, and there were very few people left inside the Earth Store Hall. Chen Ze didn't stay too long, and followed behind the crowd and also walked out. Be mad at the incense burners no matter what. See things on the smash. See the monk on the fight. Some of the incense users who didn't know anything were dumbfounded. Of course, there are people in the side of the explanation. Some were kept in the dark incense in the knowledge that they prayed for blessings on the place where the incense is actually enshrined in the small days of the tablets, but also be angry fried, immediately involved in it. At this time, the whole Tang monastery was in chaos, and there were also many young people involved in it. They didn't do anything, but took pictures and recorded videos with their cell phones. What Chen Ze wants is this result, not to destroy the Tang monk temple. His heart cannot be smooth. This broken place has no historical value. Smashed on the smash. Save the future also out of the diaphragm. When this thing happened, the temple indefinitely suspended rectification, but it is not possible to be released one day. Chen Ze couldn't accept that kind of result, so he personally came over, and also brought 10 strong men over, in order to destroy the entire temple. Looking at the inch-headed youth leading the charge, Chen Ze was very pleased. This person is a talent, able to understand his meaning. The inch-headed youth did not pay attention to the people who were shouting and clamoring for the abbot, but instead kept leading the charge to wreak havoc inside the temple. Basically everything he could see was smashed by him. The abbot of the Tang monk temple also never appeared, which made Chen Ze, who was waiting to see a good show, a little disappointed. After another period of time, the sound of sirens came in from outside the temple, without even needing to be reminded. All the people who were still making moves all stopped. No one was a little cutie. No one dared to continue smashing things and beating people in front of the police. Chapter 50 Lin Feng. After the monks stopped, a dozen uniformed police officers walked in. The policemen were a bit speechless as they looked at the monks with swollen noses and swollen faces. What's the situation? The monks were beaten up by the janitors in the temple? Isn't this a joke? Who did the beating? The middle-aged policeman at the head shouted, but no one paid any attention to them. After all, when it comes down to it, who hasn't gone up and kicked them twice? The police officer in charge was not surprised to see that no one paid attention to him. After all, no one would admit that they had hit someone. Immediately after he asked, who called the police? Can you tell us what happened here? Hearing this, the incense dwellers had something to say. At once, they coaxed and surrounded a dozen policemen at once, and then someone explained the situation here. After learning the truth of the matter, even the policemen couldn't help but be stupefied. Still, how dare they? Seeing this scene, Chen Ze knew that he was going to add fuel to the fire, so he took his cell phone and walked over. Hello comrade. Chen Ze extended his hand to the police. The policeman saw several big men standing behind Chen Ze and immediately understood that his identity was not ordinary, so he also stretched out his hand and shook Chen Ze's hand. Comrade policeman, the identity of those few trash is not ordinary, Chen Ze said in a calm tone. The middle-aged policeman sniffed with some curiosity. Those few people simply deserve death by 1,000 cuts. Can you understand if I say that? Chen Ze looked at the middle-aged cop and said, what? After hearing his words, not only the policeman, even the surrounding incense burners who didn't know the truth were shocked. You guys can go search for it now. Those who have taken the picture should know about it. Chen Ze explained to the crowd. Now, not only the incense patrons, even those police officers took out their cell phones and started searching. Soon, the search results came out. CNDY. What a ing piece of trash from the small days. WCNM. You guys even put such garbage in. Labor kills you. Aha. I can't believe I'm burning incense and worshipping the Buddha here. If the ancestors know about this, they won't kill me. Comrade police. You have to arrest these monks. They are simply not human. Fight. Beat these mother heirs to death. Some of the incense burners who weren't originally involved suddenly became manic in an instant after learning the news. They couldn't accept this fact. A dozen policemen were also stunned. How dare they? Looked at the incense began to hit people. This group of police is very difficult, but the state law has family rules. This group of monks made a mistake will naturally have legal sanctions. Lynching cannot be. So the head of the middle-aged police quickly with other police rushed to stop these angry incense. These monks arrested. As for the incense burners who hit the others, who cares about such trivial matters now? Who cares about such trivial matters now? The sky is about to be pierced. No, it's the sky that's already been pierced. Videos of the scene were already circulating on the internet. Coupled with the fact that the young man with an inch head and the incense burners were smashing things and beating up people inside the temple, this matter had already rushed onto the hot search. Of course, the current hot search is still someone beat up and smashed things in the Tang Monk temple. But there are already netizens who know the truth of the matter explaining in the comment section. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden before, and now with Chen Ze's involvement, it's even more difficult to hide. An hour later, Chen Ze was sitting on a chair in the police station, peacefully holding his cell phone and swiping short videos, and the security personnel he had gotten over were standing behind him. Mr. Chen, the matter has been understood clearly. Thank you for the evidence you provided. There is nothing more on our side. You can go now. A young police officer walked over to Chen Ze's side and said, "Good." Chen Ze did not say anything more, got up and directly left the police station. Looking at his back as he left, the young policeman couldn't help but shake his head. Now they were going to be busy. After leaving the police station, Chen Ze brought the group of people directly back to the company. Chen Ze repatriated all of the other 9 people, only leaving behind the young man with an inch head. This was a talent and Chen Ze wanted to keep him. Chen Ze gave a look. He actually understood in seconds, and did even better than what Chen Ze thought. This kind of person must be left behind. The inch-headed youth was named Lin Feng. He was not very old, just 27 or 88, and was now a squad leader of Black Mist Security. Any interest in following me? Chen Ze asked with a smile. Yes. Lin Feng's expression was excited. When he saw Chen Ze letting everyone else leave but himself, he thought of this scene, and was even more excited after hearing Chen Ze's words. Chen Ze's identity was too clear to him. Yang Gang had already made it clear to Black Mist Security when he approached them at that time. This was an opportunity to be able to turn his life around, so he naturally wouldn't give it up. How much do you get paid now? How many days of vacation? Chen Ze asked again. I'm at 12,000 per month now. For vacation, there's only 1 day a month and 3 days of annual leave. Lin Feng answered truthfully. I'll give you 30,000 a month. The vacation remains the same, but you have to go to Linen with me. Chen Ze laughed. Yes, I have no problem with that. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. With this salary, not to mention going to Linen, he didn't even have a problem accompanying Chen Ze abroad. Alright then, you go back and get ready first. Send me a message when it's all done. Okay, young Chen. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Go. Chen Ze waved his hand at him. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, turned around and left the office. Chen Ze took out his cell phone and started looking at it. He had long been unable to resist. When he opened his shake, the front page headline was Tang Temple is haunted. Chen Ze clicked in to take a look, and all the videos were filled with curses. Although he knew the result, he still couldn't help but nod his head. Then he continued to brush the other videos. There were many videos underneath this hot search, and among them was the video of the incense vendor and Lin Feng and the others smashing the Tang Monk temple. The comments at the bottom were all favorable, all saying good smashing, relief and so on. Chen Ze finally saw the comment that made him feel the worst. When I look back, under the Buddha's beaver shrine, there are all sorts of sacred crows and drums. Chapter 51, Threatened. Just as Chen Ze was watching the video with the comments, he suddenly received a text message, and the content of the text message directly caused Chen Ze's face to darken. Chen Ze, right? Lives in Fairview Tancheng, right? You're quite rich, but you know that being rich is not as good as having power in this country, right? Hurry up and go to the police station and tell the police that your video is synthesized. Or you try. How could such a text message not make his face black? Knowing his name, knowing where he lived, and daring to threaten him, even telling him to go to the police station. What kind of person did the other party have to be? Chen Ze immediately thought of the information registered at the police station. Because it was his own initiative to submit evidence, so simply registered. Did not expect the other side to come so fast. The police station, this was a direct sellout to him. Chen Ze was very angry at this time. He also thought of Xiao Bei, who found out about this matter in his previous life. He was also threatened because of this matter. But he was very smart and chose to directly expose this matter. Otherwise he would have really had to be retaliated against. It was even possible that he would be retaliated against after the heat of this matter. After all, there were quite a few people who had stepped down because of this matter. But Chen Ze was not Xiao Bei. He had enough backbone to deal with these threats. Dare to threaten him? Really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Glancing at the number that texted him, it was a messy number. The other party was smart enough not to leave evidence. But Chen Ze does not need evidence, so short time to know his name and place of residence. If the police station is not a problem, there will be hell. He took a screenshot of the text message and sent it to Chen Mingqian. After a while, Chen Mingqian's phone called. What's going on? After Chen Ze picked up, Chen Mingqian directly asked. Chen Ze then recounted what happened today in detail, emphasizing that he only left his personal information inside the police station. That is to say, this matter that made your grandfather aware of it was brought to light by you? Chen Mingqian put his heart down after knowing the cause of the matter. My grandfather knew about it too? So quickly? Chen Ze asked curiously. Now that the videos of this matter are all over the internet, how could he not know? Chen Mingqian said in an unfavorable manner. Then what did his old man say? Chen Ze became even more curious. Chen Mingqian said with a light laugh. He said that those people should be lynched. Chen Ze. Good lord. The old man's temper was even greater than his. The lynching came out. Right. What are you doing at the temple? It also happened to find out about this matter. Don't tell me that you went to burn incense and worship Buddha. Chen Mingqian suddenly found the blind spot. Chen Ze. There was no way to explain this matter. He couldn't say that he had traveled back from the past. Could he? After organizing his language, Chen Ze lied. It's just that I saw a message about this on my phone, and then the other party quickly deleted it. I was a bit unconvinced, so I came over to take a look, and I didn't expect it to be true, and that's why it came to light. Okay. Chen Mingqian didn't pay too much attention to it. Now was also not the time to focus on this issue. Don't worry about the rest. Now go home immediately. Chen Mingqian reminded. Got it. After saying this, Chen Ze hung up the phone. The idea of a self-driving trip was out of the question. Chen Ze asked the company's driver to send him to the high-speed train station, and he planned to take the high-speed train back. As for his car, sent a message to Lin Feng to drive to Linen. He should not come back to Jinling in the future. Night fell and the lights came on. Chen Ze returned home in his Porsche Panamera. Little brother, you are really powerful. Going out for a day almost didn't break the sky. Chen Ze just walked into the house. Chen Ku ran over. Yes, it has been pierced. Right now your grandparents and your first and second uncles with your dad's phone numbers are all blown up. Zhang Qiulan added from the side. Chen Ze? That is to say, everyone now knows that this matter was triggered by me? Chen Ze asked incredulously. Or else, the information you left behind at the police station is too clear. It's not easy for the official people to find out your personal information through that? Zhang Qiulan said in a good-natured manner. Chen Ze, MD, this society really has no privacy. Besides, even those rats inside the gutter can find you, let alone others. Zhang Qiulan explained again. Chen Ze, convinced. Little brother, the sky has been pierced. Oh. Chen Ke laughed from the side. Chen Ze said unconcernedly. Stabbed on the stab. Some things really should be managed. Now regardless of the future may still be out of what moths it. Okay. Zhang Qiulan did not refute Chen Ze's words, because in this matter, no matter whether it is the old man and old lady or not, Chen Ze's eldest uncle and second uncle and Chen Mingqian as well, they all support Chen Ze. By the way, your grandfather said that recently. He asked you not to go out and stay quietly in Linen for a period of time. Zhang Qiulan suddenly said again. Chen Ze. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Ze's speechless expression, Chen Ke scoffed loudly from the side. Without a good mood, Chen Ze blankly glanced at her. Chen Ze directly laid down on the sofa and took out his cell phone to read it again. Chen Ke this time rarely did not grab a seat with him, just sat beside Chen Ze and laughed from time to time, exasperating him and making him want to hit someone. Zhang Qiulan looked at the two with a smile and did not say anything, similarly sitting on the sofa and playing with her cell phone. 1 week later, the curtain fell on this matter. That's right, the heat disappeared just that fast. Apart from some departments taking action, most of the netizens still had a melon-eating mentality, and after realizing that no one had posted this kind of video, they quickly went after other hotspots. The good thing is that this matter was eventually resolved. The host apologized, and the official explanation was exactly the same as in the previous life. Some things still need to be covered up, As for the claim that Chen Ze was threatened by someone sending text messages, Chen Ze didn't say anything about it. And naturally, people in the outside world didn't know about it. But the insiders were still cleansed. Who told Chen Ze to have a backstage? Still, he felt comfortable because he had smashed this broken temple. This recent week Chen Ze did not go anywhere, just stayed quietly at home, either brushing jitterbug or watching Douyu. The days were beautiful. Of course, he also called and asked his big sister Chen Yao, but she just said that someone to solve the problem. Chen Yao told him this thing she was interrupted before she could do it. Someone made a special call to her and said that this matter would be resolved by them. Chen Ze was dumbfounded to hear that. Chapter 52 Principle. Chen Yao said that this matter was interrupted before it was even done, and even the government department in Jinling had put in a call. But how did the other party know? Unforeseen? It was simply a case of seeing ghosts. Chen Ze was really puzzled, but things were sort of resolved. Only the public didn't know. It was Chen Ze's idea of disliking B Station Chen Rui that was dashed. Green City Art Hotel. At this moment, the outside of the hotel was already filled with all kinds of luxury cars and supercars. There were also countless media practitioners with long guns in their hands. Today, the son of a real estate tycoon in Linen was getting married, and Chen Ze was forced to climb out of his nest early, and then arrived at the scene in his car. If he could, he really didn't want to come over, but Chen Mingqian gave him a death order, saying that he had to crawl over today, and if he continued to stay at home, it would be a waste. Unable to do anything else, Chen Ze could only get up early in the morning and then bring Chen Ku over. Of course, Chen Ze's early morning is 11 o'clock. Noon. There is no way. Can't get up is can't get up. And Chen Mingqian also said, as long as he came over to show his face, so Chen Ze is very from the heart of the pinch point to come over. But this time is not too late. After all, the bride and groom in front of the hotel to welcome guests until 11:30. Lin Feng parked his car in front of the hotel, and Chen Ze and Chen Ke stepped out of the car. Looking towards the front door of the hotel, two young men and women dressed in Western-style wedding dresses were standing at the entrance of the hotel to entertain the guests, and next to them stood several young men and women with smiles on their faces. After seeing Chen Ze and Chen Ke getting out of the car, several people all walked over. Coco sister, you came over all. After the pretty girl wearing a wedding dress walked over, she said to Chen Ke with a face full of joy. The young man in the suit also smiled and shouted, Sister Cuckoo, well, I wish you guys a happy wedding. Chen Ke smiled and congratulated. Thank you Sister Cuckoo. The young man and woman hurriedly thanked her, and after saying that, the two of them looked at Chen Ze together. Chen Ze stretched out his hand and smiled. My name is Chen Ze, Chen Ke's younger brother. Happy wedding. Thank you. I'm Li Jing. Hearing Chen Ze's words, the two immediately responded. The youth hastily extended his hand to shake Chen Ze's. Chen Ze, Sister Cuckoo, please come inside. Let my friend take you in. I really can't get away here. Poor hospitality. I'll punish myself with 2 cups later. After shaking hands, the youth said politely, it's okay, you guys are busy. We can just go in by ourselves. After saying that, the two waved their hands at the young man and woman, then followed the other youth inside. There were already a lot of people inside the banquet hall. The 3 of them coming in didn't attract any gazes. After all, the 2 of them were just juniors. Not many people knew them. The 2 followed the youth forward, and only stopped when they reached the very front of the banquet hall. This immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. Those who could sit at the very front of this wedding were all either business bigwigs or the children of bigwigs, and they were able to sit at the very front. How could they not attract attention? Chen Ze and the 2 of them did not care about these gazes and followed the youth to a dining table. There were already 4 people sitting on the chairs next to the table, and one of them surprised Chen Ze, but he quickly reacted. It was also right. He had been called over. It was not surprising that this person had come over. As for who this person was, that was of course the famous Principal Wang. That's right, the principal had also attended this wedding, and beside him sat 2 beautiful long-haired girls. The other person was a young man. Chen Ze did not recognize him. The young man was sitting very quietly playing with his phone and did not speak. Chen Ze, Sister Cuckoo, you 2 sit here. The youth opened his mouth. Thanks. Chen Ke waved her hand at the youth and said, it's okay, I'll go to the door first. The youth hurriedly said, aha, you go and get busy. Chen Ke's voice was very gentle. Okay, by Sister Cuckoo. Hearing Chen Ke's gentle voice, the youth was simply about to die of joy. And next to him, Chen Ze's white eyes rolled up to the sky. Green tea is actually my sister? There is also no one else. Hiss. Suddenly, Chen Ze sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Looking down, the soft flesh around his waist was being viciously twisted by a snow-white hand. Wrong. Hurry up and let go. Chen Ze hurriedly apologized. Humph. Chen Ke snorted coldly, which loosened her hand. Chen Ze vigorously rubbed his waist. It really hurt too much. This hand was also too hard. Hee hee. A low laugh attracted the two's attention. It was a girl wearing a hat next to the principal who couldn't help but laugh out. Sorry. Seeing Chen Ze and the two of them looking over, the girl hurriedly apologized. It's okay, he just owes. Chen Ke waved his hand unconcernedly. Chen Ze, heart tired. Hello principal, I've heard a lot about you, Chen Ze said as he walked over and extended his hand. Hello. The principal also stood up and extended his hand to shake Chen Ze's hand. For the two Chen Ze to be placed at this table, then his identity must not be simple, and although he did not know him, he would not fail to give this face. My name is Chen Ze, from Shangyao Group. Chen Ze introduced himself. I won't introduce myself, you should also recognize me. After all, I'm still quite famous. Principal Wang also smiled after hearing Chen Ze's words. That's right, I'm as famous as the Showbiz Disciplinary Committee. Chen Ze laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chen Ze's words, several people all laughed out. It wasn't a bad reputation. Principal Wang himself had said that he thought it was quite good. Chen Ze then extended his hand to the other young man and asked, Hello, I'm Chen Ze, and you are? The young man hurriedly stood up and extended his hand to shake Chen Ze's hand before saying, My name is Zhang Xiang, from the Ningda Group, Gu, another big brother's son. But how did a new energy company hook up with the real estate industry? And how is this male son a bit introverted? Although Chen Ze was not sure, he did not say anything more and sat down directly after shaking hands. Come on, Principal, Zhang Xiang, add a WeChat. Nothing off in contact. Something don't find Chen Ze took out his cell phone and teased with a smile. Oh, okay. The principal directly took out his cell phone and added Chen Ze's WeChat, while Zhang Xiang did the same. Chen Ke sat on the side and watched this scene with a smile. His oldest brother finally knew to expand his network. Good thing Chen Ze is very curious about the principal at the moment. As for why, naturally, his Panda TV is going to close down in March next year. Now do not ask for some gossip that went so Chen Ze directly probed over the head to ask up. Although the two have just met, but Principal Wang still a face of bitter hatred complained up. After all, Chen Ze's identity is similar to him. Panda's things cannot be hidden from his kind of people. Casually looking for someone to inquire about it will be able to know the inside of the specific situation. Chapter 53, The End. The principal said a lot, and Chen Ze nodded in agreement from time to time from the side. As a reborn person, he naturally knew more or less about things. He wasn't clear about Panda TV before it collapsed, but he still understood it after it collapsed. There were countless people on the internet who gave their opinions about this matter. The only thing is that after 360 into the internal executive infighting, and is burning money too fast, financing and cannot, the profitability of the target is not clear, coupled with the other two sidelined Panda TV closure. Of course, there may be deeper reasons, but this is not Chen Ze can know. Now, even if the principal himself said these reasons, but did not say anything else, Chen Ze naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. After all, this kind of thing people didn't even say. Taking the initiative to ask himself would seem a bit brain-dead. Just when a few people were listening to the principal spit, the banquet hall suddenly came a melodious piano sound. A few people looked at each other. The principal also stopped talking. The eyes of the crowd looked at the stage. The figure of the wedding master of ceremonies appeared on the beautiful stage, which also meant that the wedding was about to begin. The crowd under the stage also stopped talking just like Chen Ze's table and gathered their gazes on both sides of the red promenade. Accompanied by the piano music, the groom Li Jing and the bride Wang Run slowly walked out from both sides of the promenade, approaching step by step until they stood face to face. The MC's voice rang out, starting the wedding process. Time passed slowly, and as the bride and groom embraced and kissed, it also represented the end of the wedding rituals and the beginning of the next stage. The hotel attendants started serving the food, while the bride and groom went to change their clothes. The banquet hall resounded with the sound of people talking again. Chen Ke sat next to Chen Ze and said with an envious face, I don't know when I'll be able to get married. Chen Ze mocked with a face full of disdain. Just you? Oh, what do you mean? Chen Ke turned to look at Chen Ze, his fingers moving stupidly. Nothing means. Chen Ze conceded. In front of so many people, he really didn't dare to make a move with Chen Ke. Undignified Humph. Chen Ke no longer ignored him, but peacefully began to eat the dishes. Principal, Zhang Xiang. Several people watched the scene with interest. They really rarely see siblings in a powerful family with such a good relationship. A few people ate and chatted. Most of the time it was Chen Ze chatting with the principal. Zhang Xiang just chimed in from time to time and seldom took the initiative to speak. It didn't take long for Li Jing to bring his bride Wang Run over, and behind the two of them followed the waiter who was carrying a wine tray. Sorry, I've kept you guys waiting. I'll punish myself with 3 cups first. Li Jing spoke politely and did things honestly. After finishing his words, he picked up the wine glass next to him and drank 3 cups in a row. What are you polite for? Today you got married, you are the biggest. We didn't say anything, right Chen Ze? The principal waited for Li Jing to finish his drink before smiling and teasing. Chen Ze directly nodded his head and concurred. That's right, even though we just met. But what about your wedding today? We wouldn't dare to say anything. The rest of the few people also laughed out at the words. The principal is a real dog, waiting for people to drink wine before saying so. Also convinced. Ha 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 ha, happy, come brother a few drink eh? Li Jing also said with a big smile. Drink one. Wish you guys happy wedding. Chen Ze, several people said together. After finishing his drink, Li Jing excused himself. He still had many tables to toast behind him. Chen Ze didn't force them to stay. On the big day, people are the most important. After 1 o'clock, Chen Ze left the hotel together, and said a few words at the front door of the hotel before leaving separately. After returning home, Chen Ze walked straight into his bedroom. After staying at home all day, he didn't want to go anywhere, and was about to become a geek. Open the computer. Chen Ze intends to take advantage of the working day time to prepare to play the league, to see if it can be in the case of no students to rush to the platinum. As time passed, Chen Ze's anger grew. 20 minutes later, the base exploded. Chen Ze clenched his fists, looking at his teammates' miserable record and glancing at his own 12-2 record. He took a deep breath. TMD. Trash penguins. The match is NM. In the end, Chen Ze still cursed out. It really couldn't help it. It's too NM infuriating. As long as he was in a single row, there weren't several times when he wasn't a pitbull. He was really convinced, not in the mood to play the game anymore. He got up and walked out towards the outside. Jiang Qiulan and Shen Ke were sitting on the sofa eating fruits and looking at their cell phones. Chen Ze walked over, sat on his butt beside the two, and spat at Shen Ke. You don't go out either. How can you find a date like this? Shen Ke? She was eating fruit and playing with her cell phone comfortably. Why was she suddenly disliked? Looking at the unhappy Chen Ze, Shen Ke said in a bad mood. You're not going to lose the game again, are you? Speaking of this, Chen Ze has something to say. Immediately spit out. I really convinced. Play a broken game every day by the pit. My father is also. Why does not he in a little more effort? If he had taken out Penguin and incorporated it, how could I possibly suffer this kind of anger inside the game? Jiang Qiulan. Chen Ke. Good lord. He still really dares to say it. Adopting Penguin? Penguin's market capitalization is more than double that of Shengyao. How dare he think that? Alright, have a raisin. It's too sweet. Jiang Qiulan took out a raisin from the bowl and put it into Chen Ze's mouth. Chen Ze chewed it. It was indeed quite good, but this skin affected the taste too much. It's quite tasty. It just has a skin. Chen Ze disliked it. Then you eat lychee. Lychee is peeled. Jiang Qiulan said and picked up a lychee and handed it over. Chen Ze took it and put it in his mouth, tasted it, and it was not bad. It just had seeds. So he spat again. It's also quite tasty. It just has seeds. Jiang Qiulan. Chen Ke. Jiang Qiulan turned her head and leaned back on the sofa. She didn't want to take care of this son of hers right now. Chen Ke similarly turned around and leaned on the sofa on the other side. People who lost the game couldn't be messed with. Chen Ze. There are flaws and you're not allowed to spit on yourself anymore? Convinced. Chen Ze also did not eat, similarly lying on the sofa and playing with his cell phone. Jiang Qiulan and Shen Ke were reading novels while he was brushing Jitterbug. He was when he brushed Jitterbug to something of interest before going to read the novel. For example, when he saw a short video of a spy drama, he went to search for spy novels when he was interested. When he sees a fairy drama, he goes to search for fairy novels. Anyway, he is suddenly interested in what to read, what novels, not stick to a certain kind of novels. Chapter 54, Cutting the Chives. When he was brushing Jitterbug, a short video made him stop what he was doing. The game content was posted by a tech video blogger. The content was the man of the hour who changed the gaming industry. Old Huang, the owner of Nvidia, was highlighted in it. Chen Ze was not familiar with this person, but he knew about Nvidia's stock. This stock was the first chip stock to hit the $1 trillion mark. At that time, the news was all over the place, and those financial bloggers in China introduced it like crazy, so it was hard for Chen Ze not to know about it. This is also the reason why he has been brushing Jitterbug now. The previous memory is too fragmented. He really cannot remember, can only rely on these fragmented information to recall the previous memory. He remembered that the stock Nvidia was the one that plummeted at this time in 2018, directly losing half of its market value. Chen Ze opened the stock app and searched for Nvidia's market capitalization. At this moment, Nvidia's stock price is 69, with a market capitalization of more than $170 billion. This market capitalization was about to be cut to the waist. Chen Ze couldn't help but shiver at the thought of it. The great opportunity can cut leaks again. Immediately got up and walked towards the bedroom. What are you going for? Chen Ke asked with some curiosity. Uncomfortable in my heart. I have to win back. Chen Ze casually blabbered. Okay. Hearing this reason, Chen Ku was somewhat speechless. Without bothering with her, after walking into the bedroom, Chen Ze made a call to Wei Ming. Hello, Chen Xiao. Wei Ming answered. Has the money been transferred back to the domestic account? Chen Ze asked. At first, he thought of leaving $30 million in the overseas account on the line. The rest of the money was all transferred back to the country. And so on the end of the year, when the whole position to buy into the Orient Communications, a big profit him, but did not think that now even remembered the matter of Nvidia. The plan cannot catch up with the change already turned back, just waiting for you to use. Wei Ming said, a few of you come to Linen tomorrow. The specific location of a moment I sent to your WeChat above. Right, a moment I send you a card number, to the card to transfer $50 million. Chen Ze thought about it or felt that let them come over. This thing he had to personally stare at, otherwise it was a bit uneasy. Understood Xiao Chen. Wei Ming agreed without any hesitation. After hanging up the phone, he found Wei Ming's WeChat and sent his card number and the company's address over. Wei Ming immediately replied that he had received it, and only then did Chen Ze put away his cell phone. Sitting on the computer chair, Chen Ze pondered. Shorting was not the same as going long. There were many things involved in it that were also troublesome. If he could, he would like to let Gui Jie of Tianyao Capital to accomplish this matter, but Gui Jie and the others obviously did not have this ability. It wasn't that they couldn't, but Tianyao Capital couldn't. The company had just been formed. There were some things that they simply couldn't do, and they could only wait until the company had money on their books before they could negotiate with others. If there is no money to say a fool. Capital only recognizes money and nothing else. When Wei Ming a few people come over tomorrow, they will also stay here, so that Tianyao Capital will also be formed. Financial matters Chen Ze in the future just call on the line. Do not even need to go to the company. Chen Ze is thinking. The cell phone rang. Open a look. Is Wei Ming put the money transferred? Received this money. Chen Ze heart has a bottom. These 2 days Chen Ku has been disturbed. Said what he promised to give her that 10 million how not to transfer to her and so on. Annoying. Now that the money has arrived, Chen Ze opened the CCB app, found Chen Ku's name, and directly transferred it to her. Chen Ze didn't even come to the point of return. Chen Ku's screams rang out from outside the bedroom. Chen Ze, your money has arrived, right? Only hearing a bang, the bedroom door was pushed open by Chen Ku with force. Get out, get out. Women can't enter the boys' room. Chen Ze didn't have the good sense to drive her away. Bah, who cares? Chen Ku's mouth was saying this, but her eyes were already looking at the wall where Chen Ze let go of his office. As soon as Chen Ze saw that things were not right, he quickly stood up and ran over. As expected, Chen Ku thumped and ran over. Chen Ze was a step too slow, and his precious hand puppet, Xiao Ximin, was grabbed into Chen Ku's hands. Don't move, Chen Ku said with a bad smile on his face. Chen Ze. He knew that this woman had no good intentions when she entered his bedroom. What do you want? Chen Ze asked helplessly. Brother, my dear brother, you've earned so much, you mustn't show your sister me? Chen Ku said with a very gentle voice. Chen Ze. Convinced, really convinced. Chen Ze was very speechless and said, you don't have money to find dad to ask you are always staring at me to do what the money given by dad is not enough to spend if he also gives me a small goal I definitely don't look for you to ask for Chen Ku spat. Chen Ze. The car inside the garage is almost the same even if it doesn't have $100 million, right? Chen Ze disliked. Chen Ku, how do you take this? A small goal? Looking down on who? Thinking of those supercars that he had hidden inside the garage, Chen Ku hesitated for a moment, intending to be unreasonable, and directly pouted. Oops, I don't care. You're my younger brother. You have to give me a little bit of money when you earn it. $10 million is not enough for you to spend? Chen Ze was helpless. It's enough now, but it's definitely not enough in the future. Chen Ku said rightfully. Chen Ze, I don't have much now. Most of the money is still in the account. Let's do it this way. I'll give it to you after the new year. Okay? Chen Ze discussed. It's okay, but you have to give me more after the new year. Chen Ku gave an inch and said, $20 million. Chen Ze said very generously, my brother is the best. Chen Ku immediately laughed when she heard this figure, and then put the Xiaoxi mannequin in her hand back in its original position. Out. Seeing that the hand puppet was put back in its original position, Chen Ze immediately began to drive Chen Ku away. Chen Ku didn't say a word. She just grinned and giggled, just like the landlord's stupid daughter. Chen Ze pushed her back and pushed her to the door, then closed the door with a bang. Chen Ku instantly reacted, then ran towards Jiang Qiulan. Looking at the excited Chen Ku, Jiang Qiulan laughed. What? Xiao Ze promised to give you more money? That's right, you don't look at who I am. I'll personally ask for it. He dares not give it. Chen Ku was very proud. Taking Xiao Ze's hand-me-downs again, right? Jiang Qiulan revealed Chen Ku's true colors. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person, Chen Ku explained in a bottomless voice. Ha! Jiang Qiulan scoffed and ignored her daughter. Chen Ku didn't care. As long as there was money, being laughed at by her mom was nothing. Picked up the phone and began to send messages. Not a moment later, went to get the car keys. Picked a sports car keys later on. Jiang Qiulan said, I went out to play. Tonight will not come back to dinner. Jiang Qiulan didn't even lift her head and said, I know. Her own daughter knows herself. She can't stay when she has money. Chapter 55, Shorting. The next morning, the sky was drizzling, bringing a hint of coolness to the sultry weather. Chen Ze drove to the downstairs of the EFC Financial Center building, and instead of going to the underground parking lot, he parked outside. After getting out of the car, he closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of the raindrops falling on his body. He liked this kind of cool weather, and he also liked the rain, this kind of drizzle. After stopping at the bottom of the building for a while, Chen Ze walked inside. Now it happened to be the time for work. The building was crowded with people. All kinds of pretty ladies in professional clothes made people's eyes light up. Chen Ze, who was already in a good mood, was even more pleasant at this moment. Take the elevator to the 33rd floor. Out of the elevator, turn a corner to the door of his company. The company did not have a receptionist, because he could not use it here. Walking into the company, there were about a dozen people sitting and chatting. Seeing Chen Ze walk in, they all stood up. Wei Ming and Gui Jie walked over together. You should all know each other as well, right? Chen Ze casually asked. Aha. The crowd nodded. Alright, I won't mention Gui Jie and the others. They were already working in linen. Wei Ming, can you guys accept to come and work in linen? The salary is still according to what I gave you. If you can accept to stay, can't then still go back to Jiling branch to work. That is, the salary should also go back to the original like that. Chen Ze looked at Wei Ming several people and said, we work in linen. Wei Ming several people agreed without the slightest hesitation. Wasn't coming out to work just to make money? Their hometown wasn't in Jiling. It was the same wherever they went. So naturally, wherever they were paid more, there was no need to think about it. Alright, then you guys will stay in the company, but you'll have to find your own place to live. Got it, Xiao Chen. Wei Ming several people nodded at the same time. Let's go. Go to the conference room for a meeting. I'll arrange work for you guys. After saying that, Chen Ze led the way into the conference room. Gui Jie, Wei Ming several people followed closely behind him and walked into the conference room together. After Chen Ze sat down in the main seat, the two brought their men to sit in order, one on the left and one on the right. Looking at these people, Chen Ze said, Wei Ming, in a moment, you guys will convert the money transferred back to China into US dollars, then cooperate with Gui Jie and the others to short Nvidia when its stock price reaches above 70. Understood, Xiao Chen. The crowd all nodded. What Chen Ze had said was really too clear. They were just being a tool man. This kind of thing was simple and no mistakes would be made. Who could not like this kind of work? However, Wei Ming still raised his voice and inquired, Chen Xiao, is it shorting with that money in the account? Chen Ze immediately shook his head and said, naturally not. Your task is to find a bank or an organization to borrow $2 billion of Nvidia stock in the name of Tianyao Capital to go short, and the margin is only that money on our account. Ha! The crowd was dumbfounded when they heard Chen Ze's words, especially the ones led by Wei Ming. They knew too well how much money was on the account, minus the $50 million that Chen Ze had transferred away. All counted was roughly $70 million. Prying $2 billion with this amount of money was just too difficult for the people. It was almost 30 times the leverage. It is not that the securities cannot be melted so much, but listen to Chen Ze's tone. He did not even think of bursting this point. Isn't this making things difficult for people? Chen Ze looked at the gazes of the crowd and said with a smile, this is the time for you to show your self-worth. I will let the Jinling Shengyao Group Financial Investment Company act as a guarantee. If the $70 million of margin is not enough, the back of the margin will come out from them. But you'd better not use it. If you use it then you'll lose your value, to understand? Everyone's heart was shocked. They knew that the salary they could get now was given by Chen Ze's charity. If they could show the value they should have, then the salary would be stable. If they couldn't, then they would still go to earn their previous bit of salary. Although what they had earned in the past was also quite a lot, but compared to the present, who would still be able to accept it? From frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult. Wei Ming and Gui Jie nodded heavily. Who would be willing to give up such favorable treatment and conditions now? Chen Ze is the successor of Shengyao Group. He has enough backbone, but he and others cannot, can only make hard to fight. Seeing the crowd nodding their heads, Chen Ze then smiled and said, now Nvidia's share price is 69. Wait until 70 or more to start shorting for 3 months. Understood. The crowd all nodded heavily. They were clear that whether or not the wages could be stabilized depended on this time. Seeing the crowd take a stance, Chen Ze smiled for a moment before ending the meeting and letting them go about their business, while he himself returned to the office to make a call to Yang Gang. After explaining this matter, Yang Gang directly agreed. He couldn't even agree. After all, Chen Ze's current identity was still the manager, his superior, and now the Jinling Shangyao Group branch was still Chen Ze's boss. Plus the branch has enough authority to manipulate some things, and this kind of thing do not even have to report to the head office. Otherwise there will not be so many branches of the mine head office is still the last to know things. This is still some of the corporate branch managers to do things privately, but the Jinling branch will not have this problem. They are not afraid of mine. Why? Because Chen Ze, surnamed Chen, is the only heir of Shangyao Group. This reason no one can refute, not to mention just the guarantee. Even if Chen Ze destroyed the entire Jinling Shangyao Group branch, no one would say anything. Chen Ze understood this from the moment he realized that he had assumed the position of manager of this branch, and Yang Gang, the man of the hour, was even clearer than Chen Ze. This branch in Jinling was what Chen Mingqian had given to Chen Ze to practice on, and Chen Mingqian was confident enough to solve the trouble that Chen Ze had caused. Just like after Principal Wan's Panda TV was targeted, Wang Jinlin had enough confidence to deal with it. Wasn't it just the old man personally stepping in? There was no shame in solving the problem for his son. Failure is failure. The big deal is to start again from scratch. The family has enough backbone. Failing a few times is nothing. This matter is Chen Ze gave them a challenge. Can enter the Shangyao Group financial sector of the people do not have a few simple? Can let Yang Gang and Shen Hai found and hand it over to Chen Ze is the best in the department. They do not dare to perfunctory Chen Ze, because there is no need. But Chen Ze still want to make things difficult for a few people. Want to follow him to do things? Without some real skills how can it work? After all, Chen Ze is still going to take over Shangyao Group in the future. Want to be his beloved, not to show their own value who will use. Ma Yun's 18 diamonds is not everyone can stay. Chapter 56, watching the live stream. Didn't Chen Ze know that Tianyao Capital didn't have a reputation? He knew better than anyone else, but he still threw this question to Wei Ming and Gui Jie. This was their pitch. Wanting to make more money then they had to show their ability. If they couldn't, then it was better to go back to their original company in peace and mix it up. Chen Ze returned to the office, directly opened the computer. Anyway, idle is idle. Might as well play the game. But remembering the targeting he received in the game, Chen Ze hesitated again. Penguin, this dog thing has not been matching him with any serious teammates. If he keeps losing, then this game is not much fun. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze planned to stop playing for the time being. There was no need to ask for pain. Open the Douyu live broadcast. Chen Ze intends to find a bullish anchor from here to take him to play. As for why people will take him, the money ability to understand? Clicking into Douyu, Chen Ze suddenly saw a familiar name. Little Sophie. See her? Chen Ze suddenly some curiosity up. She is not night live well. How now live in broad daylight? Without hesitation, he directly clicked in. For the fighting fish, Chen Ze recently is also some understanding. This period of time, he is hanging out in the jitterbug in fighting fish. During the daytime on the brush jitterbug. At night to watch fighting fish. I have to say, the female anchors in the dancing area of Douyu at night are really daring. That is called a revealing. Of course, compared with the CC, is still a drop. CC that are not called bone, that pure temptation. If he is not playing the game of net inhibition, he even do not know there is such a live app. Said far, pull back to the line of sight. Fighting fish small Sophie how to say this anchor. Looking at the live is very beautiful. Offline is also quite okay, but not the top of the beauty. But why does Chen Ze always remember her? One is that when she sang the song with the set of Your Monkey in a Row, it really makes Chen Ze remember. And the other is that the principal also do not know how to think, and told her a story, which is difficult not to let people remember. In 2023, after the monkey went to Jane, the two of them had a few more times to connect the microphone, and Chen Ze had even seen it before he was reborn. He is often to see the monkey's live broadcast, and even to say a bad word. Set you monkey sent that 40,000 lucky bags. Chen Ze also TM went to grab over, using 2 number. The first time I saw the monkey, I didn't get a hit. MD, several 100,000 people grab a lucky bag, really convinced. Thinking about what he did in the past, Chen Ze's face couldn't help but show a smile. In the past, he stayed up all night to watch the live broadcast for 40,000, and now even if he throws $40,000 at the bottom of his feet, he may not even pick it up. The gap between man and man is really bigger than the gap between man and dog. At this moment, the popularity of Little Sophie's live room is not low, although it is the daytime, but there are still a lot of people. Compared with the few people who went to Jitterbug before, she is still in the hottest time. Dear ones, help me pass the mission. Just 2 airplanes away from completing the mission. An exquisite face appeared on top of Chen Ze's cell phone screen, and flaming red lips opened her mouth slightly. praying up to the netizens in the live broadcast room. As a veteran who often brushed Jain to watch live broadcasts, Chen Ze was too aware of these anchors' routines, but some people just couldn't resist the temptation. For example, Brother Wu Ji. And even more so, for example, those who brushed and pulled the top one big brothers. The charm of the internet is like this. It can always make people addicted to it, just like going to a nightclub. As long as the head, that is the loan, also have to support the scene down. There are times when Chen Ze suddenly saw a certain list of Big Brother because the loan cannot be exposed. Really do not know what to say. Can only say that self-control is not able to people or do not play these exciting things is better. However, some female anchors are running to cut leaks live. To talent no, just no to play PK. A day cannot wait to play him 10-20 games, or not earn money. At this moment, after the small Sophie begged for a gift, someone instantly swiped 2 airplanes. This scene immediately let her immediately began to thank. Wow. Thanks for the 2 airplanes from Big Brother Bubble Face. Thanks. Although little Sophie is not a super big anchor, but there are still so a group of diehard fans. Until 2023 when she came to the Jitterbug is still the same. Although there are not many people inside the Jitterbug live room, but the gift is still unbroken. A day also has 10,000 800,000 income, countless times better than the office workers. Chen Ze is just a small number just registered. Recently is also only watch not brush. The main is a pennies not brush. Is to a company. At this time the popularity of the live room inside is not low. Naturally, no one will notice him, so a white number. What song does the boss wanna hear? I'll sing it for you now. Little Sophie immediately began to ask Big Brother after seeing someone swiping the airplane. After all, she was a singing anchor, so she wouldn't be able to do anything else. The bubbly who swiped the airplane was also very straightforward and said directly, "Go play PK. I want to play a little today." Seeing this pop up, little Sophie was naturally overjoyed. What does playing PK do? That is to cut leaks. Cut after the Big Brother to cut water, friends. Even if PK fails, it is just a matter of singing a song, and there is no excessive punishment. 100 benefits and no harm. And the netizens saw this scene have chatted. Boss confused rational consumption boss. It's not like I'm letting you guys brush. What are you screaming about? Fight PK, fight PK, I want to see Super Rocket. Little Sophie instantly started the streak. This kind of good thing she naturally didn't want to miss. After a few seconds passed, the figure of another female anchor appeared on the screen. Hello Sophie. Hello Chinger. The two sides exchanged a greeting and then casually chatted for a few more sentences before the PK officially began. The music inside the live broadcast room instantly became intense, and coupled with the lure of the flaming red lips, the gifts inside the live broadcast room began to fly all over the place, and the PK scores dabbled upwards. The Big Brother named Bubble Noodle swiped 3 super rockets in a row, plus a few ordinary rockets, about $7,500, and the score instantly crushed the opposite side. Although this side of the live room could not hear each other's voices, Chen Ze was able to see that the opposite side of the young lady was not flustered, and had been chatting very calmly with the water friends in the live room. Chen Ze, this is strange. According to theory, each anchor is a PK number of times, and playing PK is to better cut leaks. How the opposite side is not the least bit anxious. In the PK time left 1 minute, Chen Ze intends to point into the other side of the live room to see to go. Not waiting for him to point in, the opposite PK score instantly skyrocketed. And now the small Sophie turned into a party being crushed. Seeing this scene, the netizens inside the live room immediately boiled over. Big Brother Bubbles, there's still 50 seconds left. Hurry up and brush it. Big Brother, can't wimp out. Bull batch. This is running into a real Big Brother? Chapter 57, Classic Quotes. At this time, there was quite a difference in PK points between the two sides. Little Sophie's side only had 130,000 points, while the opposite side had 320,000 points, a difference of 20,000 or so dollars. Seeing that the score was pulled up so much, little Sophie immediately puckered her lips and started canvassing. Brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, let's chase. Thank you all AC. She is very smart. Did not name the bubble brush gift. Smart anchors know to give their own Big Brother to leave some face. There is no need to win or lose because of a PK to offend the Big Brother. Even if the Big Brother brush pulled the same, may not be people when the time to get up again it. Only SB will know that the Big Brother has no money. Immediately cold words of ridicule. Even black. A little bit of intelligence will continue to pull together. Only 20 seconds left. Small Sophie live room PK points surged. 20 super rocket ascension. Shocked small Sophie wide-eyed, hastily covered his mouth, excitedly began to say thank you. This kind of scene is often seen in other top anchors. Like little Sophie, this kind is rarely seen. No wonder he is so excited. Chen Ze looked at the other side of this pretentious behavior is indeed very cool. At least the pop-up screen inside the live broadcast room are all shouting Big Brothers. This begs for a hug. That begs for a leg up. That begs for a leg up. This begged for a hug. That begged to be a pendant. Giving enough face to the man named Bubble Noodle wanted. But these 20 super rockets didn't attract many viewers. Now is the period of the annual festival of the fighting fish. Each live broadcast of the God Big Brother and the Guild Big Brother all appeared in each live broadcast. Every day in the luxury brush gift, the audience has seen strange. Not to mention now, from the moment Chen Ze clicked into Douyu, he had already seen no less than 5 announcements of 50 super rockets. Sophie, hold on tight to the Big Brother's thighs. There's this kind of Big Brother you can also compete for the year. Spend rationally. If you really can't, you transfer the money to me. Big Brother, look at me. Is this a guild number? Never heard of it? After little Sophie thanked Big Brother, PK time was up. There was no reversal and the opposite side didn't steal the tower. So they just lost. Simply letting the other side do a dance ended the streak. And she started chatting with the netizens in the live broadcast room. Before she could say a few words, she pulled the annual. It wasn't clear if it was intentional or not. I don't dare to go to the annual. I really can't. People don't move tens of millions of dollars. We can't carry this small body. Listening to little Sophie's self-effacing words, Chen Ze couldn't help but laugh out. The netizens at the bottom immediately brushed up their screens. Afraid of nothing. There's Big Brother bubble face. Charge. That's right. How could Big Brother care about this amount of money? Big Brother, come out and say something. Him. Seeing these pop-ups, Chen Ze realized what it meant to carry a rhythm. Some netizens were just watching the fun. And anyway, it didn't cost them any money. So it was good to speak and dislike the Big Brother. Chen Ze stopped watching after a while. There was nothing interesting about it. As for saying that the boozy brush gifts let little Sophie warm the bed, don't be ridiculous. He won't touch Netflix or anything like that. Even if he does brush money, it has to make him happy. There aren't many female anchors who can make him take the initiative to brush money, and he's not that kind of person. After exiting, Chen Ze looked at the fighting fish page. Suddenly, he saw a person that he remembered very well. Woohoo Decima, the one who was known as the Green Plum Pig Horse with PDD. The dead memories began to attack Chen Ze. At this time, the Decima no longer has the popularity of the past. The game operation is diluted. The live broadcast overturned. A broadcast will have to review countless black pop-ups, plus jumped ship to the Douyu, is facing the former owner of up to $10 million of liquidated damages. At this moment, he has fallen into his own midlife crisis. Until August 2019 announced an indefinite suspension of broadcasting, everywhere to raise money to fight the lawsuit, but the past friends shunned him, or PDD money lent him $3 million to get out of the predicament. The last is the formation of the Sunset Red Team. Since then he only burst into flames again, but also recognized the small group as a disciple. Life career is flourishing. Chen Ze thought for a long time, especially the thought of small group of this person. This is the top stream of the back of the jitterbug, the existence of countless people chasing after, and she is still just an obscure small anchor, coupled with Decima's current state. Chen Ze naturally had some ideas. A week ago he had already asked Yang Gang to find a headhunter to find him a talent who could manage an MCN organization, but he didn't expect to find one until now. What a crotch pull. However, Chen Ze did not get too angry. He knew that this kind of talent is not easy to find, not to mention that he personally opened his mouth. Yang Gang must have emphasized with the other party to find the top talent. If it is ordinary, it would have been found. There was no hesitation, and he directly clicked into the live broadcast room. At this moment, Decima is playing robberies. Now put the skills. Hey, put it, once the big move is open. Ding. Chen Ze heard the familiar tone and immediately sat up straight. Could it be that he was going to witness the classic quotes of Big Sigma? Look back and pull out. Yo, ghost knife open invisible. Walking position. Dry in the hand. Ha ha ha, hard. Although Chen Ze had heard this phrase countless times, he couldn't help but laugh when he heard it again in the live broadcast. Old cadres are old cadres. Classic quotes never go out of style. Logging into Taobao from the computer, then opening the recharge page, finding the last recharge amount, Chen Ze directly swept the code to pay. 200,000 shark fins arrived after a while. Without hesitation, he directly exchanged the 100,000 shark fins for 50 ultrafire and sent it out. As long as it made him happy, 100,000 or 200,000 was really nothing. User gifted anchor Woohoo Decima Super Rocket X50. Come to the live room to grab the treasure chest. Originally, the heat of the live broadcast room was only a few 100,000. 50 rounds of super fire went down, instantly breaking 5 million. Asterisk. Thank you 50 rounds of super rocket. Big Brother, what do you want me to do? Say it straight. This gift giving me some panic. Big Sigma saw 50 rounds of super fire instantly break the defense. The game are not playing. Directly looked at the live broadcast and asked. Chen Ze's account was directly upgraded to 52 levels, and Big Sigma directly gave him a room manager. and now talking can be seen by others. Nothing, just want you to let you a moment you find someone to form a fleet. Take me to play a few games. Recently always lose. Can't stand it. Chen Ze smiled and typed. They all said that Decima silver operation and so on. But the real situation is who hasn't had a few times of garbage operation? Professional matches reverse big moves could even appear. Let alone the entertainment bureau. No matter what, Decima was also much more bullish than Chen Ze's gold. So there was absolutely no problem finding two random people to play with him. Not to mention anything else. As far as these 50 rounds of Superfire from Big Brother are concerned, I'll play whenever you want to find me. As long as the boss needs it. I'm ready whenever you are. The pop-up screen brushed up at once. The boss is confused. It's rare to see an old cadre show his dog-licking face. No, Big Brother doesn't have a problem with his brain, right? Just his silver operation. Looking for someone to bring it to an end, can't find him. Convinced? What kind of eyes does Big Brother have? Without paying attention to the pop-up screen, Decima directly asked, Big Brother, which district? Aeolian, IDZ. Okay Big Brother, I'll change my number now. Wait a bit, I'll find someone immediately. Chapter 58, A Ridiculous Coincidence. Chen Ze logged into his account on the computer. A few minutes later, Big Sima pulled him into a room that already had 3 people in it. Just as Chen Ze entered, he heard a very jovial voice. Bud yo, old Ma also has the support of a Big Brother. Ah, people have found their way to me. What? Afraid you'll roll over? That's right, that's the one called Whoring Broken Hanging PDD. Now still in the Panda Live. And then Panda after the collapse of the Fight Fish. Anchors are not allowed to interact with other platform anchors during live broadcasts, but PDD is not live at the moment, so it doesn't matter much. Ha ha ha, you Thai pig, I'm giving you the chance to get to know the Big Brother. Don't be ungrateful, the game hadn't even started yet, and the two were already interacting. No wonder they were called the Green Plum Pig Horse. Hearing the interaction between the two, the audience inside Decima's live room was also amused. Even the black powder remarks were much less. Hello Big Brother, I'm PDD. After the two had finished teasing, Saw Pig introduced himself. Mr. Horish's name is as big as thunder. I won't say my name. There are too many people in the live broadcast room. Add a Weibo privately in a while. Chen Ze said with a light smile. Chen Ze? Without waiting for PDD to speak, a familiar voice suddenly came from inside the headset. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Principal? Why are you here as well? Chen Ze was stunned. What a coincidence. Hearing the conversation between the two, PDD and Big Sima instantly quieted down. The person who could make the principal call out his name wouldn't be an ordinary person. Not to mention that he had just swiped $100,000 for Big Sima. I was just playing a game with Lu Mao. Suddenly he said that Big Sigma was also looking for him to play a game. Or bring a Big Brother. I just happened to be idle and bored. So I also came in. The principal explained. You can be really idle. Chen Ze spat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You have the face to say me? Aren't you also watching the live stream and swiping gifts here? You're even looking for someone to take you to play the game. You're such a rookie. The principal disliked him without a good mood. Fart. If it wasn't for this dog penguin not matching me with good teammates, do I need to come and find someone to bring me to play? Chen Ze didn't accept people calling him a vegetable. Cut. A vegetable is a vegetable. And you're blaming penguin. The principal scoffed. Alright, let's not talk about anyone between us. Let's play the game and play the game. Chen Ze was speechless. At this moment, the audience inside the live broadcast room had begun to guess up Chen Ze's identity. Principal Wang they know. After all, like him so high-profile rich second generation there are really not a few. Not many young people in the country do not know him. That can be taunted with the principal of each other. Chen Ze is definitely not a simple role. Big Brother, principal. So let's open now. Big Sigma immediately asked out loud when he heard that the two were not chatting anymore. Chen Ze directly said, 4 people, pull another one. Just 5 rows. Okay, then who to pull? PDD asked. Just pull anyone. If not, let the principal call one from his team. Chen Ze said indifferently. Don't be cheeky. Looking for a professional player to lead you. You might as well look for a substitute trainer. The principal immediately scoffed after hearing Chen Ze's words. Chen Ze, are you still in linen? Do you dare to come to the group tomorrow? See if I get you. Chen Ze threatened. Che, I came back last night. You have the ability to come to the capital. The principal flirted again. Kyoto huh? I'll go tomorrow. I'll damn well still go in the name of the group. I'll wait for you to receive me personally. Chen Ze immediately threatened. Principal. Chen Ze. Young Ze. Stop it. I'm wrong okay. The principal immediately softened when he heard Chen Ze speak in annoyance. If Chen Ze really came to visit Wanda in the name of Shengyao Group, then there would be more trouble. He had to personally go to the reception, which was not even able to hide. and the business etiquette needed for a formal visit was too troublesome. The principal's scalp began to tingle with the slightest thought. Cut. Hearing the principal soften, Chen Ze then let him off the hook. The people who were already suspicious were even more stunned after hearing Principal Wang's softening. Who exactly was this Chen Ze? Group? What group? The bull to this point, really have not heard of it. Online often people look down on the principal, said what Wanda all debt no profit, but this thing to see on it, who believe who SB? Really think Wanda these years in the layout of each city joke it? Know what is called industry? Light said the debt of the people or do not think about these things. Not a level. There is no need to make things difficult for themselves. Hard to lift the bar is not interesting. A little bit of insight people understand how Wanda is a volume. Chen Ze was able to joke with the principal, and even let the other side soften. What background he has, who is not curious? Some news anchors who heard the news and came to the live room had already thought of tomorrow's headlines. Dasima's live broadcast room surprised the top 2 generations. The principal has to recognize his weakness when he sees it. Chen Xiao, principal, should I pull one? Suddenly, PDD spoke out and inquired, who is it? Chen Ze asked curiously. Socks, PDD replied. Alright, she's the one. Chen Ze immediately agreed. In his previous life, he had also watched the Socks live broadcast. This woman was a real bullseye. What a tie road to drive on. And still not overturned. Not to admire at all. That's fine. Mr. Liu, you pull over directly. The principal opened his mouth. PDD directly pulled people in. So far the talent is considered to be complete. Fighting fish, tiger tooth, panda. 3 life platforms of people also put together. That is, there is the principal and the identity of the unknown but absolutely cattle batch of Chen Ze in. The other 2 platforms of the supertube directly turn a blind eye. Although the 3 platforms belong to the competitive relationship, but there is no need to because of this small matter of nausea each other. That will not only make the 2 sides of the stage, but also appears to be their own platform petty. People are all ready to start. Don't let me lose, or else I'm going to be really pissed off. Chen Ze said with a very stifled voice. Ha ha ha. The principal mercilessly laughed out. But he was the one who dared to laugh like that. The others just ignored it, mainly because they couldn't afford to mess with him. The 5-player platoon didn't wait long. It was almost a second entry. Chen Ze, what position are you playing? The principal inquired. Mid-single, my aso hangs. Chen Ze did not hesitate for a second. Crowd, 9 out of 10 aso pits, and 1 is a giant pit. But no one spoke. There was no need, even if Chen Ze pitted. So what? Wasn't it because people lost too much that they came to find help? De Sigma directly said. Then I'll go to the field. Saw Pig will go to the top single. The principal ADC. Socks Auxiliary, how about it? Okay, no problem. The crowd all agreed. All in their positions. There was no filler. As long as it wasn't a god pit. Basically a solid win. The game soon started. The first few minutes were all stable development. But after 5 minutes, a blood appeared. Chapter 59, Xiao Tang. Chen Ze was concentrating on the line when Principal's ashes lay under the opponent's tower. What's going on? Principal, how did you die? Chen Ze asked directly. He only heard the headmaster say in a calm tone. Nothing, just a miscalculation. I'll kill him next time. Sock sniffed a word did not dare to say. The same as the whoring teacher said. The principal dishes the truth, but he himself can say. Others cannot. Okay, Chen Ze didn't say anything more. It's normal to send a blood inside the game, as long as you can win. He was a little fired up from the recent losses. The next time Chen Ze was a bit tense. Principal, are you acting me? Chen Ze roared, looking at the opposite side's 3-piece vein and glancing at his own aso lying under the tower. Chen Ze just couldn't help but spray out. On the other end of the computer, the principal touched his nose in some embarrassment, but still said with a stiff upper lip, this bee on the other side must be a substitute trainer. Otherwise with my status as a professional player how could I have flipped the car? Everyone, God TM pro player. It's okay, we have the advantage. I'm going to catch someone now. Big Sigma hurriedly calmed Chen Ze's emotions. Chen Ze glanced at his equipment, intending not to get angry with the principal for now. The game was important. 2 minutes later, Vane killed the thespian. Vane killed Soul Lock Warden. Double kill. Chen Ze, just tell me what you think I offended you yesterday. There's no need to torture me like this. Chen Ze said in a low voice. Principal, so what? Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? The principal said weakly. Everyone, aborted. Actually personally heard the principal softened, but also this tone, convinced you have to know that little Wang's temperament for playing games is notorious. When have you ever seen him soften because of a game? At first, Lin Dog was scolded as a dog because of the game, and now that he had this attitude, the crowd was even more curious about Chen Ze's identity. Less than 20 minutes. Everyone looked at the 4 major pieces of vein and glanced at their own equipment. Chen Ze said helplessly, "That's it. I won't play this dog-bay game anymore." Crowd. The big man was angry. "Isn't this a pitfall? Headmaster, I've been quite idle lately. You should be quite idle as well. How about this? I'll make a trip to Kyoto recently. How about you receive me?" Chen Ze wanted to retaliate. "Principal, what's that? I'm not in Kyoto recently. I don't know where I am. You'd better not come. If you really can't do it, you'd better go to find Zhang Xiang." The principal directly refused. "Chen Ze, MD, this dog thing is simply..." A few people retreated after a little interaction. No one dared to mess with an angry big brother. Chen Ze had also planned to recruit Big Sima, but now he was also not in the mood. Like garbage game, really ruining people's youth. Exit the game. Looking at the game interface displayed on the computer, Chen Ze directly exit. This garbage game he is not play. Hair small find him to play also not play. Pure pitfalls. After staying at the company for a while, Chen Ze went straight home, and now he can't be interested in anything. Simply put, his mind is broken. The man on the top is not rational. The reborn is no exception. October 8th. MD Cafe. A pure black Bentley Continental GT Black Knight traveled from a distance and just casually parked on the side of the road, attracting the attention of many people. A car like a Bentley was not as cool as a supercar, but it was already a top-tier luxury car for ordinary people. Of course, not inside the Jitterbug. Jitterbug netizens per capita Ferrari cannot afford to compare. Dressed in a black trench coat, neat and clean hair, just this face value. If you walk through the Chinese opera, Hadong is absolutely sent business cards by the Star Scouts. The person who came is Chen Ze. From that time after the game was pitched, Chen Ze was very quiet and stayed at home for a while. Today, he came out to meet someone. He had an appointment with a headhunter for an interview today. Looking at the name of the cafe, Chen Ze was powerless to spit. Which SB came up with this name? MD? What the? Talent? Walked into the cafe, took out his cell phone and made a call to the headhunter. And after chatting for a few moments, Chen Ze saw the other party. The headhunter recognized Chen Ze at a glance and hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Chen." Next to him sat a young man, probably in his 30s, very young, a suit without the slightest wrinkle. Mental state looked good. Hearing the headhunter address Chen Ze, the youth hurriedly stood up and greeted Chen Ze. Chen Ze stretched out his hand and pressed down a bit, then sat down opposite the two. As soon as he sat down, the headhunter's man began to introduce himself. "Mr. Chen, this is Mr. Xiao Tang." Chen Ze gently nodded his head and tapped his fingers on the desktop as he said to Xiao Tang, "Let's not waste any more time. Introduce yourself." Just as Chen Ze was sizing up Xiao Tang, the other party was also sizing him up. After hearing Chen Ze's words, Xiao Tang immediately opened his mouth and said, "My name is Xiao Tang, graduated from the Communication University. I had created an MCN organization with a maximum of 137 anchor artists and a total of 32.2 million followers. Because of a bandwagon rollover, coupled with a competitor's malicious poaching, in the end, the MCN organization was forced to disband." Chen Ze couldn't help but nod his head after listening to Xiao Tang's words. This person really has some skills. It's not in vain that he waited for such a long time to start live banding at this time period. Xiao Tang's vision was very good. Speaking of live banding, Chen Ze immediately remembered a few people. Li Jiaqi, Wei Ya, Simba, Li Ziki, and De Yang Xiaoyang. Right now, none of these people had any fame yet, so it could be said that it was a perfect opportunity to take them down. Although Chen Ze didn't want to create too many companies, this kind of opportunity to knowingly make money and still make a lot of money, as long as he wasn't a cutie, would not let it go. Plans could never catch up with changes. Although Li Jiaqi's live streaming with goods flopped and mouthed off, no one can deny his title as the #1 beauty blogger, while Weiya is a tax evasion that led to coolness. But this does not matter. As long as he can take down these people, Chen Ze will not let this kind of thing happen. Xiao Tang handed his resume to Chen Ze after he finished speaking. Chen Ze just roughly looked at it. After understanding the situation, he spoke out and said, "I believe that the headhunter company has already said the specifics when they were looking for you. At the moment my media company has not been set up yet. That is, the so-called empty shell. It can even be said that I have not done anything. I'm just waiting for someone that can help me to do something." After hearing Chen Ze's words, the expression on Xiao Tang's face did not change in the slightest. This he did know. "Mr. Chen, how much money do you intend to contribute to form the company?" Xiao Tang asked the most wanted thing in his heart. Initial capital of $10 million, an additional $500 million after 3 months. This can be written on the contract. As long as I don't reach the requirements within the stipulated time, you can unconditionally leave the company, and the company will also compensate you for your due losses, Chen Ze said in a flat tone. Chapter 60, Stunned. Hearing this, Xiao Tang's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked, Mr. Chen is not joking? Chen Ze smiled. I never joke about such things. During this period of time, Nvidia's stock had been plummeting exactly as he had expected. It had now fallen from its peak of $72.39 to $49.62. Chen Ze had already earned hemp, so he was now very confident in saying this. If that's the case, then I agree. Xiao Tang's thoughts were as simple as that, and he didn't have any reason to refuse. The failure of his own MCN organization in the beginning gave him a big blow. In the end, he thought that it was because his connections were not wide enough and he didn't have enough money. If he had enough money, even if the bandwagon flopped, the organization wouldn't have come to the point of disbanding. If enough connections, then the anchors under the organization in the first place would not have been poached. And now Chen Ze opened his mouth is $10 million. The back directly at $500 million. There is this amount of money. What he cannot do. $500 million in the financial investment field may not be anything, but in the MCN agency this piece can be considered the ceiling. Now this time period is not 22 years, 23 years. This amount of money is enough to clear all obstacles. Chen Ze took out the contract that he had prepared in advance. He hadn't even thought that the other party would reject him. Only he himself rejected others. The content of the contract is also very simple. It is an employment contract. The salary is $1 million a year, and the annual salary will grow with the growth of time. As for the shares, don't even think about it. Chen Ze wouldn't give away such things. He would rather give a large enough salary than shares. Xiao Tang signed and pressed his handprint after a brief glance. With this, the employment relationship between the two was officially established. The headhunters' staff's mouths widened when they saw this scene. The work this time was really too smooth. Then, Mr. Chen, you are busy. I will leave first. Chen Ze nodded at the headhunter's staff. After he left, Chen Ze turned his head to Xiao Tang and said, the creation of the company is all yours. The name is Tianyao Media. Contact me after the company is created. I will transfer money to the company's account. There are a few names that you should memorize, and recruit all of this group of people into the company. Xiao Tang nodded heavily, then took out his cell phone and memorized all the names Chen Ze said, waiting for Xiao Tang to write them all down. Chen Ze added, I'll give you a phone number. The company is in its infancy. If there's anything you can call her for help. Of course, if you can do without it, it's best not to use it. Hearing Chen Ze's words, Xiao Tang was a bit puzzled. After writing down the phone number again, he opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Chen, who is this phone number you gave me? Someone from Shangyao Film and Media Company. Her name is Chen Yao, my cousin. If you create a company that encounters any trouble, you can give her a call. She will help you deal with it. Chen Ze explained. Understood, Mr. Chen. Xiao Tang immediately replied. Then go and get busy. I want everything to be on track by the end of October. Those people I want you to recruit, also recruit them for me. Don't be afraid of them making demands. If anyone doesn't agree with you, tell me and I will step in to resolve it. Chen Ze once again admonished. Okay, Mr. Chen. Xiao Tang nodded in agreement once again. The two then left the cafe together. Chen Ze did not even drink the coffee here. It was mainly because the name really made him lose interest. Talent. After returning home, the house was empty except for Aunt Gue, the nanny. Chen Mingxian was very busy every day, very rarely at home. At the very beginning he came back because of Chen Ze, then Chen Ze stayed at home every day. Chen Mingxian didn't take him seriously, and went off to do whatever he needed to do. Zhang Xiulan is also the same. At first every day baby son shouting, now every day to go out with those rich wives a get together. Also do not pay much attention to Chen Ze. As for Chen Ku, from the time she got that $10 million after seldom go home, either in this city or go to that city. Anyway, where there is fun to go, where to play. In other words, there is no one else who has such a big villa that regularly has no one living in it. Just after lying on the sofa, the cell phone rang. Chen Xiao, come out to play. After connecting, Luo Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Ze, what's the situation with this dead geek today? He usually follows the little girl like the door does not go out of the door. Why did he make a phone call to ask someone out today? Chen Ze directly scoffed. Gu, what's Feng's situation today? Is your period coming? Why did you remember to ask me out? Asterisk. Off. Today my object has a birthday. Treat you to a meal. There are beautiful women. Luo Feng first scolded before saying the reason. Chen Ze, what the hell? The geek actually has a girlfriend? Not right. Before he was reborn, he remembered that Luo Feng had always been single, and he did know some young ladies online, but those were the ones he had never met. At first, because of this, Chen Ze and the others even laughed at him. They said that all the girls he knew might be like Xiao Bai Luo, but now Luo Feng even said that he had a girlfriend. How could this not make Chen Ze curious? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ze directly agreed. After agreeing on a time and place, He got up and went to get his car keys. Taking a look at his Bentley's car keys, Chen Ze finally put them down. Find the place where Chen could put the car keys. Open the drawer. Chen Ze directly stunned. A lot of car keys. Hesitating for a moment, he picked up a supercar's car keys and walked towards the door. Arriving at the garage, Chen Ze pressed the car key and a red supercar flashed its lights. It was a Ferrari Lafa. It was exactly the same as the one that he had seen in Fairview Tiancheng at the beginning, except for the license plate. Of course, Chen Ze hadn't taken a close look at the cars inside the garage, and coupled with the car key that he had just seen, he took a careful turn in the garage. The underground garage of the house was huge, and the Porsche Panamera that Chen Ze drove last time happened to be at the entrance of the garage, so he didn't go inside. Don't know if you don't look. A look is a shock. Chen Ku also often cries poor. If she is not poor there is no God. 3 big God car was she bought all, but this he knows. When driving a Porsche Panamera saw these 3 cars, he was also surprised, but also did not take it seriously. But this is not enough. There are other supercars inside the garage. Aston Martin Hall of Fame, Lamborghini Sixth Element, Apollo Helios, Hennessy Venom, the Pagani Windjammer. There was also a most awesome Sylphy Big Lizard. Chen Ze scratched his head. What the hell is this again? Why did Chen Ku, a girl, buy so many supercars? What's the point of her buying so many cars? All these cars together had already exceeded 3 small goals, right? No wonder Chen Mingqian was so quick to give him $100 million to buy a car. With Chen Ku as a warning, Chen Mingqian has long been able to accept it. But with so many supercars, what the hell kind of car would one buy? Suddenly, Chen Ze thought of something. The last time he tried to drive Chen Ku's car, the car keys she brought over didn't have the keys to these supercars inside. In other words, at that time, Chen Ku also played tricks on him. Yuck. Green tea. Chapter 61 Transportation. It's still good to be a rich second generation. Chen Ze couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the various supercars inside the garage. Although he knew the strength of his family, he still thought in his heart that Chen Mingqian wouldn't give him too much money to use for discretionary spending, or else he wouldn't have thought that way in the first place. But seeing Chen Ku's supercar, Chen Ze knew that he had fallen into some kind of thinking misconception. He often thought about relying on his unforeseen ability to make money, and that he could be dashing after earning enough money. But what about other rich second generation? Other rich second generation didn't have the so-called system, nor did they have the ability to foresee. How did they get their luxury cars and mansions? He thought again of the 100 million that Chen Mingqian had given him. The time was too short. The speed at which the money was transferred was just too fast. At that time, he should have thought about this matter. If there wasn't enough cash flow, how could $100 million have arrived in such a short period of time? At first, he thought that Shangyao Group's cash flow wouldn't be too much, and also thought that even if he had money, he wouldn't be allowed to spend it casually. But looking at the scene in front of him, he knew that he had been misled by some videos, commonly known as the information cocoon. But it was too late to think about that now, because he has grown up. The money aspect, he no longer need the help of the family. The world is unpredictable. Sighing, Chen Ze drove the red Ferrari Lafa and drove out. But just out of the garage was blocked. Yes, you read that right, blocked in front of the house. A small trailer came to the entrance of the villa during the time Chen Ze was strolling through the garage. The parking spot was blocking the gate, which made Chen Ze puzzled. What was the situation? The gate of his house was blocked? Chen Ze walked out of the car and just wanted to go over to take a look when Aunt Gue ran out from inside the villa. Seeing Aunt Gue come out, 2 people also came down from the trailer. A middle-aged man and a young man. What's the situation? Who are you guys? Chen Ze asked curiously. Hello, we are from the logistics company. The company accepted Miss Chen Ku's commission and asked us to transport a few sports cars to Magic City. The middle-aged man immediately replied. Chen Xiao. They were approached by Miss, saying that they were transporting a few sports cars away to some exhibition. Aunt Gue also ran over at this time and hurriedly explained. Chen Ze, good guy, this is all running away to the Magic City. It's really her. Then you guys move the car and let me out first. Chen Ze stopped paying attention after understanding clearly, and directly said to the middle-aged man, this car you are driving now is also the one that Ms. Chen Ko wants to transport. The middle-aged man scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Chen Ze, how many cars does she want to ship away? Chen Ze asked without any good humor. 6. The 3 divine cars and the Lamborghini Sixth Element, Apollo Sun God, and Pagani Wind God, the middle-aged man explained. Chen Ze was directly speechless. With a long sigh, Chen Ze turned his head and said, Aunt Gue, go and bring me the key of that Sylphy. I'll drive that one out. Good, Aunt Gue said and ran back to the villa, handing the keys of the Lafa to the middle-aged man. She then said, you guys go ahead and move the trailer, then move this car for me as well. You guys can get it when I'm gone. Okay. The middle-aged man and the youth nodded their heads in a hurry. The middle-aged man first took out the cover bag from inside the trailer and then put the seat over it before he finally sat on it and started moving the car. The youth, on the other hand, went to move the trailer. Not a moment later Aunt Gue ran out with the car keys. Receiving the car keys, Chen Ze walked towards the garage again. Finding the highest valued Silby Tuatara inside the garage, Chen Ze opened the car door and sat in. Although he didn't know why Chen Ke didn't transport this car as well, it would only be cheaper for himself. After starting it, Chen Ze directly drove the car and drove out. After he drove away, the middle-aged man and the young man came over to Aunt Gue's side and inquired, "Aunt Gue, who was that just now?" Aunt Gue replied softly, "Miss Ke's own brother." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man and the youth glanced at each other. A true super-rich second generation shaking their heads, the two of them started their work, while Aunt Gue just stood aside and kept watching the two of them. Driving out of the gate of the neighborhood, Chen Ze saw two oversized container trucks, which should be used to load those 6 sports cars of Chen Ku. Without paying too much attention, under everyone's gaze, Chen Ze blasted the gas and rushed out. Buzz! As night fell, the city square here became lively. Neon lights were shining brightly. Handsome men and women, supercars and luxury cars, all of them could be seen here. When Chen Ze drove the Silby Tuatara to the vicinity of the plaza, the snow-white top-class supercar immediately attracted the gazes of countless handsome men and women. This level of supercar was too rare. There shouldn't be many of them in the country, and it was even possible that there was only this one. So how could people not be curious? Inside the car, Chen Ze looked at the location that Luo Feng had sent him, and finally stopped in front of a business K. After the car was parked, the perimeter of the car was instantly surrounded by people, both men and women, all holding a cell phone to the car to vigorously take pictures and videos. Chen Ze can even see a few people began to live broadcast. It seems that there is no such thing as portrait rights in the country, and no one cares about this at all. It is also convinced, Chen Ze naturally can't sue them for taking pictures and videos of each other. In addition to not getting anything, it would also delay time. There was no way. Chen Ze quickly stepped out of the car, and then walked in towards the door of the KTV. The attendants standing at the door had long noticed the supercar, only that they were not sure if the owner was here to play and did not dare to go over. And now that they saw Chen Ze walking over, a few of them instantly surrounded them. "Hello sir." The several attendants immediately all bowed and greeted Chen Ze upon arriving at his side. Chen Ze nodded at the few people and said, "Hall 2, you guys take me there." "Alright, this way please, sir." The two waiters immediately extended their hands in invitation and went to the front to lead the way. The other two waiters went to the place of the sports car. This car can't have the slightest problem in their place, or else the reputation of Merchant K will be ruined. But as long as they could get this supercar right here in KTV, then they would not worry about their performance today, and even have a way to market it in the future. Never underestimate the attraction of a top supercar. There are times when some people are willing to pay a price in order to recognize the owner. The environment of the business K is very good. The decoration is also very luxurious, but it is normal. After all, those who can open a store here in the city square don't have weak strength, and those who are weak don't have the capital to open a store here. "Sir, this is the second hall." After walking for a while, the waiter stopped and signaled with a slight nod. Chen Ze lightly nodded his head, then pushed the door and walked in. For a box to be called a hall, that space was naturally large. Chen Ze roughly swept a glance. The area inside the box was about 100 square meters. The sofa seats were neatly placed. In the center were 2 tables with fruit plates, drinks and the like. Chapter 62 Loser Friends. The box was also decorated. In addition to various colors of balloons, there are flowers and other things. Of course, there is no shortage of happy birthday banner. See Chen Ze straight shake his head. This thing was not made by his hairy friends. They didn't have this kind of idea. Mr. Chen, young Master Chen, old Chen. The door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and many people subconsciously looked over, and after seeing clearly that it was Chen Ze, all sorts of names were shouted out. Of course, the only ones who shouted at him like that were Luo Feng. The rest of them didn't recognize him. Chen Ze swept a glance. Inside the box about a dozen people. Male and female ratio is quite balanced, half and half. They should all be friends of Luo Feng's subjects. Some of the girls were instantly excited after taking a good look at Chen Ze's looks. Just like men like beautiful women, women also like handsome men. Otherwise, there wouldn't be ducks as a profession. Oh no, now it's not called a duck. It has to be called a male model. Now he remembers his circle of friends in the past. There are a few women. Work during the day, the night to go to the club point male models. When the money is spent on spitting wages are too low and so on. Chen Ze then did not know what to say. As ordinary people, everyday clubs male models, that money enough to spend on the strange. Shen Gongzi, came late self-punishment 2 cups. Luo Feng walked over with a pretty girl and joked with a smile. The girl looked like she was in her 20s. wearing a snow-white dress, with a pair of small white shoes under her feet. A bit of a small family feeling. Luo Feng had said back then that he liked this, and didn't expect to fulfill it in this life. However, it is normal. This life Luo Feng's several family conditions are also quite good. At least the car house is not a lack of, how to say it, have Chen Ze this layer of relations. Their families is to be a small contractor can be rich. Some of the inconspicuous work earned is still quite a lot. I don't know what the reason is. A few people also with the same as the previous life also didn't go to college. Chen Ze similarly smiled and said, there was a bit of a delay. I'm sure I'll punish myself in a moment. You'd better introduce yourself first? Forgot. Luo Feng slapped his forehead, then took the hand of the pretty girl next to him and said, this is my girlfriend, Xiao Lin. After saying that, he also said to Xiao Lin, this is my buddy Chen Ze. I told you before, that is, he's quite busy and doesn't have much time to come out and play. Chen Ze, is this talking about him personally? When had he been busy himself? How does he not know? This dog must not have taken people seriously in the first place, or else he would have been introduced to him a long time ago. He's like a scumbag. Was this still the dead geek he knew? But Chen Ze didn't bother with him. Instead he said to Xiao Lin, happy birthday thanks. Xiao Lin responded with a smile. Finished? Luo Feng questioned with wide eyes. Chen Ze? Where's the birthday present? Chen Ze. This is embarrassing He was really given to forget It's okay. It's good to be able to come over. Xiao Lin quickly stepped forward to interrupt. Ha. Gongzi, you also have today. Wang He and a few others also saw this scene and immediately raised their voices to mock. Chen Ze scratched his head. He really hadn't thought of this. There was no other way out now, so he could only exert his banknote ability. Turning to the few people, he asked, have you ordered anything yet? Already ordered everything. You definitely can't cast your idea. Zhao Wen laughed out loud. Chen Ze, MD, these dogs must have known that they wouldn't bring a gift over just to see the joke. Lossy friends. All NMs were damaged friends. Otherwise Luo Feng wouldn't have said it to his face. It's bad luck for him to know these people. However, this was not a big deal. If Luo Feng really played this time, there would be plenty of opportunities to make up for it in the future. Several people then walked into the crowd together. Xiao Lin immediately became the center, and the crowd gathered around and started singing and dancing. Chen Ze looked at this scene and pulled Tang Cheng over. What's the situation? When did Luo Feng know this Xiao Lin? Also, who are these people? Tang Cheng replied in a low voice, recognized on the internet. Shaking a shakeout. Xiao Lin is still in college. Sophomore. The rest are her roommates and friends. Gu. Still college students? Hearing Tang Cheng's words, Chen Ze was truly surprised. Also, this Xiao Lin is quite rich. At least the expenses here are paid by others. Tang Cheng added. Chen Ze. Luo Feng ate soft food? Chen Ze asked wistfully. A bit. Tang Cheng smiled sinisterly. Ha. Suddenly, the sound of loud laughter came from the two men's ears, scaring them. Looking up, it was Zhao Wen and Wang He. Are you two still human? People Luo Feng invited you to drink and sing, and you two even made up about them. Yuck. Wang He came over to similarly whisper. However, Chen Ze and Tang Cheng didn't pay any attention to him, but instead gave him a middle finger. Mr. Chen, there are two beauties. You go make it hard? Suddenly, Tang Cheng asked in a low voice again. Upon hearing this, Chen Ze immediately turned his gaze to the crowd. 10 or so young men and women were currently surrounding Luo Feng and Xiao Lin, singing and playing around. It could be seen that these young men and women were quite well connected, and were having a great time without any nonsense. Chen Ze also saw the two beauties that Tang Cheng was talking about. One had long flowing hair and was wearing a bodysuit and shorts, revealing her snow-white long legs. Her appearance was really good, but it wasn't Chen Ze's cup of tea, because the other party had a flyaway at a young age and was too rich for him to stand. The other one had something to say. Exquisite features, a head of long burgundy hair down her shoulders, wearing a sloping shoulder dress, black dress, bare snow-white shoulders, feet on black high-heeled shoes. The whole person looks incomparably tall, coupled with the loftiness of the lowered head that could not see the toes of her feet. Chen Ze did raise his interest. Lowering his head, he asked in a low voice, the woman in the black dress is also a college student? Tang Cheng's eyes lit up when several people heard this, and they hurriedly said, that's right, I heard Xiao Lin say that the woman's name is Zhao Li, and she's the school beauty of their school. After saying this, the few people looked at each other again and asked quietly, what? Is Mr. Chen interested? That's right, I'm not a eunuch. How could I not be interested in beautiful women? Chen Ze said without a trace of humor. That's good. In the past you always bragged about it, saying that you like women but you don't go looking for them, making the brothers uncomfortable all the time. Now that you're interested, it's fine. We're relieved, Zhao Wen said with a quirky face. Chen Ze, MD, what did these dogs think of themselves as? Chen Ze was truly convinced. This group of detractors were simply not human. Xiao Lin and the others also noticed the muttering 4 people at this moment. Although the box was large, it was still conspicuous to have 4 people gathered together. A few girls looked at each other and walked over together. Chapter 63, Highly Skilled? Seeing their movements, it was naturally impossible for Chen Ze's men to remain seated, and a piece of them stood up and walked over. Handsome guy, you came so late. Punish yourself with 2 cups. Ah, the girl who opened her mouth was sweet looking, just a little short, exactly the same as the image of the legendary exam master. That's it, the penalty drink. White, beer, or foreign drink. If you don't drink you can't run away. Hearing the girl's words, the other girls shouted as if they were up in arms with Tang Chang and the others. I drove here. Drink and don't drive. Drive and don't drink. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Chen Ze refused with a righteous face. I poo. Luo Feng immediately shouted after hearing this, then thumped over and disliked. Chen Ze, have some batch face? You have the ing face to say this? Every time I drink I say I can't drink, but why is it that every time I go back on my back? Chen Ze, sloppy, ha ha ha. Wang Yi and a few others laughed out loud. Luo Feng really didn't have a problem saying this. The crowd joked and teased in a heated manner, during which Chen Ze learned the names of these individuals. These individuals were all sophomores at the University of Finance and Economics, and their ages were the same as Chen Ze's people. Because they were about the same age, they all had something to talk about, and it didn't take long for them to become familiar with each other. Those who drank drank, those who sang sang. A peaceful scene. Although this KTV is a commercial K, but because this time was originally to celebrate Xiao Lin's birthday, did not look for those accompanying the service staff, so there is not much that can play. It was dice, turntable, poker, and they often play truth or dare and so on. Chen Ze naturally will not be idle. His goal is very clear. Is the black dress woman Zhao Li? After playing with a few other girls for a while, Chen Ze's gaze went to Zhao Li. Playing 2 games? Chen Ze asked with a smile. Play what? Zhao Li did not wimp out in the slightest. Comparing sizes? No fun. Frying gold flowers? Good. The 2 directly stunned the crowd with their question and answer. Luo Feng and the others thought about how Chen Ze was so proactive today. What Xiao Lin and the others were thinking was why Zhao Li agreed to drink with a male today. Come. Chen Ze picked up the poker with excitement and began to deal the cards. The game of fried gold naturally became more fun the more people there were, but because of the 2 men's status in their respective circles, everyone stayed out of it. At this moment, the 2 playing the game directly attracted the entire people inside the box. Luo Feng and others and Xiao Lin's male classmates all stood behind Chen Ze, and Xiao Lin and her friends stood behind Zhao Li. Chen Ze had just finished dealing out the cards and hadn't even had time to look at them when Tang Cheng spoke up. It's no fun to just watch the 2 of them play. Can you guys see this way? If Chen Ze loses, we men will have a drink. If Zhao Li loses, you women will have a drink. How about it? Good. I agree. Can you guys do it? Upon hearing this, a few of Xiao Lin's girls looked at each other, then nodded and said, yes, we agree. After saying this, Xiao Lin pulled Zhao Li's arm and said, Xiao Li, give them some color. No problem. Zhao Li agreed in one gulp. Gongzi, finish her off. Chen Ze, go, bite her. Chen Ze, MD, this is bull asterisk 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 Harry, bite her? Be a person, dude, my object is over there. You must win more. Ah, she is drunk before I have a chance. Ah, ha ha ha. Hearing this boy's words, everyone laughed out. Chen Ze and Zhao Li were no exception. This dude is interesting. Zhang Long, you're going to die. A girl behind Zhao Li who was average looking but had a great body blushed and shouted. Don't worry, dude guarantees that you'll be able to hold a beauty today. Chen Ze patted his chest and assured. Okay, thanks buddy, Mr. Chen is bullish. Yeah, we'll have a chance when we're drunk. Chen Ze's words made all the guys shout, but the girls sighed well. Bah, cut, bragging. Seeing this scene, Chen Ze laughed out loud and then asked Zhao Li, come on, do you want to press without opening the cards? Zhao Li let out a light laugh and said, press, I'll press for a cup. I'll call. Chen Ze immediately said, but he hadn't had much to drink yet. How could he be afraid? Look at the cards? Look. The 2 picked up the poker and looked at it. Chen Ze was a little confused when he saw his cards. 8 of hearts, 9 of spades, Jack of spades, which meant his cards were. However, the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest and he said to Zhao Li, I'll add another cup. Hearing this, Zhao Li laughed. I'll call and add 3 more cups. Chen Ze? He couldn't have met a connoisseur, right? This was only the first hand. Good. Zhao Li is awesome. Bullseye. The girls behind Zhao Li opened their mouths to shout. I'll follow. Add another cup. The first hand can't be degraded, and he can't open this broken card. The chance of losing is too high. But Zhao Li didn't give him a chance and directly said, I'll call. Open your card. After saying that, he directly turned over his own card. Pair of 2s plus a 6. Chen Ze, MD, ran into an expert? Seeing Zhao Li's cards, Luo Feng and the others mocked. This is it? You dare to press so much for a pair of 2s? Mr. Chen flopped to finish her off, but as they spoke, they realized something was wrong. Why isn't Chen Ze talking? Gongzi, you can't even beat a pair of 2s, right? Zhao Wen asked uncertainly. Hearing this, everyone looked at him. Chen Ze, ha ha ha, pour the wine, you guys lost. Seeing Chen Ze's speechless expression, the girls behind Zhao Li got excited. Ugh, Gongzi, you're so trashy. Drink and drink. Chen Ze silently put the cards away and shuffled them. Several girls, Xiao Lin, ran over to pour them wine with gusto. Chen Ze looked at the 6 cups of wine in front of him and could only drink them all. And Luo Feng several people also drank a cup each. Keep going on. The other one, Li Xiao, who possessed an airfield at a young age, said excitedly. Chen Ze took the poker and started dealing again. This time Zhao Li directly pressed 2 cups without looking at the cards, so naturally Chen Ze could not be soft. After looking at the cards, Chen Ze had a bottom line in his heart. 2 of hearts, 3 of spades and 4 of hearts. A normal straight. I'll add a cup. Chen Ze smiled and looked at Zhao Li. I concede. Zhao Li admitted defeat painfully. What? Xiao Li, why did you admit defeat? Zhao Li didn't say much and directly flipped over the cards. Ace of spades, 6 of spades, 5 of hearts. There wasn't even a pair, but it wasn't small. Xiao Li, how can you admit defeat with this card? That's right, there's still a few more cups to play with. Seeing this card, Xiao Lin several people were a bit unwilling. Zhao Li smiled and shook her head, then said to Chen Ze, I've admitted defeat. You open the card and see? Chen Ze, for sure, this person wasn't some dumb white sweetie. She was really a ING expert. There was no way around it. Flipping the cards over, everyone saw his straight. Wow, Xiao Li, you're really good. I'm convinced. Chapter 64 Accident. Drink. Fill them up. Quickly, pour full. Luo Feng's few talents didn't care about this, as long as they could make each other drink. The few girls didn't hesitate and picked up their wine cups and drank. Luo Feng, this SB guarded Xiao Lin, drank a glass of wine. The two did not know how many kisses. Seeing Chen Ze wanted to curse the street. It is really too cheap. The subsequent time the crowd played again. Those who sang. Those who danced. The men drank when Chen Ze lost, and the girls did the same when Zhao Li lost. Only Chen Ze lost more than he won, and played until more than 11:30. Chen Ze was almost drunk. Zhao Li is not much better. The figure is also shaky. After drinking too much, the two stopped playing, sat on the sofa and began to chat. Chen Ze then realized that the other party was not an expert in playing cards, but had a very good eye. She was able to detect the subtle changes in Chen Ze's expression. Hearing this, Chen Ze was speechless. This was something that could not be helped. As long as one dabbles in gambling, there are not many people whose hearts do not undergo any changes. There was no problem with holding on strongly. Ordinary people simply couldn't see it. But there was no way to run into someone like Zhao Li who was observant and meticulous. Come, let's cut the cake. Just as the two were chatting, Zhou Lin stood up and clapped her hands. The crowd cleared a wine table and placed the cake on it, while Luo Feng cut the cake himself. Chen Ze helped Zhao Li walk over. It couldn't be said that he was holding Zhao Li. It was the two of them holding each other up, because Chen Ze was also dying. Next, the crowd ate the cake, sang a birthday song, and finally Xiao Lin made a wish. All the process finished also to 12 o'clock, because tomorrow they still have to go to school. So Xiao Lin directly announced that the birthday party ends here. Zhang Long took the lead and left with his girlfriend. Both of them were also a little drunk, so it can be said that his idea was realized. Tang Cheng, several people looked at Chen Ze Zhao Li, who was almost all stuck together, and gave him a wink. Chen Ze didn't want to bother with them and directly pretended not to see. Luo Feng, on the other hand, walked out with Xiao Lin with a group of people in great numbers. Tang Cheng, several people followed the crowd. Chen Ze supported Zhao Li, followed them. Do not know what the situation. Xiao Lin's classmates and friends did not take the initiative to come over to help Zhao Li. Of course, if someone comes over to assist, Chen Ze also does not allow. Otherwise tonight's wine is not in vain? Who would be willing to give up a stunning color that you can't see the tip of your toes? Just when Chen Ze thought that everything was going well today, something went wrong. Luo Feng's loud scolding sound came from the front, followed by the screams of Xiao Lin and the others. Tang Cheng, Zhao Wan and a few others immediately ran over after hearing the sound. Chen Ze was still a bit drunk but was also instantly woken up quite a bit after the sound. Zhao Li also straightened up and looked towards Chen Ze. The two of them took hands and quickly walked over. Into their eyes was Luo Feng, Tang Cheng and the others, as well as a few of Xiao Lin's male classmates fighting with a few young men. It was really hands-on. It was a real fight, the kind where the fists hit the flesh. Before Chen Ze rushed over, The KTV service staff ran over, and then against the fists and kicks to force everyone to separate. Watching Chen Ze could not help but nod his head. In the end is able to open business K here. On the service personnel this reaction speed, absolutely is considered to be the ceiling within the industry. After the crowd separated Chen Ze and Zhao Li also walked over. What's the situation? What's with the fight? Chen Ze looked towards Luo Feng as he was the one who made the noise in the beginning. These b-boys drank too much and made a move on Xiaolin and Li Xiao. I scolded them a few times and they just went straight for it. Luo Feng said angrily as he covered his stomach, looking like he should have been hit a few times. CNMD. Little b-boys wait after you go out you see if labor you. A yellow-haired youth covered his head and immediately cursed back after hearing Luo Feng's words. NMB. Go out now. You see if labor can kill you. One of Xiao Lin's male classmates also cursed out. Chen Ze remembered that his name was Jia Quan. He had been courting Li Xiao tonight, probably because he saw that his goddess had suffered a loss, so he was very angry. CNMD. Say another word UTM. The yellow-haired young man wanted to rush over again after hearing Jia Quan's words, but was blocked by the KTV service staff, and the person behind him didn't have a clean mouth and kept cursing. Chen Ze swept a glance. The other party was only 4 people, and he didn't know where they got the courage to fight them. There were 8 or 9 men here. Some of the guests who came to play found that there was a good show to watch have gathered around, and even some of the people inside the box received the news and came out. Looking at the gradually gathering crowd, Chen Ze sighed. He really did not think that this kind of thing would happen. Come out to play is in order to be happy. Why is there always someone who is not long-eyed and must cause trouble? But he could also understand. After all, in the bar nightclub KTV, this kind of thing often happens. Drinking too much after the wild people are not a few. This is who cannot control. But how did this kind of thing happen to him? Just at this moment, a young man in a suit ran over, his mouth shouting, "Everyone have something to say, have something to say. Old Lu, have your people get out of my way." Seeing the youth run out, Yellow Hair immediately shouted. The youth cursed him with a SB after hearing Yellow Hair's words. The people under his own hands had said that the guest who fought with Yellow Hair had a real big brother inside. The supercar that drove over was worth more than $500 million. This was something that could be messed with? Jiang Wei, I'm telling you, you hurry up and leave now. We don't welcome you here. The youth still didn't want to see Yellow Hair offend the big man, so he gave him a wink while speaking to him. But would a drunk person think of that? Not to mention that Yellow Hair had been beaten up, so how could he possibly hold his tongue? Lu Mang, what did you say? You're driving me away? WCNDY. Yellow Hair Jiang Wei immediately cursed out after hearing the youth's words. Lu Mang saw that the other party did not appreciate and scolded himself. The corner of his mouth twitched and said to him in a cold tone, "Don't you give face to face." Hearing this, Huang Mao got even more angry and immediately shouted, "Okay, you're good. You wait. I'll make this Thai place unopened for you tomorrow." After saying this, he looked in Chen Ze's direction. "You guys will wait. I'll let you know who you've offended." Chen Ze was infuriated and laughed when he heard this. What a bull. Let go of Zhao Li's hand. Chen Ze walked to the front of the Yellow Hair, asked with a light smile, "Then can you tell me who your background is or what company or big brother You tell me. If I can't afford to offend then I'll hurry to apologize to you. Don't you think so?" Chapter 65, Go Smash It. Chen Ze's tone was very flippant, without a little bit of fear. Yellow Hair also heard it and directly disliked it. "Who the hell are you? Tell us about your TM backstage. Let's see if labor can be offended." Chen Ze smiled at the words, and then said, "You can't afford to be offended. Now hurry up and get lost. I'll take this as not having happened. Or you can't leave even if you want to." "Oh, you think I'm scared? I can't go? Your TM cannot go is true. You go out to try to see the capital to smash your car. Let you guys go away. I'm the one who's a joke." Yellow Hair didn't care about Chen Ze's threat, and even threatened him in turn. Hearing this, Chen Ze laughed out lightly again. Laugh NMB. Before Chen Ze could continue speaking, Yellow Hair directly cursed out against his face. Hearing this, Chen Ze's face darkened. Already a bit drunk, he kicked over. Yellow Hair was kicked directly by the sudden kick and flew out. ICNMD. Yellow Hair, behind to see that he was beaten, immediately rushed over. Luo Feng, Tang Chang and others also directly ran over to fight with each other. Don't fight. Hurry up and pull away." Suit Youth saw this scene immediately shouted. KTV service personnel hastily intervened to stop a few people continue to fight. Tang Chang, several people obediently stopped. The other side of the person was already less, and now there are only 3 people, even more cannot be beaten. Was stopped after they also do not want to continue to fight. Unilateral beat up, who is also not happy. Yellow Hair is thin and weak. Was Chen Ze kicked a long time, did not get up, and finally was his friends to help stand up. Looking at Chen Ze standing on the opposite side, Huang Mao said with a gloomy face, "Now you guys are so bullish. Do you dare to go out?" Chen Ze's face was so dark that it could drip water, being scolded to his face, not to mention his current status. Even in the past, he couldn't endure it, plus drank a lot of wine. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Chen Ze looked at Huang Mao and said, "Go, labor to see who you can get over here." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out. Tang Cheng several people immediately followed. Luo Feng stayed for a little while. After seeing yellow hair several people also followed. He immediately said to Xiao Lin several people, "You guys go back first, leave this place to us." "No, I'll call for someone now." After saying that, Xiao Lin took out her cell phone. "Don't, Chen Ze can solve it, so don't look for someone." Luo Feng quickly stopped her. Seeing this scene, Zhao Li directly said, "Let's go out too. Staying here won't solve the problem." Luo Feng had no choice but to lead the group of girls out. Chen Ze took the lead and walked out, looking at yellow hair who was following behind him and said, "Call out for someone. I'll wait." Seeing his bottom line, yellow hair also muttered a little, but he had been beaten like this. It was impossible not to take revenge, and he had sent a message to someone long ago. Now just wait. Things have developed to this point. Put hard words do not have any effect. As long as he looked for people to come, then packed Chen Ze several people. So yellow hair just gave him a hard look and didn't say anything. At this time Luo Feng with Xiao Lin several people also walked out. Zhao Li walked to Chen Ze's side, did not say a word, just stood still. Dry waiting is somewhat boring. Chen Ze took out the car keys, and then said to the yellow hair, "By the way, you do not still want to smash the car? My car is there, you go to smash it. Can't afford to pay? It doesn't matter, just go to jail." After saying this sentence, Chen Ze took the car key and pressed it against the Silby Tuatara not far away. When yellow hair and the others were about to scold Chen Ze, they suddenly saw the white supercar with flashing headlights. This scene made everyone quiet, and the air was somewhat frozen. The yellow hair several people mechanically twisted their heads, and asked in a dry and hoarse voice, "Is this car yours? Otherwise, aren't the keys here?" Chen Ze waved the car keys in his hand and added, "Go smash it, it doesn't cost much." These words made everyone dumbfounded. Not much money? A supercar worth more than $500 million and you say it doesn't cost much? But no one dared to open their mouths. Even the yellow hairs several people did not know what to say. They knew very well that they had kicked the iron plate. What price they would pay later was not clear, but it was definitely not pleasant. Xiao Lin quietly reached out and poked Luo Feng, asking in a low voice, "What exactly is Chen Ze's status? This car should be very expensive, right?" Luo Feng whispered, "Do you think we're joking when we call him Mr. Chen? Chen Ze's coming from a big place. I'll tell you about it later." "Aha." Xiao Lin nodded. She also knew that now was not the time to talk. Just as yellow hair pondered whether or not to go soft, a few supercars drove over from the street. Seeing these supercars, yellow hair's eyes lit up. His savior had arrived. A total of 4 supercars stopped at the same time at the entrance of the KTV. From inside came down 4 men and 2 women. At a glance, it was clear that they were also playing, and suddenly they were shouted over by Huang Mao. The 4 supercars were 2 Ferraris, a Lamborghini and a Porsche. The specific value, let's put it this way, the 4 together could not compare to the Silby Tuatara of his. "Jiang Wei, what's the situation? You said you were beaten up. Who beat you up? Who dares to hit our Mr. Jiang in linen?" A youth in a floral shirt who got down from the Lamborghini scoffed. "That's right, that cockney got drunk and hit our Mr. Jiang, A youth standing next to the Ferrari wearing a white body shirt and a duck-tongue cap similarly opened his mouth to ask, but his tone was not so favorable. "Yeah, Coco's sister's car." Just as yellow hair wanted to explain, a girl among the new 6 said in surprise, "Ha?" The remaining 5 looked over in the direction of the girl's finger. Asterisk 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 really? What is Sister Ko doing here? That's not right. Didn't Sister Ko go to Magic City to participate in the activities of the Supercar Club? How come her car is here? Another girl said suspiciously. Yellow hair instantly broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the conversation between the few people. He was aware of that Coco's sister in the mouths of these few people. To be able to drive the other party's car out, that relationship is definitely not ordinary. It's going to be bad. "So what? You guys drove this car out?" The girl who opened her mouth first looked at Chen Ze several people. Chen Ze looked at the few people and said, "The car was driven out by me. The person was beaten by me. What is this person's relationship with you guys?" After saying his words, Chen Ze's hand pointed at yellow hair. "You are?" The youth in the flowery shirt looked at Chen Ze and asked with some confusion. "Chen Ze," Chen Ze said in a calm tone. Hearing Chen Ze's name, the 6 men and women immediately looked at each other, then hurriedly called yellow hair over. They had to know what exactly happened here. If they could, they were willing to be a middleman to solve the problem for a while. If Jiang Wei had offended the people to death, then they wouldn't get involved in this matter. There was no need to jump into the fire pit. Chapter 66, The Duck in the Mouth Flies Away. After understanding everything, the 6 people could not wait to give Jiang Wei 2 slaps. If you're drunk, go home. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? This is what a rich kid would do. This is not the way to lose face. This is good. Kick the iron plate. The last 6 people looked at each other, and the girl who spoke first came out and said to Chen Ze, Mr. Chen, do you think this is okay? How about letting Jiang Wei and the others apologize to you guys, and then compensating those guys for their losses? Chen Ze looked towards Luo Feng. In the end he was just scolded, but he had already taken out his anger with that kick. Nowadays in this society, he can't take someone out, right? Although there was a saying, the sun is a wolf in the mountains, and when he gets his way, he goes wild. As long as not illegal and criminal, then it does not matter. To say a more ruthless words, even if something is really wrong so what, but not to a certain point. Chen Ze will not do that step. He is now just rich, not retarded, so he here is no problem. Depending on what Luo Feng said, Luo Feng naturally nodded in agreement. Although it was said that the yellow hairs several people moved against Shaolin Li Xiao, but they didn't really take advantage of it. After all, Luo Feng several people have been guarding their side. Moreover, they had already beaten up the people. Otherwise Jiang Wei would not have called for someone. Only those who suffered a loss and were not convinced would call for someone. Taking advantage of it is usually straight away. So Luo Feng nodded at her. Alright then, this matter is over. I don't think there should be a next time, right? Chen Ze looked at Jiang Wei and said, it won't happen again, it won't happen again. Chen Xiao, I'm sorry for this time. Jiang Wei conceded very much from the bottom of his heart. From the very beginning when he saw that Silbi Tuatara, he knew that he couldn't afford to mess with Chen Ze, and now even more so. His family couldn't afford to mess with Shangyao Group, so there was no shame in giving in. Afterwards, Jiang Wei apologized with the 3 people behind him in turn, and finally compensated Shaolin and Li Xiao 40,000 yuan. One person 40,000 yuan. At this point, this matter is considered to be resolved. After a few people left, the gazes of the crowd all gathered on Chen Ze. Shaolin and those male and female classmates of hers looked at Chen Ze's gaze were a bit off. You guys stay, we'll leave first. Seeing Chen Ze and Zhali beside him, Luo Feng's few people immediately spoke out. Seeing Chen Ze nod his head, the crowd all left. Chen Ze was a bit at a loss as to what to do at the moment, because the 2 of them had all been drinking. The sports car couldn't be driven, so they couldn't take a taxi to the hotel, could they? Young Chen, we had a great time today, we'll see you next time. Just when Chen Ze was still confused about how to go to the hotel, Zhali suddenly smiled and spoke to him. Chen Ze? Before he could say anything, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove over and then stopped in front of the 2. Chen Ze stared wide-eyed at Zhali, who smiled at him again before getting into the car, then dropped the window and waved her hand at him. Looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom's ass, Chen Ze couldn't mention how stifled he was. The wine was finished, the bee was loaded, and now the girl ran away? Isn't this a pitiful thing? She was pretending to be drunk just now? Now the little girl are so good at playing? Chen Ze remembered the license plate of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and then sent a WeChat to the boss, asking him to find out whose license plate this car belongs to. The duck in his mouth had flown. How could Chen Ze not investigate? After sending the message, Chen Ze planned to find a chauffeur. There were several middle-aged and young people wearing chauffeur clothes at the entrance of the KTV. Chen Ze walked over to a few people and asked, is there a go? That car. After saying that, he reached out and pointed at the Silbi Tuatara. The result disappointed him, only to see the 7 or 8 chauffeurs all shook their heads vigorously. One of them even said, boss, this car we really do not dare to drive. Cuts and rubs a little we really can not afford to pay. Hearing this, Chen Ze was a bit helpless. This is a mess. Well, and the KTV manager ran over, said to Chen Ze, Chen Xiao, we have a will drive a sports car. Do you want to let him send you back? Chen Ze had a good impression of him, or rather a good impression of this KTV, and was indeed a man who could make things happen. So he nodded at him and said, thank you then. You're welcome, young Chen. Manager Lu Mang hurriedly complimented. He had just heard the conversation between Jiang Wei and the others. Chen Ze was coming too big and had to leave a good impression. When the principal went to a nightclub, good guy. The performance of the nightclub behind for several months do not have to worry. If they can please Chen Ze, then their KTV performance must rub up. Lu Mang then shouted over a young man. Chen Ze did not pay too much attention. After sitting on the car took out his cell phone. He just heard the phone ring. It should be the boss gave him a message back. Although the time now is very late, but for some people, the nightlife has just begun. And Chen Hai happens to be this kind of person. He clicked in and took a look at the message Chen Hai had sent over, and was shocked when he didn't look at it. The content inside the message simply stunned his jaw. This world is so small? Chen Hai's original words were like this. What? Did the owner of this car offend you? It shouldn't be. This car belongs to the Jinming Group. That is, that Zhao Tai's family that we ran into last time. If there's something wrong, I'll call Zhao Tai right now. How could Chen Ze not be surprised to see this content? But Chen Ze still intended to make sure again. So he sent another message to Chen Hai. Does Zhao Tai have a sister? Chen Hai replied in seconds. Yes, especially beautiful, just still in college. We've only met once. How do you know? No, have you already met before you looked for me to ask people what their identity is? Right? Chen Ze. Boss's IQ is a bit high. Guessing it so quickly is also convincing. Don't keep quiet. It's fine if you like people, but I advise you that it's best to be a little late. If you really get involved with Zhao Tai's sister, then your happy days are gone. You know what our grandparents think. Chen Hai saw that he didn't reply and immediately reminded. Chen Ze fell into deep thought when he saw the message Chen Hai sent over. In fact, it was not just the Chen family. Even the family teachings of ordinary people should be like this. Play casually before you get married, but don't touch everyone and get sick and wasted. And after you get married, live a good life and don't think about those messy things. Of course, there are some who cannot help but keep a lover, and even not a few. But how to say this thing? Personal behavior. I have not heard of any family to support their own children to keep a lover. Chapter 67, The Company's Situation. After casually replying to Chen Hai, Chen Ze put away his cell phone. Thinking back on the events of this evening, he realized at this point that everything had gone too smoothly. Zhao Li had never rejected him from start to finish. Originally, he thought that it was his face value that had played a role, but now it seemed that the other party should have recognized him from the very beginning. Rubbing his temples, Chen Ze sighed helplessly, drifting away. One can only say that a person's transformation can't be accomplished overnight. He still has a long way to go. But Zhao Li, this woman, forget it. The low head does not see the tip of the toe of the stunning color is now not eaten. Take your time. Back home, the youth will be parked after the car is about to leave. Chen Ze said to him to turn a taxi. Money he did not want, said his manager has given. Chen Ze had to let the other side just leave. But Lu Meng, this person, also really let Chen Ze remember. After money suddenly found a lot of people do things really comfortable. Time is like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye came to October 16th. It has been a week since he last saw Xiao Tang. In the past few days, he also saw Xiao Tang twice. Once to choose a site for the company, and once to register the company. The back of the staff formation he delegated all the authority to Xiao Tang. After all, the other party is experienced in this area. He is very assured. As long as there are no problems with the finances, it will be fine. Ginza Building 28th floor. Chen Ze is sitting in the first meeting room. The bottom has been sitting in 16 high-level individuals, all of which are recruited by Xiao Tang in the past few days. As for the staff, has been recruited to 124 people. After knowing this news, Chen Ze really felt a little surprised. Not Xiao Tang's ability to recruit people, but now this time period so many people do not work. He has seen the conditions of Xiao Tang recruiting. Ordinary employees on $3,500 a month. This is still recruiting so many people. In 2018, it's hard to find a job, isn't it? This is Linen. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get a good deal. He remembers that the job hunting problem started in 2022? Is it the information cocoon again? Chen Ze could not figure out, simply do not want to. The big deal is to recruit more people in the future. Anyway, the media company has been using more people. Originally, he also thought of raising some of the net red on it. Did not intend to let them make much money for themselves. Mainly something can bring the rhythm. Those big anchor with the rhythm of the ability to be seen by all. Not to mention, who doesn't know the rhythms brought out by the already cool Xiao Huijun? News Sister's ability to bring rhythm and question the officials is also sky high. If we raised some people like that, if we ran into some problems, wouldn't he be able to say whatever he wanted? The power of public opinion was known to everyone. As long as the source could be controlled, then no one could say anything about him. It's just that the pie Chen Ze drew for Xiao Tang is too big. This guy, all of a sudden recruited so many people, for which he can't say anything. After all, this Netflix thing was all about winning with numbers. There was no way around it. Today, Xiao Tang called Chen Ze over because he wanted these people to get to know him as the big boss. In case Chen Ze made a surprise attack one day and the people at the bottom didn't recognize him, it would be bad. Chen Ze looked at the people sitting underneath and spoke directly. Xiao Tang, tell us about the actual situation of the company right now. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang stood up at once. Currently the framework within the company has been set up, respectively the Personnel Department, Finance Department, Operation Department, Legal Department, Planning Department and Technology Department, but the company has not signed a few anchors yet. Those people you asked me to look for have only agreed to 7 of them now. There is only one left that I'm still in contact with. That is, do you want to see if you want to continue signing other anchors? Hearing this, Chen Ze nodded his head. Xiao Tang was really something, so short a time to finish these things. Talent ah. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ze opened his mouth and said, since I've given full authority to you to be in charge of Tianya Media, let's do it according to your idea. It's the ones I'm looking for that you don't move. I've got a use for them. Understood, Mr. Chen. Xiao Tang smiled on his face as he waited for these words, although Chen Ze had already said it in the beginning, but that was only what the two of them had said in private. Now that he had said it in front of all the management, then there would be no hindrance for the company in the future. Those people I asked you to find. Who is the remaining one who didn't agree? Chen Ze asked again. It's a certain hand of Simba. The invitation I sent to him was directly rejected. Later I investigated. Simba has a girlfriend named Chor Rue Shui. This Chor Rue Shui is very rich. Now the family is worth about $1 billion or so. The other party should not look at our company. Xiao Tang explained. Chen Ze nodded. He really didn't know about these things, because he had only heard that this person Simba was very good at selling goods, with a yearly turnover of about $50 billion. Known as the first brother of a certain hand, he spoke very wildly and often offended people, but he also had a lot of fans. But the rest Chen Ze didn't know about it, because he hadn't played with a certain hand, he only played with Shake Toon. Fine, then give him up. Where are the others I asked you to find now? Chen Ze wasn't compelled to him. It was okay to give up this one. After all, right now he was still just a small anchor, already at the company. If you want to see them, you can have them come over now. Xiao Tang immediately replied. Alright, then the meeting will be adjourned. You go and bring them over. Chen Ze waved his hand and said, okay. After Xiao Tang finished speaking, he gestured to the crowd at the bottom. The sound of chairs being pulled away resounded in the conference room and a dozen people left one after another. Chen Ze sat in his chair and thought back. There weren't many people that he had let Xiao Tang sign, namely Wei Ye, Li Jiaqi, Li Ziki, De Yang Xiaoyang. These people were the top streams of goods that he remembered. As for the game anchors like Decima and Xiaotuan Duan, he didn't pay much attention to them, mainly because the profitability was too poor, but he still let Xiao Tang sign them up. How to say that later on? These two are also multi-million-dollar anchors, and there is still no problem with being an MCN organization's platoon. This time period, Wei Ye and Li Jiaqi are still not famous, just one of the many small anchors with goods. Big Yang Xiaoyang is still worrying about 1 million fans, and Li Ziqi fans have only just broken 1 million. These people are still nothing now. In the face of the solicitation of the Tianya Media, naturally impossible to reject directly with Simba. Not long after, under Xiao Tang's leadership, 3 men and 2 women walked in. Mr. Chen, they are all signed up according to your requirements. Let me introduce them to you. Although Xiao Tang felt that Chen Ze definitely knew these people, as a subordinate, there were some unnecessary things that a subordinate should do. Chen Ze directly shook his head and refused. There was no need. It was only 5 people in total. He was too familiar with them. Chapter 68, Your Family? Seeing Chen Ze shaking his head, Xiao Tang wasn't surprised. He was just finishing his job by saying so. Immediately after that, he said to the 5 people, this is General Manager Chen, and the person who signed you up. Good day, Mr. Chen. Hearing Xiao Tang's words, the 5 hurriedly greeted him. Although a few people felt that Chen Ze was a bit young, no one would be stupid enough to say it outright. Chen Ze said softly, no need to be polite. I've seen your videos and live streams, and I feel that the few of you have a lot of potential, so do a good job in the future, and the company will take care of you no matter what trouble you have. Hearing these words, a smile instantly appeared on the faces of the 5. Why would they sign up with a company? Wasn't it because it was too difficult to fight alone? If they could, who wouldn't want to make a career on their own? But in this society, without connections and backstage to succeed, not to say no, but 1 in a million. That's why a few people directly agreed when they heard that a company wanted to sign them up, and the conditions and treatment were very good. Seeing the expression of a few people, Chen Ze also smiled. If they knew how hot they were in the future, I wonder if they would regret selling themselves cheaply like this. Afterwards, Chen Ze said to a few people, since I signed the contract, then I will also give you some benefits. Let's do it this way. What are the requirements you can mention to me now? I don't come to the company very often. After this village there won't be this store anymore. These few people still don't know Chen Ze's temperament. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ye and Li Jiaqi both looked at each other. Then Li Jiaqi spoke. Mr. Chen, you also know that Wei Ye and I are the anchor with goods. The 2 of us are confident in killing our way out of these anchors. But can the company help us to find some cheaper and also better products? Chen Ze nodded after hearing Li Jiaqi's words. He was aware of how these 2 were on fire. One of the 2 was selling the lowest priced beauty products on the net in the live broadcast room, and one was selling the lowest priced clothing products on the net in the live broadcast room. How to put it? They had monopolized a part of the 2 industries before they caught fire. For example, as long as the merchants who cooperate with Li Juqi and Wei are not allowed to sell prices lower than theirs. This is written into the contract, which is also the two people dare to shout out this slogan of the bottom of the air. Of course, the two people just monopolized a part of it. After all, these two markets are too big. There will always be companies that don't need them. There will also be companies that can't afford to pay the price of hiring them. But even this made the two people earn a lot of money. Chen Ze nodded at the two and said, "No problem. Tell Xiaotang what products you want to sell and let him talk about it. Tianyao Media's reputation isn't enough, then use Shangyao Group's. I will let Shangyao Group's people cooperate with you at that time." Everyone? Mr. Chen, is the Shangyao Group you are talking about the one we know? Xiaotang looked at Chen Ze with a confused expression. The other five also looked confused. Weren't they joining Tianyao Media? How did they get linked to the Shangyao Group? As nationals, there were few people who didn't know about Shangyao Group. His reputation was on par with Wanda, or even a bit higher than Wanda, and a few of them weren't too old, so naturally they had heard of it. Yes, it's the one you guys are thinking of. Chen Ze smiled, giving the few people a peace of mind. He hadn't thought of hiding his identity from the beginning to the end. There was no need. These people would be money trees in the future. Naturally he would have to water and fertilize them and then grow fast. Slowly waiting for Tianyao Media to develop before giving a few people resources, that is stupid. He himself has ready-made resources, why not use? He had also figured out that the Shangyao Group itself was his family's. His previous ideas should be discarded, and he should use them as he sees fit, and there would be no one to stop him anyway. Mr. Chen, what is your relationship with Shangyao Group? Can I say this? Xiaotang asked in a small voice. There's nothing that can't be said. Shangyao Group is owned by my family, so you can rest assured that you can borrow its reputation boldly. Even I will let people cooperate with you. You just need to work at ease. The benefits will not be short of you. Chen Ze said with a light smile. Shangyao Group, your families? Xiaotang said with some disbelieving brokenness. Li Juqi, Wei and the others were directly dumbfounded. What kind of company did they enter? The top rich second generation came out to start a business to experience life? Afterwards, Chen Ze said to Li Juqi, Wei, if you want to pick what products to sell, pick what products to sell. The rest of the things the company will naturally solve for you, but you must pay attention to what you say. Don't cause things for me. Do you understand? Understood. Li Juqi, Wei, two people said in unison. Such a big leg now not to embrace, when to wait. Hearing the reply of the two, Chen Ze nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Li Ziqi. Your video shoot is very good. Just keep shooting. Copywriting planning I will arrange the topmost for you. After a while the company will specially create a development route for you. Li Ziqi smiled and directly thanked him without any hesitation. Chen Ze then looked at the youngest, Yang Xiaoyang. The video of you two is also okay, but it can't be called top-notch. I'm a person who treats everyone equally. I will also equip you two with top-notch copywriting and planning, and the direction of your future development will also be planned by the company on your behalf. All you have to do now is to shoot a good video, and you don't have to worry about promotion, with top-notch specifications. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The two young men were so excited that they directly bent down and saluted. Chen Ze laughed and did not continue. He was actually most optimistic about these two brothers. Although the other three were also bullish and even had ridiculously high sales, Chen Ze still felt that these two brothers were a bit more impressive. Other than that, in 2023, the two of them had already exceeded 100 million Shake fans. And although there was some water in it, who dared to underestimate it? In the previous life, the reason why the two are not as good as others is because the background is not good. And finally, although the creation of the three sheep, but in the eyes of the real big brother is still a lot worse. Otherwise the two will not be set in the amount of followers in the 100 million or less. Is not afraid to go out too hard? This life has Chen Ze as the backstage. He is looking forward to the two can create what kind of results. Any more questions? Glancing at a few people, Chen Ze opened his mouth and asked. The five people shook their heads at the same time. The benefits had already been given to such an extent. To speak again would be ungrateful. Dismissed then. After saying these words, Chen Ze directly got up and left the conference room, leaving the five people looking at each other. Manager Xiao, is Shangyao Group really owned by Mr. Chen's family? Xiao Yang was curious and asked towards Xiaotang. Xiaotang shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but there's no need for Mr. Chen to lie to us. And the founder of Shangyao Group does have the surname Chen. Gulp. The five people gulped at the same time. It was too late. They were going to be rich. Chapter 69, the old master calls for a meeting. For the things that happened behind, Chen Ze did not know. After dealing with these things, he stayed in the office for a while longer and left. Riding back home, opened the door to see a scene that surprised him. His dad and mom were both at home today. Took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was only 4:30 p.m. Which made Chen Ze puzzled. What's the situation? Zhang Qiulan, even if she every day is to go out to drink tea shopping, Nothing serious, but Chen Mingqian this time should not be at home. He was busy every day. Basically either going to this city or that city. Sometimes he would even go abroad for a few days. Why was he so free today? Chen Ze was not a person who could hold his tongue, and directly asked the two. What's the situation with you two? Why are you at home now? Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan looked at Chen Ze, who walked over and replied with a smile. Remember what I asked you to do some time ago? Chen Ze? Bites financing? Suddenly, Chen Ze remembered this matter. Yes, do you know why I didn't have time to attend? Chen Mingqian asked with another smile. Chen Ze, riddlers be damned. You say, Chen Ze said without a trace of humor. The group is going to acquire some industries in Eagle Sauce. Your mom and I are going to make a trip. We'll leave tonight. I was going to give you a call. Chen Mingqian explained. That's not right. What's my mom going for in this kind of thing? Chen Ze asked suspiciously. What? I can't follow your dad out for a stroll? Zhang Qiulan said without any good humor. I don't mean that. Chen Ze waved his hand. No, isn't it time for your 2 wedding anniversary? Chen Ze snapped to remember this matter, then said somewhat helplessly. Going out to play is going out to play, and you're still talking about acquiring an industry. Cheating a child isn't the way to cheat. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qiulan laughed after hearing Chen Ze's words. Chen Mingqian also pursed his lips and laughed out, and said softly, it's true that I acquired some industries, and it just so happened that it's also my and your mom's wedding anniversary, so we went over together. Chen Ze pooh-poohed, then said, oh, who believes it? Dogs don't even believe it. Okay, don't talk to you. You came back just in time to give you a word. The capital side I have arranged. You go through the motions on the line. The other is nothing. Is your grandfather has something to find you? At night you go to his side to eat it. Chen Mingqian finished speaking and waved his hand to drive Chen Ze away. Chen Ze. He was picked up, right? He definitely picked it up. Having a daughter-in-law and forgetting his son. Yuck. Chen Ze turned around and walked towards the outside again, not wanting to see the two of them right now. Looking at Chen Ze's back, Chen Mingqian and Zhang Qiulan laughed very happily. Able to make their own son speechless is still very fun. Coming outside the house, his Bentley Continental GT Black Knight was still parked inside the yard. Lin Feng was sitting in the car. It had been like this ever since Chen Ze got him from Jinling. Chen Ze sat in it and then told him the name of a neighborhood. Lin Feng followed the navigation and drove out. The place where the old man lived was a bit of a distance away from his house. This time passed and it was almost 6 o'clock when he arrived at the place. This was still some time ago when Chen Hai and a few others had taken him there. Otherwise Chen Ze himself wouldn't have been able to find it at all. At 6:10, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of a villa. This was the place allocated for the old man to live in. Only the right to use. No ownership. Only 220 square feet on the book. But the use of area well. No, all understand. Get off the car and walk towards the villa inside. The door is not locked. Also do not need to lock. Here security is not a joke. To put it bluntly, Chen Mingqian's security force is less than 1/3 of the old man's grandparents. After pushing the door in, Chen Ze saw the two old men sitting on the sofa not knowing what to say. Next to them there was a middle-aged man in a suit also sitting on the sidelines chiming in from time to time. Little Ze is here, come and sit. Grandma saw Chen Ze come in and immediately stopped talking and greeted him with a smile on her face. Chen Ze was not polite either and walked over to the middle-aged man in the suit and called out, Uncle Zhang, Little Ze is here. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded to Chen Ze, then turned his head to the old man and said, Elder Chen, then I'll leave first. If there's something you need to call out to me, alright, you go and get busy. The old master waved his hand at him and said, well, you old man rest. After saying that, the middle-aged man got up and left. Chen Ze hadn't even sat down yet, so he could only turn around to see the other party off. Only after sending the middle-aged man out of the doorway did he turn back again. Sitting on his butt on the sofa and looking at the old man, he asked, what is it that your old man is looking for me for? How to talk? Your grandfather I have nothing to do still can't find you? The old master laughed. This is not just a casual question. Chen Ze said casually, there's nothing else to find you here. It's just that your grandmother wants you to come and have a meal. And also your father said that you're going to Kyoto? Hearing the old man's question, Chen Ze nodded and said, well, my dad arranged a job for me. He and my mom went to play abroad without time, so he could only let me go. Oh, you skin monkey, let you Kyoto also have my meaning. After you go pay a visit to someone for me, just say hello. The old master smiled and shook his head, then stated his purpose. Hearing this, Chen Ze sat up straight before asking, who do you want me to visit? The old master casually said a name. Chen Ze's eyes immediately widened. What the hell? The old master was already old enough to be at this level? Rui Long is actually myself. Play it? He has long known that the old master in this life is not ordinary, but no one has told him the real level of the old master, because according to common sense, he is bound to know this pro-grandson. Chen Ze once searched, but did not show. This thought that the old master is also in linen is a ceiling. I did not think that it is still short-sighted. Only to see Chen Ze sat up straight and said solemnly, I will definitely pay that old man a respectful visit. Out of breath. How come I don't see you treating me respectfully? The old man said without any good humor. Nonsense not. You are my own grandfather. Let's not worry about this. Chen Ze said cheekily. Slick. The old man gave him a blank look. Chen Ze also didn't care. After understanding the matter, he said to the old lady, Grandma, have you made my braised pork ribs? Done and done. Your Auntie Wang is doing it in the kitchen. The old lady replied with a smile. That's fine. Chen Ze nodded with great satisfaction, then lay down on the sofa and played with his cell phone. As for talking about tutoring, only Chen Ze dared to be like this. Chen Hai and the others didn't dare to fart when they came. Do you understand the difference in treatment? Chapter 70, Watching the Fun. After dinner, and chatting with the two old men for a while, Chen Ze left. He didn't go anywhere, and directly let Lin Feng drive home, waiting until after the home is more than 9 o'clock. Walking into the house, the living room was brightly lit, but empty. Chen Mingqian had already flown to Eagle Sauce's house with Jiang Qiulan. Aunt Gui had already rested at this time. Chen Ze went back to his bedroom, washed up and then lay on the bed. Taking out his cell phone, he swiped Jitterbug for a while and then backed out again. Then clicked into Douyu. The fighting fish at night can be much more interesting than Shake It. A variety of large-scale hot dance and chat. Watching people that call a red heartbeat, see the excitement directly disappeared for 3 minutes, and then come back to the time to feel everything tasteless. At this time, Chen Ze looked at the various live rooms on the fighting fish page. There are a lot of familiar faces. However, he still saw the funniest anchor at a glance. Set you monkey. This Chow Bar was really funny, and Chen Ze did quite enjoy watching it. At this moment, the monkey's live room was still playing games as usual, playing dungeons that Chen Ze wasn't interested in. Chen Ze saw this scene directly back out. Monkey play this game would not be interesting, but also to play the landlord. Carding is also okay, called the Father Bureau. He still wait for this Tide Bar to play the landlord or carding come and forget it. Now go to other live room around. Do not even need to pull down. The monkey live room below is Timo. Chen Ze did not see her live broadcast much, is very familiar with her name. The king of the heavens covers the earth. Timo 1.5 meters. This is really too famous, not to mention hearing about it. Even the input method has a memory. Tap into the live broadcast room to see two female anchors. One is Timo, one is Alang. The two are linked PK. Now is the time of the annual ceremony. All the major anchor guilds are making efforts. No one can escape. Chen Ze remembers in a trance that this year's champion seems to have been won by Monkey, the head of black powder to brush. He also only learned about it after the monkey went to Shake Shack Live. Back to these two. The current fighting fish first brother is Monkey. This is indisputable. As for the first sister who? That's not easy to say. After all, fighting fish a sister of the fight for a few years has not been under a quasi-tune. The PK is also the official task given to the two, but also want to use the popularity of the two with a wave of rhythm. The annual ceremony to the climax. After all, if the two people divided into winners and losers, then the fighting fish a sister can be said. The PK of the two people is quite intense. The airplane rockets in the two live rooms did not stop, and from time to time, a few super rockets flew over. Chen Ze first in Timo's live room stayed for a while. At the moment she is singing canvassing. Singing is to say scattered. Point into the Alang's live room. Here is also being sung canvassing. Singing is to learn to catcall. Chen Ze originally intended to exit to see other live room. After all, listening to singing is not much fun. But notice that the PK score of the two people he immediately stopped the action of the hand. The two sides of the score can be said to be evenly matched. This side of the brush or rocket each other immediately counterattack and even add an airplane. This side of the two gift effects just appeared. The other side immediately sent a superfire. The two live gifts total in a short period of time has accumulated almost more than $100,000. In the dark observation of the fighting fish management to see this scene directly happy flowers. To be this effect, they are not rare this more than 100,000. But to this rhythm, only two sides to fight up. The rhythm of the first sister of the fight to drive the whole Douyu. Looking at the lively live room, Chen Ze directly lying on the bed to find a comfortable position to continue to watch. Brothers charge. The first sister is our mushroom. There are votes to brush the votes. No votes to praise. Must help Timo take the first sister. I swiped 3 airplanes, but it's no use at all. The other side caught up at once. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The opposite side is crazy. Chen Ze didn't see this pop up, but saw Alang's skyrocketing score. Immediately, he clicked into the other side's live room again, and Ultra Fire swiped one after the other, by a big brother named Blackfish. But this advantage was not maintained for a few seconds. Timo's side immediately caught up. Chen Ze went back to this live room. He was just watching the fun, and it was still interesting to see the two live rooms jumping sideways. Chen Ze did not open the title and so on. Is a 52 level number, but the two live room inside the various title Big Brother and 70 or 80 level number is very much. There will be no one will notice him, so he white whoring heart is satisfied. Really make yourself happy. The number of $100,000 is not impossible to brush, just as a pastime. When he first recharged $200,000, he swiped $100,000 for Decima, and now he still has $100,000 left. Chen Ze's current mentality is probably the mentality of some of the gods' heroes inside the live broadcast room. The live broadcast industry is developing too fast, coupled with the rich people in the minority. Each live room inside the Anchor Brush Gift Tycoon is quite a lot, which proves that the Gold Master is the real existence. But really take all those who brush money on the platform as God's hero is SB, especially this time period of the annual festival. Although the live broadcast circle is not big, the water is still very deep. Only a few of those who ranked on the number of God's hero is a serious rich people. The vast majority of the platform or guild brush, and then the anchor to find their own brush, as with the monkey family's black powder head. But no matter how to say, suffer the loss is always some C on the head of the ordinary people who brush money. After all, live circle inside is not often circulated a sentence. Big Brother's money as a number of return. The Water Friends money 370 split account. Reasoning everyone understands, but cannot hold the anchor shouted a family people rushed out to brush out. Chen Ze face this kind of thing is to see a hilarious. These are the things you love and I would like, who have nothing to do with this thing Looking at the brush out of the real fire fans, Chen Ze cannot help but wonder, this thing can really be on the head? It's really worthy of being a family member. Alang's side of the Blackfish brushed 10 rounds of super fire one after another. Timo's side of a called could directly brush 20, playing that called a hot mess. Chen Ze, a melon eater, was enjoying himself. This thing must be to see other people brush to be interesting Just when there was still a minute left on the clock, the score on Alang's side skyrocketed once again, and Chen Ze quickly saw the reminder of those 50 rounds of ultra fire. However, that gram on Timo's side didn't continue to keep up. It was obvious that he ran out of money, or rather, he ran out of shark fins. Seeing that the PK was about to end and this Chief Keck still hadn't shown up, the Water Friends in the live broadcast room couldn't take it anymore. Mr. Ku, him can it work? Mr. Ku, you're not going to brush and pull, are you? Seeing this scene, Timo hurriedly opened his mouth and said, everyone don't bring the rhythm. Mr. Ku can support me is very good. Everyone don't say so. PK, there are losses and wins. Don't have to pay too much attention to it. Chapter 71 PK. But Timo's words not only didn't stop the Water Friends from leading a rhythm, but instead it became even more chaotic. The comment area is clear as spraying this gram total. See, Chen Ze has been laughing. When the Big Brother is this behavior, when everything is good to say, lose the Water Friends certainly spray. This is human nature, cannot be changed. PK's time quickly passed, before the anchors on both sides could speak. A large number of fans with Alang's sign all rushed in. 72 level Earl number? Chief Graham? Funny. 72 grade Earl's number? Mr. K? Funny. These guys didn't say anything after they came. They just swiped the screen and watched as Chen Ze laughed out loud. How were they able to say such words so proudly? No matter how trashy this Chief Graham is, he's still better than these waterbenders, right? Just watch the fun and get on with it. You have to follow others to brush the screen. How old are you? How old are you? Only a child would do such a thing, right? Chen Ze really can't understand these people. Timo is also an old anchor. Know that these people are to bring the rhythm. Their own fans bring the rhythm of no way. Can only discuss it. After all, she is relying on these fans up. But the other side of the fans to bring the rhythm cannot. After all, Grams is always the Big Brother of her live room. To her brush millions, cannot afford their own fans, cannot afford to mess with other people's fans. Well, Timo directly opened his mouth and said, room managers to watch a little. With the rhythm of the direct ban kicked out, secretly observing the super management face revealed a smile. This is why they want two people to play PK reason. No contradiction. Big Brothers how can brush money? As long as the two fought, they weren't afraid that the rest of the godly Big Brothers and such wouldn't join in. Just as the house manager was frantically banning and kicking people, Lang sent a continuous reminder. It just so happened that Timo also wanted to know what was going on and directly connected to the connecting mic. As soon as he connected, Lang came out and said, Timo, I'm sorry, those fans of mine are just joking. Don't pay too much attention to it. I've apologized to you on their behalf. Lang couldn't help it. This wave of rhythm was brought up by Blackfish in her live room. After winning the fight, Blackfish directly mocked this general in the live room. It wasn't his fault. After all, PK won the fight, which was something with a long face, especially at this point in time of the annual ceremony. but he didn't expect to be brought up to speed today, if it is other small anchor's room even if it is. But Timo now also has a lot of fans. Really be brought up the rhythm. The two people who are not good, but they cannot go to accuse their own big brother, right? As for the water friends and fans in the live room, she can't say anything, just like Timo live with Total Rhythm she is helpless. No anchor stupid to dislike their own fans. There is no way but to come over to explain and apologize. Anyway, apologize and will not lose a piece of meat, so that you can also let your own big brother have a step down. Big brother is not a little cute. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of it, and 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 I was in the middle of it. Smart anchors know to maintain the face of their own big brother. Hearing A Lang's explanation, Timo is nothing. After all, was brought rhythm is not her, and his own big brother who always from losing to now has not said, so she directly said, it's okay, let your water friends do not brush on it. Rather, it was Blackfish who didn't seem to appreciate it, but instead brought up the tempo in Alang's live room again. As for how Chen Ze knew about it, because the other party should have started swiping in Timo's live room. What kind of garbage Gramps? Is it necessary to apologize? Anyone can be called chief now? Chen Ze looked at these pop-ups some speechless, but also happy to watch the fun. Did not say that watching the fun is not too big. Are afraid of the matter is not big. The bigger the matter is the better it looks. Alang see pop-ups people are numb, but do not dare to offend the big brother. Can only say with a bitter smile, fish total. You just say a few words. How about I sing a song for you? When the anchor's also on the surface scenery, a big brother cannot offend. After all, some of the big brothers are known to each other. It is not guaranteed to offend the big brother behind what else? K total right? Do not serve to touch? K total right? I don't want to touch it? Right at this moment, Timo's live broadcast room was screened again. Chen Ze laughed out again when he saw this. This scene was really getting more and more interesting. No wonder so many people like to watch live broadcasts. If there was this kind of hilarity to watch every day, he could watch it all the time. Timo, continue the continuous PK with Alang. Right at this moment, Mr. Ku, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared and typed. The room manager's pop-up was very conspicuous, and Timo saw Chief Ku's words at a glance, and hurriedly said to Alang, Alang, since your General Fish wants to play PK, our Chief Ku has agreed to do so let's reconnect. Okay. Hearing Timo's words, Alang froze for a moment, then quickly reacted and agreed. Not agreeing was a little cute. The more the big brothers swiped, the more they earned. Even if the big brothers backed out later they could still get some fame. This thing was a blood moneymaker. 666. It's going to be a fight. Bull batch. Chief Graham's bull batch. Just got here. What's going on? Who is going to fight with whom? Hurry up and call out to see what's going on. Timo and Alang quickly reconnected after they disconnected. This time, it was PK. The two sides fought just after the link started. The user Gramps presented anchor Timo with a super rocket ×1. Come to the live broadcast room to grab the treasure box. The user Gram total gift anchor Timo super rocket ×1. Quickly come to the live broadcast room to grab the treasure chest. It. Super rockets instantly flew all over the screen, and they didn't stop until they had swiped 50. Thank you Mr. Ku for the super rocket support. Thank you me Mr. Ku. Timo directly shouted out loud when he saw this scene. The super rockets on Alang's side were likewise flying all over the sky. The PK score between the two sides had been very scorching, basically unable to distinguish between winners and losers. Either this side had a little more or that side had a little more. No wonder some people couldn't help but brush money for the anchors. Even Chen Ze couldn't help but want to get involved when he saw this scene. It was really quite fun. Asterisk. Chief Ku is bullish. I'm from the next platform. I heard that there are big brothers fighting here. It's so cool to watch. Overjoyed. This super rocket brush is getting more and more enjoyable. Even the people from the next door platform have come over. Pass me. Oh, sorry for the crosstalk. Time passed quickly, and the super rockets on both sides never stopped. The number of people grabbing the treasure chest inside the live broadcast room also increased, and the heat quickly reached 20 million. Timo and Alang were hypocritically shouting don't brush it, but the expressions on their faces betrayed them, as they both could barely hold back their laughter. Chapter 72 The Great Horse Monkey. The more the big brothers swipe, the more they earn. Even if the big brothers back out later, it doesn't matter. Just this heat. Win hemp. As time passed, the battle between Mr. Ku and Mr. Fish finally came to an end. But Mr. Ku was very well prepared this time. At the last moment, there was another Zhang Jiwei named Tianxia who leaped out. 50 super rockets rose up in the air. Can't say crush it. Won the opposite side of the total fish by a small advantage. This time, the comments section directly fell. Chen Ze did not hesitate and directly clicked into Alang's live room. Although he felt that those fans were childish for swiping the screen, it was still quite interesting to see Big Brother being disliked. Sure enough, not long after Chen Ze clicked into Alang's live room, the aquatic friends with mushroom fan tags began to brush their screens. 79 level Duke Fish Chief? Just this? 79 level Duke Fish Chief? This is it? The speed of the screen swipes was just too fast, and Chen Ze couldn't see any other speeches at all. However, he still saw that General Fish's pop-up screen. 2 people beating up one of me is interesting? Wait, I'll go call someone. Seeing this scene, the water users in the live broadcast room started to swipe the screen again, swiping that sentence of General Fish. Chen Ze shook his head and didn't know if this was going to the top or if he really intended to help Alang fight for the year. For this year's annual ranking, Chen Ze was not clear. He also knew that Big Horse Monkey won the championship, and really did not understand the rest, but he knew very well that every year, Doyu's annual ceremony would be a hot mess. All the major guilds and anchors were desperately swiping money and competing for the rankings, but this stuff had nothing to do with him. He came to Doyu just to watch the fun, and the only thing that could really make him pay a little attention was Jitterbug. After staying in the 2 live rooms for a while, the Fish Chief never showed up after he said he was going to look for someone, so Chen Ze wasn't in the mood to continue to stay. The 2 anchors have been thanking the Big Brother. Looking boring. Exit the live room, directly into the Big Monkey's live room. This went in. The Big Horse Monkey has not played the game. He even in the continuous microphone. However, there is no PK. It is also normal. The entire fighting fish should not be able to beat him. Die-hard fans too much, and Black Powderhead is to support him. The Big Horse Monkey, not to mention PK, is simply check the room can be checked by the room anchor Happy Death. That popularity is really hanging. At the moment, Big Horse Monkey is on the mic with Guide Wang. Chen Ze has seen this Wang guide before. Of course, not in person, but in Jiayin. At first, Mr. John was also with the Wang guy to connect the microphone. Wang guide to dance so that Mr. John cannot help but let other people for him to brush the super rocket, to see the rise, and even his own personal on the field twisted a section of the dance. Is that the dance? The actual dance is not a good idea. The last teacher sent Mr. Wang 4 words, the heart of the people. At the moment, the monkey is chatting with Mr. Wang. That is the meaning of the words. You can put on 100 million hearts. You will not be blocked. Yes, if you are blocked, I will immediately call the CEO of the Fighting Fish. I see who dare. Which super management if dare to block you. Tomorrow he immediately, tonight night, that night he directly this roll away. The words of the Big Horse Monkey made the opposite side of the wine guide happy. Really can't help it. The monkey is too pretentious. Since the Fighting Fish CEO Chen Ze sent the wrong New Year's Day text message to the Big Horse Monkey, he floated, often flirting with Chen Ze, self-appointed as the other side of the second grandfather. Funny as hell. The opposite side of the Wang guide was also very submissive to listen to the words of the Big Horse Monkey, and immediately began to give the water friends of the 2 live rooms a hot dance. That guy, really tempting. Even Chen Ze had to admit that instructor Wang still had some skills, but not even halfway through Wang guide's dance, the live room was instantly blacked out and blocked. Everyone. When Big Horse Monkey saw this scene, he directly laughed out loud, then said, "Set him monkey, really NM sealed I haven't finished reading it yet. Brothers, it's not my business why don't we withdraw?" The comments at the bottom were even more lively. You're not Chen Ze's second grandfather? Call. Which one of these superpipes sealed the deal? You don't know the reputation of our second master? He's a monkey. Which chow bar supervisor blocked it? Damn. I'm not done yet. Rubbish. I'm done. Tide bar. Hurry up and tell the supervisor. We want to keep watching. Big Horse Monkey also laughed when he saw these pop-ups, but turned around and connected to another female anchor, Chen Ze. He hadn't been this speechless in a long time. This monkey was really unloading. This time, the monkey connected to Nan Mei Air, and something that made Chen Ze even more speechless happened. The Big Horse Monkey even shamelessly again with the same rhetoric began to tempt up the South Meyer dance. Nan Meyer was mesmerized by the sky-high riches and immediately went to change her clothes with the intention of dancing for Big Horse Monkey. The water friends in the live broadcast room frantically swiped their screens. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Tide bar is shameless. Set him monkey. I'm convinced. Don't be. Just say you guys love to see it or not. Love it. I'm not even close. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Buddy, how long has it been? You're still not good? Good my ass. What a big grudge. It's still 3 seconds of true manhood that's cool. Nan Meyer soon appeared in the middle of the live broadcast again, dressed in hot clothes. She started dancing again after saying a few words to the big pony monkey, seducing the monkey so much that he couldn't even blink, but not yet jumped for a while. Nan Meyer's live room also black screen, into the rectification in the middle. Seeing this scene, All the water friends blew up again. Super tube your ass. Can you wait before blocking? Convinced. Said he monkey. There is no end. Cannot wait ah. The big horse monkey is not the slightest bit panicked. Followed by a link to the wine guide. This Tide bar coaxed the wine guide in a daze. Of course, it is possible that the wine guide coaxed the monkey. After all, this splash of riches who do not want it. Soon, wine guide began her hot dance again, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were trolled with their mouths turned up. This time, wine guidance dance is very smooth. The super tube gave this fighting fish bully a face. Did not seal. Until the end of the dance the super tubes didn't show up, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were discussing hot and heavy. Comfortable. This feeling, so cool, it's still regal. That's the flavor. Tide bar oxen. Chen Ze's face was also full of smiles as he watched, not because of Wang's instructional dance, but because of the monkey's quirky words and expressions. Face slanted, mouth crooked, stretched out his finger to the screen very proudly said, MD, super tube dare not give me face, get you a Tide bar. As soon as he was happy, Chen Ze directly swiped all of his remaining shark fins. 50 rounds of super rockets took off into the air, and Big Horse Monkey hastily expressed his gratitude. Chapter 73, Licking. Thank you brother Ah for the 50 super rockets. Thank you. After thanking him, Big Horse Monkey immediately said, which other anchor woman does brother Ah want to see dance? I'll go and link up if you say so, and make sure to fulfill Big Brother's request. This dog-licking face of his made the crowd of water friends laugh. However, the water friends were curious about this account of Chen Ze's. There was no knighthood whatsoever, and the level wasn't high, so who wouldn't be surprised to see 100,000 swiped out all at once? Chen Ze didn't care about Big Horse Monkey's words, and directly typed, just go live as normal. I'll just swipe randomly. Don't worry about it. His pop-up was very conspicuous, and Big Horse Monkey saw it at a glance. Ah brother's atmosphere. 50 rounds of ultra fire casually brushing. Bullseye. But ah brother this number is a new number. Right. According to your brushing method, it should have just been registered not long ago ah. The Big Horse Monkey chatted again. This time, without waiting for Chen Ze to speak, someone reminded him, only to see a screen full of pop-ups all brushing one sentence. Big Horse Monkey, hurry up and lick this ah brother. This is a real big brother. On the same level as the principal. Even more bullish. Big Horse Monkey, hurry up and lick this ah brother. This is a real big brother. On the same level as the principal. Even more bullish. Big Horse Monkey saw this scene, hastily shouted, asterisk. Really? Hurry up and lick. Don't believe you to ask PDD. They played 2 days ago to come. That's it. What do you care? 50 rounds of super fire said brush. Hurry up and lick. The Big Horse Monkey still understands the live broadcast. Directly said, ah brother, you are really fierce ah, really much gold, handsome, that is to say, the way you brush the super fire is really charismatic. Chen Ze listened to this familiar tone, almost did not laugh to hold his breath. This is not he licked the words of that richest Wang Dishao. Remember when there was a short video circulating on Shake Tone? Someone posing as the principal of the school to brush gifts to the Big Horse Monkey. The Big Horse Monkey that is a lick ah. Of course, the live effect may be a little more. After all, the principal is not possible to use that photo as an avatar. After the monkey licked the people ran away. Angry, he was very complaining for a while. This time, when he saw a water user say that Chen Ze was on the same level as the principal, he started his tart maneuver again. Only the water friends didn't buy it. Set you monkey, your licking is too raw. Monkey, can you lick? You a Tide bar. Give you the opportunity you do not use ah. Why don't you hurry up and hug your leg when a real big brother comes to the live broadcasting room? All in all, you're a Tide bar. Seeing these pop-ups, Big Horse Monkey hammed and hawed and said, you guys think that our brother is like you guys. He's not that kind of shallow. Chen Ze only wanted to laugh when he heard this. It wasn't often that a Big Horse Monkey looked like this. However, this performance of the monkey reminded him of something else, the talent that toyed with all the game anchors. HAC boring brush. 3 days of ho-hum brushes of $14 million. Only to cool off a bit quickly. Not even a few days before going in. All the money swiped out was recovered by Douyu. And Big Horse Monkey and that loaded anchor became everyone's talking point. The main thing is that the Big Horse Monkey in the beginning to take the boring account has been brushing. Mouth said pay attention to eat. But the action under the hands is not slow. Especially interesting. As for that loading anchor, Boredom placed hundreds of thousands of computer orders from him. And this dude just got it done. And Boredom's business was exposed. Some water friends teased him about eating chicken legs yesterday and steamed buns today. That thing should be coming soon as well. And Chen Ze would be able to watch for fun then. Ah brother, add a friend. I'm chatting with you privately. Just as Chen Ze was caught up in his memories, the large horse monkey suddenly opened his mouth. Chen Ze did not hesitate. This monkey was still very funny on weekdays. Adding a friend was nothing. Only Chen Ze looked at the 99 plus private messages and fell into contemplation again. There were so many people who sent him private messages? Fortunately, the monkey's private message is very conspicuous. Do not have to look for. Clicked in and then added him. Chen Ze directly said, "You continue to live broadcast? I'll just come and play casually." Okay. Ah brother, you're busy. The big horse monkey then started his live broadcast again, continuing to connect to other female anchors. Chen Ze watched for a while and then got off, during which there was also a female anchor called Mina who danced seductively, while the others were not so good. Looking at the lively live room, Chen Ze felt tasteless. He didn't say hello and directly slipped away. After seeing Chen Ze disappear from the VIP list, Big Horse Monkey immediately discussed Chen Ze with his water friends. Ah brother is gone. I'm telling you guys, we're really going to be rich. This is a real big brother. Hearing the words of the Big Horse Monkey, the water friends also discussed it. Nonsense. At that time, I went to Big Sigma's live room to grab the treasure chest and saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too. The principal actually went soft on him. It's weird if it's not bullish. Truly godly ho. I just don't know what this brother's identity is. I know his name is Chen Ze. The principal himself shouted it. Just don't know which family's male son he is. The ability of netizens to pickpocket people was well known. And just as the other water users were chatting, someone started to swipe the screen. Asterisk. You guys go search for the founder of Shangyao Group. Aborted. I can't believe I forgot about Shangyao Group. That's right. The founder of Shangyao Group's surname is Chen. Monkey, seize this opportunity. You're going to heaven. Big Horse Monkey had actually known Chen Ze's identity for a long time. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that kind of thing inside the live broadcast room. After knowing that PDD knew Chen Ze, he immediately sent him a Weibo message to ask about it. And PDD didn't hide it. After all, Chen Ze had all swiped gifts for Big Horse Monkey. Only the Big Horse Monkey cannot directly say Chen Ze's identity. In case the big brother is not happy, will be ruined. In the face of these pop-ups, he just treated it as if he didn't see it, and directly played the landlord, which attracted the attention of many water users. And the pop-ups inside the discussion of Chen Ze is much less. The next day early in the morning Chen Ze came to Tianyao capital here. Coming to the office, Chen Ze saw the camera on the roof at a glance. How to put it? Basically the entire roof of the office was almost filled with cameras. Every employee's position had a camera staring at them. Even Wei Ming and Gui Jie's positions were equally unexceptional. Chen Ze looked at the two who were walking towards him and asked out loud, "What are you guys?" Wei Ming and Gui Jie glanced at each other before Gui Jie spoke. "Young Chen, this is something that we financial investment officers must do. In addition to making sure that every transaction does not go wrong, our operational processes must also be within the scope of monitoring." Chen Ze nodded. He didn't actually have this requirement, but having a camera wouldn't do him any harm. "Young Chen, you can just download a software on your cell phone so that you can monitor all the employees' operations in real time." Wei Ming suddenly spoke. "I know." Chen Ze didn't refuse. Although it couldn't be used, there was no need to talk about it. "Alright then, you guys get busy. I won't be coming over in the next few days if I have something to do." Understood Xiao Chen. The two nodded. Chen Ze turned around and left the office. Chapter 74, Pickup. October 18th. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane will land at Kyoto Daxing International Airport soon. For your safety and the safety of others, please do not stand up or open the luggage racks. When the plane comes to a complete stop, please unbuckle your seatbelt and organize your personal belongings before. With a voice announcement, it represented Chen Ze's arrival in Kyoto. Bike Jump's financing was about to start, plus the other party was going to organize a dinner party in advance. Chen Ze could only come over 2 days earlier. With a slight bump, the airplane smoothed out. At this moment, the temperature in the capital had already lowered. After the cabin door opened, a cold wind came. Chen Ze tightened his clothes. Under the flight attendant's slight bow, Chen Ze walked off the airplane. Just when Chen Ze was planning to take out his cell phone to call the phone number left by his dad, several middle-aged men in suits walked over with several airport service personnel. After the leading man got a good look at Chen Ze's face, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Hello Mr. Chen. I'm the person in charge of Southern Airlines Daxing Airport." The group leader repeatedly explained that he asked me to greet you for him. Chen Ze was slightly confused, but quickly reacted. This time he was traveling as the heir of Shangyao Group. Some special treatment was normal. He then nodded at the middle-aged man. After receiving Chen Ze's response, the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Mr. Chen, the ferry has been prepared. Your side please. Thanks a lot." After saying that, Chen Ze followed a few people and walked over together. The few first-class passengers behind them saw the scene and speculated about Chen Ze's identity. They were also regular customers of the major airlines, but they had not seen this kind of scene a few times, especially when the one being received was a young man. Chen Ze couldn't see the expressions of the people behind him. He wasn't interested either. He got on the ferry and drove out directly towards the outside. After a few minutes, Chen Ze was led by a few people down to the VIP channel. Looking at the crowds outside, Chen Ze felt the prosperity of Kyoto. After excusing the middle-aged man's request to arrange a bodyguard for him, Chen Ze walked out towards the front. When he was halfway there, Chen Ze saw a large group of girls holding up a variety of support signs with the names of many celebrities on them. Chen Ze did recognize a few of them. For this kind of thing, before he would have thought, why would a star have so many brainwashed fans? Why do these brainwashed fans have so much time? Then after some video explanations it became clear to him. There are indeed a lot of celebrity fans, but not many of them can come to pick up the plane, and few young men and women who enter the society are stargazers. He or she just likes to watch movies or TV dramas. The majority of the real stargazers are students and the like, and they basically don't have much time to come to pick up the plane, unless it's a holiday. Most of the people holding signs are hired, and some of them are just proxy photographers or something like that, earning money. Not shabby. The real fans only accounted for a little bit, in which the brainwashed fans are even fewer and far between. Most of the brain-damaged fans are on the internet to make some remarks, just really can come to the offline, really not much. Of course, it would be another story if the stars they were fans of held any concerts. As Chen Ze stepped forward, he also saw the people who came to pick him up, a few middle-aged men and two youths. One of the youths was Principal Wang, and the other he didn't recognize, but he knew a rough idea. A few middle-aged took the lead and walked over. The leading one extended his hand right at Chen Ze and said, "Hello Mr. Little Chen. I am Chen Jun from the investment department of Xianyao Group." Chen Ze extended his hand and shook Chen Jun's hand. This person he knew. Chen Mingqian's #1 general under his hand, in charge of the entire investment department of Xianyao Group. "Uncle Chen is flattering the kid. Just call me Xiao Ze. It's really a big deal for you to come and pick up the airplane." Chen Ze replied with a smile. "Ha ha. How to say you are also the heir of the company, isn't it? How can I not come to pick you up?" Seeing Chen Ze being so polite, Chen Jun was very happy. "Uncle Chen, then I'll go say hello to them." Chen Ze pointed at the principal and the youth and said, "Aha, okay." Chen Jun nodded. He knew the identity of the principal. The other young one he did not recognize, but from the aura, it was not a simple person. Chen Ze walked in front of the two, and gave Principal Wang a blow to the chest, smiling. "I just said that casually. And you really came to pick up the plane. The face given is not small. Our Chen Xiao personally came to the capital. How can I not come to pick up the airplane?" Principal Wang flirted. After greeting him, Chen Ze looked at another youth. This youth he didn't recognize, but he could guess what the other party's identity was. Before he came, his grandfather had instructed him to visit an old man. The old man's identity surprised Chen Ze to no end. This young man should be the old man's grandson, the top 3 generations in the country. Under the 4 eyes, the young man spoke. "Hello, my name is Li Chao." As expected, this surname was the same surname as the old man he was going to visit, Chen Ze. The principal couldn't help but show an envious look when he saw this scene. He was very clear about Li Chao's identity, but it was precisely because of this clarity that he could understand how much the other party valued Chen Ze by personally coming to pick him up. This kind of treatment could probably only be enjoyed by his father personally coming over. However, once he thought of Chen Ze's grandfather's identity, he was also relieved. There was still some difference between the second generation of rich people. After saying hello, all of them left the airport together. Sitting in Li Chao's car, the principal exuded a look of envy. This expression looked at Chen Ze a face of confusion. Is not a bulletproof car? What is there to envy? Bulletproof, this thing in the country is really no role. Is to appear to be a little more high style just? Looking at Chen Ze's curious gaze, the principal opened his mouth. Is it curious why I envy this car? Chen Ze directly nodded his head. He was really curious. With the identity of the principal, what car could not be gotten? The country did not go abroad to customize it. I don't care about bulletproof cars, but this car is RPG proof, the principal said with a great sigh. Chen Ze? Looking at Chen Ze, who was still at a loss, the principal explained once again. I don't think you've ever been abroad, right? Chen Ze nodded. The principal said again. After going abroad, this thing is a second life. It's useful. Chen Ze understood. He had just thought about the country. In the country, the role of bulletproof or RPG proof is the same, because these two things in the country cannot appear at all. But foreign countries are different. Foreign countries are very chaotic, but not to the point where RPGs are flying all over the sky. With this car, basically there is no problem with the safety and security. No wonder the principal wants this kind of car. At Chapter 75, The Dinner Party. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel was very busy this evening. From time to time, there would be a few luxury cars parked downstairs in the hotel, and then a certain top bigwig would walk into the hotel surrounded by bodyguards. Some of the people who were staying inside the hotel were dumbfounded. There were too many people who looked familiar to them. Each one of them was a business bigwig that they couldn't even see on a normal day. At this moment, a sound of tires rubbing again attracted the attention of many people. 5 pure black luxury cars appeared in front of the hotel. 4 of them are Rolls-Royce Phantom, but the most eye-catching or the center is a red flag. Using ones but to think, one would know what kind of bigwigs were sitting inside the red flag surrounded by the 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Before the crowd reacted, 8 burly men in black suits came down from the front and rear Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Several men slowly opened the doors of the 3 cars, and Chen Ze, the principal and Li Chao came out from the cars. Chen Ze greeted a few people and led the way towards the interior of the hotel. Seeing this situation, the hotel service staff rushed to welcome him, but he didn't get close because there were too many bodyguards, and respectfully asked, "Welcome to the Ritz-Carlton Kyoto. May I ask if you're here for the dinner party?" Without waiting for Chen Ze to speak, a young man beside him immediately handed over the invitations in his hand. 3 of them. Seeing the invitations, the waiter bent down to take them, and immediately said respectfully after reading them, "The reception is located in the executive lounge on the 16th floor. The elevator entrance is equipped with an exclusive usher, and you can see it by turning right when you go in the hotel. Thank you for coming to the Ritz-Carlton." Several people stepped in. A few minutes later, the hotel service personnel led down to the 16th floor of the executive lounge. At this time, the executive lounge was swarming with people, and everyone was dressed extremely formally, but there were not many young ones who could accept the invitation and come over. So when Chen Ze walked in with the 3 young men, he attracted quite a lot of people's attention. After entering the door, Chen Ze also specially scanned a glance. Regrettably, did not see his familiar business bigwigs. However, thinking about it is also right. This kind of investment matters are all done by the people under the bigwigs, and today is still just a dinner party. That is, bite jump let the major capitals familiarize themselves with it in advance, and then really go to the negotiation, which can be interpreted as a first courtesy and then a soldier. Mr. Chen. A few people hadn't even taken 2 steps down the road when people started to greet Chen Ze. Seeing this scene, the principal and Li Chao said a few words to Chen Ze and left. They had come over today for a mission as well. Chen Ze also waited for the 2 to leave before leading Chen Ze over. "Mr. Zhou, Mr. Wang, long time no see." Chen Ze responded to the 2 with a smile. "Long time no see. If it wasn't for this dinner of bites, we really wouldn't be able to meet you. Mr. Chen, a busy man." The chubby middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Compared to Mr. Zhou, I'm still a bit behind." Chen Ze also said with a smile. "And this one is?" Another middle-aged man looked towards Chen Ze and asked out loud. "This is our general manager Chen's son. I just came over to bring him to familiarize himself with the situation." Chen Ze explained. "Hello little general manager Chen." Hearing this, the 2 were surprised for a moment before hastily extending their hands and opening their mouths to politely say, "The 2 of you are polite. Just call me Chen Ze." Chen Ze extended his hand and shook it and said softly. Chen Ze briefly chatted with the 2 again before leaving with Chen Ze. Chen Ze could tell from here that Chen Ze didn't pay much attention to these 2 people. Otherwise he would have definitely introduced these 2 people to himself. He followed Chen Ze to the front, and only stopped when he reached a small group in the center of the executive lounge. There were not many people in the small group. All of them were middle-aged men in suits. Tall, short, fat and thin. But no matter what their stature was, their temperament was very different. All of them exuding an elite atmosphere. No matter what the occasion was, they were the ones who were sought after. The small circle that had been laughing from time to time all stood up after seeing Chen Ze. Chen Ze's status was not lower than theirs, even a bit higher, and the volume of Shangyao group made Chen Ze the top in this circle as well, so there was no way for them not to pay attention to him. "General Manager Chen is here. General Manager Chen, you're late. Mr. Chen, how much does your Shangyao investment intend to invest this time?" The crowd opened their mouths and laughed as they stood up, but most of their gazes were focused on Chen Ze. Being stared at by such a group of people, Chen Ze did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Wearing a smile and calm, the huge volume of Shangyao group allowed him to have enough confidence to deal with this group of people. Not to mention that Chen Ze did not even know what they were called. If it was a big shot like Ma Yun, Ma Huatang, or Lei Jun, he might have shown his cowardice. But this group of people was still close. Sorry, there was a bit of a delay. Let me introduce you all. This is our Mr. Chen's son Chen Ze. This time Chen Ze said his name out loud. "Hello, little General Manager Chen. Hello, little General Manager Chen." Hearing Chen Ze's words, the crowd opened their mouths. All of them were a group of people who knew what Chen Ze meant. This was Chen Mingxian's intention to let Chen Ze start meddling in Shangyao Group's affairs in the future. And this bike jump financing was considered Chen Ze's first appearance. So of course the crowd had to give this face. Chen Ze also nodded his head one by one, and then extended his hand to shake with the other party. Xian Jun then introduced the identity of the crowd to Chen Ze. Sequoia Capital's domestic head Shen Peng, Pan-Atlantic Peng Jia, SoftBank Vision Funds Antai, Yunfeng Funds Yufeng, and so on. All of them were the top executives of the Haida Investment Company. Mr. Chen, how many shares are you Shengyao Investment planning to take? Yunfeng Funds Yufeng suddenly smiled and spoke. I'm not sure. This time around, our little Mr. Chen will make the call. Chen Jun replied with a smile. Hearing Chen Jun's words, all eyes looked at Chen Ze again. Chen Ze? Chen Ningqian didn't say anything about this. He thought he was just going through the motions this time around. After all, Chen Ningqian had sent Chen Jun over. But what was the situation now? Chen Ningqian is punking himself again? Did not say anything and then engage in a surprise attack? This is not Pit father. Oh, no, is Pit son? Although Chen Ze thought a lot, but did not show the slightest expression on his face, directly said, that is naturally how much can take how much. I am still very optimistic about bike jumping. Hearing this, a few old foxes did not change their faces. Only Yufeng smiled and said, little Mr. Chen is determined to win this time. Afterward, he swept around the crowd and said, it seems that our investment this time is going to have one more formidable enemy. For this kind of hypocritical words Chen Ze didn't say anything. Even if he wasn't allowed to take the lead, Chen Jun would still eat a piece of meat. Yufeng's words were purely to brag about him. Chapter 76 Excessive. Chen Ze accepted the bragging with peace of mind. Bike jumping's financing this time he was really aiming for it. The follow-up potential of Jitterbug was just too great. Not to mention, the identity of the shareholder alone was something Chen Ze couldn't give up. In the future, Tianyao Media's MCN organization was intended to develop in Jitterbug. And with this shareholder status, some things would be easy to do. Afterwards, they chatted for a while. Chen Ze felt that it was not interesting and wanted to leave. Staying with this group of old foxes was really boring. Probably seeing Chen Ze's thoughts, Chen Jun directly picked up his wine glass and said to the crowd, no more chatting if there are more words. I came here this time to bring our little Mr. Chen to get to know all of you. There are still quite a lot of good projects at this reception. I'm going to go around with our little Mr. Chen now. Mr. Chen is polite. I'm going to say it even if you don't. Let's all go for a spin too, in case we see any projects. Sequoia Capital's Shen Peng similarly raised his glass and said, good. Their position was the center of the dinner party, and with 10 or so people raising their glasses together, the scene instantly attracted a large number of eyes. Only because of their status, all of them only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to approach. After drinking the wine, everyone dispersed and went to look for suitable investment projects. Chen Ze looked at Chen Jun and asked, Uncle Chen, my dad really gave this matter to me? Chen Jun nodded and said, originally, I was the one to take the lead in this matter. After all, the development of bike jump is in everyone's eyes. No one is going to give up on this opportunity. But a few days ago, Mr. Chen gave me another call and said that this matter will be led by you in full authority, and that I just need to cooperate, and that no matter how many of them you want to eat up, there will be no problem for Shangyao Group here. Chen Ze nodded. He remembered something. The gap between domestic capital and foreign capital was huge. There were some levels that you couldn't get away from if you wanted to develop in the country. There was a joke on the internet that if there were 100 copies of the immortality drug in the country, then Ma Yun, Ma Huatang and the others didn't even have the strength to smell the flavor, whereas if the two were in a capital country, they would even be able to get a share of it, which shows that the status of domestic capital is actually very embarrassing. And this time he came to Beijing or more than just Chen Ningqian wanted him to come. There is also the old man's meaning. Plus Li Chao came over to pick up the plane. Although the other party did not say anything, but he knew that some things have already begun to plan. Chen Ze thought a lot, but finally nodded and said, I know, Uncle Chen, you go and get busy. I'll just wander around here. Okay. Chen Jun nodded and left directly. Looking at Chen Juan's back as he left, Chen Ze fell into deep thought again. In another part of the executive lounge, a group of people looked towards the very center with eyes full of envy. If Chen Ze was able to pay attention, then he would be able to see many familiar faces. Of course, it wasn't any capitalist bigwigs, but rather some people who had a name in the entertainment industry. But even this group of people who were known as big directors and big stars could only be relegated to accompanying at the dinner party. But even so, they have also entrusted countless relations to get an invitation. There is no other way, just to show their strength. Everyone in the country knows that the entertainment industry is the lowest level of the chain of contempt. If anyone can participate in this level of dinner, it is like a layer of gold plated to the face. Which one of you knows that young man? A flirtatious and charming actress in her 30s pointed at Chen Ze and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Sister Chang, don't even think about it. The young man who can get together there is not someone we can get on. Chicken opened his mouth to strike down. The woman named Sister Chang is Huai's popular actress Cheng Yi, fabricated. Today wearing a revealing halter dress, majestic peaks without squeezing to reveal the bottomless gully. Looking at a few middle-aged men cannot help but the knot in the throat rolling. Hearing Chicken's words, Cheng Yi was still a little reluctant to give up. Her reputation was already not strong, and now she was being sidelined by some new up-and-coming juniors, which made her now impatient to find a big leg to hold. The reason why she paid the price to get a dinner invitation was because she wanted to pick a target from here, and every one of these bigwigs located inside the executive lounge could satisfy her requirements. Only there were young ones who liked the old ones. At this moment, Chen Kai interrupted her thoughts. Just now he followed the principal over. I went to inquire. This young man is called Chen Ze, the heir of the Shang Yao group. It would be strange for him to be able to take a liking to you with his status. Brother Chen Kai's words were very nonchalant, but no one bothered to refute them. Aside from his own status, the reality was the same. But not only did his words not make Cheng Yi give up, she even looked at Chen Ze with an even hotter gaze. Shang Yao group she knew too well. Shang Yao Media Company was even the ceiling of the domestic media companies. If she could hold on to this thigh, what resources would she not have? She didn't think about being Chen Ze's girlfriend. Even if she got a shot, that would be a big profit. I don't care. I'll hold this thigh. Even if he can't see me, it doesn't matter. I'll make amends and apologize. After saying her words, Cheng Yi took a step towards Chen Ze. Brother Chen Kai saw the scene and directly elbowed the middle-aged next to him. Tiger, don't you care? The one named Tiger was Huai's leading director Guan Hu. No need. I also want to get to know this little Mr. Chen. You also know that I have a movie that has been in the works, and now the money is a bit insufficient. Let's see if we can pull an investment from this little Mr. Chen here. Guan Hu smiled and opened his mouth. After saying that, he didn't wait for the crowd to react and directly walked towards Chen Ze. Chen Kai brother is not surprised. In their minds, young people are always better than those old foxes to fool some. Can pull the investment is best. Cannot pull it does not matter. No, Chen Ze, the second generation of blood, earn no loss. Hello, Mr. Chen. Just as Chen Ze lowered his head to think about things, a voice full of seduction came from his ears. Somewhat curiously, he raised his head. Someone here knew him? Into the eyes was an unrecognizable woman, wearing a hot dress. The two full breasts were even more attractive to the eyes. Cheng Yi saw Chen Ze's gaze gathered on her chest, and even more proudly straightened up, so that Chen Ze could more intuitively feel her advantage. You recognize me? Chen Ze was a bit curious. This was the first time he appeared in such an occasion. I happened to hear about Mr. Chen's identity, so I didn't rush over to say hello to you. Cheng Yi's voice was dainty, and her body was involuntarily bent down. Chen Ze, this is too much so many people, this is also too tight Chen Ze does not want to say anything to her. No other, the status gap is too big. Chat with her some two down. Chapter 77 800. Just as Chen Ze was planning to leave, a silhouette walked over. Hello Mr. Little Chen. I'm the director of Huai, Guan Hu. The bald middle-aged man walked over to greet him. Chen Ze reached out and shook the other party's hand. It was fine to talk to a director of Guan Hu's caliber on this kind of occasion, but it was not okay to guard a woman like Cheng Yi, who was like a porn star. It was too much of a shame. What is Director Guan looking for me for? Chen Ze asked straight to the point. Hearing such blunt words, Guan Hu slightly froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, and quickly said, it's like this. I have a movie being filmed here, and now there is a lack of some funds. I don't know if Mr. Chen is interested? Chen Ze was a bit speechless. He had never invested in a movie or a TV series or anything like that. How did the other party find himself? Chen Ze understood after a little thought. His status was high enough and rich enough, and he was still a young man, plus the volume of Shangyao Film and Media Company. It was not surprising that the other party was looking for him. Movie investment for Chen Ze is no less than picking up money. After all, in the next few years the box office of the big selling movie, even if he has not seen but also heard of. Only he did not have this aspect of the mind before, only thinking of relying on the stock market to help him make money. But the other side, since he found over, he also do not mind cutting a leak of the entertainment industry. Thinking of this, Chen Ze directly asked, what movie? How much investment is still missing? Hearing Chen Ze's response, Guan Hu hurriedly replied, the name of the movie is called 800, the anti-Japanese type, originally planned to invest 400 million, but because of some problems with the movie scenes, now there is probably still a lack of 100 million investment amount. Hearing Guan Hu's words, Chen Ze's gaze suddenly moved. Of course he had heard of this movie. It had been filmed for 10 years, built 68 buildings on its own, experienced 3 withdrawals before and after, and eventually grossed $3,100 million at the box office. However, after deducting all the expenses, the investor's total return was just over $500 million. In other words, if he invested, the return would only be about $100 million. This return was not enough to move him, but this movie could not be let go. Do you have the script with you? Chen Ze asked out loud. Hearing these words, Guanhu's heart was ecstatic. He hadn't made a mistake. He wasn't afraid that Chen Ze would be interested. He was afraid that he wouldn't care. As long as one was interested, then there was a chance. Guanhu hurriedly replied, because it's not appropriate to bring the script for this occasion, so I didn't bring it. But if you're interested, Mr. Chen, you can find a time to call me, and I'll bring the script for you to take a look at. Chen Ze nodded. He actually didn't want to read the script. It was just a gesture. He couldn't just hear the name of the movie and decide to invest in it, right? That was $100 million, not $100. I've been staying at Shangyao Group's hotel for the past few days. Just come over and look for me when you're there. Chen Ze promised. Mr. Chen, I'm also the female lead in this movie. Oh. Seeing that the two had finished chatting, Chang Yi hurriedly said, Chen Ze? Guanhu? Chen Ze was a bit confused. Is there a female lead in this movie of 800? Oh yes, there is really one. Guanhu specially found a foreign chick to show the Western country's flirtation. Guanhu is also a bit confused. He only promised to give Chang Yi a female second when she became the female lead. However, in this kind of occasion, Guanhu naturally would not reveal it. If Chang Yi really can take Chen Ze, give her a female first is not a problem. Sure enough, Chang Yi's next maneuver made Guanhu shut up even more. Stepping on the 8 cm high golden Valentino, Chang Yi very naturally walked to Chen Ze's side. Her red nails directly stroked his arm, gently pulling it up, directly letting Chen Ze feel the softness of her chest. Chen Ze, MD, this is too flirty. Who can stand this? He wouldn't dare to touch this kind of person. In case of a disease it would be ruined. Right at this moment, Zhang Yiming, the president of Byte Jump, suddenly walked out, which made countless bigwigs walk towards each other. And Chen Ze also pulled his arm out at the right time. Although the other party's fullness was very soft, he was really not interested, mainly because he was afraid. After casually saying a few words to dismiss the two, Chen Ze also saw the principal and Li Chao, who were currently sitting on the sofa, not paying the slightest attention to Zhang Yiming's impassioned speech. Chen Ze took a step over and looked at the two men and laughed. You guys are idle enough, which is as idle as our Chen Xiao. I could see just now, that actress was about to jump into your arms. The principal playfully teased. Li Chao sniffed and laughed out. Chen Ze, don't mention it, bad luck. Chen Ze waved his hand, not wanting to talk about this stuff. Although he knew that some female celebrities would do anything to get to the top, but to act so flirtatious in front of so many people, he was also convinced. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chen Ze's words, the two laughed out again. It was indeed very interesting. The heir of Shangyao Group was rendered speechless by a female star. Wasn't this enjoyable? Right. Is there something going on in the next 2 days? The principal suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Nothing. What's wrong? Chen Ze asked curiously. I don't have a League of Legends team. We're going to play a match in a few days in a baseball country. Are you going? The principal explained. Chen Ze fiercely remembered this matter. This tournament IG won the World Championship and was the first in the history of the LPL to win the global finals. His quality could be imagined. Moreover, this matter made all the players playing League of Legends in the country boiled over, with all the major media competing to report on it, and even the central mom personally came down to congratulate them. There is a saying that goes like this. The IG of 18 years has redeemed the entire LPL. For this kind of pomp and circumstance Chen Ze naturally wouldn't let it go, and directly nodded his head and said, Go, how can I not go to your principal Wan's team? Ha ha ha, okay, I'll call you when I go. Hearing Chen Ze promise, the principal smiled happily. Li Chao looked at the two people and shook his head somewhat helplessly. Just now the principal also asked him, but he wasn't interested in this kind of thing, so he didn't agree. He didn't expect Chen Ze to agree to it. No wonder the two people could play together. Chen Ze and the others had just finished speaking, when warm applause came from the very front of the executive lounge. The three of them looked over together. It turned out to be Zhang Yiming who had finished his speech, and the three of them applauded facetiously. It didn't take long for Qian Jun to walk over. Uncle Qian, finished? Chen Ze stood up and asked. Well, I came here just to meet Zhang Yiming, nothing else. Chen Jun nodded his head and explained. Let's go then. Chen Ze didn't want to continue staying here. It was boring. Alright. Qian Jun nodded in agreement. What about you guys? Together or? Chen Ze twisted his head to look at the two. Together, we're done with our business. Chen Ze nodded, and the few people left the executive lounge piece by piece. Chapter 78, The Alliance. 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the second day. At this time, there were two people sitting on the sofa inside the presidential suite on the 26th floor of the Shangyao Hotel. Chen Ze and Li Chao. A pile of documents lay in front of the two. This is Byte Jump's letter of intent for financing. Take a look. Li Chao opened his mouth and said. Chen Ze did not hesitate and directly picked up the information and looked at it for a while. It wasn't until he saw ByteJump's valuation that Chen Ze couldn't help but frown. Valuation of $100 billion? Is ByteJump crazy or am I crazy? Chen Ze couldn't help but open his mouth. He remembered that this financing was $4 billion in exchange for a 5% stake in Byte. According to this valuation, ByteJump is only $80 billion. How did it become $100 billion now? Want money, want crazy? Hearing Chen Ze's words, Li Chao explained. The valuation given by ByteJumping doesn't need to be looked at. Wait until the time of financing bidding, you just need to write the valuation given by yourself. Hearing this, Chen Ze understood. This figure should be nothing more than ByteJump creating a momentum for itself. It was to dissuade some people who were planning to fish in troubled waters. Chen Ze didn't know anything about this kind of large-scale investment, so he could still listen to Li Chao's words. How much do you intend to have Shangyao Group invest? Li Chao opened his mouth and asked. Chen Ze thought for a moment and spoke out. Minimum 1%. Valuation, I can give it a maximum of $80 billion. This time, the other side of ByteJump's equity financing released 5%. There is no way. It's good to get 1%. Hearing this, Li Chao nodded and said, it's more or less what we expected. Chen Ze, we intend to take 3% of Byte's shares at a valuation of $70 billion. If you're willing, you can invest with us and save you $100 million as well. Li Chao could see Chen Ze's doubt and directly explained. Hearing this, Chen Ze knew the purpose of the old man asking him to come over, but still asked, what do you mean? Li Chao did not hesitate and directly asked, did Grandpa Chen ask you to come to the capital this time? Chen Ze nodded. Sure enough, there was a reason for this. He knew that Grandpa had asked him to come to Jingdu for more than simply visiting that old man. Seeing Chen Ze nodding, only then did Li Chao continue to explain. A few elders intend to get us an industry that is secure enough for us to settle down, but their identities are a bit sensitive. That's why I was asked to coordinate. This time, the elders also contacted Grandpa Chen, intending to let the Shangyao Group step in to help with this matter. Byte side has already received the message that they will cooperate, but Grandpa Chen said that he wants to put this decision in your hands, because in the end, our generation will still have to deal with you. Although there were only the two of them in the room, Li Chao still spoke in a very cryptic manner, but even so Chen Ze's mind turned over countless thoughts. No wonder the backbites developed so smoothly, so there was a reason for that. If his identity had not reached this level, he would never have known about this matter in his life. There is also the most important point, that is, the old master and Li Chao's elders are all the way. Otherwise the old master would not have sent him over. Some bundles are to be tied together from the beginning to the end. Which link is missing will not work, but thinking of Li Chao's identity, Chen Ze didn't hesitate for a second and directly nodded his head and said, yes, I promise. Hearing Chen Ze agree so painfully, Li Chao was a bit unprepared, but thinking of what his own master had explained, he also understood. It should be that Chen Ze's master had also explained, but he still said, if you really agree to this agreement, then we will be a community of interest in the future, not just commercially. Chen Ze smiled faintly and said, I understand. I still had some doubts when the old master asked me to come over, but after seeing you this doubt will be clear. Brother Chao, no need to say more, I understand everything. Hearing Chen Ze's address, Li Chao likewise laughed out, gently punched his shoulder and said, alright, then I won't say anything, but in the next few days you have to pay a visit to the old master. Chen Ze promised, that's for sure. This time I came here with my old master's decree. If I don't pay a visit, my old master can kill me alive. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Chao laughed out loud. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a few more sentences. Li Chao got up and left. He had to go and tell the others the news. Chen Ze did not stay either. He also had some questions to ask the old man. After Li Chao left, Chen Ze immediately made a call to the old master. The grandfather and grandson chatted for about half an hour before hanging up. It was right with his guess. The old master even praised him vigorously. Chen Ze being able to think that far was something that his old man could not have imagined. Chen Ze also had 5 years of unforeseen ability to guess this point. Chen Ze really did not dare to do this, master. The following morning, Chen Ze put on his formal attire and got up to walk out of his room. There were already a dozen people waiting for him outside. The leader was Qian Jun. Uncle Qian, let's go. Qian Jun was clearly able to feel that Chen Ze was different today from when he saw him 2 days ago. There was an indescribable change. However, he did not say anything, nodded and followed Chen Ze out of the hotel. 9:30. Under the main floor of the Kyoto World Financial Center, countless business celebrities and elites gathered here, and there were even countless reporters holding long guns and short cannons to take photos and records of the people coming and going. At this moment, the valuation of ByteJump has nearly $100 billion, but there is not even a headquarters building, and there are offices everywhere. According to Byte's statement, they advocate decentralization. No headquarters, no hub, no power center, But this thing, well, I know what I'm talking about. And the bad thing about doing this is obvious. Not enough compulsion. For example, this time, replaced by other close to $100 billion valuation of the enterprise in this financing bid on the big event, will certainly be in their own headquarters fanfare to operate, so that more can improve the visibility of the enterprise. But Byte, because there is no headquarters building sake, can only in the World Financial Center here to rent a floor to do. Mr. Shun from Sequoia Capital is here. Holy, Mr. Pang from Pan Atlantic. Sun Zhengyi from SoftBank is also here. Mr. Hu from Manhwa Capital. Even some of the veteran media people who had seen a lot couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this scene, and then frantically pressed the shutter. This is all material. Right at this moment, 5 Rolls-Royce Phantoms slowly drove over. Chapter 79 Bidding. Chen Ze stepped out of the car and saw the reporters who were frantically taking pictures of him. Somewhat uncomfortable. He frowned, but didn't say anything. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden, and ByteJump had no intention of hiding it at all. There was no way they would give up on this kind of moment to raise the popularity of their company. Chen Ze walked in the forefront. Qian Jun lagged behind by half a length this time, followed by a dozen or so people from Shangyao Group's investment department who walked into the World Financial Center together. At this time, the 24th floor of the huge business hall was already swarming with people. The employees of ByteJump were also busy, but everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Those who were able to come here were at least middle management or above, and a large portion of these people enjoyed equity incentives. The better the company developed, the more money they got. How could they not be happy? This gentleman, I'm from ByteJump's PR department. Please follow me this way. Friends of the media, please don't crowd. Please consciously go to the interview area and don't linger here. A burst of noisy voices kept coming out. Compared to the major capitals, ByteJump's employees are a bit perfunctory to the media personnel, but the media is, well, the better they are, the less they appreciate. On the contrary, they do not take them seriously after they are careful. At this moment, the president of ByteJumping, Zhang Yiming, took all the top management to walk out. There were already a lot of people from the investment company in front of him, but they were all ordinary employees who went to entertain them. But now he personally showed up and brought a group of senior management to personally greet them. Everyone was clear that the real Big Brother was about to appear. Just as the crowd held their breath waiting for the Big Brother to appear, a dozen people appeared together in front of everyone. The reporters didn't even see who was coming when their fingers had already involuntarily pressed the shutter button. Click, click, click. For a time, there was no other sound in the entire hall except for the sound of the keys being pressed. SoftBank's Mr. Sun, Mr. Yu from Yunfeng Fund, Mr. Shun from Sequoia Capital, Mr. Pang from Pan Atlantic. I knew there couldn't be anyone else other than these few for Zhang Yiming to personally receive. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Look over there. Mr. Qian of Shangyao Group is actually standing behind a young man. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The principal is even half a body length behind. Which great immortal is this? Never seen it before. Never even heard of it. Zhang Yiming saw the crowd and immediately greeted them with a smile on his face. Welcome to the ByteJump financing meeting. He extended his hand to follow the crowd and shook hands and talked one by one. Hello, Mr. Sun. Hello, Mr. Peng. Mr. Shen. Soon Zhang Yiming arrived in front of Chen Ze. When he saw Li Chao, Qian Jun and the principal standing behind Chen Ze, he was obviously stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and immediately thought of the background of Shangyao Group, and hastily stretched out his hand and said to Chen Ze, hello little Mr. Chen. Hello, General Manager Zhang. Chen Ze extended his hand and shook his hand. After a short period of politeness, he went on to greet a few more people. Li Chao. It was only at last that Zhang Yiming said to the crowd with a smile, the financing meeting will start soon, so please go to the resting seats arranged by the company and take a short break. After saying that, he immediately signaled to the men behind him. At once, the ByteJump executives behind Zhang Yiming poured in and walked towards the crowd. Soon an urban lady in secretary attire arrived in front of Chen Ze's men. I'm Dong Xiao, ByteJump's advisor. Mr. Chen, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Qian. A few of you, please follow me this way. Shangyao Group, as the head capital of this financing, was located in a position that was still a far cry from the other small and medium-sized capitalists. A very large seat at the very front was specially divided, and at a glance, at least 20 people could be seated. While some small and medium-sized capital came a lot of people, but there are not a few seats, can only go to get their own stools or stand on the side. Although the same were all capitals, the gap between capitals was even greater than the gap between a human and a dog. Mr. Chen, this side is the position prepared for you. Shangyao Group. Dong Xiao stood on the side, pointing at a golden guidepost and said to the several people, Above the golden guide plate was written, Shine Yao Group Representative Area. Thank you, Counselor Dong. Chen Ze nodded his thanks to her. This is what we should do. The financing meeting will officially start in 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, if you need anything, just contact our staff directly. After seeing Chen Ze nod, Dong Xiu stepped on her high heels and left. Afterwards, everyone took their seats in turn, and Chen Ze chatted casually with the principal and Li Chao. However, the vast majority of the time was the principal wanting to order a bulletproof car from Li Chao, but Li Chao just wouldn't let up, leaving the principal helpless. Chen Ze was just snickering at the side, although his status was unusual now, but it was still very interesting to see the principal being defeated. Just as a few people were chatting, Byte CFO Joshua appeared in front of the crowd as the host. I welcome all the capitalists and friends to the Byte Jump site, and I only represent Byte Jump to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you. After the opening speech, everyone applauded and congratulated each other, but the speech afterward was a bit boring, all thanking the capitalists for coming to support the words. This alone delayed about half an hour. Just when everyone felt bored, Joshua finally entered the main topic. After the decision of the Professional Evaluation Organization and the Board of Directors, we tentatively positioned the valuation of Byte Jumping at $100 billion. This competition financing is a silent bidding. All the major capitalists can give their expectations of the valuation and the share of the equity obtained. After the bidding is over, we will select a few capital companies with the strongest intentions for final negotiations. Hearing all this, Chen Ze's face did not change in the slightest. From the moment he promised Li Chao, Byte Jump's 4% stake had already been grasped in his hand, which no one could snatch away, not even Zhang Yiming, unless he did not want to mix in the country anymore. On the contrary, the principal said with a light laugh on the side, according to this statement, 90% of the capitalists here are here to accompany the running brush. Ha! Chen Ze and Li Chao sniffed and laughed softly, because the principal really wasn't wrong. As the financing meeting officially began, Dong Xiu, who had just disappeared into thin air, walked over with a few staff members. At her command, the several staff members placed the thick documents in their hands in front of the several people. Mr. Chen, this is the development status of our Byte Jump from after the last financing until now. You can check it out. Chen Ze gently nodded his head. Chapter 80, just a few tens of millions of dollars. To be able to come here to participate in the financing bidding, there is no uninformed, so this information can be seen but not read. Immediately after, Dong Xiu added, another is the bidding instrument for this financing. You can fill in your psychological valuation and intended share on it. In addition, you can rest assured that this instrument will not be seen by anyone other than the board of directors. Tough luck, Counselor Dong. Chen Ze nodded at her and thanked her. Looking at Dong Xiu, who left, Chen Ze directly turned his head to Li Chao beside him and said, fill it out directly? Although Qian Jun brought a large group of professionals to this financing meeting, since Li Chao made this matter clear to him, Qian Jun's group of people had no role to play because the two were not the same thing at all. Li Chao nodded and said, fill it out as we discussed, then just wait for the notice. No need to say hello? I've said what I need to say, so it would be a bit inappropriate to repeat it. Chen Ze nodded, took out the bidding paperwork from inside the document bag, and directly filled in the valuation of $70 billion there, and then filled in 4% in the intended equity column. Other places Chen Ze did not even look at. Just a bidding instrument. What legal effect are not? A little fooled around. If it is a formal financing contract, on the trouble. The contract inside the hundreds of terms and conditions will need the most professional lawyers to operate. And this figure left the other two beside Chen Ze dumbfounded. The principal swallowed a mouthful of water, then asked incredulously, Chen Ze, you didn't fill it out wrong, did you? $70 billion? It's impossible for Byte Jump to agree to that, and they've only released a total of 5% of their shares this time. You're taking up 4% at once. It's not right, is it? Even a steady person like Qian Jun was stunned. What was this? Chen Ze and Li Chao glanced at each other, then said, this financing Shine Yao Group is prepared to take 1%, the rest is something else. Chen Ze spoke very subtly, but Qian Jun and the principal understood in seconds. At their level, there were some things they still knew. However, the principal still couldn't help but show a look of envy. Having a hard backstage is cool. This kind of thing can be meddled with. And Qian Jun's thoughts are even simpler. No wonder this time Chen Mingqian will give this matter to Chen Ze. So there is also this layer of meaning. The second generation. Chen Ze loaded the signed document back again and waved his hand for the Byte employees standing by the side to take the document away. Seeing this scene, Byte employees revealed a surprised look. So fast? Now this time other investment companies are still watching the financial report of Byte Jumping. This side has already signed? Although the major capitals have already done the research report before participating in this financing meeting, but the surface work still needs to be done. Although there were thousands of doubts in his mind, he still walked over it the first time, bowed and asked, Mr. Chen, May I ask that your company has already filled out the intent to bid paperwork? Chen Ze nodded and said, you take it away. Okay. After the Byte employee received a definite answer, he immediately beckoned for another person. This Byte employee resealed the document in front of Chen Ze, and another employee took video footage. Chen Ze was a bit puzzled but didn't say anything more. This should be the process of a bidding session. Chen Ze finished here, but other companies were still busy. Regardless of the size of the investment company, they all brought some professional talents, and at the moment, these people were flipping through ByteJump's financial reports and business documents, looking unusually busy. Time passed slowly. Compared to other places, Chen Ze's few people here appeared much more relaxed. The three young men chatted a few words from time to time, not putting this financing meeting in the least bit in their minds. Chen Ze, do you want a bulletproof car like mine? Li Chao asked. Principal? He was really speechless. He asked for half a day and Li Chao didn't let go. Now he even asked Chen Ze if he wanted it. Such a differentiated treatment? Chen Ze saw the principal's speechless expression and laughed out, only stopping after being hit hard by the principal. Then he said to Li Chao, it's fine to have one. Even if it's not open, it's still quite dignified. You big man. The principal raised a middle finger at him with contempt. Brother Chao, look at me. Not waiting for the principal to continue to speak was interrupted by Li Chao. Principal, you also don't blame me. This thing is really not good to get. Chen Ze's grandfather, you know. If you want to get that, let your grandfather under a note. I guarantee to give you together to do it. Principal, you also know that's grandpa. Thinking of some things, the principal ended up not agreeing and could only sigh somewhat helplessly. Chen Ze smiled and said, Brother Chao, about how long will it take to get it done? Half a year, but I can tell you the customization cost starts at 50 million. You can be the first time to give me the money over. The approval of the various departments have to confirm the payment, or else you cannot blame me for the delay. Li Chao explained. I understand, just a few tens of millions of dollars, just a little bit of water, but you must get the best for me. Since I got it, then get the best. Don't save money for me, Chen Ze urged. That would be hundreds of millions. No problem, just a small goal. Li Chao, principal, who are you mocking? Oh yeah, I don't have that much money right now. Uncle Qian, you give a word to my dad and ask him to approve this money for me. You can transfer as much as Brother Chao wants. Chen Ze suddenly thought that all his money was still in the US stock market, so he turned his head and said to Qian Jun, understood. Qian Jun nodded. Li Chao, principal, who on earth is the son of the richest man? The principal at the moment really speechless dead. He coveted bulletproof car cannot reach the hand even if. How Chen Ze to the family to ask for $1 billion so simple? He wants money that are millions of tens of millions of dollars to turn over. The gap, alas. Looking at the sighing principal, Chen Ze smiled and said, okay, when the car is built, let you use it first. Anyway, I can't use it in the country. Wait for me when I go out and then use it. Really? Hearing Chen Ze's words, the principal asked excitedly, what's the point of lying to you? Chen Ze said without a trace of anger. Mr. Chen is atmospheric. Cut. While a few people were chatting, the bidding paperwork from the major companies had long been collected. Byte CFO Zhou Shou reappeared in front of the crowd. Zhou Shou, dressed in a suit with a smile, looked around the room and then opened his mouth. The total number of companies participating in the bidding for financing is 79. And in the end, there are 16 companies whose bids are close to our company's intention. Chapter 81 Resource Financing. The media who had been waiting for specific information were also aware of the results of the first round of the campaign, and immediately aimed long guns in hand at Zhou Shou. These 16 companies are Shangyao Group Investment Company, SoftBank Vision Fund, Pan Atlantic, KKP, Chunhua Capital, and Yunfeng Fund. In order not to delay the precious time of the major companies, I announced that the final campaign will be participated by these 16 companies, and the representatives of the other companies can stay at the site to watch, or go to the hotels that our company has prepared for all of you to rest. The final campaign was no different from the first round. It was just a reissuance of another copy of the campaign paperwork. Chen Ze, just like earlier, filled in the numbers as fast as he could and handed it to the Byte employee next to him. Only the scene caused all the other bigwigs to fall into deep thought. The ones who were in the investment business had big brains, pondering if this time, Shangyao Group had some kind of one-shot undercard or something like that. Time passed slowly, but none of those investment companies that didn't make the cut left. Although they had already lost the qualification to share the cake, they also wanted to know who ate this delicious cake in the end. Not long after, the crowd directly in front of a silhouette appeared again. This time it is not the Byte CFO Zhou Shou, but Byte President Zhang Yiming. The other party first said a few words of scene before announcing, the results of the campaign have come out. By the resolution of the board of directors, the final details of financing will be agreed upon by 6 companies respectively, namely, Sheng Yao Group Investment Company, SoftBank Vision Fund, Pan Atlantic, Yunfeng Fund, KKP, and Chunhua Capital. And we also invite the representatives of the major companies to go to the conference room to carry out the final process of this financing. As Zhang Yiming's words landed, it was clear to everyone that the cake had been divided. The so-called final agreement was nothing more than negotiating the share of the cake. Under Zhang Yiming's invitation, Chen Ze, Li Chao, Sun Zhengyi, Yu Feng, Xin Peng and the others slowly got up and walked towards the conference room. And those media reporters hurriedly began to write today's articles. First-hand news is always the most attractive. Inside the office, Zhang Yiming and other ByteJump executives sat on one side, and on the other side sat the capitalists represented by Chen Ze and others. Before the details of this financing are agreed upon, please sign a non-disclosure agreement. This detailed negotiation is related to the company's future direction of development, so I hope you'll forgive me. After saying that, several documents were handed to the crowd. These capitalist bigwigs were already not surprised by this kind of thing and signed their names after taking a look. Chen Ze did not hesitate and followed the crowd to sign it. When the confidentiality agreement was taken away, only then did Zhang Yiming slowly open his mouth and said, "This financing we, Byte, intend to take out 8% of the share for financing, and based on the bidding intentions of the major companies, we have given a valuation of $80 billion. When the crowd heard this, they were slightly stunned. They had no problem with the valuation. But wasn't the share only 5%? Could it be that their sources were incorrect? This was a big deal. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Zhang Yiming spoke again. Of course, there are still some things in this negotiation financing. Our Bytes can give only 4% to each major company's share of financing, and the other 4% is valued at $70 billion by Sheng Yao Group for financing. That is to say that Sheng Yao Group actually funded $8 billion in financing, and this money will be funded by the other party $8 billion into the shares, the rest by the resources to support the investment into the shares, and this agreement has been unanimously passed by our board of directors." Hearing Zhang Yiming's words, except for Chen Ze and Li Chao, all the bigwigs revealed a look of disbelief. What resources were worth $1 billion? Who would dare to believe that this amount of money had even reached 7 billion RMB when converted? It was normal for resources to be invested in the capital market, but the people couldn't understand what resources could be worth $1 billion. Moreover, listening to Zhang Yiming's meaning, this 4% of shares had already been determined. However, the crowd did not say anything more. After all, the news released by ByteJump was only 5% of the share, although now lost 1% of the share, but this share was taken by the Sheng Yao Group is not a big deal. After all, everyone knows the volume of Sheng Yao Group. Even without this matter, they are sure that Sheng Yao Group can get their own share will not be less than 1%. After the shock, some domestic bigwigs, such as Xin Peng, Yu Feng and others are all looking thoughtful. They think more than SoftBank, KKP and other foreign capital. Sheng Yao Group's background they have also heard of. The development of ByteJumping cannot be separated from certain support, or else Duanzi is the best example. In April this year, Duanzi was directly and permanently taken off the shelves, and the valuation of the headline was even cut down. And if Byte does not have a shelter, then no one can afford that consequence. In the end, everyone acquiesced to this matter. In addition to certain aspects of the reason, the volume of the Sheng Yao Group also blocked the mouth of some people. It's good to ride under a big tree. After half an hour of agreement, it was finally finalized, and the other 5 companies took the other 4% of the Bytes at a price of $2 billion. When the financing is over, the number of board seats will increase by 8. Sheng Yao Group will have 4 board seats, and each of the other companies will have 1. The time that followed was for the crowd to discuss other things together. 3 hours later, all the regulations were passed and this financing meeting came to an end. And during this time, Shen Peng and Yufeng and other capital bigwigs also understood what the resources that made ByteJump so heartwarming and up to $1 billion were. Thinking of the names of those big brothers, even with their status they couldn't help but tremble. If there are these big brothers as a background, as long as ByteJump doesn't do anything to die, then no one in the country will be able to move it. I didn't realize that they had mistakenly gotten on a huge ship that could be called Invincible. For a while, the eyes of several domestic capitalist bigwigs looking at Chen Ze and Li Chao were not right. They thought that Sheng Yao Group was already a giant tree in the sky, but they didn't realize that there was a shelter behind the tree. Chen Ze looked at the eyes of the crowd did not think, but now occupies the Byte after 4% of the share or let him very happy. Li Chao and others are not involved in this kind of thing. They only take dividends. That is to say, these 4 board seats are all Sheng Yao Group. Then some of his ideas to implement it is very simple, and this time things are really too smooth, which makes Chen Ze can't help but marvel at the strong background. Later some things are really easy to solve. In the end, Chen Ze and the others simply had a meal and then left. ByteJump's financing feast also came to an end. Chapter 82 Confirmation. The following day, All the major financial websites were butchered and screened by this financing from ByteJump. Even Jane and Weibo had a few hot searches hanging above them. ByteDance's financing this time actually amounted to $4 billion. The heir of Shangyao Group reveals his true face. The heir of Shangyao Group looks like this. Chen Ze looked at the front page headlines and revealed a helpless expression. Sure enough, it was still exposed. There was no way. After the media knew his name and identity, they would definitely leave no stone unturned to expose him. This was traffic. No one would give up. As for letting Shangyao Group block the news, it wouldn't be possible. Unless Chen Ze didn't plan to show his face in the future. But this was simply impossible. After Chen Mingqian sent him here, Chen Ze had no way back. Clicking into the hot search, his group photo with Sung Jingyi, Shen Peng, Yu Fang and others appeared directly in front of his eyes. Byte jumping financing has been officially ended on October 20th. According to ByteSide, the financing valuation of $80 billion, with 5% of the equity obtained $4 billion, equivalent to 32 billion renminbi. Looking at this information, Chen Ze knew that ByteJump had hidden some things, but this was normal. There were some things that could not be publicized. Behind is his personal information, was raked clean. Of course, all about Shangyao Group. About the old man, that aspect of the matter is not at all. And the following sand sculpture netizens even exploded. MD, another second generation comparable to the principal, has revealed his true face. Upstairs, underestimate this second generation. Can't you see that there are several photos of the principal standing behind him? The second husband of the majority of female netizens has revealed himself. Hurry up and charge. Sisters, rush. Wow 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 wow. Chen Ze is so handsome. Nonsense. How can my husband not be handsome? Rich and handsome. Isn't this the perfect incumbent? Is there a possibility that he's got a godly system? MD, who's got an heirship from a godly system? Don't they all start from nothing? There were even some water friends of Douyu who came out and shouted that Chen Ze was also playing in Douyu. So hurry up and go to Douyu to find him. Some of these sand sculpture netizens were envious. Some were jealous. And some became lemon essence. But Chen Ze wasn't interested in the slightest, and put his phone away after looking at it for a while. Now it was impossible to be low-key again. But if he can't keep a low profile, he can't keep a low profile, and he doesn't have the heart to play the pig. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Almost time. Today Guanhu about him to see the script. Chen Ze, although he knows that the movie can make money, but the surface work still have to do. If nothing to see directly invested in 100 million, that is really more than SB. Also SB, the wrongdoer are not so when. Shangyao Group's hotel is a business hotel. There is a separate meeting room. When Chen Ze pushed the door in, the conference room had already sat 7 people. Seeing this scene, Chen Ze did not feel surprised, although Shangyao Group has a large volume. But involving $100 million of investment is still very important. Inside the 7 or 8 people, Huayi's accounted for 4. Shangyao Media's came 3. That's right, Chen Ze had no intention of investing in this movie himself. Besides the fact that he himself didn't have that much money right now, he also couldn't see the return. The main thing is that the payback cycle is too long. 100 million investment he put in the stock market will not take long to double several times. There is really no need to get involved in. However, he can't let go of making money. Anyway, Shangyao Group is also his own family. This matter is also appropriate to give to Shangyao Media. Seeing Chen Ze walk in, the 7 people sitting inside the conference room stood up at the same time. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Facing the greetings of the crowd, Chen Ze nodded and came to the main seat and sat down. How's it going? Have you read the script? Chen Ze asked to the 3 people opposite Guanhu. Although he did not recognize these 3 people, he could tell from their seats that they were from Shangyao Media. Mr. Chen, already read it. A middle-aged woman in formal attire, who was sitting at the front of the trio, spoke up. Where's the script? Chen Ze nodded, then asked. Hearing Chen Ze's question, Guanhu hurriedly handed him the script. Chen Ze read the script for a while after receiving it. He was still quite curious about the content of the script. After all, although 800's box office was very high in his previous life, he had not seen the movie. After all, although the box office of 800 was high in his previous life, he hadn't seen the movie. Or rather, Chen Ze seldom watched movies. Every day he went to work, drank wine and read novels, and seldom watched movies or TV shows. The only time he was able to learn about this was when he swiped Jitterbug. The script was very short. Of course, it was compared to a novel. It didn't take long to read it before Chen Ze finished it. After putting down the script, Chen Ze asked the middle-aged woman, what do you guys think? Mr. Chen, this is still up to you. Manager Chen sent us here so that we can assist you. The middle-aged woman spoke very bluntly. They came over to be the mascot. If Chen Ze nodded his head, Shangyao Media would invest. If Chen Ze shook his head, then this matter would be over. Chen Ze nodded and said, then this movie Shangyao Media will invest in it, but the things behind it will be handed over to you professionals. Understood, Mr. Chen? The middle-aged woman didn't have any hesitation and directly nodded her head in agreement. And Guan, who several people were simply delighted to hear Chen Ze agree to the investment so painfully. It wasn't that all famous directors could find investment. Plus the 800 Guan who was planning to make had already been shot for a long time. According to the industry saying it was already outrageous. In order to find investors he was desperate. Or would not have found Chen Ze, this rich second generation, to ask at the dinner. But the result is still very good. Chen Ze even just read the script for a while on the promise to invest 100 million. In the end is a rich second generation. The family is big, not to take money as a matter of fact. But in the face of such a quick gold master father, Guan, whose heart is still some drums, cannot help but ask, Mr. Chen, the role of what do you have suggestions? Hearing this, Chen Ze laughed out and directly said to him, you guys discuss the things behind. I don't care. After saying these words, Chen Ze stood up with the intention of leaving. Mr. Chen, Manager Chen said that if you have time, you can make a trip to Shangyao Media Company. She is also in Kyoto recently. Seeing that he intended to leave, the middle-aged woman immediately spoke. Got it. Chen Ze nodded, and without stopping his footsteps directly left the conference room. Director Liu. Seeing Chen Ze leave, Guan, who looked at the middle-aged woman. Director Guan, since our Mr. Chen said that he would invest in your movie, then we at Shangyao Media are definitely investing in it. It's just a matter of some resources. The middle-aged woman revealed her claws and teeth after Chen Ze left. Hearing this sentence, Guan, who only put down his heart. He is not afraid of the other side to raise the requirements. If not to raise the requirements to make people difficult. Not that he is cheap skin, but this industry is so. Director Liu, don't worry, my side will be arranged. Only when she heard Guan Hu promise, did the middle-aged woman nod her head, and then exchanged words with Guan Hu again, involving an investment of $100 million. Where could it be clear in just 3 or 2 sentences?